On Miao Miao Peak, enveloped in mist, the air is thick with spiritual energy. At the entrance of the sect's secret realm on the rear mountain, a beautiful woman in a flowing white dress imparts instructions to the two individuals before her. Linger, Xiao. I shall be in seclusion for this period, which may last anywhere from 10 to 100 years. The woman, graceful and slender, wears a dress that clings to her waist, accentuating her perfect silhouette. Her skin is as pure as snow, translucent and smooth, akin to finely crafted jade. Her countenance radiates warmth and beauty, captivating all with her every gesture, ensnaring hearts effortlessly. With a waist as supple as a water snake, devoid of any excess, she is simply enchanting. Her lustrous black hair is elegantly pinned atop her head with a jade hairpin, while a few strands dance in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Her breath, fragrant as orchids, envelopes those around her in a delightful haze. She exudes the unique charm of a mature woman, her every movement brimming with allure, drawing others inexplicably closer. She is Shui, the supreme elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Before her stands a young woman clad in a green dress and an elderly man with white hair draped in a gray robe. Shui gazes at the woman in green, saying, "Linger, as the current leader of the Miao Miao Sect, you must manage the affairs of the sect in my absence. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult the other supreme elders. I have already spoken to them." Linger, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, nods and replies, "Yes, master." Xiao. Shui turns her attention to the elderly man beside her, whose face is lined with deep wrinkles, on the brink of the grave. Xiao, startled, leans on his wooden staff and slightly bows, saying, "Disciple is here." Shui shakes her head with a sigh. "You failed the divine lightning tribulation last month, causing your cultivation to plummet to the foundation establishment stage. There is little hope for you to cultivate further in this life, and your lifespan is now less than a year. Here is a longevity pill. It will grant you an additional 50 years. In these 50 years, find a companion and live well. Perhaps even leave behind an heir, so your journey in this world is not in vain." With that, she gestures, and a porcelain white vial appears in her delicate hand. "Disciple thanks you, master." Xiao reaches out, his expression filled with excitement as he accepts the longevity pill. He feels tears welling up within him. This is wonderful. Finally, a valuable item to gift. A month ago, he had failed the lightning tribulation, causing his cultivation to drop from the 9th level of the nascent soul to the 1st level of foundation establishment. This failure had left him despondent. He had no further opportunities for cultivation and could only await his demise. Having traversed this realm of cultivation for a millennium, the system had stubbornly refused to manifest, leaving him to struggle through. Despite being under the tutelage of the supreme elder Shui, his ordinary talent ultimately confined him to the nascent soul stage. However, just yesterday, the 10,000-fold return system had appeared. As long as he gifted items to women of fortune, he would receive substantial returns. Initially, in preparation for the lightning tribulation, he had exhausted his resources and had nothing of significance to offer. But now, with this longevity pill, he finally had the capital to activate the system. Damn system, it took 1,000 years to show up, and I am on the verge of death. Cursing inwardly, Xiao sincerely thanked Shui once more. Detected woman of fortune, Shui. Fortune level, SSS return multiplier, 100x bond level. One notice. SSS level fortune woman guarantees 10,000-fold critical hit on first gift. Notice. Bond level increases, return multiplier gradually rising. SSS level fortune woman. Xiao's aged eyes widened, his hand trembling as he held the longevity pill. His master is actually an SSS level fortune woman, and the return is immediately 100-fold? Xiao was astonished. This must be the highest level of fortune woman ever recorded. Even his sect sister, Ling, is merely SS level. Shui reiterated her instructions to Ling to help Xiao find a companion for the remainder of his life before preparing to enter the secret realm for seclusion. Xiao hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, wait a moment." Shui turned back, her exquisitely beautiful face momentarily stunned. "Xiao, is there something else?" Xiao's mind raced as he lifted the only low-grade magic item he possessed, the slender wooden staff, with both hands. This wooden staff is a low-grade magic sword and the last item he had for self-defense. Initially, he had only intended to use it as a walking stick, but now he needed to seize the opportunity to present a gift. After all, if his master were to enter seclusion, he might not have another chance to give her anything. With a hint of sadness, he said, "Master, as you depart, it is likely that I shall never see you again. This is the last thing I can give you. Though it is merely a low-grade magic sword, it represents my final filial piety. I hope you will accept it as a keepsake." Xiao spoke earnestly, yet he was still apprehensive that Shui might refuse. Gifting something is not an easy task, and the system has stipulations that gifts must be natural and reasonable. Otherwise, they would be deemed invalid. Now, on the brink of death, presenting a keepsake to his master seems quite reasonable, does it not? Alas! Shui sighed, shaking her head as she gazed at her aged disciple, her eyes filled with regret. Cultivation is a path of defiance against the heavens. Xiao, alas, lacks the talent to persevere. She extended her delicate white hand and took the wooden staff from Xiao. "Very well, Xiao, for these 50 years, live as a mortal in the Miao Miao Sect and enjoy life. With your junior sister here, no one shall bully you." With that, she shook her head and stepped into the secret realm. The heavy stone doors of the secret realm slowly closed behind her. Outside remained only Xiao and Ling. "Congratulations, host. Gift of the low-grade magic sword successful. Due to it being the first gift, 10,000-fold critical hit activated, returning the magic treasure Nanming Lihuo Sword. Nanming Lihuo Sword has been stored in the system space vault. The host may retrieve it at any time." The Nanming Lihuo Sword? A magic treasure? Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy, not expecting that gifting a low-grade magic sword would yield a magic treasure. Truly deserving of the 10,000-fold critical hit. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, he is well aware of the rarity of magic treasures in this realm. Generally, magic items are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. The wooden staff he had given was merely a low-grade magic item. Yet above supreme grade items exists a class of treasures born of the heavens and earth magic treasures. The Nanming Lihuo Sword is a magic treasure coveted by all cultivators. Within the Miao Miao Sect, there are only 3 true magic treasures. To think he now possesses one himself, thanks to the SSS level fortune woman triggering the 10,000-fold critical hit. Gazing at the resplendent red-edged sword in the space vault, Xiao felt immense satisfaction. Thank heavens he had just sent away his walking stick. The system space vault is a vast storage space, far more convenient than those storage bags. He no longer requires storage bags. "Senior brother, rest assured, for these last 50 years, I shall find you a beautiful partner." Ling smiled as she looked over. "I promise to make you satisfied." Her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled, radiating vitality and intelligence. Her skin, as tender as snow, resembles exquisite jade, exuding a captivating glow. She stands tall and graceful, like a blossoming flower. Her long hair cascades like a waterfall down to her waist, gently swaying with an alluring fragrance. Her collarbone is elegantly shaped, showcasing her charm exquisitely. Her long, slender neck is as noble and graceful as a swan. The green dress clings to her figure, revealing her perfect physique. Xiao gazed back at his stunning junior sister, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Ling was his childhood companion from his village, whom Shui had taken into the Miao Miao Sect alongside him. However, nothing had transpired between them. 1,000 years had passed, and they remained merely senior and junior siblings. After all, she possessed extraordinary talent and was now the sect leader of the Miao Miao Sect, whereas he was merely an elder on the verge of death. "Junior sister, there's no need for such trouble. I am nearing death and have no desire to extend my life for another 50 years. I shall gift this longevity pill to you." Chapter 2. The disciple Ling on the terrace outside the secret realm of the Back Mountain Sect, Xiao, with a benevolent smile, presented a porcelain white vial. Upon seeing this, Ling furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Senior brother, this is something Master specifically left for you to prolong your life. Senior brother, let us not succumb to despair. By consuming the longevity pill, you will have another 50 years to live. In due time, I will find you a beautiful wife, and you can enjoy a peaceful retirement in the sect." Ling gazed at Xiao, who was now gray-haired and frail, and sighed inwardly. She recalled how, in his youth, he had been extraordinarily handsome, nearly causing her to waver in her resolve. Who would have thought that after a millennium, her senior brother would have aged so drastically? Alas, the thought filled her heart with a tinge of sorrow. Such a dashing figure had reached the twilight of his life. Xiao, noticing her expression, reluctantly returned the longevity pill to his spatial storage. Indeed, offering it carelessly was not wise, and the system would not acknowledge it. He looked at Dugaling's exquisite beauty and sighed with a smile. Sister, I am so old now. What good would a wife do? It would only bring misfortune to those young maidens. Dugaling reassured him with a smile. What of age? Senior brother, you were once so handsome. Even now, despite your years, you still possess traces of your former charm. Moreover, as the elder brother of the sect leader of our Miao Miao Sect, and a disciple of the Grand Elder, many young ladies from prominent families would be eager to marry you and strengthen ties with our sect. Rest assured, senior brother, when your parents took me in back in the village, I shall ensure their lineage does not perish. Xiao nodded with a smile. Although Dugaling was extraordinarily gifted and had become the sect leader, she had not forgotten the kindness his family had shown her years ago. She was indeed a grateful young woman. Come, senior brother, let me escort you back to the outer mountain, Dugaling said cheerfully. Miao Miao Peak consisted of two mountains, the outer and the inner. The inner mountain was smaller and served as the sect's core, where the inner elders and disciples resided. The outer mountain was larger, housing the outer elders and disciples. A month prior, Xiao had failed his tribulation, his cultivation regressing to the first level of foundation establishment, depriving him of his ability to fly on a sword. Thus, the treacherous inner mountain was no longer suitable for him, and he had moved to a secluded area in the outer mountain for his retirement. At this moment, Dugaling summoned her flying sword, which hovered before her. She leaped onto it and urged, Senior brother, hurry up and join me. Xiao blinked, taking small, shuffling steps forward. Now without his walking stick, he found himself somewhat unsteady. Sister, I am too old to jump up there. Standing beside the sword, which hovered at his waist height, he found it impossible to ascend. Though he was at the first level of foundation establishment and still possessed some magical energy, his frail body lacked the strength. Alas, sister, let me assist you, Dugaling said, a hint of sadness in her heart. Senior brother, it truly is pitiful to grow old. She embraced Xiao, and together they landed on the flying sword. On the sword, Xiao struggled to maintain his balance, moving his arms slightly. Senior brother, do not move around. Dugaling quickly pulled his hands down to her waist. Just hold on to my waist. Xiao awkwardly chuckled. Ah, sister, with age, my limbs no longer respond as they once did. I apologize. He mused over their past, recalling how, despite not consummating their relationship, they had shared many tender moments like a sweet couple. Who would have imagined that on their wedding night, the unexpected arrival of Ji Shui would intervene and rescue Dugaling? Xiao felt a pang of frustration at the thought. How unfair life could be, to lose such a beautiful bride. As the two flew on their sword, the breathtaking scenery of Miao Miao Peak unfolded beneath them, with clouds swirling around the majestic mountains. Miao Miao Peak was located in the eastern part of the Panlong continent, near the 10,000 Great Mountains, and was one of the oldest cultivation sects in the region. Sister, please do not draw so close. Though Dugaling felt a bit uncomfortable, she did not resist. In her life, she had only ever been close to her senior brother. No other man had even held her hand. Deep down, she still harbored affection for him, particularly for the youthful version of him. Now that he was old, she had lost the impulsiveness of her earlier years. Xiao, feeling her closeness, was both exhilarated and apprehensive. Sister, please take it easy. I am no longer capable of handling such excitement. Though the flying sword was stable, Xiao, having grown fearful of heights since his tribulation failure, found himself increasingly anxious. After his regression to the first level of foundation establishment, his appearance had aged significantly, and he had even begun to suffer from ailments typical of the elderly. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to dementia. Otherwise, the system's return would have been in vain. The flying sword descended to a secluded courtyard on the mountainside, which was now Xiao's residence. It was conveniently located along the path connecting to the outer gate's main hall. Dugaling gently set Xiao down and, observing his startled demeanor, felt a wave of melancholy. Senior brother, rest assured, in these last 50 years, I will find a good woman to take care of you. Dugaling stepped forward and embraced the brother she had once loved. His skin had become thin and withered, but she did not mind. He was family. Su Xiao sighed. Sister, you need not worry. Focus on managing the sect. I can manage on my own. You are now the leader of the sect. Your resolve must be strong. Aging, illness, and death are merely the natural order of things. Dugaling released Su Xiao, took a deep breath, and nodded. Senior brother, here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Keep them. They should suffice for your needs over the next 50 years. Dugaling produced a small pouch from her robes and handed it to Su Xiao, adding, Once I find a suitable young lady, I will inform you immediately. Just wait for my good news. Su Xiao accepted the pouch, his expression brightening at the sight of it. Excellent. This will serve as the startup funds for the return system. Sister, I am truly grateful. He did not refuse. After all, it was precisely what he needed at this time. Once he became prosperous, he would certainly repay her 1,000-fold. Senior brother, there are many important matters I must attend to in the sect, so I shall not linger. Take care with that. Dugaling departed, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she soared away from the mountainside. The outer disciples nearby watched in awe as Dugaling ascended, their expressions filled with reverence. It is the sect leader. I see. She must be here to visit Elder Su. Chapter 3. Why are you crying? I am not dead yet. Alas, Elder Su is noble and esteemed, known for his kindness and integrity. How could he fail his tribulation? How unfair is the heavens? It is said that Elder Su has but a year to live and has regressed to the first level of foundation establishment. It is truly pitiful, Elder Su. You have suffered greatly. Several outer disciples nearly shed tears. Over the past millennium, Su Xiao had built a stellar reputation within the Miao Miao Sect, earning the admiration of countless disciples. It is no exaggeration to say that his standing and moral integrity far surpassed that of his sister Duguling. After all, his ethereal appearance commanded respect. What are you all babbling about? Our Elder Su is not dead yet. Even a year of life is still life. At this final juncture, I have resolved to break through to the foundation establishment stage, to demonstrate my determination to Elder Su. Ha! Do you think Elder Su, an inner sect elder, would care about you? A mere outer disciple? You are dreaming. The outer disciples walking up the mountain cast admiring glances towards Su Xiao's elegant residence. Elder Su is truly a role model for our Miao Miao sect. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Xiao settled cross-legged on his bed. This small abode had been specially chosen and built for him by Dugaling. Located in an area rich in spiritual energy, surrounded by verdant trees, the scenery was delightful. To ensure his convenience, it was also situated not far from the main path leading to the outer gate's grand hall. Nanming Lihuo Sword, Su Xiao sat before his bed, retrieving a radiant, fiery red magical sword from his spatial storage. The sword was 3.5 feet long, its hilt crafted from an unknown red jade. Translucent and exquisite. The blade was forged from dark red divine iron, imbued with its own spiritual energy with a subdued brilliance. This sword was undoubtedly superior to his previous magical artifacts. Su Xiao felt a surge of joy. He could sense a unique connection to the Nanming Lihuo Sword. It was evident that when the system returned the sword to him, it had already been perfectly refined to synchronize with him. Now, this sword felt like an extension of himself, easily controlled. With a slight mental command, the Nanming Lihuo Sword floated into the air. Then, under Su Xiao's guidance, it shot out of the window like a fiery meteor, soaring into the sky. After effortlessly slicing through several enormous ancient trees, the sword gracefully returned, hovering before him once more. Incredible, Su Xiao's heart raced with excitement. Previously, his strongest magical artifact was a high-grade artifact, with a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Yuanying realm. Yet, when he manipulated the Nanming Lihuo Sword just now, its power was at least at the level of a Yuanying realm attack. It was astonishing that a first-level foundation establishment cultivator could wield a celestial artifact to achieve such formidable offensive capabilities. However, not every foundation establishment cultivator could perfectly refine a magical artifact. Su Xiao smiled faintly as he retracted the Nanming Lihuo Sword. His ability to control the sword so flawlessly was thanks to the system's assistance in refining it. For gifting the sword to someone else and having it returned, that was out of the question. He had no reason to part with such a treasure. Moreover, he did not want anyone to know he possessed such a powerful artifact. It was best kept for his protection. Next, he took out the longevity pill given to him by Ji Shui, pondering briefly before swallowing it whole. Since he now possessed 100 high-grade spirit stones, he decided to consume it and extend his life by 50 years. Congratulations, host's lifespan has increased by 50 years. Activating character panel. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1008 years. Cultivation level, first level foundation establishment. Special physique, none. Remaining lifespan, 51 years. Oh, there is a character panel. After consuming the longevity pill, Su Xiao glanced at the information displayed. There was nothing particularly useful, but indeed, his lifespan had increased to 51 years. At that moment, his body began to undergo changes. The organs that had suffered from blood loss and frailty were revitalized in an instant. His senses became clearer, and the stiffness of his aging body began to fade, becoming more agile. Getting out of bed, Su Xiao walked back and forth. Though his appearance had not changed much, his demeanor was markedly different. He stood taller, walking with an air of vigor. His previous ailments had vanished, transforming him into a healthy elder. Rubbing his goat-like beard, Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The effects of the longevity pill were remarkable. Though his face remained lined with wrinkles and his hair was completely white, he now felt rejuvenated, not inferior to any young person. After all, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. Next, he needed to plan the utilization of the 100 high-grade spirit stones. With his health restored, the most pressing matter was not to roam about searching for a fated woman to bestow gifts upon. Instead, he needed to purchase a stockpile of cultivation resources. He could not simply give away spirit stones without a valid reason. That would be illogical. Otherwise, the young ladies might think he intended to support them financially. Having made his decision, Su Xiao retrieved a yellow communication talisman, formed a hand seal, and spoke into it, Lu Dajing. It's me, Su Sherbua. If you have time, come to my place. I wish to descend the mountain to purchase some items, and I would like you to accompany me. Soon, a respectful and urgent reply came from the other end of the talisman. Yes. Yes, Su Sherbua, please wait. I will be there shortly. Not long after retrieving the talisman, a robust, tall middle-aged man arrived on a flying sword at Su Xiao's courtyard. Bowing before the house, he said, Disciple Lu Dajing. Greetings, Su Sherbua. Su Xiao stepped out, smiling as he regarded the hardy-looking middle-aged man, who was Dugu Ling's disciple and currently held the position of the Outer Sect's law enforcement elder. Although he was Dugu Ling's disciple, Su Xiao had taken it upon himself to guide him since his entry into the sect. Lu Dajing's current cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Yuanying realm could be attributed entirely to Su Xiao's mentorship. As for Su Xiao himself, he had no disciples and had been assisting his sister in teaching her students. Dajing, your Sherbua can no longer fly on a sword due to my regression to the foundation establishment level. So I will rely on you to carry me, Su Xiao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Dajing's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face. Sherbua, rest assured, with me around, you can go wherever you wish. With that, he knelt before Su Xiao, weeping like a child, clinging tightly to Su Xiao's leg. Sherbua has always treated me so well, and now, it is just too tragic. With only a year left to live, I doubt I cannot bear the thought of losing my Sherbua. What are you doing? I am not dead yet. Why are you crying so sorrowfully? Chapter 4. Resources acquired. The nearest large human city to the Miao Miao Sect was Xiao City. Located in the eastern part of the Panlong continent, it belonged to Donglai country, and technically, the Miao Miao Sect was also within the borders of Donglai. However, as one of the oldest sects on the Panlong continent, the Miao Miao Sect held a position above Donglai country and was not bound by its regulations. Due to its proximity to the Miao Miao Sect, Xiao City was significantly more prosperous than several nearby towns, filled with cultivators, and served as an important trading hub for spiritual goods. Sherbua, we have arrived. Let me help you down, Lu Dajing said, diligently assisting the elderly Su Xiao off the flying sword. They stopped at the city gates. Human cities had regulations prohibiting flying swords within, a rule all cultivators adhered to. Sherbua, where shall we go to purchase our items? Lu Dajing inquired as he stowed away the flying sword, glancing at the bustling crowd at the city entrance. Su Xiao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Let us head to the largest merchant in Xiao City, the Zilai Merchant Company. I am familiar with it, and we can make our purchases quickly. Understood, Lu Dajing replied. And with a flourish, he conjured a small carriage that appeared before them. The carriage was exquisitely crafted, featuring a mechanical horse at the front and a compartment at the back. This was a wondrous artifact, akin to the communication talisman, designed for convenience rather than combat. After assisting Su Xiao into the carriage, Lu Dajing took the reins. Xiao City was bustling with activity, teeming with people. The The beautifully crafted carriage drew many admiring glances as it made its way through the streets. Oh, it is an elder from the Miao Miao Sect. Given his attire, he must be an outer sect elder. What a magnificent carriage! I wish I could own one. The Miao Miao Sect's prestige is truly remarkable. If only I could join the Miao Miao Sect in this lifetime. The mechanical carriage navigated the crowd and soon arrived before an imposing three-story building. The structure was adorned with golden carvings and stood out prominently on the East Street. The cultivators entering and exiting were all remarkably powerful, their spiritual energy subdued yet palpable. I distinguished guest from the Miao Miao Sect, esteemed seniors. Please, come in. Upon their arrival, the old steward in the main hall immediately recognized Su Xiao and Lu Dajing. When the steward caught sight of Su Xiao's face, he was taken aback, his complexion flushing with excitement. "It is Elder Su. I humbly greet you, Elder Su." The steward was thrilled to see Su Xiao, whose status within the Miao Miao Sect was anything but ordinary. He was a revered inner sect elder. The owner of the Zilai Merchant Company treated him with utmost respect. Su Xiao chuckled warmly. "Haha, Manager Chen, I have come here to purchase some items for the younger generation, and the quantity is rather significant. I believe it would be more appropriate to discuss this on the third floor." "Of course, certainly," Manager Chen replied with a smile. "Please follow me. I will escort you both to the elegant chamber on the third floor, and the proprietor will personally attend to you shortly." On the third floor, in a beautifully fragrant and exquisite chamber, a charming woman clad in a purple dress gracefully entered. "Ah, I did not expect to see Elder Lu from the Miao Miao Sect here at the Zilai Commerce. It is indeed an honor for our establishment," she remarked, addressing the two gentlemen at the table. The woman in the purple dress approached them, greeting them warmly while extending her delicate, jade-like hands to pour tea for them. Su Xiao lifted his gaze, taking in her appearance. Her flowing purple silk gown accentuated her figure, and her face resembled a blooming flower, radiant and alluring. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and refined. Tall and slender, her curves were enchanting, with her fair legs subtly visible beneath her skirt, exuding an irresistible charm. The slight dip of her neckline showcased her impressive figure. Most captivating was the teardrop beauty mark at the corner of her eye, enhancing her allure and making her utterly captivating. "This is the proprietor of Zilai Commerce in Xiao City, Ziyun," she stated. "It has been quite a while, Manager Z. You appear even more remarkable than before," Su Xiao remarked with a smile. "How could I possibly compare to Elder Su?" Ziyun replied, her smile radiant. "Elder, what can I assist you with during your visit to our Zilai Commerce?" Seated beside her, Su Xiao expressed, "I have quite a few items in mind, so I must trouble Manager Z." Ziyun's eyes brightened. "Please, Elder Su, do not hesitate to share. We can certainly negotiate a satisfactory price." As Su Xiao had already prepared a list of items he wished to purchase, he began to enumerate 20 low-grade magical artifacts, 200 foundation establishment pills, and 20 essence gold pills. That should be all. Upon hearing this, Ziyun blinked in surprise, while Lu Danian beside them widened his eyes. "Master, why do you need so many items? Do you even have that many spirit stones?" he asked, bewildered. Initially, he had intended to pay for them himself as a gesture of filial piety, but now he felt compelled to remain silent. "That's so. Manager Z, do you have everything in stock?" Su Xiao inquired with a smile. "Absolutely," Ziyun replied with evident delight. "Elder Su, please follow me to the second floor, where we have over 100 low-grade magical artifacts on display. You are welcome to choose as you wish." 15 minutes later, at the entrance of Zilai Commerce, Su Xiao successfully spent 50 superior spirit stones to acquire his desired items. Among them, the 20 low-grade magical artifacts totaled 20 superior spirit stones, while the 200 foundation establishment pills amounted to 20 superior spirit stones, and the 20 essence gold pills also came to 20 superior spirit stones. Originally, the total would have been 60 superior spirit stones, but due to Su Xiao's status as an esteemed elder of the Miao Miao Sect and his status as a loyal customer, he received a discount, paying only 50 superior spirit stones. The enchanting Ziyun and Manager Chen bid farewell at the entrance, their eyes brimming with joy. 50 superior spirit stones represented a substantial sum. Lu Danian invited Su Xiao into the carriage, but Su Xiao paused, glancing back at the captivating Ziyun, asking Lu Danian to wait a moment. He then retrieved a low-grade golden hairpin, which he had specially chosen earlier, and presented it to Ziyun. With a hand stroking his white beard, Su Xiao smiled warmly. "Manager Z, this golden hairpin is so exquisite. It seems perfectly suited for a beauty like you." Since your establishment graciously offered me a discount of 10 superior spirit stones, I would like to gift this hairpin to you as a token of my appreciation. At this, the smiles of Ziyun and Manager Chen abruptly froze. Even Lu Danian behind them blinked in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Master, what are you doing? Are you flirting? Chapter 5. The Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. Manager Chen and Lu Danian stood rooted in place, while the alluring Ziyun appeared momentarily stunned. A venerable elder, white-haired and respected, was actually presenting a gift to her, a personal item like a hairpin. They could hardly speak. Manager Chen and Lu Danian dared not utter a word. With Su Zhao standing in the Miao Miao Sect, they were too intimidated to make a sound. Ziyun regained her composure, observing the warm and natural smile on the elder's wrinkled face. Her beautiful eyes blinked several times, reflecting surprise and confusion, followed by a hint of concealed delight. Old man. Nearing death, yet still harboring thoughts for a beautiful maiden. Ziyun chuckled inwardly. She had seen much of the world. What could it mean for such a distinguished elder to gift her a hairpin but a sign of romantic interest? However, he was simply too old for her to accept that. Of course, even if he were younger, she would not accept a gift from a man without reason. Thank you, Elder X. You die in the future. Should you wish to make further purchases, do consider supporting the business of Zilai Commerce. Ziyun graciously accepted the hairpin. Even if she could not truly accept it, she could not embarrass the esteemed elder of the Miao Miao Sect in front of so many people. Seeing this, Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled, "Haha, of course, with Manager Z's presence, I will surely patronize your establishment should I have any needs in the future." Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a low-grade hairpin, triggering a 1,000-fold return upon gifting to Ziyun for the first time, resulting in the acquisition of the Supreme Grade 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin, Supreme Grade Magical Artifact, capable of releasing a Fire Phoenix attack upon infusing spiritual energy. Its power increases with the user's cultivation level. A Supreme Grade Magical Artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. Su Zhao's heart leaped with joy as he beheld the radiant 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin in his spatial storage. The return was simply exhilarating. Although a Supreme Grade Magical Artifact is a notch below a magic treasure, it remains a highly sought-after item in the realm of cultivation. Previously, at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, he had never possessed a single Supreme Grade Magical Artifact. Even his junior sister, Du Guling, possessed only 2 Supreme Grade Magical Artifacts. If sold for spirit stones, it would fetch an astronomical price. Ziyun observed Su Zhao's ethereal demeanor and righteous presence, a hint of amusement flickering in her heart. The old fellow was putting on quite a show. After parting ways, Su Xiao boarded the carriage with Lu Danian's assistance. The carriage ambled along East Street toward the city gate. At the entrance of Zilai Commerce, Manager Chen observed the departing carriage with a peculiar expression. "Manager, I heard that Elder Su has but a year left to live. I never imagined he would still have such intentions." Truly, age is no barrier. Ziyun straightened her proud figure, a hint of self-satisfaction in her demeanor. "Haha, does this not demonstrate my exceptional charm as the manager? Now, off you go, old Chen. We must prepare, for Elder Su, with his limited time, will certainly visit us again to spin spirit stones. We must treat him with the utmost courtesy." East Street bustled with activity, bustling with various shops and throngs of people. In the carriage, Lu Danian cast a sympathetic glance at Su Xiao, who was seated in meditation. "Master, please hold on a bit longer. Master is already seeking a companion for you. Surely she will be no less remarkable than Ziyun." As a fellow man, he understood the loneliness that weighed on Su Zhao's heart. It was perfectly natural for him to wish to experience the company of a woman in his twilight years. He genuinely empathized. Su Xiao opened his eyes, looking at Lu Danian as if he were a fool. Lu Danian continued, "Master, if it comes to that, I can arrange for a few beautiful outer sect female disciples to attend to you. As the outer sect's law elder, they wouldn't dare refuse." Su Zhao's expression darkened as he exhaled heavily. He then gave Lu Danian a light slap on the head. "You rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? You want to exploit our sect's female disciples?" Su Xiao retorted. "Do you think your master is that kind of person? My gift to Ziyun was merely a gesture of goodwill. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Don, your master is not that sort of individual. My intentions behind the gift were different from what you think. Just trust me." Lu Danian looked at Su Zhao's sincere face and nodded earnestly. He thought to himself that his master, being such a respected figure, would not be interested in mere physical beauty. He had misinterpreted the situation. However, he did not inquire further about the true reason, as he chose to unconditionally trust his master. As the carriage approached an intersection, they noticed a crowd gathered ahead, with sounds of a dispute echoing from within. "Boss, how could you sell my junior sister these 3 foundation establishment pills? So heavily mixed with impurities? Are you not ashamed?" Outside a shop, a young man clad in a light blue robe shouted angrily at 4 or 5 attendants, his face brimming with outrage. Beside him stood a man and 3 women, all dressed in the light blue robes of the Miao Miao Sect's outer disciples. Among them, a slender and beautiful female disciple held 3 white pills, looking aggrieved as she gazed at the shop's attendants. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In front of the shop, the leading middle-aged manager maintained a polite demeanor as he replied, "Dear customers, our shop operates on a buy and leave policy." The transaction was completed in-store. "Now that you have been gone for a while, how can we know you did not switch these 3 foundation establishment pills to defraud us?" The male disciple stepped forward, frowning in silence. The beautiful female disciple immediately clarified, "I did not switch them. I bought these 3 foundation establishment pills from your shop. You are deceiving me." The female disciple's face was pale and sorrowful. She had finally saved enough to buy 3 foundation establishment pills, only to encounter such unscrupulous merchants. This represented all her savings. Surrounding onlookers, noticing her beauty, stepped forward to voice their support. "These shameless scoundrels. They even deceive a beautiful maiden. How utterly despicable! Do they not fear the Miao Miao Sect coming after them?" Amidst the crowd's indignation, the middle-aged manager calmly replied, "Everyone, do not be anxious. Our shop has always been honest in business and would never sell faulty pills. I suspect someone has switched the pills on this young lady. I suggest you quickly find the thief who swapped the pills. He likely hasn't gone far." This statement enraged not only the 5 outer disciples of the Miao Miao Sect, but also the surrounding crowd. It was clear that the shop was engaging in fraud. Sensing that the middle-aged manager was a cultivator at the core formation stage, the crowd and disciples instantly changed their expressions. The shopkeeper was indeed a formidable figure. Although fighting was forbidden within the city, those of higher cultivation naturally had greater authority in disputes. The beautiful female disciple's complexion paled. She realized that retrieving her 3 spirit stones was going to be exceedingly difficult. "What is happening?" Xiao inquired as he observed the congestion ahead. Danian responded, "Master, it seems several outer sect disciples from our sect have encountered a dispute with the shop. We need not concern ourselves. It will likely resolve shortly." There were numerous outer disciples from the Miao Miao Sect in Xiao City, and such disputes occurred daily. Usually, the sect did not intervene in minor matters concerning spirit stones and pills. It was up to the disciples to resolve, or else they would be overwhelmed with work. Xiao nodded. Detected fortune-blessed woman, Lin Yinner, fortune level, C, return multiplier, 10x, bond level, 1, note. Fortune level can be enhanced through special opportunities. "Oh," the system's voice resonated in his ear, causing Xiao's expression to shift slightly. Chapter 6. Bestowing Foundation Establishment Pills. A C-level fortune-blessed woman also offers an initial 10-fold return. Xiao's eyes brightened. He quickly waved his hand. "Dawn, stop the carriage. Since they are our sect's disciples, let us go take a look." Danian immediately nodded. "Yes, master." To him, his master's words were law. Whatever his master decreed was final. On the other side of the crowd, the middle-aged manager maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the group of disgruntled customers, a faint, sinister smile crossing his lips. The disciples of the Miao Miao Sect are truly sheltered flowers, naive and easily deceived. Now that I hold the upper hand, even elders from the Miao Miao Sect will find it difficult to intervene. Not to mention, the sect typically does not concern itself with trifling matters involving a few spirit stones. Sister, just let it go. Although these 3 foundation establishment pills are of poor quality, they still possess some efficacy. If you are lucky, you may still establish your foundation. 2 ordinary-looking female disciples comforted Lin Yinner. Clearly, the shopkeeper had no intention of issuing a refund, leaving them with no options. The 2 male disciples accompanying her felt embarrassed for Lin Yinner, who was their white moonlight. They wished to stand up for her, but faced with the manager's superior status as a high-level core formation cultivator, they dared not overstep. The surrounding crowd was equally furious, denouncing the unscrupulous merchants. Cough, cough. What is happening up ahead? Are there people bullying the disciples of the Miao Miao Sect? Just as the crowd was about to disperse, an aged voice resonated from behind them. Following that, Xiao, clad in a gray robe, approached, accompanied by Lu Danian in his blue robe. Upon recognizing the blue robe adorned with the Miao Miao Sect's insignia, the surrounding onlookers were instantly stunned. An outer sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Excitement surged through the crowd as they realized an esteemed elder had arrived, eager to witness the middle-aged manager's embarrassment. As the 5 disciples of the Miao Miao Sect recognized Lu Danian, their faces lit up with joy. D disciples, paying respects to Elder Lu Danian, as the law elder of the outer sect, made many public appearances, making him well known among the outer disciples. Cough. Lu Danian did not respond, instead glancing at Xiao with a knowing look. Upon observing Xiao's face, the 5 disciples were struck with shock, rapidly kneeling before him. The beautiful female disciple, Lin Yin'er, was so emotional she was on the verge of tears, repeatedly bowing her head as she pleaded, "Disciple Lin Yin'er requests Elder Su to seek justice for me." The commotion caused by the 5 disciples left the surrounding crowd in awe. The elderly figure, with his white hair, clearly held a position of great importance. His status was undoubtedly higher than that of the outer sect elder beside him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged manager and his employees turned pale at the sight of this unexpected arrival. The middle-aged manager's eyes revealed a hint of panic. Surely I am not so unfortunate as to encounter a high-ranking figure from the Miao Miao Sect? Quickly rise. If you have any grievances, please share them with me, Xiao said kindly, extending a hand to assist Lin Yin'er and her companions to their feet. He regarded the young woman with a gentle smile. Nodding slightly, Lin Yin'er was clad in a pale blue long gown, her slender figure reminiscent of a willowy branch, exuding a lightness that was almost ethereal. Her complexion was as fair as snow, and her beauty was striking, akin to a blooming blue lotus that radiated an enchanting aura of youth. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, imbued with warmth and innocence. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She appeared as pure and captivating as the girl next door. As the system-certified daughter of fortune, she certainly had her appearance down to perfection. The 5 individuals beside Lin Yin'er gazed at Xiao, their faces alight with excitement and surprise. They never anticipated encountering the renowned Elder Su at such a crucial moment. Esteemed and respected, known for his kindness and camaraderie, he was a figure of great repute within the sect. A male disciple hurriedly stepped forward, pointing at the unscrupulous merchants across the street and embellishing the tale of what had transpired. With Elder Su backing them, their confidence soared. Even if the Lord of Huishao City were to appear, they would surely reclaim Lin Shimi's spirit stones today. The onlookers grew increasingly expectant, with some even recognizing the venerable figure of Xiao from the Miao Miao Sect. Could it be that he was Elder Su? What? This esteemed elder is Xiao, the senior brother of the sect leader. Oh no, this shop is doomed. They have now been caught bullying someone from the Miao Miao Sect by Elder Su. Having listened to the male disciple's grievances, Xiao smiled as he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged shopkeeper and his companions. Liu Dajing, standing nearby, ominously emanated an overwhelming aura of nascent soul pressure, enveloping the shopkeeper and his associates. Feeling this sudden and terrifying pressure, the shopkeeper and several staff members, including the middle-aged proprietor, found their legs turning to jelly and fell to their knees. The middle-aged shopkeeper's face paled. Stripped of its earlier arrogance, he had just learned that this white-haired elder was indeed an inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect, the senior brother of the sect leader, Xiao. Elder Su. It's all a misunderstanding indeed. Struggling to rise, the middle-aged shopkeeper hastily approached Xiao and Lu Dajing, bowing in apology. Elder Su, there must be some mistake. This young lady's elixir was undoubtedly swapped by someone else. Our shop is truly innocent. He dared not admit the truth. If he confessed, and the lord of the city were to file a complaint against his shop, it would spell disaster for him. All he wanted now was to spend money to settle the matter. Xiao chuckled. Fear not, the Miao Miao Sect values reason. If it truly was a case of swapping, I will convey my apologies on behalf of the younger generation to the shopkeeper. Dajing, fetch those 3 Foundation establishment pills to examine if they originated from this shop. Liu Dajing nodded. Yes, Master Uncle, and no need. The middle-aged shopkeeper's face turned ashen, and he quickly interjected, There's no need for any investigation. We will compensate. We will give 3 times the amount. A nascent soul cultivator possesses myriad methods to trace the origins of such elixirs. Xiao smiled. You truly don't wish to investigate? The Miao Miao Sect does not take advantage of others lightly. Really, there's no need. The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Elder Su, it is an honor for our humble shop to have you here. How could we trouble Elder Su with such trifles? Rest assured, we will directly compensate 9 mid-grade spirit stones for that thief. With that, he retrieved 9 gleaming jade-white spirit stones from his storage bag. These were mid-grade spirit stones, each equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. A single high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 mid-grade ones. He handed the 9 mid-grade spirit stones directly to Lin Yenner, who stood momentarily dazed, her expression somewhat absent-minded. Subsequently, she gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Elder Su, you are truly wonderful. Seeing her reaction, Su Xiao did not refuse, smiling at the middle-aged shopkeeper. In that case, I thank you, shopkeeper. No need. No need. This is what we ought to do. The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, finally feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, the matter had not been pursued further. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the shopkeeper and his companions humbled before Su Xiao, could hardly contain their delight. Some even felt their faces flush with envy, yearning for a senior like him to support them. After receiving a few more compliments from the shopkeeper, Su Xiao approached Lin Yenner, smiling. You are Lin Yenner, correct? Startled, Lin Yenner quickly bowed respectfully. Outer Sect disciple Lin Yenner, thank you, Elder Su. Seeing you at the 9th level of Qi refining. It seems you are in need of foundation establishment pills to advance. Su Xiao slowly produced 10 pristine, flawless pills from his spatial pouch and offered them to her. I have a few foundation establishment pills that serve little purpose for me. Consider them a gift. Upon hearing this, everyone around was left utterly speechless. The 4 companions beside her revealed expressions of extreme envy. Not just them. Even the onlookers stared at Su Xiao in astonishment. This was the esteemed inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect. To gift 10 foundation establishment pills so casually? This girl was incredibly fortunate. Lin Yenner, under the envious gazes of her companions, extended her delicate hand, slightly trembling, to accept the 10 foundation establishment pills from Su Xiao. Her charming face flushed a deep red up to her neck. She was overwhelmed with excitement. She could hardly believe her stroke of luck. Disciple, thank you, Elder Su. Looking at the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hand, which were noticeably more translucent than the 3 she had previously owned, she realized that these were of exceptionally high quality. Gazing upon the elderly figure of Su Xiao, she recalled the rumors she had heard at the foot of Miao Miao Peak, that this elder was said to have but 1 year of life remaining. A wave of melancholy washed over her. She did not wish for such a remarkable elder to pass away so soon. Congratulations, the host successfully gifted 10 foundation establishment pills for the first time to Lin Yenner, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, returning a perfect youth-preserving pill. Perfect youth-preserving pill. Consuming it preserves youth, preventing any decline in appearance. A perfect youth-preserving pill. Su Xiao's eyes lit up at the system's voice in his ear. The youth-preserving pill was a special elixir, one of the most coveted by female cultivators. A product of perfect quality had never appeared on the market before. A single high-grade youth-preserving pill could easily sell for several hundred low-grade spirit stones. And even then, it was often unavailable. The return was simply delightful. Regaining his composure, Su Xiao looked at the respectfully bowing Lin Yenner and slowly remarked, Lin, with these 10 foundation establishment pills, you should have no trouble advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me out for assistance. With that, Su Xiao, amidst the envious and longing gazes of the crowd, boarded a carriage with Lu Dajing and began to depart. The daughter of fortune was indeed a rare find, and he aimed to cultivate a good relationship with each one he encountered for future blessings. Lin Yenner was certainly a worthy candidate for such endeavors, not merely a matter of gaining advantage, but rather a mutual benefit. Disciple bids farewell to the elder. Lin Yenner and her companions watched the carriage fade into the distance, still entranced by the extraordinary encounter they had just experienced. Shimmy, you have struck it rich. 9 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. This is a tremendous opportunity. The 2 female companions beside her were so envious they nearly drooled. They regretted not purchasing some foundation establishment pills earlier. If they had been deceived, Elder Su would undoubtedly have gifted them something too. Lin Shimmy. Elder Su mentioned that if you face difficulties in your cultivation, you can seek him out. What a monumental opportunity. The 2 male disciples beside her blushed, their faces contorted with excitement. This meant that their beloved Shimi had received the favor of Elder Su. By comparison, 10 foundation establishment pills appeared trivial. Did they not see how Lu Dajing behaved like a mere sidekick in front of Elder Su? Even if Elder Su had but a year left to live, it was still a tremendous opportunity. Lin Yin'er felt somewhat flustered as her companion's words left her both flattered and bewildered. She gazed in the direction Elder Su had departed, her heart racing. She never expected such legendary fortune to fall upon her. Overjoyed and elated, her beautiful face flushed crimson, and even her breathing quickened. Elder Su truly was so kind to me. After the excitement subsided, her 4 companions looked at Lin Yin'er, each feeling a twinge of disappointment. How could such a grand opportunity not have befallen them? The heavens were indeed unfair. The crowd remained, casting envious glances at Lin Yin'er. Ah, this is what it means to be a disciple of a great sect. What astonishing luck she is that I wish I could become a disciple of the Miao Miao Sect. Elder Su is still so handsome even in his old age. I want to bear his children. In the old man's view, this young lady's connection with Elder Su would likely lead her to soar to great heights in the future. Indeed, fortune is something that may one day smile upon oneself. The crowd was filled with envy and awe. When fortune descends from the heavens, everyone hopes it will land upon them. Outside the city gates, Lu Dajing retrieved the carriage and then gazed at Su Xiao with a strange expression. The latter furrowed his white brows, seemingly understanding something. He lifted his leg and kicked Lu Dajing's backside, exclaiming in anger, "I told you there is a reason for Master Uncle's gifts. What kind of look is that?" "Why yes, Master Uncle has his reasons. Rest assured, I understand." Lu Dajing dodged another kick from Su Xiao, grinning foolishly. After these 2 instances of gifting, he had begun to sense his Master Uncle's intentions. While smiling foolishly, he also felt a silent sorrow. Master Uncle was indeed too lonely, too isolated. Upon returning, he must quickly inform the sect leader to find a beautiful partner for his Master Uncle. Although he only had a year left to live, he should still experience the joy of being a man. His Master Uncle was too shy to say it, so as his disciple, he must fulfill this filial duty. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Dajing respectfully assisted Su Xiao onto it. The sword soared into the sky, carrying the 2 men straight to Miao Miao Peak at the secluded small courtyard on the mountainside of the Miao Miao Sect. Su Xiao bid farewell to Lu Dajing and sat upon a mat of coarse grass within the room. It appeared that every first gift to a daughter of fortune would reliably trigger a critical hit. He took out the exquisite and beautiful 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin, feeling the immense power contained within it, and nodded in satisfaction. A perfect grade magical artifact was essentially the strongest weapon possessed by cultivators. Even possessing several such artifacts would make it effortless to slay foes of higher ranks. He would keep it for now, as it could either serve him in the future or be gifted to others. Su Xiao returned the hairpin to his spatial pouch and took out a crystalline perfect youth-preserving pill. This was also a treasure that was hard to come by in the cultivation world. Yet he currently had no use for it. He didn't know much about the youth-preserving pill. What if he took it and ended up preserving this aged appearance? That would be a disaster. Just to be safe, it was best to wait for an opportunity to gift it to someone. No female cultivator could resist the allure of a perfect youth-preserving pill. He could find a chance to give it to a junior sister. She, being an SS-grade daughter of fortune, might trigger another critical hit upon receiving it for the first time. A perfect scenario. With a plan in mind, he stored the youth-preserving pill and prepared for his first cultivation session after failing to transcend. He was currently at the first level of foundation establishment. The cultivation realms in this world are divided into Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, god transformation, and void refinement, among others. Each major realm consists of 9 levels, and different realms require different pills to aid in cultivation. For instance, since he was currently at the foundation establishment stage, he needed to consume foundation establishment pills to accelerate his training. Of course, most cultivators could not afford foundation establishment pills and had to rely on sheer effort, relying entirely on their innate talent. However, he still had 190 foundation establishment pills left, more than enough. With the system supporting his cultivation resources, it was of little concern. Miao Miao longevity technique, Su Xiao swallowed a foundation establishment pill and began to circulate the inner sect's cultivation method, the Miao Miao longevity technique. This was a powerful technique that only inner sect disciples could practice. Regular outer sect disciples could only cultivate a diluted version of the Miao Miao technique. Soon as the foundation establishment pill entered his stomach, The Miao Miao longevity technique circulated for just one cycle, and he felt a sudden breaking sensation within him. Congratulations, the host's realm has been elevated to the second level of foundation establishment. Chapter 8. The admiration in the sect's plaza so soon? Xiao felt the second level of foundation establishment and his eyes flickered. He surmised that it was likely due to the spirit essence he regained after consuming the longevity pill, which had replenished some of the spiritual energy lost during the tribulation. With renewed determination, Xiao continued to meditate on the mat, swiftly channeling the power of the foundation establishment pills. Typically, a single foundation establishment pill could sustain a cultivator for 3 days. But within just one night, Xiao had consumed 5, propelling his cultivation to the 4th level of foundation establishment. After breaking through to the 4th level, his cultivation speed began to slow slightly. Drawing from his previous experience of reaching the 9th level of nascent soul, he found that under the enhancement of the foundation establishment pills, his cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. When dawn broke the next day, Xiao emerged from his meditation, feeling invigorated. Such a rapid cultivation speed could wear on one's mental state, so he planned to stabilize his realm before gradually progressing. With 51 years of life remaining, there was no need for haste. He could take his time to eye in the outer mountain hall. On the sect's plaza, numerous outer sect disciples clad in blue robes had already begun their breathing exercises on the jade stone square. This was one of the most spiritually rich locations in the entire outer mountain, a favored free training ground for outer sect disciples. The disciples generally ranged in cultivation from the chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, and none could fly with their swords. Only upon reaching the core formation stage, after practicing sword flight techniques, could they break free from the earth's constraints and soar through the skies. Core formation cultivators comprise the backbone of the sect. Once an outer sect disciple reached the core formation stage, the sect would begin assigning them responsibilities. Some exceptionally gifted disciples might even catch the eye of an inner sect elder and be taken into the inner mountain, achieving the dream of all outer sect disciples. Among the seated crowd in the plaza, the youthful and graceful Lin Yin'er was also present. She sat cross-legged with closed eyes, diligently practicing the outer sect's Miao Miao technique. Having reached the 9th level of chi refining, she was preparing to enter seclusion to consume the foundation establishment pills and break through to the foundation establishment realm. Even now, she was still exhilarated by the extraordinary encounter from the previous day. During her cultivation, she occasionally opened her beautiful eyes, secretly marveling at the kindness of Elder Su, who had been so generous. Brother, have you heard? Yesterday, Lin Shimi was deceived by unscrupulous merchants in Huishao City and encountered our Elder Su. While Lin Yin'er was meditating, disciples around her glanced over with interest, their eyes filled with envy. Such fortuitous encounters were rare, yet it seemed Lin Yin'er had been graced with one. Of course, oh my, junior brother, this news has spread like wildfire among us outer sect disciples. How could I not know? Our Elder Su is truly a rare benefactor, willing to stand up for us outer sect disciples. As discussions began to ripple through the plaza, nearly all the disciples formed small groups to discuss the event. Rumor had it that when the unscrupulous merchant saw Elder Su, he was so terrified he nearly wet himself. He even knelt to present 9 mid-grade spirit stones as compensation to Lin Shimi. How gratifying that was. Ha ha ha. Our Lin Shimi only spent 3 mid-grade spirit stones, and now she has profited by 6. What a windfall. You left out the most important part. Not only did Lin Shimi gain 6 mid-grade spirit stones, but Elder Su personally gifted her 10 high-quality foundation establishment pills afterward. That's the real key. Oh, right. 9 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. How come such incredible luck never falls upon me? With 10 foundation establishment pills, given Lin Shimi's talent, she could very well leap directly to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. I'm so envious. At this moment, several female disciples chimed in with their own comments. That's not all. You are unaware, but Elder Su mentioned before his departure that Lin Yin'er could seek him at any time should she encounter difficulties in her cultivation. This is truly Lin Yin'er's genuine opportunity. Oh heavens, how enviable. What a remarkable elder. I must seek out Elder Su. I wish to serve as his maid. Come now, this is an opportunity. If you were to visit Elder Su's courtyard now, he might very well shoo you away. Ha ha. Alas. Lin Yin'er is truly fortunate. The murmurs around varied in volume, with some naturally reaching Lin Yin'er and her 2 senior sisters. Ears point one of the senior sisters smiled at Lin Yin'er, saying, Junior sister, you are now quite famous. Everyone is envious of you. The other senior sister urged junior sister, since Elder Su has said so, why not pay him a visit? With Elder Su's guidance, your foundation establishment would be a certainty. Lin Yin'er felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, unable to remain still. She glanced at her two senior sisters and, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, Senior sisters, this may not be appropriate. Elder Su likely just said that casually. Besides, with Elder Su's foundation establishment elixir, I should be able to establish my foundation. The slightly plump senior sister chimed in, Junior sister, how can you let such a grand opportunity slip away? Alas, you are so naive. The other, somewhat slender senior sister's eyes sparkled as she said, Junior sister, considering how much Elder Su has aided you, and he resides right here in our outer mountain, you must go express your gratitude. Otherwise, it would be quite impolite. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin'er contemplated for a moment. Her senior sister was right. Elder Su had helped her immensely and fortuitously. He was right outside the door. Given his advancing years and solitary existence, he must feel quite lonely. Regardless, she should personally express her thanks. With a decision made, she informed her two senior sisters and returned to her quarters. The disciples' quarters of the Misty Cloud sect were uniformly arranged, with male disciples on one side and female disciples on the other, mostly single rooms. Lin Yin'er returned to her tidy and fragrant abode, reflecting on the situation, and decided to bring along a box of pastries her mother had prepared for her. It would be insincere to go empty-handed. Though these pastries were not extravagant, they conveyed her heartfelt gratitude. Feeling somewhat anxious, her delicate face flushed a shade of crimson. Lin Yin'er held the elegantly packaged box as she descended to the foothills, nervously approaching Elder Su's villa. Disciple Lin Yin'er has come. Tio expressed gratitude to Elder Su. Outside the courtyard, Lin Yin'er stammered nervously, having mustered her courage to approach. Elder Su, reclining in a rocking chair while sipping tea, had already sensed her presence. His eyes brightened slightly as he observed the charming young woman, and he nodded with a smile. Clad in a light blue robe, she exuded gracefulness. Her fair and delicate features shone with youthful vitality, her poised figure standing like a budding lotus in water. Ah, it is you, Lin Yin'er. I remember you. Elder Su beckoned. The courtyard door is unlocked. Please enter. Just as he had anticipated, the fortunate girl had come to him of her own accord. Chapter 9. Lin Yin'er arrives. Hearing Elder Su's aged voice, Lin Yin'er trembled slightly. She then timidly pushed open the modest courtyard door and cautiously stepped inside. The courtyard housed 3 buildings, and Elder Su, in his gray robe, sat at a wooden table in the courtyard, beaming at her with warmth and approachability. Lin Yin'er hurried forward, holding the exquisite box of pastries with both hands, kneeling on one leg, and stammered, Elder, I have come. Tio expressed my gratitude for your kindness yesterday. This is the famous pastry from my hometown, brought as a token of thanks for you, Elder. Her body was tense, her head bowed, unable to meet Elder Su's gaze, for the disparity in status between them was immense. He was a revered inner sect elder and a senior of the sect master, while she was merely an inconspicuous outer sect disciple. She feared that her visit might impose upon Elder Su and dreaded he might look down upon her humble gift. Ha, rise and place it on the table, Elder Su said, halting his rocking and straightening his frail frame, gesturing towards the wooden table beside him. Lin Yin'er, upon hearing this, quickly approached and respectfully placed the pastries on the table. The pastries, encased in a redwood box adorned with golden patterns, were clearly not the sort of delicacies an ordinary household could afford. Take a seat, young friend Lin. There is no need to be overly formal. Noticing her nervousness, Elder Su smiled reassuringly. Just treat me as a simple, aging old man. Lin Yin'er, taken aback by his casual demeanor, hurriedly replied, No. Elder Su, you must still have many years ahead of you. Immediately regretting her words, she realized she might have touched upon a sensitive subject. She hesitated to sit beside him, overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Elder Su, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Elder Su, I shall take my leave now. Her anxious words tumbled forth, and she stood beside Elder Su like a frightened little kitten. Elder Su's white brows twitched slightly at her words. Leave? I cannot allow you to depart so easily. I must find a reason to keep you here and offer you something. His old eyes shifted, and he chuckled. Not so fast, young friend Lin. Do you have a master in the outer sect? Lin Yin'er blinked her bright eyes and shook her head, replying, No, Elder. I am merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Not yet at the foundation establishment stage. Elder Su nodded in understanding. Outer sect disciples below the foundation establishment stage were uniformly managed, with outer sect elders taking turns imparting teachings in the main hall. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one potentially be accepted as a disciple by an outer sect elder for focus training. Young friend Lin, I perceive you possess considerable talent. With 10 foundation establishment elixirs, you should be able to reach the foundation establishment stage. Elder Su continued, our meeting yesterday signifies a connection. Should you encounter any difficulties within the sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Yinner's heart raced with excitement. Elder Su had indeed reiterated his willingness to assist her. Initially, she thought it might have been a casual remark, but now it seemed he genuinely intended to help her. Overjoyed, Lin Yinner promptly knelt before Elder Su, bowing her head in sincere gratitude. Disciple, thanks you. Elder, thank you. Elder, no need for such formality. As I have said, we are connected by fate. Elder Su then inquired, could you do me a favor? Rising, Lin Yinner blushed as she replied, Elder, please feel free to ask. I will assist you with anything I am capable of. Her eyes sparkled with determination. She now understood that forming a bond with Elder Su was the most significant turning point and opportunity in her cultivation journey. Elder Su sighed with a smile. I am an old man, and my shoulders have been aching. Young friend Lin, would you mind giving them a gentle massage for me? My old bones are becoming rather stiff. Lin Yinner was momentarily taken aback. This was incredibly simple, wasn't it? Just a shoulder massage? No problem, she replied eagerly. Taking a deep breath, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her fair, slender arms. Then, with a fragrant breeze, she approached Elder Su's rocking chair and began to gently massage his shoulders. Elder Su, please let me know if the pressure is right. Lin Yinner was sincere and tender in her efforts. She was cautious not to apply too much pressure, fearing it might discomfort Elder Su. Elder Su, feeling the gentle touch on his shoulders, nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, yes, keep going. He exhaled softly, his face displaying an expression of enjoyment. This girl indeed possessed some skill in massage. Lin Yinner observed the relaxation on his aged face and felt a surge of happiness within her. Elder Su had helped her immensely, and she wished to do something in return. Moreover, as an elderly man, he likely felt quite lonely. She yearned to spend more time with him. As Elder Su enjoyed the massage, he opened the box on the table and took a bite of a pastry. Delicious, young friend Lin. These pastries are truly delightful, far superior to those served in the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinner beamed. If Elder Su enjoys them, I shall have my mother send more, so you can indulge often. Elder Su smiled, sipping tea, eating pastries, and relishing the massage. This leisurely life seemed quite pleasant. As time passed, Lin Yinner appeared tireless in her task of massaging Elder Xu. It was only around noon that Elder Su finally called for a halt. Young friend Lin, that should be enough. Thank you. Lin Yinner quickly stepped aside, saying, No. Elder Su has shown me great kindness. This is nothing. If Elder Su wishes, I will come every day to assist you. Haha, coming daily is unnecessary. We can discuss that once you reach the foundation establishment stage. Elder Su rose, his aged frame still standing tall. Looking at the vibrant and youthful Lin Yinner, he inquired, do you possess any protective talismans? Lin Yinner was taken aback, replying, No, I lack sufficient spirit stones. Elder Su chuckled, retrieving 3 low-grade talismans from his spatial storage, a jade hairpin, a ring, and a sword. These talismans had been selected from the Zilai Trading Company, designed for ease of gifting to a fortunate girl. Young friend Lin, having helped me for so long, I wish to express my gratitude. This jade hairpin is a low-grade offensive talisman. This ring is a low-grade defensive talisman. And this sword is also a low-grade talisman. Elder Su smiled at the stunned Lin Yinner, saying, I have no need for these talismans anymore. You and I share a bond, and since you have assisted me, I wish for you to have them for your protection. Lin Yinner's eyes widened in shock. She felt as if she were on the verge of petrification. 3 low-grade talismans? That was equivalent to 3 high-grade spirit stones. This was far too precious. Elder Su was gifting them to her? Elder Su took her hand and placed the talismans within her grasp, smiling. No need for politeness. This is trivial to me. Young friend Lin, with these 3 talismans, you need not fear being bullied in the outer sect. Lin Yinner gazed at the talismans in her hands, then glanced back at Elder Su's aged, wrinkled face. Her eyes began to glisten, tears streaming down her cheeks. Kneeling, she cried, Disciple, thanks you for your generosity. Elder, should you ever require anything, I will gladly comply, no matter the cost. Her shock gradually transformed into sheer joy. Lin Yin'er realized she had encountered a great benefactor. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving 3 low-grade talismans, returning mid-grade talismans, by Eugene Chai, Xin Guangjie, and Lu Xingjian. 3 mid-grade talismans have been stored in the spatial inventory. Elder Su, upon hearing the system's voice near his ear, smiled inwardly. This was likely a standard tenfold return. Without triggering a critical hit. 1 mid-grade talisman was roughly equivalent to the value of 10 low-grade talismans. Although it wasn't a critical hit, he still profited handsomely. Quite satisfactory. Chapter 10. The sect square erupts, overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Yin'er sincerely bid farewell to Elder Su once more before respectfully exiting the villa. She looked at the 3 talismans glowing in her hands, her heart a whirlpool of feelings. Elder Su had been exceedingly kind to her. From now on, she would repay Elder Su's kindness. She would willingly do anything for him. As she walked along the path leading away from the villa towards the mountain road, she noticed her 2 senior sisters waiting at the entrance. Senior sisters? What are you doing here? Lin Yin'er asked in surprise as she approached them. The slightly plump senior sister grinned. Junior sister, we came to see how you fared with Elder Su. How did it go? Elder Su must have been very kind, right? Did he offer you any guidance? The slender senior sister looked at Lin Yin'er with eager anticipation. In no guidance at all, Lin Yin'er adjusted her beautiful gaze. Huh? No guidance? That can't be true, the plump senior sister remarked, still skeptical. You spent the entire morning with Elder Su. He didn't he offer you any insights? The slender senior sister pressed on, still filled with disbelief. Lin Yin'er replied, really, there was none. Elder Su had sore shoulders, and I merely helped him with a massage. What? The 2 senior sisters were taken aback, then their eyes lit up with excitement. This was a good sign. It indicated that Elder Su had a favorable relationship with her. Don't worry, even if he didn't provide guidance this time, he'll surely offer some next time. The 2 senior sisters were exhilarated. If Lin Yin'er formed a good relationship with Elder Su, they, as her close associates, would undoubtedly benefit in the future. Even if they couldn't feast on the meat, they could at least savor the broth. Wait, junior sister, why do you have so many talismans in your hands? The slender senior sister suddenly exclaimed. These are 3 low-grade talismans, junior sister. Where did you get these? Lin Yin'er blinked her eyes, recalling Elder Su's warm smile, and joyfully replied, these were given to me by Elder Su. He said it was a reward for helping him with the massage boom. Upon hearing this news, the 2 senior sisters felt as though they had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless for quite some time. A morning shoulder massage earned 3 low-grade talismans. Such a thing exceeded their understanding. No, the 2 senior sisters shouted internally. Why? Why wasn't it them? Talismans. Combined, they didn't even possess a single talisman. In the small courtyard, Elder Su returned to his rocking chair. The box of pastries, which had originally contained 8, now only had 3 left after the massage session. Young friend Lin's pastries are quite delicious. Elder Su picked another one up, enjoying it alongside his tea. The pastry seemed to contain a floral filling, leaving a lingering fragrance upon finishing. 3 mid-grade talismans. There's no rush, I will have the opportunity to gift more later. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. For these Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples, low-grade talismans sufficed. Mid-grade talismans were best reserved for those at the core formation stage and above, as they would yield a more substantial return. According to the system's nature, gifting had to be reasonable. He couldn't just give things away indiscriminately. He checked his spatial inventory. 16 low-grade talismans remaining, 184 foundation establishment elixirs, 50 high-grade spirit stones, and 20 essence-gathering pills for core formation cultivators. With plenty of items to give, he would take his time. No need to rush. That Lin Yin'er had considerable talent, and once she reached the foundation establishment stage, he could gift her again. The following morning, the sect square exploded with excitement. Lin Yin'er was not present, as she was in her room, already in seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The square was filled with over 1,000 outer sect disciples who had lost interest in meditative practices. They clustered together in groups, discussing Lin Yin'er's situation from the previous day. Oh my goodness, have you all heard? This is madness, absolutely insane. My heavens, 3 talismans. Elder Su gifted Lin Jr.'s sister 3 low-grade talismans yesterday. Some disciples in the square were going wild. Although they were low-grade talismans, each could only be purchased with a high-grade spirit stone. The mere act of gifting such items was unfathomable to them. Do you know why Elder Su gifted Lin Jr.'s sister those talismans? Simply because she massaged his shoulders. How insane, utterly insane. Massaging shoulders for half a day earns 3 low-grade talismans as a reward? This world is too crazy. I have worked tirelessly to complete sect tasks, and it has taken me years to afford a single low-grade talisman, while that Lin Yinner just massages a shoulder and receives 3? I refuse to accept this. I want to die. Some of the calmer disciples began to analyze the situation. Don't panic. There is still a chance. Listen to my analysis. Elder Su's time is drawing near, and with his 1,000-year accumulation, he must possess many valuable items. Elder Su possesses no partner, no descendants, and no disciples. This indicates that his belongings remain unclaimed, which explains his generous disposition. After this thorough analysis, all the surrounding disciples gathered with curiosity. The speaker continued, Junior Sister Lin merely encountered good fortune, catching Elder Su's attention by chance. There is nothing particularly special about her. Let us act swiftly and venture to Elder Su's abode. Perhaps, should he be in a good mood, he might casually bestow upon us a plethora of magical artifacts and elixirs, leading to our prosperity. Following this reasoning, excitement gleamed in everyone's eyes. It made perfect sense. If Elder Su's relics were not to be inherited by his own disciples, then to whom else would they go? Would he take them to his grave? Elder Su, I am coming. I wish to be your godson. No, your grandson. I shall also go. I am willing to serve Elder Su with tea, wash his feet, and prepare his bed. All I seek is for him to be pleased enough to grant me a single elixir, and if Elder Su could gift me a magical artifact, I would gladly warm his bed. Oh, Junior Sister, have you looked at your own plain face? Even I would shy away. Get lost. The crowd erupted in merriment, yet only a few dared to descend the mountain to Elder Su's residence. These individuals were willing to risk their reputations. In the Panlong continent, where cultivation resources are scarce and precious, such items are essential for practitioners, even more so than mere currency. If a pathway existed, they would brave even the direst dangers, let alone the loss of face. Numerous female cultivators, possessing a modicum of beauty, often resorted to trading their bodies for resources. Disciples bowing to Elder Su. A chorus of disciples' kowtows resonated from outside, leaving Su Xiao momentarily bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why were so many outer disciples congregating at his residence? Chapter 11. The fortunate woman, Jean Liuxiang. Su Xiao rose and stepped outside. Upon witnessing the sea of kneeling figures, his white brows furrowed slightly. The bold outer male disciple spoke, Elder Su. Residing alone on the outer mountain, it must be quite inconvenient for you to tidy up your courtyard. Fear not. Since you have come to the outer mountain, how could we, your disciples, stand idly by? Allow me to take on the task of cleaning. Before Su Xiao could respond, the disciple swiftly retrieved a broom from his storage pouch and rushed into the courtyard, fervently beginning to sweep. The fervor and sincerity with which he worked left Su Xiao momentarily stunned. Seeing the task of cleaning being seized, the surrounding disciples instantly became restless. Elder Su, Brother Zhou cannot manage this alone. I shall assist him. Oh dear Elder Su, there's a wasp nest forming beside your courtyard. Oh, those are venomous bees. Leave it to me, Elder Su. Several trees have toppled behind your courtyard. It's a bit unsightly. I will take care of it and ensure it looks just as it did before. As the quick-witted disciples found their respective tasks, the remaining individuals began brainstorming. Elder Su, your roof may leak during rain. I will repair it right away. This fence is secure. I will handle it, Elder Su. I shall sweep your house. I will polish the floor. I will unclog the toilet. As each outer disciple found peculiar tasks to occupy themselves with, Su Xiao blinked, still somewhat bewildered. What on earth was happening? He refrained from scolding these outer disciples, recognizing their enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly understood it must be that the news of him gifting Lin Yinner something had spread. Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. This group of disciples, no doubt envious of Lin Yinner, sought to gain some advantage from him. How amusing! Each of them, neglecting their duties in favor of such shortcuts. He returned to his rocking chair, remaining silent as he observed the outer disciples laboring around him. Naturally, he had no intention of gifting anything. Why would he engage in such unprofitable endeavors? He would wait until their enthusiasm waned before departing. No matter. As he rocked and savored his tea, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Detected fortunate woman, Jean Liuxiang, fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 10x, bond level, 1. Oh, there's a fortunate woman among them? Su Zhao's eyes widened as he gazed toward the direction indicated by the system. There, he spotted a young woman clad in a light blue robe, diligently watering the plants he had cultivated in a corner of the courtyard. Her eyes occasionally darted towards Su Xiao, clearly hoping for a stroke of luck. Su Zhao's gaze brightened, and he closed his eyes, silently observing her with his divine sense. With so many people present, it was not the right time to act. He would wait for the crowd to thin before seeking an opportunity to present a gift. Did Elder Su just glance at me? Jian Liuxiang felt her heart race as she watered the plants. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She sensed that her speculation might be correct. Since the news of Elder Su's gift to Lin Yin'er had spread among the outer disciples, she had been analyzing the situation, pondering why Elder Su would act thus. Judging by the special look he had just cast in her direction, she felt certain that Elder Su, being an elderly man, might be yearning for the company of beautiful female cultivators. Jian Liuxiang was no naive girl. She had advanced to the second layer of foundation establishment through her cleverness and understanding of men's natures. Though she had never been intimate with a man, she skillfully manipulated her male peers to procure cultivation resources. Achieving the second layer of foundation establishment was a testament to both her striking appearance and her adeptness in navigating male attention. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Jian Liuxiang felt invigorated. An old man is still a man, and all men are drawn to beautiful women like her. With newfound confidence, she surveyed the eager disciples around her, suppressing a smirk at a bunch of fools, completely oblivious to what Elder Su truly desires, wasting their efforts. Even a plain-faced woman has come, lacking any self-awareness. Ha! As time passed, Jian Liuxiang continued to water the plants at her own pace. She was in no rush. As long as Elder Su did not send her away, she had her own methods to deal with a man like him. Meanwhile, those cleaning the courtyard had swept it 3 times, finding little left to do. Seeing Su Xiao remain motionless in his rocking chair, they sighed in defeat and respectfully took their leave. What else could they do? They couldn't stay at Elder Su's residence indefinitely. After all, alas, it seemed that this opportunity was not as easily obtainable as they had hoped. The sweepers departed first, and the remaining disciples, losing confidence, approached Su Xiao one by one to bid farewell. He smiled as he sent them off, grateful for their efforts. By afternoon, only one person remained in the courtyard, Jian Liuxiang. Elder Su, I have finished watering the flowers and shall take my leave. Jian Liuxiang stepped gracefully before Su Xiao, bidding him farewell with a gentle tone. A glimmer of hope danced in her eyes as she furtively glanced at the elderly man. At that moment, Su Xiao rose to his feet, regarding the young woman before him. The sect's robe fit snugly, perfectly accentuating her exquisite curves. She possessed an alluring beauty, her skin fair and unblemished. Her figure was striking, her robe struggling to contain her bosom, her abdomen flat without an ounce of excess flesh, and her waist slender as willows. Her flirtatious eyes sparkled with warmth and affection, truly captivating. Su Xiao exhaled softly, gazing at the young woman with a smile and inquiring, "My young friend, what is your name?" Jian Liuxiang's expression brightened at the question. She was the first to be asked. Fixing her ardent gaze upon Su Xiao, she shyly replied, "I am Jian Liuxiang." Su Xiao nodded, asking, "What is your current cultivation level?" "I am at the second layer of foundation establishment." "Do you have a master?" "Yes, my master is the enforcer team steward, Zhou Xiao." Su Xiao acknowledged, recognizing Zhou Xiao as a subordinate of Lu Danian. A C-level fortunate woman, and judging by her appearance, she was likely only around 20 years old, yet already at the foundation establishment stage, truly a gifted disciple. The system's assessments were never wrong. They were all beauties. That Su Xiao smiled. "Today, I must thank you, young friend Jean, for tending to the plants in my courtyard. I feel a connection with you. Here are 10 foundation establishment pills. As I am elderly and have no use for them, I present them to you as a token of my gratitude." With that, he retrieved 10 pristine foundation establishment pills from his spatial pouch and handed them to Jian Liuxiang. As she gazed at the 10 pills in her hands, her eyes widened in astonishment, filled with joy. Instantly, she knelt and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Su." At that very moment, several outer disciples who had not yet departed and were covertly observing from a distance were left utterly dumbfounded. He gifted them. Elder Su truly gave something away. Chapter 12. The return of the supreme longevity pill those disciples hiding in the distance were unwilling to miss out. They only wished to see whether Elder Su would indeed offer gifts. To their astonishment, he truly did. Moreover, he bestowed them upon the last disciple who remained. Regret washed over them as they realized they had not worked long enough. How infuriating! Had they known, they would have stayed. Back in the courtyard, Su Xiao watched the kneeling Jin Liuxiang express her thanks. The system's voice chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment Pills. This is the first gift to Jin Liuxiang. 100-fold critical hit is triggered, returning the Supreme Longevity Pill. Supreme Longevity Pill. Consuming it increases lifespan by 300 years. 300 years of lifespan. Su Xiao's heart leaped with joy. This was precisely what he needed. Currently, he had only 51 years left to live. Until he advanced to the 9th layer of nascent soul, his lifespan would remain unchanged. Only upon overcoming the thunder tribulation again and breaking through to the God transformation stage would his lifespan limit increase from 1,000 years to 3,000 years. At that point, he would truly be rejuvenated. Returning to his peak form, he would regain his youthful appearance, becoming as striking as he once was. Indeed, 300 years of lifespan. Given the system, attaining the God transformation stage would be effortless. Gazing at Jin Liuxiang ahead, Su Xiao was in high spirits as he stepped forward to assist her. Young friend Jin, there is no need for such formalities. We are fated. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I will assist you. Jin Liuxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Observing the amiable smile on the elderly man's face, she inwardly chuckled. Elder Su, it seems you are indeed yearning for companionship in your twilight years. As Su Xiao supported her, she slyly shifted her gaze and suddenly lunged forward. It appeared she stumbled, falling into Su Xiao's embrace. Su Xiao was taken aback. Oh dear. Elder Su, I apologize. I just twisted my ankle. Jin Liuxiang steadied herself against Su Xiao's body before expressing her gratitude and departing. However, her conviction that Elder Su harbored a desire for her was now unwavering. No worries, Su Xiao chuckled lightly. Dear Jin, do take care. Should you face any challenges, feel free to seek me out. This. Jin Liuxiang respectfully bowed. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. I shall never refuse your future requests. After exchanging several more words of gratitude, she confidently took her leave. Her heart brimmed with excitement. Compared to her fellow disciples and her master Zhou Xiao, who were insignificant in comparison to Elder Su, she realized that as long as she cultivated a good relationship with Elder Su, her path to advancement would be securely paved. Elated, Jin Liuxiang began devising her future plans on her way back. Meanwhile, the scene that had unfolded in the courtyard left those spying in shock. What had just transpired? That green tea bitch, Jin Liuxiang, had actually thrown herself into Elder Su's arms. And Elder Su made no effort to resist? Holy moly! What had they just witnessed? In that moment, the hearts of the remaining outer disciples were struck with tremendous upheaval. Jin Liuxiang couldn't possibly be planning to use her beauty to obtain Elder Su's resources, could she? Elder Su, you must not fall for that green tea's charms. In the courtyard, Su Xiao returned to his room and sat on his mat. A slight smile gracing his lips. Jin Liuxiang is indeed a woman with some cunning. However, it matters not. As long as she is a fortunate woman, I shall welcome her with open arms. Each one is a potential partner in this mutually beneficial pursuit. In the future, my path to immortality will rely on the returns from these fortunate women. Taking out the glimmering supreme longevity pill from his spatial pouch, Su Xiao examined it closely. Once a product reaches the supreme quality, it commands a staggering price. The longevity pills given to him by Ji Shui were likely of only mid-grade quality, providing a mere 50 years of additional life, while this supreme one promised 300 years. Without further ado, Su Xiao swallowed the longevity pill, intending to keep it for himself. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through him, emanating from his internal organs and gradually spreading throughout his body. Ultimately, he felt invigorated, as though he had returned to his youthful days. Not only did his withered skin and aged appearance improve slightly, with wrinkles diminishing, but his organs and muscles had been deeply restored by this supreme longevity pill. He felt as robust as any young man, if not surpassing them in some aspects. His heart brimmed with satisfaction. The effects were remarkable. Su Xiao nodded in approval. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Cultivation level: Foundation establishment. 4th layer. Special physique: none. Remaining lifespan, 301 years. It seems the longevity pill cannot be reused. Xiao observed the remaining lifespan and surmised that the effects of the supreme longevity pill had overridden those of the previous one. Afterward, he sat on the mat and began cultivating the ethereal longevity technique. Point 1 must cultivate with balance to achieve enduring longevity. The following day, not only in the sex plaza but also throughout the male and female dormitories, chaos erupted. It was unclear who disseminated the news of Xiao gifting 10 foundation establishment pills to Jin Liuxiang. But now the entire outer sect buzzed with discussions about this extraordinary event. Elder Su bestowed gifts once more, 10 foundation establishment pills. 10 foundation establishment pills. That Jin Liuxiang merely went to Elder Su's courtyard to water the plants, and upon leaving, Elder Su gifted her 10 foundation establishment pills. This is madness. Elder Su has truly lost his mind. Within the dormitory, disciples clustered in a circle. First, he gifted Lin Yin'er, and now Jin Liuxiang. Have you all noticed a pattern? Elder Su is gifting only the most recognized beauties of our outer mountain. What do you mean by that? I won't allow you to slander Elder Su. Wait, don't misunderstand. Elder Su is esteemed and possesses high moral standards, so he could never be such a man. I merely meant that beautiful women might attract Elder Su's attention. As he is, after all, still a man. Are you asking for trouble? Elder Su is ancient. How could he still entertain such thoughts? I refuse to believe it. There must be another reason. Exactly. Jin Liuxiang was the last to leave the courtyard. Elder Su must have noticed her tenacity. Yes, that's right. Elder Su is such a good person. He must have intended this as a test, and only Jin Liuxiang passed. In an instant, Elder Su's dignified and imposing image was reaffirmed. Chapter 13. Jin Liuxiang's speculations. The discussions among the dormitory crowd continued, predominantly condemning Jin Liuxiang. They accused her of taking advantage of the situation and preparing to seduce Elder Su for further benefits. Yet, they acknowledged Elder Su's wisdom, integrity, and high moral standards, believing he would dismiss her advances. As for the opportunities presented by Elder Su, the disciples understood that they were not easily obtained and would have to devise long-term strategies. In the female dormitory, within a fragrant and elegantly adorned room, Jin Liuxiang gazed at the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hand, her dissatisfaction growing ever more palpable. Humph! Lin Yin'er spent half a day at Elder Su's villa and received 3 inferior-grade magical artifacts. I, on the other hand, have only obtained 10 foundation-building pills after the same duration. There's something amiss? Jin Liuxiang slowly began to connect the dots, massaging her shoulders. Lin Yin'er, it seems you've discerned Elder Su's desires and have offered yourself in that half-day. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a glint of understanding, perhaps grasping the situation at hand. 3 inferior-grade magical artifacts are nothing short of astronomical figures for these outer disciples. Elder Su would never part with such treasures so easily. Surely, Lin Yin'er must have done something during that half-day. Even if she did not offer her body directly, she must have provided Elder Su with ample benefits. With this realization, Jin Liuxiang felt increasingly uneasy. In terms of appearance, she believed herself to be no less than Lin Yin'er. In terms of cultivation, she was several levels above Lin Yin'er. If the other could obtain such rewards, why could she not? Once she had come to this conclusion, determination gleamed in her eyes. She had managed to become a disciple under Zhou Xiao at the 2nd level of foundation building, not merely because Zhou Xiao was a lecher who fancied her looks. However, she had been astute enough to avoid letting Zhou Xiao take advantage of her. Yet, offering herself was merely a matter of time. She was well aware of the unspoken rules within the sect. Now that she had made Elder Su's acquaintance, Zhou Xiao was nothing in comparison. Elder Su, if I serve him well in his twilight years, perhaps his future legacy shall belong to me. Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with ambition. Physical beauty was trivial compared to tangible benefits. She aspired to advance further in her cultivation journey and become a person of significance. Elder Su may be old, but she could accept that. With this resolve, she seated herself by her vanity and began to adorn herself. Tonight, she would surely win over Elder Su, compelling him to bestow upon her even greater resources. With Lin Yin'er currently in seclusion, this was indeed an opportune moment. In the afternoon, Su Xiao had been meditating on the mat all day. The rate at which he absorbed the foundation-building pills had slowed, having digested only 2. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of foundation building. Although this pace was slower than in previous days, compared to others, it felt like riding a rocket. Exhaling softly, Su Xiao paused his practice. Intending to rest and rejuvenate his spirit for further endeavors, he felt elated. At this rate, Returning to his peak strength was merely a matter of time. His spatial storage was filled with treasures and superior-grade magical artifacts. He need not worry about his strength. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to attack, he could escape unscathed, or even counterattack. It could be said that possessing a Southern Ming flame sword rendered his power nearly indistinguishable from that of his peak days. Disciples, come to pay respects to Elder Xiao. At that moment, several female voices echoed from outside. Su Zhao's expression shifted, and he rose to open the door. Standing outside were 5 or 6 female disciples, all clad in light blue robes, belonging to the outer sect. What brings you here? The system did not detect any faded women among them. These were merely ordinary female disciples. One girl with a round face and ordinary looks swallowed hard. Gathering her courage, she knelt and boldly said, Elder Xiao, must be quite inconvenient for you to live here alone. I wish to serve you. I can make tea and cook. Please do not think poorly of me. Seeing someone speak first, another girl with a round face knelt down, declaring, Me too. Let me be your maid, Elder Su. I will serve you well. The remaining girls also knelt, each vying to be Su Zhao's servant. Some even expressed their willingness to do anything. They had all heard the rumors about Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang and decided to try their luck with Su Xiao if the elder took a liking to them. It would be a swift descent for them. Su Xiao swallowed hard. Looking at these 5 or 6 girls, he silently shook his head. What was this? Round-faced girls were coming forward. There were 1 or 2 passable ones, but none were faded women. He understood their intentions, but as a highly respected inner sect elder, how could he accept disciples as maids? If word got out, it would tarnish his reputation. The 5 or 6 female cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disappointment. As expected, a venerable elder like Su would not arbitrarily distribute resources. Those wretched brats dared to spread such rumors about Elder Su. They truly deserved punishment. Having no desire to offend Su Xiao further, the girls bowed and awkwardly departed the villa, heading out. Just as they reached the entrance of the mountain path, Jin Liuxiang, clad in a light blue robe, approached. Upon seeing her, the girls' eyes instantly flashed with mocking expressions. This woman has come too? No need to guess. She surely shared their intentions. Let us see how Elder Su sends her away. Meanwhile, Jin Liuxiang, upon noticing the girls, had already guessed their thoughts. She confidently strolled towards the villa. Hey, what is this woman so proud about? Elder Su doesn't fall for such tricks. I will watch how she leaves in disgrace. The round-faced girl became displeased in an instant. If it weren't for the others holding her back, she would have rushed over to scold Jin Liuxiang. Wait, we will wait here. I want to see her expression when she gets sent away. Inside the villa, Jin Liuxiang entered the room at Su Zhao's invitation. Observing the carefully adorned and charming Jin Liuxiang before him, Su Xiao smiled kindly. He was pondering how to find a reason to give her something. Jin Liuxiang had come to express her gratitude for the 10 foundation building pills. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed. She gathered her courage and said, Elder Su, I hope to discuss a matter with you. Oh? Su Xiao glanced at her. She had spoken before he had the chance to. Discuss a matter? Little friend Jin, what would you like to say? Su Xiao sat at the edge of the bed, smiling gently. Sensing his interest, Jin Liuxiang gradually gained confidence. Please do not take offense, Elder Su. You have reached your twilight years, and with your failed tribulation, your cultivation seems to be beyond recovery. I have heard you may have only a year left to live. I am willing to serve you as a maid until you depart this world. This. Su Zhao's brows furrowed slightly as he began to ponder. Serving as a maid was not out of the question. It meant that he could give her gifts without needing an excuse. Moreover, she was indeed quite beautiful. His eyes brightened at this thought. Based on this, Su Xiao chuckled softly. Are you truly willing? She smiled lightly. I am willing. Jin Liuxiang had her own schemes. With only a year left in his life, she would not have to serve for long. In the end, not only would she receive a substantial amount of cultivation resources, but she might also become an inner disciple under Elder Su. With this in mind, she felt it was acceptable. Su Xiao smiled. Little friend Jin, rest assured, there is no need to worry about cultivation resources while serving as my maid. I will assist you. Thank you. Elder, Jin Liuxiang exclaimed joyfully, her beautiful eyes shimmering. She would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Looking at Su Xiao, she revealed a triumphant delight. However, knowing he had lived for a millennium, he was certainly astute. She needed to demonstrate sincerity first. Moreover, he had already given her 10 precious foundation-building pills. Her charming face flushed as she confidently stepped forward. Congratulations to the host. The bond with the fated woman Jean Liuxiang has increased to 2. Fated woman, Jean Liuxiang. Fate level, C. Return multiplier, 20 times. Bond level, 2. The next morning, the two donned their clothes. So this is how one can ascend to level 2. The room was filled with a captivating fragrance as Su Xiao sat at the table and smiled. Little friend Jean, do you possess any magical artifacts? With her cheeks still flushed, Jean Liuxiang's eyes brightened. I have an inferior grade magic sword that my master gifted me. She shyly sat before him. Su Xiao smiled slightly, retrieving a superior grade magical artifact, a jade gold hairpin, and an inferior grade defensive ring from his spatial storage. He also took out 10 superior grade spirit stones. After placing them on the table, he said, 1 superior grade magical artifact, 1 inferior grade magical artifact, and 10 superior grade spirit stones. Little friend Jean, I believe this is the best I can offer you for now. Keep them for self-defense. Chapter 15. The sect square erupts again. A superior grade magical artifact? 10 superior grade spirit stones? Jean Liuxiang was astounded. She gazed at the jade gold hairpin emanating a faint radiance. Her heart swelling with excitement, her breath quickening. And 10 superior grade spirit stones. That equates to 100 medium grade spirit stones. Jean Liuxiang's face flushed with joy as she hastily stored the items into her storage bag. Thank you, Elder Su. I will come to serve you every few days from now on. Jean Liuxiang was overjoyed. She embraced Su Xiao in excitement, a fragrant breeze swirling around them. In her heart, she looked down on her master Zhou Xiao. Having only received an inferior grade magic sword from him, while Elder Su was so generous, so magnanimous. Su Xiao smiled. It's just a small token. I have said before, little friend Jean and I are fated. Even if you do not serve this old man, I would still bestow gifts upon you. With such sincerity from her, he naturally could not treat her poorly. It had long been established that this was a win-win situation. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the superior grade magical artifact, Jade Gold Hairpin, increasing bond level for the first time, triggering a 1000-fold critical hit, returning a supreme grade magical artifact, Peaceful Seas Pendant. Peaceful Seas Pendant, supreme grade magical artifact. Upon use releases corrosive waters to attack or defend against enemies. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the inferior grade ring, returning 2 medium grade rings. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 superior grade spirit stones, returning 200 superior grade spirit stones. The returns were successful, and a 1000-fold critical hit had been triggered. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. After a brief moment of intimacy, Jean Liuxiang, her face still flushed, respectfully left the room. She was quite bold, he chuckled. Not dwelling on it further, Su Xiao began to organize his spatial storage. After this round of returns, the items in his storage had multiplied significantly. He possessed the Southern Ming Flame Sword, the supreme grade magical artifact, 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin, and the Peaceful Seas Pendant. Supreme grade elixirs included the Supreme Youth Elixir. In terms of spirit stones, he had 240 superior grade, 172 foundation building pills, 16 inferior grade magical artifacts, 3 medium grade rings, and 1 medium grade sword. This wealth could even fund the establishment of a small sect. The 10,000-fold return system was truly exhilarating. In a good mood, Su Xiao sat on the mat, practicing the ethereal longevity technique, embarking on a blissful cultivation journey. Jean Liuxiang's cheeks remained flushed. It was not only because she had just acquired a substantial amount of cultivation resources, but also due to her initial experience with such matters. Feeling slightly uneasy, Elder Su must possess many more treasures. She must maintain a good relationship with him during this final chapter of his life. Naturally, becoming a partner was out of the question. Elder Su was a highly respected figure within the sect. If their affairs were to be made public, it would be detrimental for both parties. It was essential to keep this a secret. She would not speak carelessly, and Elder Su would certainly not divulge it either. Jean Liuxiang felt immensely happy. She no longer needed to concern herself with her ugly master's whims. Zhou Xiao, a repulsive middle-aged man. Even the aging Elder Su was 100 times more attractive. Moreover, Elder Su was so kind. It was evident he was a good person. Their transaction was merely a result of Elder Su's age and loneliness. In terms of character, wealth, status, and generosity, Elder Su far surpassed the hideous Zhou Xiao. Now, Jean Liuxiang found Su Xiao pleasing in every aspect. Compared to Zhou Xiao, he was utterly incomparable. Elder Su was indeed quite remarkable. Jane Liuxiang's heart brimmed with joy to see the entrance of the mountain path. Senior sister, Jane Liuxiang is out. The round-faced girl tugged at the ordinary-faced girl, and the group of female disciples perked up. They had hidden nearby all night, betting on this moment. Finally, Jane Liuxiang had emerged. When they caught sight of Jane Liuxiang's appearance, they were struck dumb, as though struck by lightning. Although Jane Liuxiang remained beautiful, her makeup was somewhat smudged. Boom. The round-faced girl and her companions were left speechless. They were not young maidens, the oldest among them nearing 40. Seeing Jane Liuxiang's disheveled state, they knew she had undoubtedly spent the entire night with some formidable man. But she had been at Elder Su's villa all night. As they observed Jane Liuxiang sneaking away, fearful of being noticed, the scene further solidified their suspicions. Elder Su, you must not be deceived by this shameless woman. The group collapsed in the woods, unable to accept the reality they had just witnessed. Upon returning to her lodging, Jane Liuxiang closed the door and began her seclusion for cultivation. The 10 foundation building pills would last her quite a while. Once they ran out, she planned to seek more from Elder Su. To a wealthy Elder Su, these items were trivial. She was elated. By afternoon, the entire outer mountain erupted in gossip. Rumors about Elder Su spread like wildfire. Now almost every outer disciple was discussing the matter. At the sect's outer mountain square, impossible. I don't believe it. I refuse to accept that Elder Su is such a person. I too refuse to believe it. Elder Su is highly respected, virtuous, and such a kind elder. You claim he has relations with outer disciples? I would rather die than believe it. Brothers, it is not a matter of belief. Someone saw Jane Liuxiang come out from Elder Su's villa, and she stayed overnight. Think about it. Elder Su has only gifted resources to 2 people, Lin Yin'er and Jane Liuxiang, both renowned beauties among us. Lin Yin'er spent a whole morning in Elder Su's residence before receiving 3 inferior-grade magical artifacts, and Jane Liuxiang stayed for a whole night. Initially, I did not believe it, but now I hear Jane Liuxiang has entered seclusion. She must have gained substantial benefits from Elder Su. Yet that does not necessarily indicate any inappropriate relationship between Elder Su and them. Brothers, face the reality. Elder Su is a good man, but he is still a man. Now, it is possible that both Lin Yin'er and Jane Liuxiang have entangled relationships with Elder Su. No, I cannot accept this. Elder Su, you must come out and clarify this. Elder Su, tell me this is not true. The disciples lamented, unable to accept such a fact. They wished for Elder Su to be the ideal protector of their growth within the sect. Yet no matter how they hoped, the rumors about Su Xiao had thoroughly spread. Even reaching the grand hall where the outer sect elders resided, I in the resplendent back hall, Lu Danian, dressed in a bagua robe, sat to one side. His honest face oscillated between awkwardness, secretive laughter, and nervousness, ultimately settling into a state of acceptance. Master, you needn't have gone to such lengths to express your sentiments. You could have simply conveyed them to your disciples sooner. Why such extravagance? Chapter 16. A month passed, and within the grand hall sat over a dozen outer sect elders, all clad in similar attire. Among them were both men and women, all of whom held significant authority in overseeing the affairs of the Miao Miao Sect's outer realm. Their expressions mirrored that of Lu Danian, yet they were tinged with more peculiar and awkward nuances. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with rumors, as their disciples had long since reported the matter to them. An elderly man could no longer contain himself and spoke first. Elder Lu, you are quite close to Elder Su. Perhaps you should consult him directly to clarify the situation. If it is merely a rumor, we can swiftly take action to advise our subordinates against spreading it. After all, Elder Su is highly esteemed in our sect, and should such rumors go unchecked, it could have a considerable impact on both the Miao Miao Sect and Elder Su himself. The outer sect elders harbored deep-seated disbelief that Su Xiao, with his seniority and high standing, had maintained a spotless reputation for a millennium within the sect. Now, to suggest that the elderly Su, nearing the end of his days, was involved in inappropriate relationships with the young female disciples of the outer sect. Furthermore, that he might be using cultivation resources to support them. Such an idea was utterly inconceivable to them. It was beyond belief that such conduct could occur with a figure as revered as Elder Su. Even if he had the inclination, could he possibly possess the vigor for such affairs? No, they would not believe it, not even if the heavens themselves proclaimed it. Lu Danian glanced around at the assembly of outer sect elders, his expression growing increasingly awkward. He had witnessed the peculiar actions of his master. delivering gifts to beautiful female cultivators, and the notion of supporting female disciples could not be dismissed lightly. Esteemed elders, Lu Danian declared solemnly, I believe it unnecessary to consult Master Su on this matter. He is in the twilight of his years, alone and vulnerable in our outer mountain. Though you truly wish to disturb our esteemed elder Su with such foolishness, that is utterly preposterous. The faces of the outer sect elders furrowed in concern, and they nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, the situation was far too absurd for them to broach with Elder Xu. Lu Danian continued with righteous fervor. Moreover, Elder Su is now advanced in age and limited in mobility. What harm is there in him befriending a few female disciples and gifting them some tokens of affection? Master Su has endured a lifetime of hardship, and after his recent tribulations, is it so wrong for him to seek a few female companions to care for him in his twilight years? Esteemed elders, we must put an end to these rampant rumors circulating in the outer sect. I implore you to advise your disciples to cease their chatter. Upon hearing Lu Danian's words, the surrounding elders initially nodded in agreement, but as they contemplated the implications, their expressions shifted to one of shock towards Lu Danian. What was Elder Lu insinuating? Could it be that Elder Su truly had contact with the female disciples? The expressions of the elders morphed into a blend of disbelief and incredulity. They could hardly fathom that Elder Su would engage in such conduct. Feeling the peculiar atmosphere among the elders, Lu Danian awkwardly added, the sect leader has informed me that he intends to find a companion for Elder Su, allowing him to enjoy his remaining years within the sect and to leave behind a legacy. Esteemed elders, before Elder Su's companion arrives, we must ensure that these rumors do not spread further. We cannot allow such gossip to interfere with Elder Su's future. With this bombshell revelation, the surrounding elders were left in a state of bewilderment. A companion, Elder Su, on the brink of death, still sought a partner to leave behind offspring. The shock and even horror were palpable. The expressions of the outer sect elders were a sight to behold. Yet none dared to voice their dissent. Lu Danian's words echoed the sentiments of the sect leader. What could they possibly say? Even if they remained skeptical, doubts began to creep into their minds. Could it be that Elder Su, in his twilight years, had suddenly developed an interest in women? How fantastical! How bizarre! Yet, outwardly, the elders maintained a facade of agreement. Regardless of the truth behind Elder Su's alleged indiscretions, the rumors must not be allowed to circulate further. The scandal must be swiftly quelled. In the ensuing month, the outer sect took measures to rectify the situation, imposing strict prohibitions against discussing the rumors surrounding Su Xiao in public. At least on the surface, the disciples of the outer sect appeared cowed into silence. During this period, Su Xiao began to cultivate using high-grade spirit stones and foundational pills simultaneously. With this dual approach, his cultivation reached the 7th level of the foundational stage, having consumed 3 high-grade spirit stones and 10 foundational pills. Achieving 2 levels in a month, his pace of advancement had stabilized. Yet, even this stabilization was a speed unattainable by ordinary cultivators. Not everyone could cultivate at the foundational stage with an abundance of high-grade spirit stones and foundational pills. During this time, Jane Liuxiang visited him twice. Su Xiao generously gifted her 20 foundational pills and returned 40 golden pills used by core formation cultivators, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Under Su Xiao's support, Jane Liuxiang reached the 3rd level of the foundational stage. As for Lin Yenner, she had not been seen for a month and was likely still in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundational stage. One evening, as Jane Liuxiang's supply of foundational pills dwindled, she adorned herself in her fragrant chamber and, in high spirits, stealthily made her way to Su Xiao's residence. With an unlimited supply of foundational pills, her cultivation progressed swiftly. Reflecting on her dealings with Elder Su, Jane Liuxiang felt it was an exceptionally lucrative arrangement. Initially, the outer sect disciples had expressed disdain towards her, but now they had fallen silent, regarding her with a mixture of respect and envy. Even some female disciples looked at her with extreme jealousy. Not only had she reaped tangible benefits, but her vanity was also greatly satisfied. Were Su Xiao to publicly acknowledge their relationship, she would not refuse and would even welcome it. Elder Su was precisely the influential figure she wished to align with. Just as she departed the accommodation area, heading towards Su Xiao's residence, a young man emerged quietly, appearing a short distance behind her. Junior sister Jin.is she going to see Elder Su again? How many times is this? This is intolerable. What could that aging man possibly offer? The young man glared at her alluring figure, his anger nearly boiling over. The mere thought of his junior sister's actions sent him into a rage, shaking with fury as he imagined confronting her. Junior sister, this time, Master will not let you off easily. Those wretched couple. Chapter 17. Zhou Zhao's scheme. The young man had a long face and an ordinary appearance. Clad in a light blue outer sect robe, he was a steward of the law enforcement team and Zhou Zhao's senior disciple, also Jin Liuxiang's nominal older brother. Since Jin Liuxiang became his master's disciple, he and another junior brother had been rendered nearly speechless by her beauty, which ranked among the finest in the outer sect. However, after spending some time with her, he realized that Jin Liuxiang was not as delicate as she appeared. She was a true green tea bitch, having swindled him and his junior brother out of a significant amount of spirit stones and pills. Consequently, neither he nor his junior brother had even laid a hand on her, which was infuriating. Now, she was apparently associating with Elder Su for cultivation resources. He felt utterly humiliated. Despite knowing that Master Zhou Xiao had his sights set on Jin Liuxiang, he could no longer contain his fury and resolved to inform Master, urging him to confront this couple. Elder Su, outwardly respected and revered, was secretly engaging in such affairs. Furthermore, he had pressured the outer sect elders to suppress the rumors. Shameless, disgraceful, seething with rage, the long-faced young man made his way directly to Zhou Zhao's abode. Behind the male disciples' accommodation area lay an elegant and spacious courtyard, the residence of the outer sect's steward, where Zhou Xiao resided. That moment, Zhou Xiao was seated in the courtyard hall, listening to the long-faced young man's report, when he suddenly smashed the teacup in his hand. Zhou Xiao was an unattractive middle-aged man, short in stature with a face marred by scars. His expression twisted in fury as he roared, "Jin Liuxiang, that wretched girl!" Furious, his chest heaved with agitation, and he trembled with rage at the long-faced young man's news. Jin Liuxiang was a female disciple he had specifically chosen for his own enjoyment. With her exceptional beauty and youth, he had already invested in her with a low-grade magical artifact, eagerly awaiting her submission. To his dismay, she had been intercepted by Elder Su. Malu, how many times has that wretched Jin Liuxiang visited Elder Su's residence this month? Zhou Xiao seethed. Initially, he had doubted the rumors, unable to envision a figure as esteemed as Elder Su engaging in such conduct. However, now that his senior disciple had witnessed it firsthand on multiple occasions, coupled with Jin Liuxiang's recent cold demeanor towards him, he could no longer deny the truth. That wretched girl has visited Elder Su's residence for the third time. Malu replied with malice. Master, each time I observed closely, she returned to her quarters only the following morning. Moreover, she always emerged with a radiant countenance, clearly having spent the night with Elder Su. Master, we must not let Jin Liuxiang off the hook. Malu's junior brother, a tall and lean young man, was fuming with anger beside him, his face filled with rage. Zhou Zhao's expression darkened, his already grotesque features contorting further. The scars on his face seemed to ooze, repulsive in nature. Clenching his teeth, he sat down, gazing at the darkening sky. The thought of Jin Liuxiang and Su Xiao together made him feel ill at ease, unable to sit still, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Zhou Xiao spoke in a low voice. So, Jin Liuxiang went to Elder Su's residence again? Yes, Malu replied immediately. Without a doubt, Master. They might very well be in bed together right now. How infuriating! Zhou Xiao felt a wave of nausea wash over him, never imagining that such a thing would occur to him. If she were an ordinary disciple, he would have stormed in, branding them as adulterers, and would have killed them on the spot under the guise of the law enforcement team. Yet Elder Su was no ordinary disciple. He was an inner sect elder and the sect leader's senior brother. Master, we cannot allow them to escape easily. Malu and his junior brother egged him on. Zhou Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, and a glint of strategy flashed in his eyes. Elder Su's reputation is merely that, reputation. In truth, he is just a foundational stage cultivator, nothing to be feared. That wretched girl, Jin Liuxiang, must be after Elder Su's legacy, which is why she is willing to engage in such conduct. Now that I am aware of this, I cannot allow that wretched girl to have her way. Prepare yourselves. We shall head to Elder Su's residence and catch them in the act. Malu and his junior brother were taken aback. Master, are we really going to Elder Su's residence? Is that appropriate? He is Elder Lu's senior. Though Zhou Xiao was merely at the core formation stage, an outer sect steward, the thought of confronting an inner sect elder was daunting. Zhou Xiao sneered, Who will know if we keep quiet about tonight's events? Once we catch them in the act, Elder Su would be too afraid to expose it, and would certainly pay us a hefty sum to keep our mouths shut. As for Jean Liuxiang, she will think twice before sneaking around with Elder Su again and will have to obediently remain under my control. His plan was twofold. Not only would he catch them in the act, but he could also extort resources from Elder Su and keep Jean Liuxiang under his thumb. That little beauty would have no choice but to obey his every command. Seeing that the two disciples still harbored reservations, Zhou Xiao waved his hand dismissively, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You have no need to worry. Elder Su is on the brink of death and will surely care about his reputation. Besides, he is merely a foundational stage elder now, posing no threat to us. Rest assured. After hearing Zhou Xiao's reassurances, Ma Lu and his junior brother felt relieved and nodded in agreement. Their master was right. If they caught them in the act, not only would they obtain a considerable sum, but they could also completely dominate Jean Liuxiang. The three of them devised their plan in secret. As the moon rose high in the sky, they donned dark garments and stealthily made their way towards Su Zhao's residence under the cover of night. Chapter 18. A Strike. The Southern Bright leaving fire sword in Su Zhao's residence. Within the bedroom, Jean Liuxiang exclaimed, Elder Su, you are so generous. You must have plenty of resources, right? Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, not much, not much. But Liuxiang, rest assured, though it may not be abundant, it will certainly suffice for your needs. Even when I depart this world, I will not leave you wanting. Internally, he chuckled at the thought. He would not leave her wanting indeed. Her bond with him had already reached level 2. Even her fortune level had recently advanced to level B. In the future, he intended to continue providing her with gifts to achieve a mutually beneficial relationship. This was, after all, Jean Liuxiang's opportunity. Through their time together, he realized that although Jean Liuxiang had a penchant for wealth and some ulterior motives, overall, she was a woman of character and principles. She was honest about her desires, which made it easy for Su Xiao to provide her with gifts without needing to concoct reasons. Such a fortunate woman was truly tailor-made for him. He decided to fully support her in her cultivation resources. Really? Thank you, Elder Su. Jean Liuxiang's face lit up with joy, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Just then, Su Xiao glanced toward a specific direction outside the room. What is it, Elder? Jean Liuxiang's expression shifted. With a grave countenance, Su Xiao replied, a few individuals are approaching the residence. I suspect they harbor ill intentions. As he spoke, he swiftly donned a gray robe. Within the range of his divine sense, he detected 3 figures sneaking toward his courtyard. Though he had fallen to the foundational stage, his divine sense remained at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, allowing him to perceive threats far beyond the capabilities of typical foundational cultivators. Someone is coming? Jean Liuxiang's expression changed as she hurriedly dressed in her sect's robe. Humph, just as I suspected, 3 thieves. Su Xiao sneered, recognizing their intentions from the path they took to approach. They were likely here to investigate the matter between him and Jean Liuxiang. Go. He murmured, and in an instant, a fiery red sword light surged forth from the window, illuminating the ground with its brilliance and exuding an overwhelming aura. Lord? Jean Liuxiang, now properly dressed, was taken aback by the might of the fiery flying sword that Su Xiao had unleashed. Even she felt her heart tremble at its sheer power. This could only be a superior magical artifact, or perhaps even an extraordinary one. Her heart raced, filled with both joy and shock. The old man, despite his earlier decline, was still a formidable figure, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Not far outside the small courtyard, Zhou Xiao and his 2 companions stood frozen in awe at the fiery sword light shooting up from the room. They were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with fear as they sensed the immense power emanating from it. Zhou Xiao's heart raced. This was not something a foundational stage cultivator could unleash. The fiery sword felt like a superior magical artifact. Elder Su, they've discovered us. Run. Withdraw. Zhou Xiao shouted in terror, his legs trembling at the sight of the approaching flaming sword. Devoid of any resistance. How could Elder Su still possess such strength? It was impossible, Master. What do we do? Ma Lu and his junior brother were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. It was over. They had been exposed. And Elder Su was terrifyingly powerful. As the fiery red sword hurtled towards them, the 3 individuals hastily summoned their own swords, resorting to their swordsmanship to fend it off. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the moment their swords met the blazing projectile, They were shattered to smithereens, utterly powerless to impede its momentum. Impossible! Zhou Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, his voice filled with terror as he roared. But it was too late. Under Su Zhao's mental command, the southern Nanming Lihuo Sword swiftly sliced through the lower bodies of the trio. In an instant, their thighs were severed, and their upper bodies collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The flying sword ascended once more, emitting a clear ringing sound before returning to Su Zhao's residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao and his companions lay on the ground, writhing in pain, their eyes brimming with fear. One strike had completely subdued them. The severed limbs of the three were charred to a crisp by the flames, rendering any future attempts at reattachment futile, leaving them permanently diminished. Su Xiao opened the door and, accompanied by Jin Liuxiang, walked into the forest where the three lay prostrate. "Master? Is it really you?" Upon recognizing the trio on the ground, Jin Liuxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Xiao cast a glance at the grotesque middle-aged man and sneered, "Liuxiang, is this your master's apprentice?" "Yes. Elder Su, this is Zhou Xiao." The astute Jin Liuxiang instantly deduced the reason for her master's visit. A wave of disdain washed over her for the three, wishing fervently for their demise. Zhou Xiao and his companions, upon seeing the two, were struck with fear, their faces paling. "Elder Su." "Jan Luxiang, it's over." "Elder Su, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhou Xiao cried out in agony from the ground, his face ashen, his ugly visage twisted with fear and regret. Who would have thought that this Elder Su, having failed the Thunder Tribulation, still possessed such power? "It's over. Absolutely over." Su Xiao smiled gently and stepped forward. "Zhou Xiao, I've seen you before. You are the subordinate of my disciple, Lu Denian, correct? What brings you here at this late hour?" "I thought you were a rogue, so I acted preemptively." Why now? He had naturally grasped the purpose of their visit. Wasn't it merely to catch him in the act? During this time, Jin Liuxiang had already told him about the affairs concerning these three disciples, each one neglecting their cultivation, fixated on Jin Liuxiang. Such individuals have no hope of the great Tao. The sect evidently needed to impose stricter regulations. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. At this moment, he naturally concealed his own presence. He merely sought to foster a good relationship with the daughter of fortune, facilitating future gifts and embarking on the path of immortality. "Indeed, Elder Su. I am indeed your disciple, Elder Lu's subordinate. Please, Elder Su, for Elder Lu's sake, spare me this once. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhou Xiao and his companions lay on the ground, clasping their fists in desperation. "Elder Su, we were momentarily bewitched by a ghost and stealthily came to investigate your affairs. Primarily because Jin Liuxiang is my disciple. I was worried she might be bullied by you, Elder Su, which led me to take this desperate measure. Elder Su, please spare us." Zhou Xiao struggled to rise, kneeling before Su Xiao in a half-legged position, repeatedly bowing in repentance. The two others, Ma Lu and the other, were mere foundation establishment cultivators, their legs severed and lacking the strength to rise. Jan Liuxiang looked at her repulsive and lowly master, feeling increasingly nauseated. She then glanced surreptitiously at the tall and dashing Su Xiaodai. In that moment, her heart was filled with joy. Elder Su is truly a person worthy of trust. This is the leg to cling to. Admiration and reverence filled her as Su Xiao, showcasing his immense strength and wealth, grew larger than life in her eyes. Su Xiao frowned slightly, addressing Zhou Xiao. "Zhou Xiao, you are foolish. Liuxiang is under my wing. I merely provide her with guidance in her cultivation." Sigh. Seeing Elder Su sigh, Zhou Xiao's face turned ghostly pale. Regardless of whether the two had an affair, if he did not receive Elder Su's forgiveness now, he would not be able to remain in the Miao Miao Sect. His very life would be at stake. In all his calculations, he had misjudged one point. Elder Su's strength had not significantly waned. "Elder Su, please grant me one more chance. I shall never dare to offend again." Zhou Xiao, disregarding everything, rushed forward and clung to Su Xiao's legs, continuing to plead for mercy. Su Xiao shook his head, saying, "Liuxiang, he is your master. What do you think should be done about his nighttime intrusion into an elder's abode, harboring ulterior motives?" Jin Liuxiang looked at Zhou Xiao with disdain and coldly replied, "Elder Su, it would be better to kill him." Zhou Xiao's face shifted dramatically at her words. "Liuxiang, I am your master. I even gifted you a low-grade magic sword. Liuxiang, please plead for your master before Elder Su." I implore you, Jin Liuxiang retorted. Do not call me Liuxiang. Yes, yes, Jane Xiaoyu. I beg you. Spare my life. Zhou Xiao pleaded desperately. Jin Liuxiang frowned slightly. She wished for Zhou Xiao's demise, this loathsome individual. However, this matter still required Elder Su's decision. Su Xiao sighed. Death is too severe a punishment. Zhou Xiao, you are also a member of the law enforcement team. Hear us what we will do. Summon Lu Denian and let him handle the matter according to sect rules. After that, he ignored Zhou Xiao's pitiful pleas. Taking out a communication talisman, he cast a spell and softly spoke. Denian, come to my cave. There's been an incident. Just you alone. Soon, Lu Denian hurriedly arrived riding on his flying sword. Upon seeing the scene in the woods beside the small courtyard, he was momentarily stunned. What is going on? Lu Denian glanced at Jin Liuxiang and then at Su Xiao, swallowing hard. His senior uncle was not even hiding it from him. However, he felt a sense of joy within. At least his senior uncle trusted him. Zhou Xiao, what are you doing here? Lu Denian glowered at the three on the ground. Su Xiao recounted the events leading up to this moment. As for his relationship with Jin Liuxiang, he merely stated that they had a fateful connection and that he had provided her guidance throughout the night. Although the reasoning was somewhat flimsy, Su Xiao had his own plans. Lu Denian was quite a decent fellow. Zhou Xiao, you are audacious beyond measure. After hearing the story, Lu Denian kicked Zhou Xiao a few times in anger, growling, You dare to pry into Elder Su's affairs? Have you lost your mind? With punches and kicks, Zhou Xiao was soon left battered and bruised, his appearance even more grotesque. Elder Lu, spare me, Zhou Xiao cried out pitifully from the ground. Su Xiao interjected. Denian, handle it according to sect rules, and Jin Liuxiang will sever her master-disciple relationship with Zhou. Lu Denian nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the directive. He then turned to Zhou Xiao, seething. Zhou Xiao, had it not been for Elder Su pleading for you, based on my temperament, I would have ensured your demise today. Return home and pack your things. By tomorrow morning, you three are to leave the mountain. The Miao Miao Sect will not harbor a disciple who disrespects the elders of the sect. Zhou Xiao's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. He quickly replied, Yes, yes, thank you, Elder Lu. Thank you, Elder Su, for your mercy. For him, preserving his life was paramount. With his foundation establishment level of power, he could still muddle through as a loose cultivator. This was the best punishment he could hope for. Get lost already. If I see you again tomorrow, I will kill you on the spot. Lu Denian shouted in anger. Zhou Xiao hurriedly expressed his gratitude to both elders. Then, clutching his scorched, severed legs, he roused Ma Lu and the other, and the three of them scurried away in terror. Lu Denian approached Su Xiao, feeling a bit ashamed. Senior uncle, yes, all my fault for not managing my subordinates well. Causing you distress, he now harbored some doubts. Senior uncle, didn't your cultivation drop to the foundation establishment level? Yet, you easily subdued Zhou Xiao. At the very least, you still possess high-level core formation strength. Truly remarkable. Su Xiao smiled. No worries, Denian. It seems that the outside disciples have misunderstood the situation regarding Liuxiang and me. You and the law enforcement team must strive to clarify these rumors. Otherwise, it will be difficult for your senior uncle to operate. Lu Denian understood immediately, nodding. Senior uncle, rest assured. With me around, who would dare to discuss your affairs? We'll handle it according to sect rules. Excellent. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Nearby, Jin Liuxiang observed the normally stern and imposing law enforcement elder behaving like a subordinate before Su Xiao. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. At that moment, she felt even more grateful for aligning herself with the right person. With Elder Su around, her path of cultivation would be worry-free. Su Xiao pondered slightly. Denian, Liuxiang has a fateful connection with you and possesses considerable talent. She has reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. How about allowing her to become a named disciple under your tutelage? This way, we can avoid having any more individuals like Zhou Xiao with ulterior motives. What do you think? Lu Denian glanced at the elegantly clad, blushing Jin Liuxiang beside him, and his heart trembled. What is going on? This, senior uncle Dice, is this inappropriate? Lu Denian wore a look of grievance. What's inappropriate? It's settled then. Su Xiao would not allow him to resist. It was merely a named disciple. Nothing to worry about. He then turned to Jin Liuxiang. Liuxiang, do you wish for Lu Denian to be your master? Jin Liuxiang's eyes lit up as she knelt and earnestly bowed to Su Xiao. Thank you, Elder Su. I willingly accept. Her heart was overflowing with excitement. The law enforcement elder, Lu Denian, was a disciple of the sect master. By becoming Lu Denian's disciple, she would inevitably be linked to the sect master. With this connection, even if Elder Su were to pass away in the future, she would still have Lu Denian and the sect master backing her. Jian Liuxiang gazed at Su Xiao, nearly moved to tears. Elder Su was truly so kind to her, even arranging matters for her future so meticulously. She vowed to serve the elder faithfully in his final days. Chapter 20. The Super Gossip Senior Uncle. Isn't this inappropriate? Lu Denian felt like crying. Senior Uncle, this is arranging a funeral for him. He even had a foreboding feeling that Lin Yin'er would also end up as a named disciple under him. Over the years, he had sensed the sect master's affection for Senior Uncle. Even though the sect master consistently claimed to find a partner for Senior Uncle, it was only for the sect master's own matchmaking. If word got out that he was raising a mistress for Senior Uncle, he feared he would face dire consequences. What's inappropriate, Denian? Do you think you've become so powerful that you no longer heed your Senior Uncle's words? Su Xiao looked at Lu Denian, his white brows slightly furrowing. The imposing aura, ingrained in his very soul, made Lu Denian's heart race and tremble. No, I will listen to my Senior Uncle, Jin Xiaoyu. Please become my named disciple. Lu Denian nodded vigorously. Su Xiao's expression softened again as he smiled. That's more like it. Just remember not to mention these matters to your junior sister. We shall keep it to ourselves. Liuxiang, pay your respects to your master. Jian Liuxiang, with a charming glance, promptly turned around and bowed to Lu Denian. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Denian wore a bitter expression. Alas, it's just a named disciple. It's merely a title. Jane Xiaoyu needn't perform such formalities. Enough. With this agreement, I expect less trouble in the future, Su Xiao remarked. Denian, you needn't provide any cultivation resources for Liuxiang. I will handle these arrangements. He then helped Jin Liuxiang to her feet, saying, Liuxiang, it's getting late. I want to instruct you any further today. Here are 20 foundation establishment pills. Keep them for your cultivation. When you've used them all, do remember to seek me out, Su Xiao proclaimed grandly. There's no need to be polite. Take what you're entitled to, Liuxiang. I will cover all your future cultivation resources. Both Jin Liuxiang and Lu Denian were left bewildered. The former was moved to tears by Su Xiao's generosity, while the latter was astonished by Su Xiao's lavishness. Senior Uncle is serious about this, disciple. Thank you, Elder Su. Jin Liuxiang accepted the 20 foundation establishment pills and knelt before Su Xiao, overwhelmed with emotion. Elder Su is the greatest benefactor of her life, the only man she acknowledges. Though he may be older, he is still quite a handsome elder. A wealthy benefactor. Lu Denian swallowed hard, repeatedly blinking his eyes at Su Xiao. No wonder Senior Uncle can easily win over a young beauty like Jin Liuxiang. With such extravagance, if it were him, he would also be willing to offer himself. All right, rise. Su Xiao assisted Jin Liuxiang to her feet. He then regarded Lu Denian with a meaningful look. Denian, regarding these matters. Before he could finish, Lu Denian quickly interjected. Rest assured, Senior Uncle. I understand everything. None of this will be leaked. Jane Xiaoyu is merely fated to meet with Senior Uncle and receive guidance in her cultivation overnight. Nodding in approval, Su Xiao was pleased with Lu Denian's response. Lu Denian had become quite a skilled aide. After giving a few reminders, Su Xiao prepared to return to his quarters. Senior Uncle, wait. Lu Denian approached, his expression mysterious. What about Zhou Xiao and the others? Should I? He gestured to his neck. Meaningfully, Su Xiao chuckled. Though I never wish to see Zhou Xiao again, as a reputable sect of the Miao Miao, how could we engage in such demonic deeds? Denian, let them descend the mountain for now. As for the subsequent matters, you can handle them. Lu Denian's eyes brightened, a hint of murderous intent surfacing as he clasped his fists. Understood, Senior Uncle. I comprehend. After Su Xiao departed, only Lu Denian and Jin Liuxiang remained. The latter, clutching the 20 foundation establishment pills, gazed at Su Xiao's retreating figure, suddenly realizing how striking that tall silhouette truly was. So charming. Enough staring. Lu Denian swiftly regained his authoritative demeanor as the outer sect law enforcement elder. He looked at Jin Liuxiang, solemnly advising, Jin Xiaoyu, Senior Uncle is old and lonely. During this last period, you must accompany him well and not let him down. Should you cause Senior Uncle any sorrow, our Miao Miao Sect will not be lenient with you. Jin Liuxiang's expression changed instantly. She hurriedly nodded. Master, I understand. Rest assured, Senior Uncle has bestowed upon me a second life, and I will do my utmost. Lu Denian nodded, reminding her, that is good. Also, there is no need to call me master. You are merely a named disciple, associated with me without the substance of a master-disciple relationship. After speaking, Lu Dinian summoned his sword and departed. Jane Liuxiang blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with delight. With Elder Su's presence, she felt hopeful about the future. Inside the small courtyard, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, returning 20 Yunjin Pills. Why only count as 10? Su Xiao sat on the meditation cushion, his elder eyes slightly moving. It went without saying that he had certainly gifted 20 pills, but exceeded the recipient's current capacity. The system is refusing to acknowledge it. Indeed, whether it be pills, artifacts, or other cultivation resources, they must be given reasonably, matching the recipient's needs. Otherwise, the system will not recognize it. But it's all right. I'll be more careful next time. This time, there is no loss. The value of 20 Yunjin pills equals that of 200 Foundation Establishment pills, a win-win situation. Closing his eyes, Su Xiao began his daily cultivation of the Miao Miao Eternal Life technique, circulating his spiritual energy throughout his body. Days later, a sensational piece of news began to spread among the outer sect disciples. Jan Liuxiang's master, Zhou Xiao, along with her 2 senior brothers, had been expelled from the Miao Miao Sect. Furthermore, the outer sect beauty, Jin Liuxiang, had been accepted as a named disciple by Elder Lu. This news detonated among the outer sect disciples like an atomic bomb. The previously suppressed emotions among the outer sect higher-ups erupted once more. In the accommodation area, groups of outer sect disciples whispered among themselves, their faces displaying expressions of sheer astonishment, as if they had just encountered some earth-shattering gossip. No need to guess. This is the truth. Jane Liuxiang has truly aligned herself with Elder Su. My heavens! I never expected that Elder Su, such a revered senior in the sect, would also tarnish his reputation at this late stage. Jane Liuxiang must have broken through to the 3rd level of Foundation establishment this past month. The Foundation pill is completely unused in her hands. It is said that Jane Liuxiang's master, Steward Zhou Xiao, has developed feelings for her, and upon Elder Su's discovery, he was unexpectedly expelled from the sect. Even his 2 disciples were not spared. The disciples who just heard the news were struck with shock, utterly incredulous. Elder Su could not possibly be that kind of person. They refused to believe it. Chapter 21. Duga Ling has arrived. The curiosity among the disciples grew increasingly intense, leading them to speculate wildly. TSK. Zhou Xiao uncovered the matter between Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang, which infuriated Elder Su, who used his connections to expel Zhou Xiao and his disciples from the sect. Elder Su cannot possibly be such a person. Alas, under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, but when it comes to women, it is hard to say, especially considering how beautiful Jin Liuxiang is. Oh my, I never expected Elder Su to be such a person in secret. He'll expel Zhou Xiao's entire group for a mere outer sect seductress. It's terrifying. Keep it down. Don't let the others hear. If our discussion about Elder Su is discovered by the law enforcement team, Zhou Xiao will serve as a cautionary tale. Upon hearing this, the disciples fell silent. The law enforcement team is currently investigating rigorously. Anyone daring to discuss Elder Su's affairs within the sect could face a year of spirit stone confiscation. The worst-case scenario is Zhou Xiao's fate. How dreadful, Elder Su. What has happened to you as you have aged? The disciples hardly recognize you anymore. Although many outer sect disciples remain skeptical, the seed of doubt regarding Elder Su's integrity had already been planted in their minds. Alas, behind the outer mountain Great Hall, in the law enforcement hall, Lu Danian listened to the reports from the law enforcement team members below, his brows furrowing into a deep crease. Rumors about Elder Su were rampant in the outer sect, and no matter how hard they tried to suppress them, they could not be contained. The law does not punish the masses. The law enforcement team cannot truly arrest every disciple spreading rumors and expel them from the mountain. Can they? A middle-aged steward said with a frown. Elder Lude, perhaps you should advise Elder Su to be more discreet. The rumors have spread wildly in the outer mountain. I fear that news of Elder Su's situation has even reached the inner mountain. It was not only the outer sect disciples spreading the word. Even the stewards of the law enforcement team had been discussing Elder Su's matters these past few days. That Jin Liuxiang does not even try to hide it anymore, boldly striding to Elder Su's courtyard every time. They in the law enforcement team find it challenging to handle. Lu Danian slammed the table and raged. Be discreet. Elder Su is merely providing guidance to Jin Liuxiang in her cultivation. Do not overthink this. Yes, yes. The stewards inwardly lamented, yet dared not speak further. Just days ago, Xiao from the law enforcement team dug too deeply into Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang's affairs and ended up severely injured and expelled from the mountain. Faced with such terrifying events, they did not dare utter a single word regarding Elder Su's alleged favoritism toward female disciples. Elder Su, your time is running out. Why have you suddenly taken an interest in female cultivators? What a disgrace. Just then, a streak of light flew in from outside. In an instant, a woman in a flowing blue dress landed gracefully at the entrance. She possessed noble and enchanting phoenix eyes, sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Her stunningly beautiful visage exuded an ethereal charm, akin to the most exquisite flower in the world. Her fair skin glimmered with an alluring sheen, as smooth as the rarest jade. Her swan-like neck, with its perfect curve and delicate collarbone, radiated an unparalleled feminine allure. The beautiful blue dress clung to her figure, accentuating her perfect curves, as a gentle breeze passed. Her cascading black hair, falling to her slender waist, swayed slightly, seemingly carrying an irresistible fragrance. The newcomer was none other than Lu Danyan's master, the sect leader of the Miao Miao Sect, Du Guling. Upon seeing the woman enter, everyone in the law enforcement hall changed their expressions dramatically and bowed respectfully, saying, "Disciples pay their respects to sect leader Du Gu." Du Guling's expression was slightly frosty as she looked at Lu Danyan, waving her jade hand and commanding, "You all leave. I have matters to discuss with Lu Danyan." Yes, the outer sect law enforcement team members fled quickly, not daring to linger for a moment longer. It's over. Elder Lu is finished, covering for Elder Su's favoritism toward a female disciple, and now the sect leader has come to hold him accountable. Some stewards even relished the misfortune. Sect leader, please swiftly deal with Elder Lu and Elder Su as well. If this chaotic situation continues unchecked, the reputation of our Miao Miao sect will be tarnished irreparably. For an elder of Elder Su's standing, only the sect leader and the supreme elders could effectively intervene. Lu Danyan. Du Guling, with her hands clasped behind her back, spoke in a cool voice that sent shivers down Lu Danyan's spine. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Danyan hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling before Du Guling without uttering a word. Master, this is not my doing. Lu Danyan was completely flustered, having sold out Elder Su the moment he arrived. He had only seen Du Guling in this manner 3 times in his life, and each time had been accompanied by the fall of countless cultivators. Master, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I simply cannot withstand this. Du Guling's delicate brows furrowed slightly at this sight, and she coldly commanded, "That old fellow Su Xiao has been up to no good lately. You will tell me everything he has done, in detail. If you dare defend him in my presence, you may as well be prepared to perish." Lu Danyan's face turned pale instantly, his eyes filled with terror. Master, hear us how it is. It was Elder Su himself who wanted to take on a little mistress. On a sunny and bright morning, Su Xiao lay in bed. Jin Liuxiang, with a slight blush, rested beside him, her beautiful eyes closed. He needed to find an opportunity to meet more women of fortune. Su Xiao stroked his goatee, lost in thought. Gifts for women of fortune cannot be given thoughtlessly. To ensure the system returns more, one must increase the quantity. Moreover, the first gift to a woman of fortune can trigger a critical hit. Even if each woman of fortune only receives a gift once, it would be a tremendous profit. It seems he should take more strolls around. Who knows, he might encounter more women of fortune. As a senior with a distinguished reputation, it would be quite reasonable to give a gift upon stating that they are fated. Just as he was about to wake Jin Liuxiang and send her home, Su Xiao suddenly sensed an immense and astonishing surge of spiritual power approaching rapidly. Not good. Liuxiang, hurry and get dressed. The sect leader is coming, Su Xiao exclaimed, quickly getting out of bed and donning his gray robe. Jin Liuxiang woke up, and upon hearing the sect leader was coming, her delicate face drained of color. She knew that sect leader Du Guling was Elder Su's junior sister. If she were to see them in this state, the consequences would be dire. The two hurriedly dressed, and just as Jin Liuxiang was about to leave, the door was suddenly blasted open by a surge of spiritual energy. Standing at the threshold was Du Guling, radiant in her blue dress, glowing with beauty. She cast a glance at Jin Liuxiang in the room, and her expression darkened instantly. Jin Liuxiang was terrified, her complexion paling. Looking at the stunning figure before her, she felt a chill run down her spine. Is this the sect leader of the Miao Miao Sect, Du Guling? Disciple Jin Liuxiang paced, pays respects to sect leader Dugu. Jian Liuxiang immediately stepped forward, kneeling on the ground and performing a deep bow. Chapter 22. Bestowing the Supreme Beauty Pill Begone. Duguling didn't even glance at Jian Liuxiang, her gaze fixed solely on Su Xiao, as she spoke indifferently. Yes, yes. Jian Liuxiang, trembling with fear, quickly stepped away from Duguling, casting a fearful glance back at Su Xiao. The sect leader is terrifying. The overwhelming sense of pressure made her feel as insignificant as an ant in the presence of the latter. After Jian Liuxiang left, Duguling shut the door and turned to Su Xiao, her expression somewhat awkward. She smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I've said that I would find you a beautiful partner, yet you couldn't even resist for just a few days. Who would have thought that you, senior brother, would grow more interested in this aspect as you age?" Su Xiao noticed the reproach in her tone and chuckled lightly. "Junior sister, I have a connection with Jian Liuxiang. I am merely guiding her cultivation. Please don't overthink it." He shook his head inwardly, knowing he could not hide it for long. Duguling and he had grown up together. Even though he had limitations preventing him from reaching the God transformation realm and becoming her partner, he was aware of Duguling's inexplicable desire for control over him. While it was fine for her to find him a partner, he knew she would be displeased if he sought one himself. There was no helping it. His youthful charm had left an indelible impression on junior sister Dugu. "Don't try to deceive me. I'm not angry with you." "Humph. You men are all the same, even in old age." Duguling scoffed lightly and took a seat at the table. She then turned serious, saying, "Senior brother, these matters of yours have already spread to the inner sect, and because of you, both my and Master's reputations have been slightly tarnished. This must cease immediately, or I will have to impose punishment on your behalf." She was quite angered. Her senior brother had gone behind her back to pursue women. For the past 1,000 years, whenever he showed any inclination in that direction, she would immediately intervene. Her senior brother could only belong to her, even if he were to grow old and die. If he were to seek a partner, it must be one she chose. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile, explaining, "Junior sister, I have my reasons for this. Don't just look at the surface. I will simply not allow Jian Liuxiang to come anymore." After some time, his bond with Jian Liuxiang had only reached level 2. It seemed that excessive contact would not further enhance their bond, making her visits rather inconsequential. He needed to find new ways to strengthen these connections. Not just with her. He had heard of someone named Lin Yin'er. Duguling raised an eyebrow slightly. Su Xiao smiled. "My relationship with Lin is merely one of fate. There is nothing else. Junior sister, rest assured." Duguling nodded, her expression complex as she looked at Su Xiao. "Senior brother, once I find your partner, you may do as you please." Duguling stood up, smiling lightly as she said, "At that time, I will no longer concern myself with you." Detected Woman of Fortune, Duguling, Fortune Level, SS, Return Multiplier, 50x, Bond Level, 1. Observing his noble and ethereal junior sister, Su Xiao once again received the system's acknowledgement. Hearing her words, he shook his head inwardly. For the sake of his path to longevity, he could not comply with his junior sister's wishes. The system's rules dictated that he must give gifts to women of fortune to receive returns. Su Xiao cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, "Junior sister, don't worry. I will be more cautious in the future." Saying this, his eyes sparkled as he took out a glowing pill from his spatial storage. This was the Supreme Beauty Pill, specially prepared for Duguling. Its effects would surely be remarkable. Approaching Duguling, Su Xiao stroked his impressive goatee and held out the pill, saying, "Junior sister, this is a Supreme Beauty Pill I inadvertently obtained in my later years. I had intended to keep it for myself, but seeing you upset over my matters today, I feel deeply remorseful. I present this pill to you, hoping it brings you joy." Su Xiao's eyes gleamed with confidence. No female cultivator could refuse a beauty pill, especially not a supreme one. A beauty pill? Supreme? Duguling was momentarily stunned, gazing at the pill in Su Xiao's hand. She immediately took it, examining it closely. "This dot truly possesses such high quality? Senior brother, where did you acquire this? Do you know that this item is currently unavailable even for spirit stones?" Upon seeing the Supreme Beauty Pill for the first time, Duguling completely forgot about the earlier incident with Su Xiao and was instead filled with excitement and exhilaration. Previously, she had gone through great lengths to find a mid-grade beauty pill. Such items were scarce, and even a mid-grade one was the object of fierce competition among countless female cultivators. While a mid-grade beauty pill could help her maintain her youthful appearance in her twilight years, its effects would pale in comparison to that of a supreme beauty pill. If this were to be placed in the Hahuan sect, it could easily fetch thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Excitedly, the coldness faded from Dugaling's expression, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Her senior brother had gifted her such a precious item. Su Xiao smiled. Junior sister, calm down. It's nothing particularly valuable. Senior brother? Thank you. Dugaling, overwhelmed with joy, swallowed hard, unable to contain her excitement, and stepped forward to embrace Su Xiao. A fragrant breeze enveloped him. I always knew that my senior brother has treated me the best in this life. Dugaling was elated in that moment. She seemed to feel the presence of the senior brother she had once deeply yearned for. Su Xiao chuckled. Junior sister, even though I am now old, I will never forget you. I only gave Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er a few foundation pills and a few low-grade magical tools, merely trifles for amusement. But this supreme beauty pill, I will only reserve for you. In this lifetime, you are the only one I have truly loved. Speaking sweet words came effortlessly to Su Xiao. With such sweet nothings, it was likely that Dugaling would no longer overthink things, making it easier for him to offer gifts in return. As for the supreme magical tools, while she could use them, he had no suitable reason to present them. After all, his magical tools had been damaged during the tribulation, and it was inappropriate to bring them out now. That would have to wait until later. Senior brother. Dugaling gazed at Su Xiao's face, which, though aged, still retained its charm, and a rosy hue appeared on her exquisite cheeks. The long dormant feelings between the two seemed to be reignited by the supreme beauty pill. Chapter 23. The 3,000 Paths, the path of earth and fire after a moment of intimacy. Dugaling's beautiful face flushed as she donned her outer skirt. She looked at Su Xiao and sighed. Senior brother my Miao Miao longevity technique is cultivated based on a pure yin body, so I fear that in this lifetime, neither of us shall become partners. Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. It doesn't matter, junior sister. If not in this life, then in the next. Being able to spend 1,000 years with you is enough for me. He understood that Duguling's extraordinary progress over the past 1,000 years, now reaching the 9th level of the God transformation realm, was due to her being a rare purine body. This was also the reason Ji Shui had favored her in the past. Although such a physique cultivates quickly, it cannot bond with men. Otherwise, once the purine body is compromised, the speed of cultivation would drastically decrease. Until she reaches the next realm, the void refinement realm, Dugaling must maintain her purine form. Looking at Su Xiao, Dugaling's gaze carried a hint of guilt as she said, Senior brother, I have wronged you in this life, yet you still wish to gift me such a precious supreme beauty pill. I have understood your intentions. You have worked hard this past 1,000 years. In the future, if you have thoughts in this direction, I will no longer obstruct you. But senior brother, you must be more discreet. Do not let everyone know. Su Xiao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. If his junior sister would not obstruct him and his master was in seclusion, the supreme elders would not have the time to manage such matters. He could freely offer gifts to women of fortune in the future. Before departing, Dugaling instructed, Senior brother, I am already searching for your partner. You need not worry, I will find a girl who resembles me to be your partner. This way, for your remaining years, it will be as if you are always with me. With that, Dugaling, clutching the beauty pill, soared away from the courtyard, filled with eager anticipation to test the effects of the supreme beauty pill. Meanwhile, Su Xiao sank into a chair, gazing at the direction in which Dugaling had departed. His expression gradually becoming dazed. A woman resembling his junior sister became his companion in the path of cultivation. Junior sister, why does this feel a bit unsettling? Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting the exquisite beauty retaining pill for the first time to Dugaling, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning 3,000 Dao Pills. 3,000 Dao Pills, heavenly divine pills born from the energy of heaven and earth. Upon consumption, one randomly comprehends a path of the heavenly Dao. Boom! The system's words reverberated in Su Xiao's mind like thunder. Comprehend a path of the heavenly Dao. Su Xiao stared in disbelief at the golden divine pill, the size of a fist, that appeared in his spatial vault, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Tio comprehend the 3,000 Daos. Wasn't that the dream of every cultivator? Having cultivated for 1,000 years, he naturally understood that upon reaching the transformation stage, one begins to encounter the so-called heavenly Dao. The transformation and void refinement stages present a bottleneck that can only be overcome by comprehending a certain degree of the 3,000 Das. His master, Ji Shui, was in seclusion to comprehend one of the 3,000 Das in the secret realm, and now, with a single 3,000 Dao pill, he could directly comprehend a path of the heavenly Dao. Did this not imply that he would face no bottleneck when reaching the transformation and void refinement stages in the future? How utterly delightful! Su Xiao quickly closed the door and retrieved the fist-sized divine pill from the spatial vault. It radiated with 7-colored brilliance, as if surrounded by celestial energy, truly extraordinary. How could such a large pill be consumed? Would he have to bite into it piece by piece? Just as he brought the 3,000 Dao pill to his lips, it seemed to sense his intent and transformed into a stream of 7-colored light that flew into Su Xiao's mouth. Immediately, a peculiar energy surged within him. An inexplicable force of law enveloped his entire being. At that moment, he felt as if he had ascended to a realm of immortals, beginning to experience the wonders of the 3,000 Das. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the Tao of Earth Fire within the 3,000 Das. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1,008 years. Realm: Foundation Establishment 7th Layer. Special Constitution: Earth Fire. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. After a long while, the enveloping force of law dissipated. Su Xiao regained his senses. Feeling the Tao of Earth Fire he had just comprehended, his aged visage flushed with vitality. It was indeed the Tao of Earth Fire. He felt an indescribable excitement. Each path of the 3,000 Das could lead directly to the realm of immortality, and he had directly comprehended the Tao of Earth Fire. Within the Fire Tao, there were many branches among the 3,000 Das. The Earth Fire was the true fire of the 3 fires of heaven, earth, and man, representing the fire of wood and stone, which was also the most commonly used flame by ordinary people. The heavenly fire, in contrast, was the fire of the 9 heavens tribulation, crucial for overcoming tribulations. As for the human fire, it was the heart fire generated within the human body, also known as the karma fire. With a lift of his hand and a slight movement of his will, the force of the earth fire manifested, and a bright, blazing yellow-red flame appeared in Su Xiao's palm. The intense heat caused the entire room to be enveloped in waves of warmth. It was hard to imagine what would happen if such a small flame were to strike someone. It would likely spell disaster even for those at the nascent soul stage. Astonishing! Su Xiao excitedly withdrew the earth fire and then took out the Nanming Lihuo Fire Sword. The already fiery red sword body ignited with an extreme temperature flame after Su Xiao invoked the earth fire divine ability. Watching the combined power of the two, Su Xiao swallowed hard. After comprehending the Tao of Earth Fire, the power of his Nanming Lihuo Fire Sword had increased severalfold. It was not an exaggeration to say that with the support of the Nanming Lihuo Fire Sword and the Earth Fire, his current strength at the Foundation Establishment 7th Layer was comparable to that of a nascent soul 9th Layer cultivator. In fact, it might even be more ferocious, impressive. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, putting away the Earth Fire and the Nanming Lihuo Fire Sword. His confidence soared. Although his realm still needed some work, his strength had significantly increased. Moreover, after comprehending the Tao of Earth Fire, there would be no more bottlenecks in the transformation and void refinement stages. As long as he overcame the tribulation at the nascent soul 9th Layer, his cultivation would soar with the system's assistance, catching up to his junior sister. He could hardly wait. Chuckling to himself, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the cushion, smiling in contentment. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 months had gone by. During these 2 months, Jean Liuxiang had consumed 30 Foundation Establishment pills and returned 60 Essence Gold pills, advancing to the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, under the relentless feeding of resources, successfully advanced to the 1st layer of core formation, enabling him to fly using sword technique, chasing clouds and pursuing the sun. Chapter 24. News of Lin Yin'er. Over these 2 months, rumors about Su Xiao within the sect gradually subsided. After the sect master Du Ling personally instructed Lu Danian, the latter, along with a team of enforcement officers, worked diligently to apprehend those who spoke out of turn. Captured individuals were met with a harsh beating and a month's worth of spirit stone deductions. The outer sect disciples fell silent. Unless they were within their own quarters, they dared not discuss Su Xiao, as if it had become a taboo within the Miao Miao Sect. However, an event soon transpired that reignited the sect's chatter. No matter how hard the enforcement team tried to suppress it, they could not quell the fears of the outer sect disciples. Jin Liuxiang's master, Zhou Xiao, had died. Along with Zhou Xiao's 2 disciples, they mysteriously perished outside Xiao City. The 3 were expelled from the Miao Miao Sect and had sought refuge as guards in Xiao City due to their commendable cultivation. Yet, after a task outside the city, their bodies were discovered in the dense forest beyond Xiao City. This news quickly spread to the Miao Miao Sect, leaving the outer disciples terrified and ghostly pale. To offend Elder Su. What a miserable fate. Now, these disciples were so frightened that they scarcely dared to breathe. Being caught by the enforcement team was one thing, but they merely faced beatings and spirit stone deductions. Xiao inadvertently offend Elder Su and risk their lives. Thus, the once esteemed and virtuous image of Su Xiao in the hearts of the disciples underwent a massive transformation. He morphed from a kind and approachable elder into a hypocritical figure, indulging in the company of young mistresses. Not to mention, this unscrupulous elder wielded immense power and status within the sect. The disciples, upon catching sight of Su Xiao, would not dare approach him for greetings. Even some beautiful female disciples, upon seeing Elder Su pass by, would turn pale with fear, their hearts racing. In a small courtyard outside the mountain, Su Xiao, now having ascended to the core formation stage, listened to Lu Danian's report, stroking his goat-like beard, perplexed. Danian, why has my reputation become so dreadful? Now, those disciples look at me as if I were a ferocious beast, avoiding me at all costs. Some female disciples even seem to cry in fear. Is my presence truly so terrifying? Clad in an 8 trigrams robe, Lu Danian swallowed hard, looking at his bewildered master, feeling troubled himself. The enforcement team's suppression of public opinion was nearing backlash. Initially, things were fine, but in carrying out the master's orders, they had secretly dealt with Zhou Xiao and his 2 disciples. Somehow, this matter leaked within the sect, and now, the enforcement team was on the verge of collapse. However, a tarnished reputation for the master was of little concern. After all, he was nearing the end of his days. As long as the master lived comfortably, that was what mattered, Liu Danian cautiously replied. Master, once your master finds a companion for you, please temper your behavior a bit. Otherwise, if rumors spread further, it will be difficult for the enforcement team to manage. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Danian, have I not refrained from seeking Jin Liuxiang during this time? I am not that kind of person. I see you are precisely that kind of person. Lu Danian dared not speak further, only smiling foolishly in agreement. After giving him a few reminders, Lu Danian left the small courtyard, returning to the enforcement hall to continue directing the enforcement team to suppress public opinion. During noon, 2 female disciples, one plump and the other slender, approached the small courtyard with a hint of nervousness. Upon seeing this, Su Xiao smiled. I remember you both. How is Lin Xiaoyu doing now? Has she broken through to the foundation establishment stage? The 2 were indeed Lin Yenner's close friends and senior sisters. As they gazed at Su Xiao's amiable face, their expressions turned pale. The current elder Su had become a taboo in the hearts of these outer disciples. He was the terrifying old man who could become enraged and kill. The slightly plump senior sister adjusted her emotions and, in trepidation, knelt to plead, Elder Su, please save Lin Shimi. Lin Shimi, she cannot return from Jinshi City. Su Xiao raised his brows slightly. What happened to Lin Xiaoyu? The plump senior sister hurriedly explained, Elder Su, Lin Shimi broke through to the foundation establishment stage a month ago and returned to Jinshi City to visit family, only to be captured by individuals from the Miao Sect. The young master of the Miao Sect, Li Jiyue, has taken a liking to Shimi and insists on marrying her as a concubine. The Miao Sect has even pressured the city lord of Jinshi City, stating they will come to take Shimi back for marriage in 3 days. Su Zhao's brow furrowed, his expression growing stern. The Miao Sect? This small demonic sect dares to intercept his fated daughter? How audacious! How do you know of this? Su Xiao asked softly. The plump senior sister, seeing Su Zhao's concern, felt a surge of hope. Shimi sent us a message via a communication talisman. Her family is now under surveillance by the Miao Sect, and they can't even leave the city gate. Elder, Shimi is very distressed. She dislikes the Miao Sect and does not wish to marry Li Jue. But now the city lord of Jinshi City has agreed to this marriage, and her family cannot resist, even if they wish to. Elder, Shimi is one of us from the Miao Miao Sect. She sent us her last message, hoping we could find a way to rescue her. We have no master in the outer sect, oh we could only think of you. The 2 wore earnest expressions, their eyes filled with urgency. Their junior sister was in peril, and the Miao Sect held some influence in the northern border of Donglai country. Only Elder Su could intervene on her behalf. Did she not mention her identity as a disciple of the Miao Miao Sect? Su Zhao's gaze sharpened. She mentioned it. The plump senior sister replied, but those from the Xuanma sect said the sect doesn't interfere in matters of marriage. They even suggested that this way, the Xuanma sect and the Miao Miao sect would become related. Related my foot. Su Xiao scoffed internally, a look of disdain in his eyes. The Xuanma sect was at best a third-rate sect in the Panlong continent, unworthy even to carry the shoes of the Miao Miao sect. Since Lin Yin'er was his fated daughter, he would not stand idly by. Having made up his mind, Su Xiao smiled. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. He took out 6 foundation establishment pills, giving 3 to each of the 2 women. Lin Xiaoyu and I share a bond. Rest assured, I will bring her back to the sect. These foundation establishment pills are a token of my appreciation for your information. The 2 women were overjoyed upon hearing this. After receiving the pills, they repeatedly bowed to Su Xiao. After reminding them not to spread the news, the 2 respectfully withdrew. At that moment, Su Xiao stood up, murmuring with a smile, "It has been a while since I left the sect. This trip will be a good opportunity to explore. Perhaps I might even encounter a fated daughter and gain a fortune." Chapter 25. Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman. 3 days later, the Xuanma sect would come to Jinshi City to collect the bride, but there was no rush. With a hint of contemplation in his eyes, he summoned the mid-grade treasure, the meteor sword. Stepping onto the flying sword, he soared into the sky, heading straight for Xiao City in a beautifully fragrant and exquisite private room on the 3rd floor of the Zilai Trading Company. The shopkeeper, Ziyun, gracefully entered. Clad in a flowing purple gauze dress, her legs subtly visible beneath, she exuded a captivating charm. With a playful flutter of her enticing eyes, she approached Su Xiao and poured him a cup of tea. He, Elder Su, what brings you here this time? Rest assured, whatever you seek, my shop will not disappoint you. Ziyun elegantly settled beside Su Xiao. She gazed at the seemingly hypocritical yet handsome elder, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Ever since Su Xiao gifted her a magical hairpin, she had known he would return to seek her out. With her charm, it was a foregone conclusion. Su Xiao spoke candidly, "Shopkeeper Z, I am here to procure a batch of high-quality talismans. Talismans inscribed with spells, once activated, release one-time spells. Excellent tools for cultivators to defend themselves and confront foes." However, high-quality talismans were exceedingly rare, typically bestowed by senior sect members to young prodigies for protection. Ziyun raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling. What level of quality does Elder Su desire? Do you have talismans of the nascent soul stage? Su Xiao smiled. Talismans of the nascent soul stage can unleash a single strike with the power of a nascent soul cultivator. While they may not be of much use against nascent soul cultivators, they pose a significant deterrent to those below that stage. Of course, they are of little use to me now. What I am truly interested in are the talismans returned after gifting nascent soul talismans, or perhaps even those that do not exist at the void refinement stage. Preparing for his journey to Jinshi City to bring back his fated daughter, he needed to be well prepared. Nascent soul stage. Ziyun's expression shifted slightly, and she chuckled. Elder Su, you have come to the right place. In all of Xiao City, only my Zilai Trading Company possesses talismans of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, we have limited stock of these top-tier talismans. Both parties understood that the highest talismans available in the market were at the nascent soul stage. Su Xiao inquired, "How many do you have?" Ziyun, feeling a surge of excitement, replied, "We have 9 in total. 5 thunder induction talismans, 2 earth fire talismans, and 2 ice sword talismans." Elder Su, all these talismans are painstakingly crafted by core formation stage cultivators, and their quality is absolutely top-notch. Keep them for your juniors. They may save their lives at a critical moment. Su Xiao nodded. How many spirit stones for each? Not expensive, just 20 top-grade spirit stones each. That's quite reasonable, Dai, in that case. I'll take them all. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's face lit up with joy. This elder was indeed generous, not even haggling over the price. Today would be a profitable day. Soon, Ziyun respectfully entered with the 9 talismans. After the spirit stones were exchanged, she even offered Su Xiao a discount, totaling only 160 top-grade spirit stones. After collecting the talismans, Su Xiao's eyes glimmered. He took out 3 thunder induction talismans and, looking at the enchanting A-grade fated daughter, stroked his beard with a smile. "Shopkeeper Z, ever since our last meeting, I have felt a special affinity with you. As my lifespan dwindles, I have no need for these talismans. Since you have yet to reach the nascent soul stage, I would like to gift you these 3 nascent soul thunder induction talismans for your protection." To foster a good relationship, Xiao was confident. Those in the trading company valued spirit stones and would not refuse such a gift. You are gifting me 3? Ziyun stared at Xiao in shock. This old man was truly generous in his pursuit of her. 3 thunder induction talismans were worth 60 top-grade spirit stones, a significant sum anywhere. In that moment, she realized why this inner sect elder had failed his tribulation. His thoughts were so consumed by these matters that failure was inevitable. Hee. Ziyun immediately accepted the 3 thunder induction talismans. Such a stroke of fortune was something she would never refuse. Elder Su, you are truly too generous. Ziyun, after accepting the 3 talismans, gracefully approached Xiao and embraced him. A fragrant breeze wafted by. Elder Su, individuals like you are hard to come by. Ziyun sighed. Even in old age, you remain so handsome. If only you had been like this in your youth, you would have surely captivated countless female cultivators. Well, a bit of handsomeness remains. Xiao chuckled lightly. The closer their relationship grew, the more natural it would be for him to bestow gifts in the future. If only Elder Su were younger. Ziyun's charming face held a smile. Now that Elder Su was old and nearing the end of his lifespan, otherwise, she would have considered becoming his companion. She had her own calculations. If she failed to respond to such generosity, it would seem ungrateful. Elder Su, being a senior in the Miao Miao Sect, must have amassed countless spirit stones over the years, allowing for such lavishness. Though their relationship would likely remain platonic, she aimed to keep him as a steady patron at the Zilai Trading Company. Moreover, despite his age, Xiao was truly handsome, possessing a unique charm. Elder Su, be sure to visit my Zilai Trading Company again. Ziyun's cheeks flushed with allure, and she said no more. Xiao replied, with such a lovely shopkeeper as you, I certainly want to go elsewhere. Strengthening their bond would make future gifts even more seamless. Another stable win-win relationship had been established. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 3 nascent Soul Thunder Induction Talismans, returning 3 core formation Purple Cloud Thunder Talismans. Xiao Thunder Talisman. Upon activation, it unleashes the Xiao Heavenly Thunder upon enemies, with a power equivalent to a strike from a 9th-level Transformation Realm Cultivator. Chapter 26. An assassination at the door the following day at noon. In the city of Jinshi, located in the northern part of Donglai Kingdom, approximately 1,000 miles from the Miao Miao Sect, which was not far at all. Xiao leisurely flew his sword and arrived outside Jinshi City in just a couple of hours. The spatial storage contained 3 Xiao Thunder Talismans, each with the power of a 9th-level Transformation Realm strike, ensuring his safety. Moreover, with his current synergy with the Southern Brightly Fire Sword and the Earth Fire Dao, his combat prowess was no less than in the past. Jinshi City was vast, bustling with a myriad of vehicles and people. Outside an imposing mansion, 2 disciples of the Xuanma sect, clad in black, blocked Xiao's path. Old man, if you wish to avoid death, you'd best keep your distance. The Lin residence is now under the control of our Xuanma sect, and no one is permitted to approach. The 2 disciples bore fierce expressions, emanating the aura of early-stage core formation. They were elite disciples of the Xuanma sect, with 7 or 8 of their peers present, led by an elder, all ensuring that the young master could marry the Lin family's young lady in 2 days' time. Xiao regarded these arrogant disciples with a flash of surprise in his old eyes. Have the Xuanma sect's members become so audacious? What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyeballs dug out. You old fossil, with 1 foot in the grave, why don't you hurry and scram? The 2 disciples of the Xuanma sect were haughty, glaring at the frail Xiao, their words lacking any politeness. The Xuanma sect had dominated the nearby cities, and even the Donglai Kingdom could do nothing against them. With the support of the Demon Sect, the Xuanma sect had become exceedingly arrogant in the vicinity of Jinshi City. Still not leaving? You old fool are just asking to be dealt with. One of the disciples of the Xuanma sect leaped forward, preparing to kick Xiao's frail body away. Xiao's expression darkened, and in an instant, a burst of red and yellow flames appeared, shooting towards the Xuanma disciple with a whoosh. As the fist-sized flames touched the disciple, they rapidly spread. The disciple was filled with dread, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Yet, the red and yellow flames clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished, and even flared up more vigorously. Old man, who on earth are you? Stop it. The disciple had become a human torch, flames raging around him, shrieking in terror. The other disciple's face changed drastically. He rushed forward to help, but it was futile. Within 10 breaths, The disciple consumed by the earth fire was reduced to a pile of black ash. Who are you? The remaining Xuanma disciples stared at Su Xiao in horror. This white-haired old man appeared to be merely at the core formation realm, yet his strength was utterly terrifying. This kind of fearsome fire technique was something he had never heard of or seen before. Why didn't you ask earlier? Su Xiao shook his head, his eyes gleaming coldly. It seems that the lack of discipline towards your demon sect in recent years has led you to develop an illusion of invincibility. The Miao Miao Sect shall take action against you now. Hearing the name Miao Miao Sect, the Xuanma disciples' eyes widened in shock. The Miao Miao Sect? The other party was actually from the Miao Miao Sect. Hadn't they always been indifferent to worldly matters? Was it truly for that inconsequential outer disciple that they sought to oppose the Xuanma sect? But there was no time for further thought. The red and yellow fiery earth fire was already spreading over him. Filled with extreme terror and howling in despair, this Xuanma disciple followed suit, also being reduced to a pile of black ash. With a kick, Su Xiao sent the Lin family gate crashing open. Inside the main courtyard, several Xuanma disciples were seated, drinking and feasting. The servants and maidservants nearby served them, their faces filled with fear and trepidation. How did you get in? Did no one stop you outside? The Xuanma disciples' faces changed as they saw Su Xiao. How did such an old man get in? Were there two junior brothers just sitting around doing nothing? Old man, we're talking about you. How did you get in? Do you not know that the Lin residence has been taken over by our Xuanma sect? The disciples rose, their expressions unfriendly as they approached Su Xiao. The leading disciple was at the late-stage core formation level, glaring fiercely at the old man before him. If the old man gave a bad answer, he was prepared to kill him on the spot. But before they could react, Su Xiao made a single gesture, and the southern brightly fire sword suddenly manifested, transforming into a streak of meteor-like flame as it shot towards the group. As a disciple of the Miao Miao sect's esteemed elder, Ji Shui, Su Xiao had grown accustomed to arrogance throughout his life. He was not pleased with these disciples of the Xuanma sect, and this had little to do with Lin Yin'er anymore. Unhappy? Just kill. Before the Xuanma disciples could react, they saw the southern brightly fire sword, like a red meteor, darting back and forth in the courtyard. In just a couple of breaths, it pierced through the chests of each of the demon sect disciples. The speed was astonishing, and the power was overwhelming. Even with their protective talismans, they could not withstand the southern brightly fire sword, enhanced by the earth fire. This was the might of a ninth-level nascent soul. Puff. The group of demon sect disciples clutched their burning chests, spewing out blood. They fell one after another, staring in terror at the old man before them. Who are you? The flames on their chests began to spread, and amidst endless terror and despair, they were all reduced to black ash. I told you to ask first. Su Xiao retracted his sword, shaking his head with a smile, though he would still kill, even if they had asked first. The intense heat and the sight of the demon sect disciples' tragic demise sent the nearby servants and maidservants into a frenzy of fear. They screamed and fled in panic. There's murder, murder, at that moment, within the main hall ahead, for figures emerged, startled. Among them was an old man in black robes, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and Lin Yin'er, dressed in a white gown. When Lin Yin'er saw Su Xiao's face outside the door, her youthful and beautiful features instantly froze. Su? Elder Su? Elder Su has come. She was petrified in place in an instant. She pieced together the events and realized that her senior sister must have informed Elder Su about her predicament. At that moment, her heart surged with excitement, as if she had grasped the last straw of hope. Ignoring the black-robed man beside her, she rushed towards Su Xiao. Elder Su. The warm and kind smile from before replayed infinitely in her heart. At this moment, tears streamed down her face. She had no family in the Miao Miao sect, but now, Elder Su was her kin. Elder Su had come to save her. Lin, young friend, I am aware of your situation. Su Xiao looked at Lin Yin'er, who was clutching his arm and weeping. He gently patted her head and said kindly, come with me. Return to the sect to cultivate properly, and no one will dare to bully you. Lin Yin'er tightly grasped his hand. She had finally been rescued. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman looked at Su Xiao, their eyes shining with admiration. This, Elder Su. He must be a high-ranking elder of the Miao Miao sect. The Miao Miao sect had come to save Yin'er. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man gazed at the pile of ashes that were once the Xuanma sect disciples. His cold, ruthless face darkened. Suddenly, An overwhelming aura of nascent soul level surged forth, engulfing Xiao in an instant. Chapter 27. Elder Ying's demise. You truly possess great audacity. Do you dare to kill my Miao Sect disciples without considering the consequences? Even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, you will find it impossible to escape the pursuit of my Miao Sect in this lifetime. The black-robed elder's gaze was as fierce and sharp as an eagle's. He looked at Xiao, unleashing his immense aura as a sixth-level nascent soul cultivator. Instantly, the entire Lin residence was enveloped in his terrifying presence. The nearby hidden servants fainted on the spot, suffering serious injuries from the pressure. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman were frightened. Stepping back repeatedly, as mere core formation cultivators, they turned pale under the overwhelming pressure exuded by the black-robed elder, their eyes filled with astonishment. Elder Ying, please calm your anger. There must be some misunderstanding, the middle-aged man shouted anxiously. He was filled with dread. Elder Ying, a sixth-level nascent soul elder, held significant power within the Miao Sect. The elder's cultivation was profound, and his mastery of the demon techniques was extraordinary. If a fight broke out, this kind-hearted elder from the Miao Miao Sect would likely be no match for him. Misunderstanding? Elder Ying's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he pressed on. There is no misunderstanding. 8 of my Miao Sect disciples have perished. This old Taoist has committed a capital offense. The Miao Miao Sect, a decrepit sect known for its ostentatious reputation, was rumored to be quite mysterious. I want to see if it is merely a name without substance. His rage and disdain intertwined as he looked at Xiao, who seemed to be merely at the core formation realm, and he had already set his sights on killing him. The old Taoist had come alone, appearing to be just an outer elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Killing him for the deaths of 8 of his disciples would not even draw the sect's ire. Seeking death, with a grand motion of his hands, a wave of dark energy erupted from Elder Ying, swirling above his head and transforming into a gigantic ghostly face that rushed towards Xiao. Kill anyone who harms my Miao Sect disciples. The black, ghostly face, carrying an utterly terrifying might, bore a gaping maw as large as half a face, seemingly intent on swallowing Xiao whole. Xiao's aged face displayed a hint of disdain. It appeared that the members of the demon sect were merely a bunch of fools who had been foolishly practicing demonic arts. With a slight lift of his withered hands, red and yellow flames erupted from thin air. 2 fist-sized flames emerged, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that seemed capable of melting the very air. The flames transformed into 2 fire phoenixes, rushing forward and colliding with the terrifying ghostly face with a resounding impact. The sizzling sounds of burning echoed as, in less than 2 breaths, Elder Ying's ghostly face technique was completely incinerated by Xiao's flames. Leaving no trace behind, Elder Ying's expression changed dramatically, his sinister eyes filled with astonishment. The middle-aged man and beautiful woman behind him were equally taken aback, staring at Xiao. Though this elder seemed to be below the nascent soul realm, his fire technique was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Could this be the depth of the Miao Miao Sect's capabilities? Sizzle. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao gestured with his sword finger, and a fiery meteor shot into the sky. The flaming meteor then dove downwards, aimed directly at Elder Ying's chest. Elder from the Miao Miao Sect, do not underestimate my Miao Sect. Elder Ying's face darkened with fury as a solid iron shield flew from his chest. The shield, enveloped in golden light, transformed into a formidable wall of energy to protect him. This was his prized high-grade magic tool, the Golden Light Shield. Under his 6th-level nascent soul prowess, its defensive capabilities were truly remarkable. No sword could shatter its defenses. Bang! The southern brightly fire sword collided with the Golden Light Shield, unleashing a shockwave that left Lin Yin'er and the others staggering backward, nearly losing their footing. The battles of nascent soul cultivators were indeed terrifying. Crack! The Golden Light Shield began to crack under the impact of the southern brightly fire sword, with fissures spreading from where the sword pierced. The red and yellow flames enveloping the sword began to dim the shield's brilliance. This sight filled Elder Ying with shock and disbelief. Bang! The southern brightly fire sword, as a magical treasure, bore astonishing heat and power. In mere moments, it shattered the Golden Light Shield's defensive wall into pieces. This was still the power contained within Xiao's 1st-level core formation. Should he reach the nascent soul stage, the southern brightly fire sword and earth fire would become even more formidable. Impossible! Elder Ying's sinister eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the southern brightly fire sword slammed into the golden light shield's core, shattering it to smithereens, continuing its momentum. With a swift whoosh, the sword pierced through Elder Ying's frail chest at a breathtaking speed. The old man's sword technique was so swift that he had no time to cast another spell. Being impaled by the blazing sword, Yu. Elder Ying clutched his chest, fear spreading across his aged face. He never imagined that such an ordinary core formation elder could unleash such a powerful attack. His invulnerable golden light shield had failed to withstand even a single strike. The red and yellow flames raged, threatening to engulf him. Yet, having sustained severe injuries, he could not muster the strength to suppress the terrifying flames. You are seeking your own demise, you old thief. My Miao Miao Sect will not let you go. In an instant, the flames engulfed Elder Ying completely. Amidst his endless terror and despair, he was reduced to a charred remains. Dead beyond recovery, retrieving the southern brightly fire sword, Xiao stroked his dashing goatee and glanced at the pale-faced members of the Lin family surrounding him. With a gentle smile, he spoke. I am Xiao, an inner elder of the Miao Miao Sect, here to bring Lin Yinner back to the sect for cultivation. May I inquire who is the head of the Lin family? With a calm demeanor, having just slain a multitude of Miao Miao Sect disciples, Xiao appeared as an ordinary old man, harmless and unassuming. The middle-aged man in fine clothing, recovering from his shock, approached Xiao with a pale face. Trembling as he clasped his hands in respect, I pay my respects to Elder Su. I am Lin Dazhong, Lin Yinner's father. Nearby, a graceful woman in palace attire, exuding a mature charm, also approached, trembling. She was in her 30s and bore a beautiful visage. Both were profoundly shocked. This Elder Su was indeed an inner elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Yinner has made the acquaintance of an esteemed elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Lin Yinner gazed at Xiao. Her bright, beautiful eyes filled with admiration and awe. Elder Su was so powerful to that moment. A plump, middle-aged man dressed in golden robes hurriedly entered, panic etched across his face. Upon seeing the charred remains of the Miao Miao Sect disciples and the now charred Elder Ying, his greasy face turned ashen, filled with fear as he addressed Lin Dazhong. Lin Xinbei. What on earth happened here? How did Elder Ying and the others end up like this? He was Jin Hao, the city lord of Jinshi. He had been the one managing this marriage arrangement. Now, with the young master of the Miao Miao Sect, Li Jiyue, yet to arrive for the wedding, all the Miao Miao Sect members had perished? He was nearly fainting from shock. Chapter 28. Li Jiyue of the Miao Miao Sect. A short while later, Lin Yinner introduced Xiao in detail to the three individuals. Lin Dazhong and Jin Hao's faces changed dramatically upon hearing the news. An esteemed inner elder of the Miao Miao Sect, a senior disciple of the sect master of the Miao Miao Sect, the pupil of the supreme elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Lin Dazhong and his wife were overwhelmed with shock and excitement. This white-haired elder, exuding an otherworldly aura, held such a high status within the Miao Miao Sect. How could Lin Yinner, an ordinary outer disciple, have any connection with such a prominent elder? Lin Dazhong and his wife were both astonished and elated. Yet, Jin Hao was filled with a mix of shock and dread. The young master of the Miao Miao Sect, Li Jiyue, had taken a fancy to Lin Yinner and had spoken about the marriage. Now, this esteemed elder from the Miao Miao Sect had come to claim her, having also killed Elder Ying and his group. How on earth would he explain this to young Master Li Jiyue in 2 days? Standing in the courtyard, Xiao cast a glance at Lin Yinner beside him and smiled kindly. Lin, young brother, your girl Yinner has a connection with this old Taoist. I find her clever and promising, and I wish to nurture her. This marriage with the Miao Miao Sect shall be cancelled. Lin Dazhong and his wife were filled with excitement. An esteemed elder from the Miao Miao Sect valued their daughter. Her future within the sect would be bright indeed. Yes, Lin Dazhong exclaimed with enthusiasm. We will follow Elder Su's wishes, Elder. I shall entrust Yinner to you from now on. However, Jin Hao's face was filled with bitterness as he anxiously addressed Xiao. Elder Su, the Miao Miao Sect has already issued an edict regarding this marriage, insisting on marrying the Lin family young lady, Lin Xinbei. You had also agreed to this arrangement initially. If you go back on your word, the Miao Miao Sect will definitely not let it slide. Lin Dazhong looked at Jin Hao, his brows furrowed. He had indeed agreed, but that was out of fear of the Miao Miao Sect's intimidation. He did not want his daughter to marry a scoundrel like Li Jiyue. During this time, he had long inquired about the situation. The young master of the Miao Miao Sect, Li Junyani, is said to have no fewer than 10 concubines. He is undoubtedly a lecherous scoundrel. The consequences of Yin Yuan going to the Xuanma sect are simply unimaginable. Su Xiao cast a stern glance at Jin Hao, his old eyes filled with a hint of authority, and said, Jian City Lord, you have taken it upon yourself to arrange a marriage for my Miao Miao Sect disciple. It is already quite magnanimous of me not to hold you accountable. Go. Approach the Xuanma sect to annul the engagement and state that Lin Yinyuan wishes to return to my Miao Miao sect for cultivation. Jin Hao's complexion turned ashen once again. With only the cultivation of the first stage of the nascent soul, and with Elder Ying and others having perished in Jin Shiqing, to seek to annul the engagement with the Xuanma sect could very well cost him his life. Elder Su. Jin Hao fell to his knees before Su Xiao, his face a mask of desperation. Elder, you have slain Elder Ying and the others. How can I possibly go to the Xuanma sect? That would be akin to throwing myself into a trap. Elder, I truly do not wish to play matchmaker. However, the young lady from the Lin family is so beautiful that Li Junyani remembered her after just one glance and has been coercing and enticing me ever since. Please, Elder, help the Jin Shiqing. In the face of such a powerful adversary, the Xuanma sect's esteemed inner sect elder, he dared not offend Elder Su. Su Xiao regarded this greasy, corpulent figure with a hint of disdain in his old eyes. How could such a person hold the position of city lord in Jin Shiqing? Truly, there are unspoken rules everywhere. Lin Dadong and his wife similarly furrowed their brows, if the annulment did not go smoothly. And the Xuanma sect's people came seeking vengeance for Elder Ying's death. Jin Shiqing would certainly suffer. As Su Xiao pondered, the voice of the system suddenly emerged. Detected a foe of fortune? Li Junyani, identity. Young master of the Xuanma sect, mission issued. Eliminate the foe of fortune? Li Junyani. Mission reward, guaranteed thousandfold critical strike on the next occasion. A mission. Su Xiao's old eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. This thousandfold return system actually has a task to eliminate a foe of fortune. This is indeed a delightful benefit from the system. Li Junyani of the Xuanma sect? Quite good. I shall easily slay him and be on my way. Clearing his throat, Su Xiao spoke with an authoritative tone. Since City Lord Jin has said so, I shall assist you in dealing with Li Junyani. Now, tell me, what is the current situation at the Xuanma sect? Upon hearing this, Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and the others immediately felt a wave of relief. Truly, as a prominent righteous sect, the Miao Miao sect is indeed substantial and responsible. Lin Yinyuan was even more flabbergasted by the favor shown to her. Elder Su, this is wonderful. You are so kind to me. I shall never be able to repay Elder Su's kindness in this lifetime. Jin Hao hurriedly interjected, Elder Su, it is as follows. In 2 days, the young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Junyani, will come to Jin Shiqing with a wedding procession to claim his bride. At that time, Elder Su, you only need to appear and annul the engagement in the name of the Miao Miao sect. With your standing in the Miao Miao sect, Li Junyani will undoubtedly have reservations and dare not refuse. This way, Jin Shiqing would be safe, and the young lady from the Lin family would be able to return to the Miao Miao sect for cultivation. Jin Hao was filled with excitement. With the inner sect elder of the Miao Miao sect speaking on behalf of Jin Shiqing, the Xuanma sect would surely not dare to defy. Su Xiao nodded slightly. Then, he said slowly, then in these 2 days. Jin Hao quickly interjected, in these 2 days, please, Elder Su, stay at my city lord's mansion. We shall receive you with the utmost courtesy. Very well, let us await the arrival of Li Junyani. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Jin Hao spared no effort in hosting Elder Su at the city lord's mansion, with an abundance of exquisite food and fine wine. The Miao Miao sect, transcending worldly concerns, now had Su Xiao's status such that even the emperor of Donglai would be required to pay his respects. On the morning of the event, 2 miles outside Jin Shiqing, a grand procession descended from the sky. Upon landing, they summoned exquisitely adorned puppet carriages from their storage bags. The carriages were draped in red silk, adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, and surrounded by disciples of the Xuanma sect dressed in crimson. At the forefront of the procession sat a delicate young man clad in a resplendent red cloak. He wore a red flower on his chest, dressed as a groom. His gaze was filled with desire and brilliance. Just the thought of Lin Yinyuan's pure and charming visage made him eager to consummate their union that very night. He was the young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Junyani. Clearing his throat, Li Junyani laughed heartily. Elder San Yin, young master. 3 road opening elders responded in unison. 5 flag vanguard. Present, young master. 5 figures clad in black responded with laughter. Disciples at the front. Present, young master. Surrounding them, dozens of elite disciples bowed in unison. Li Junyani's eyes gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, "Today, I am marrying. You all must be in high spirits, regardless of whether Lin Yinyuan agrees or not. We shall bring her back to the sect and hold the ceremony on the spot." "Yes, young master." The crowd responded with fervor, their eyes alight with anticipation. The young master's marriage meant a substantial reward in resources for them. Today, in Jin Shiqing, even if they had to shout until their throats were hoarse, Lin Yinyuan would have no choice but to return with the young master and consummate their union. Chapter 29. Slaughter of the Fire Flag Vanguard at the gates of Jin Shiqing. Jin Hao, accompanied by the officials of Jin Shiqing and members of the Lin family, awaited their arrival. Shortly after, the procession from the Miao sect approached. Even before they could see the figures clearly, Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and the others felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure emanating from the nascent soul cultivators, flooding the area. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and roared, creating a cacophony of sound. Upon their arrival, the Miao sect's wedding party unleashed their formidable nascent soul presence, enveloping all those waiting at the gates. This was the Miao sect's display of might. With such a multitude of sect experts dispatched, their purpose was clear: to ensure that the young master secured his bride. Jin Hao and Lin Dadong swallowed nervously, their faces paling. They were far too powerful. Among the wedding party of the Miao sect, there were even several strong presences at the 9th level of the nascent soul. The officials of Jin Shiqing were drenched in sweat, their eyes filled with fear. The might of the Miao sect's casual wedding party far surpassed that of Jin Shiqing. Truly, they were a major demonic sect. The people of Jin Shiqing were thoroughly astonished by the arrival of the Miao sect's disciples. Elder Su was the only representative from the Miao Miao Sect, and it seemed that this marriage would not be easily annulled. "Welcome, young Master Li of the Miao Sect." "Haha, it has been several days, and the young master looks even more radiant. Please, come in." As the wedding party drew near, City Lord Jin Hao wore a forced smile, stepping forward to greet them. Though he wore a cheerful expression, his heart was heavy with worry. The oppressive pressure from the surrounding nascent souls made it difficult for him to breathe, and he could not even dare to mention the annulment, let alone bring up the deaths of Elder Ing and the others at the hands of Elder Su. Li Junyani sneered, casually waving a hand to dismiss Jin Hao. Upon seeing Lin Yinyuan standing beside Lin Dadong, his eyes widened in delight, sparkles of greed flashing within. Clad in a pure white gown, she stood elegantly, her beauty radiating innocence and charm. Her slender figure swayed gracefully like a willow, exuding an enchanting aura. Her fair and exquisite visage shone with youthful beauty, reminiscent of a blossoming lotus, captivating all. Her smooth, fair skin glimmered, and her elegant neck added to her allure. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her long black hair to dance, embodying the unique grace of a young maiden. After marveling at her beauty, Li Junyani stepped forward, leaping from his carriage. Surrounded by a throng of Miao sect disciples, with his hands clasped behind him, he coldly demanded, "Jin Hao, what is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you that I was coming to claim my bride today? Where is her bridal attire? Do you intend for her to return to the sect dressed like this? To hold the ceremony?" Boom. Li Junyani's nascent soul aura surged like a tidal wave. The nearby disciples of the Miao sect, sensing their master's dissatisfaction, unleashed their own nascent soul pressures, intensifying the atmosphere. The faces of the Jin Shiqing officials shifted as they felt the overwhelming force, retreating in fear. Even Lin Yinyuan's face turned pale as she tightly clutched her mother's hand. "You must calm down, young master." Jin Hao rushed to Li Junyani's side, his face filled with bitterness. His corpulent form trembled slightly, appearing hesitant. Surrounded by the disciples of the Miao sect, he dared not utter a word about the annulment. "Elder Su, please come out." "Jin Hao, it seems you no longer wish to remain in Jin Shiqing. Do not delay. Bring the young lady back to change into her proper attire." Li Junyani bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. If it weren't for Lin Yinyuan's beauty satisfying him, he would have no interest in dealing with Jin Hao and would have simply beaten him. "Did you not hear the young master's words? Why are you still standing there?" The 3-road opening elders, the 5-flag vanguard, glared at Jin Hao, their expressions menacing, as if ready to explode at any moment. This left Jin Hao trembling in fear, his heart filled with despair. Meanwhile, Lin Dadong and the officials of Jin Shiqing were equally alarmed. The Miao sect had come prepared, and Elder Su, they could only hope he could successfully annul the engagement. Just as Jin Hao found himself caught between a rock and a hard place, a hearty laughter emanated from a nearby carriage. Following that, an elderly man dressed in gray, with white hair and beard, slowly emerged, stepping down from the carriage. Li Junyani, I shall take Lin Yinyuan away. This marriage will be nullified. As Su Xiao approached the crowd, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong's group finally felt a wave of relief wash over them. With this inner sect elder from the Miao Miao Sect backing them, they finally had the courage to stand against the Xuanma Sect. What? Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, Li Junyani's expression shifted dramatically, his narrow eyes brimming with anger. Who are you, old man? Do you think you have the right to speak here? Li Junyani shoved Jin Hao aside, advancing with fury. The disciples of the Xuanma Sect followed closely behind, their imposing aura sending tremors through the crowd. Ha ha, I am Su Xiao, an inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Lin Yinyuan is one of my disciples, and we do not consent to this marriage. Su Xiao spoke coldly, his old eyes glinting with mockery and disdain. An inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect. The words struck the hearts of every disciple of the Xuanma Sect like a bolt from the blue. The Miao Miao Sect has sent someone? Li Junyani and his companions were momentarily stunned. How could a mere outer sect disciple attract the attention of an inner sect elder? Initially shocked, they soon exchanged glances, realizing that the white-haired elder only appeared to possess the cultivation of the golden core stage. The disciples of the Xuanma Sect exchanged furious glares. How could a mere golden core elder dare to claim to be an inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect? How dare you, old man? You are courting death by impersonating an elder of the Miao Miao Sect. Jan Shirching dares to defy the orders of the Xuanma Sect. One brutish man, a fire flag vanguard at the third level of the nascent soul, glared at Su Xiao, preparing to strike him down as an example. He drew a long knife, a magical artifact, and aimed it at Su Xiao's head. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, and the blade gleamed with terrifying power. Boom! In an instant, a fiery red sword shot forth. The Nanming Fire Sword, imbued with boundless might, surged towards the middle of the long knife. Bang! The long knife shattered upon impact, and in quick succession, it broke through 2 layers of protective artifacts. Exploding the man's head, flames of red and yellow began to blaze at the severed knife and the fire flag vanguard's corpse, turning it into charred remains. In less than 3 breaths, the broken knife melted into a pool of molten metal, while the fire flag vanguard's headless body was reduced to a charred, unrecognizable form. Gasp! The scene unfolded too swiftly, leaving both sides in shock, as the fiery remains of the fire flag vanguard collapsed. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Gasping in disbelief, Li Junyani stared incredulously at the elderly man before him. He was certain. Just moments ago, the elder had released spiritual energy that was undeniably at the early golden core stage. Yet, with that fiery red sword, he had effortlessly slain a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, how dared he kill a member of the Xuanma Sect? Shock transformed into unrestrained fury as Li Junyani's eyes reddened, filled with murderous intent directed at the elder. The surrounding disciples of the Xuanma Sect were equally taken aback by Su Xiao's thunderous display. The fire flag vanguard, at the third level of the nascent soul, had been easily dispatched? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the officials of Jin Shirching turned pale, their expressions filled with terror. Elder Su, why had he suddenly resorted to violence? Wasn't the plan merely to annul the marriage? Lin Dadong and his wife shielded Lin Yinyuan behind them, equally stunned. Elder Su, despite his advanced age and seemingly amiable demeanor, transformed into a figure of terror when confronted by the Xuanma Sect. Now, with no turning back, they would inevitably face the endless wrath of the Xuanma Sect. In this moment, Lin Dadong even contemplated fleeing. Should negotiations break down, he was prepared to escape with his wife and daughter, hiding away and assuming new identities. If a conflict between the Miao Miao Sect and the Xuanma Sect erupted because of Lin Yinyuan, his family, merely sellers of spiritual tea, would surely meet a tragic end. Su Xiao slowly returned his sword to its sheath, observing the Xuanma Sect disciples who dared not move. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Dare to lay a hand on an inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect? Li Junai, oh, you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Your Xuanma Sect may very well face annihilation." Though his voice was aged, it carried an unyielding authority. The ancient lineage of the sect was laid bare in that moment. This was the essence of invincible confidence. Are you truly an inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect? Li Junyani's complexion paled slightly. Initially, he had doubted, yet after witnessing the elder's formidable sword, his conviction wavered. That sword, radiating flames, was undoubtedly an exceptional artifact of immense power. It was likely among the finest of its kind. There was no other explanation for how this seemingly insignificant golden core elder could slay the Fire Flag Vanguard. Suddenly, Li Junyani's expression changed as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. "Where is Elder Ing? What have you done to him?" A sense of foreboding surged within him. However, he dared not act recklessly before Su Xiao, for the reputation of the Miao Miao Sect as a righteous leader was not to be trifled with. Su Xiao remained unfazed, replying, "That old man was disrespectful to me, and he is now dead." "What?" The expressions of the Xuanma Sect's disciples shifted once more. Elder Ing and the others had also perished at the hands of this old man? How infuriating, old man. You are pushing your luck? Li Junyani's rage surged, his face flushed with anger. Yet, a fragment of rationality still urged him to refrain from antagonizing the Miao Miao Sect. He understood that Su Xiao was an inner sect elder. If he were to kill him, the Xuanma Sect would be unable to withstand the Miao Miao Sect's wrath. This matter must be returned to discuss with his father. At this moment, he had already forgotten about marrying Lin Yinyuan. Such trivial matters paled in comparison to the threat posed by the Miao Miao Sect. He could not comprehend why an inner sect elder of the Miao Miao Sect would come alone to rescue a mere outer sect disciple. It simply did not make sense. "You push your luck?" Su Xiao chuckled softly. "What of it? What can you, a mere fledgling, do to me? If you have the ability, then attack. I shall pierce you through with one sword strike. A scoundrel like you, who can do nothing but chase after women, is truly a foul piece of refuse." The mockery was palpable. Li Junyani was but a target for his thousandfold critical strike. "You old man, how dare you speak so?" Li Junyani was nearly driven mad by Su Xiao's words. This elder had come specifically for Lin Yinyuan, seeking to provoke the Xuanma Sect. "Old man, you shall pay for this. You killed so many of my sect's disciples. Even if the Miao Miao Sect comes seeking vengeance, we are still in the right." Li Junyani immediately drew a superior grade sword, preparing to engage Su Xiao in a battle to the death. "Young master, you must remain calm." The three road opening elders intervened, their old eyes glimmering with determination. Though they were furious, they were more governed by reason. To kill this elder would surely seal their fate with the Miao Miao Sect. Even if it is justified, the Xuanma Sect will inevitably find itself in a passive position. After all, the two sects are not even in the same league. Su Xiao continued to mock, "And you three ancient ones? Do you not take a good look at your own ages? You still indulge this brat in his reckless antics. At your age, I suppose you are living like swine and dogs now?" Boom! Su Xiao's words detonated in the hearts of the crowd like a thunderclap. Not only were the members of the Xuanma Sect taken aback, but even those from Jinshi City stared at Su Xiao in utter bewilderment. "Elder Su, what on earth is happening?" Having killed so many disciples from the other side, the Xuanma Sect has already shown considerable restraint. A little pressure from the Miao Miao Sect should have sufficed to withdraw from this marriage. Yet, it is clear that they have no intention of backing down. Even Elder Sanin is cursing now. Jin Haolin and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Even Lin Yenner, who was trailing behind, looked dazed, unable to comprehend Elder Su's actions. "Old man, what are you saying? I see you are truly courting death. Oh dear. I was initially inclined to spare you for the sake of the Miao Miao Sect. But today, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, you must die." The three black-robed elders were enraged, their faces contorting with fury. These three were the top-tier Sanin elders of the Xuanma Sect, overseeing both internal and external affairs of the sect. To their astonishment, they were being berated by an elder in the Jiedon stage. No longer obstructing Li Jiyue, the three drew their magical artifacts and said, "Young master, let us first eliminate this elder Su. We can discuss the subsequent matters upon returning to the sect. Perhaps he is merely a peripheral figure of the Miao Miao Sect, relying on borrowed power." Li Jiyue was already seething with rage to the words of the three elders. He unsheathed his sword and called out to the gathered disciples of the Xuanma Sect. "All disciples of the Xuanma Sect, heed my command. This elder Su has killed our disciples and humiliated us. Seize him immediately and tear him to pieces." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Xuanma Sect disciples glinted with ferocity. Subsequently, everyone drew their magical artifacts and surged towards Su Xiao like a tidal wave. Today, this old man must die without a doubt. the crowd from Jinshi City was left pale with fear. Each individual hastily retreated to evade the onslaught of the Miao Sect disciples. Their cultivation levels were still too weak, and they dared not resist alongside Elder Su. Jin Haolin and the others were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Elder Su was simply too audacious. Those unaware would think that there was a deep-seated vendetta between him and the Miao Sect. Elder Su, meet your end. Li Jue led the charge with the 3 Sannin elders, followed by a throng of elite demonic cultivators. Such a formation could easily overwhelm even a cultivator at the Huashan stage if they were not careful, let alone the old man Su. Humph, utterly foolish. Su Xiao remained unfazed. Merely smiling faintly, he discerned that among these demonic cultivators, the strongest was the Sannin elder, each at the 9th level of the Yuanying stage. Even wielding the southern brightly fire sword, he would face some difficulty. However, he had long devised a plan. The Huashan 9th level Xiao Thunder Talisman. Let's see what you can do now. With a purple talisman in hand, Su Xiao stood resolute as a mountain, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 31. Return, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Gazing at the horde of demonic cultivators ahead, Su Xiao activated the Huashan 9th level Xiao Thunder Talisman returned by the system. The moment the talisman was triggered, a deafening roar of wind and thunder erupted from it. Instantly, the heavens darkened, and ominous clouds gathered. A tremendous pressure of the Huashan 9th level descended from above, looming over Li Jue and the demonic cultivators. What is happening? Li Jue, the 3 Sannin elders, and the 4 flag vanguards halted their advance. They gazed at the impending orb of light in the sky, their expressions shifting drastically, eyes wide with shock. Huashan thunder, damn it. How could Huashan thunder suddenly appear? Is it from that old man's talisman just now? The eldest among the Sannin elders regained his composure, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Could it be that the talisman wielded by the opponent is a Huashan talisman? Retreat. Retreat. Return to the sect. The Sannin elders felt the irresistible force in the sky and hastily shouted, not daring to confront it head-on. But it was already too late. The Huashan thunder had locked onto the crowd below, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly towards Li Jue and the 3 Sannin elders. The thunderbolts crackled, and an overwhelming pressure from the Huashan stage permeated the surroundings. At this moment, the people of Jinshi City trembled in fear. A Huashan cultivator. There is actually a Huashan stage cultivator. The purple lightning, as thick as a giant tree, struck Li Jue and the 3 Sannin elders without delay. In an instant, the immense power of the lightning consumed the 3 men. The residual force of the thunder surged forth, and not a single member of the Miao Sect was spared. This was a strike from the Huashan 9th level. Even the residual force was sufficient to send the Yuanying stage cultivators of the 4 flag vanguards flying. No. In the wake of the thunder, the 3 Sannin elders struggled with all their might, drawing upon their lifetimes of cultivation. Yet, Li Jue, standing before them, was still too weak to withstand the onslaught of the lightning. In boundless agony and despair, Li Jue cast one last glance at the white-haired old man before being reduced to ashes in an instant. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend how the Miao Sect had offended Su Xiao so gravely. It was as if there was a profound grudge between them. He was utterly perplexed. With his death, he was obliterated into nothingness. The might of the Huashan 9th level Xiao Thunder Talisman was astonishing. After slaying Li Jue, its ferocity remained unabated. The Sannin elders, engulfed in despair, fell one by one under the might of the purple divine thunder, ultimately meeting the same fate. Reduced to ashes, Su Xiao's aged eyes glimmered with excitement. This was incredible. The Xiao Thunder Talisman returned by the system was undoubtedly far superior to the Huashan talismans crafted by other cultivators. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. As the thunderclouds dissipated, the remains of Li Jue and the 3 Sannin elders were left utterly unrecognizable. The elite disciples of the 4 flag vanguards, sent flying by the thunder, were charred black but still clung to life. Gasping for breath, it was over. The Miao Sect was finished. They gazed at the gray-clad old man before them, who exuded an air of calmness, their hearts filled with despair and shock. The power of his talisman was terrifying. This was no ordinary Huashan talisman. They even believed it might be a talisman of the previously unheard-of refining void stage. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. With the might of the southern brightly fire sword, Su Xiao began to slay the remaining demonic cultivators without mercy. None were spared. In a mere few breaths, the entire wedding procession of dozens was annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. Even Li Jiyue was obliterated, leaving not even a trace. The ground was set ablaze, turning the entire wedding party to ash. Su Xiao stepped forward to pick up a storage bag lying on the ground. It belonged to Li Jiyue. Crafted from special scales, this storage bag was a top-tier item. Having withstood the thunderstorm, Su Xiao took a glance inside and was pleasantly surprised. It contained over 400 top-grade spirit stones, 3 top-grade magical artifacts, and more than 30 transformation pills for yuanying cultivators. This young man was quite wealthy. Without further hesitation, he tossed the bag into his spatial vault. Upon returning to the crowd of Jinshi City, they were left in a state of shock, as if turned to stone. The young master of the Miao Miao Sect, Li Jiyue, and the 3 Sannian elders, and so many elite disciples, are all dead. They could hardly believe their eyes. This seemingly benevolent elder Su was, in fact, terrifyingly powerful. Although his cultivation was not high, the things he produced included even the Huashan Thunder Talisman. Could this be the unparalleled foundation of the ancient sect? Miao Miao Sect? Young friend Lin. Su Xiao smiled at the petrified Lin Yin'er. Her face pale, she stepped forward from the crowd and knelt before Su Xiao, disciple. She was utterly overwhelmed by Su Xiao's prowess. Elder Su, as the senior disciple of the sect master, you are truly formidable. Even if the tribulation fails, you still possess the strength to obliterate heaven and earth. So powerful, her heart raced, filled with both excitement and trepidation. With Elder Su's protection, the Miao Miao Sect would no longer dare to harass her. Su Xiao replied, "The matter is resolved. Let us return to the sect. Young friend Lin, we are fated to meet. In the future, you shall be a registered disciple of Lu Denian within the sect, and I shall ensure the resources for your cultivation." Lin Yin'er's face flushed with shock upon hearing this. To be a registered disciple of the law enforcement elder, that was the disciple of the revered Dugu sect master. Elder Su is truly too kind to her. Tears of gratitude streamed down her cheeks once more as she realized that, although it was merely a nominal title under Elder Lu, Elder Su regarded her as a true successor, disciple. "Thank you for your immense favor, Elder." Lin Yin'er knelt and bowed 3 times to Su Xiao, her fair forehead reddening from the force of her sincerity. "Ha ha," Su Xiao waved his hand, chuckling. "I have already said we are fated to meet. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating the fated enemy, receiving a chance for a 1,000-fold return. The next gift will certainly be returned." Su Xiao's aged eyes sparkled. He retrieved a thunder-drawing talisman of the yuanying stage, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 top-grade spirit stones from his spatial vault. "Take these. This is your initiation gift for joining Elder Lu's sect, which I have covered for you. Keep the yuanying stage thunder-drawing talisman safe. It may save your life in the future," Su Xiao said with a smile. Lin Yin'er gazed at his kind face, tears flowing uncontrollably. Trembling, she accepted the items and bowed 3 more times to Su Xiao. "Elder, I will do whatever you ask of me in the future." Yin'er will only serve Elder Su from now on. Behind them, Lin Dazhong and Jin Hao were left utterly astonished. Elder Su truly valued Lin Yin'er and intended to nurture her. The Lin family was indeed fortunate. Lin Dazhong and his wife were ecstatic, their faces flushed with joy. To have such a powerful and esteemed inner sect elder from the Miao Miao Sect take an interest in Yin'er was an incredible blessing. "Yin'er, you shall soar to great heights in the future." Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting Lin Yin'er the thunder-drawing talisman, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the refining void 9th level 9 heavens divine thunder talisman. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, returning 10 Yunjin pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 top-grade spirit stones, returning 100 top-grade spirit stones. Chapter 32. New task. The system's voice chimed in, and Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The 9 heavens divine thunder talisman. Indeed, the system returned a talisman of the refining void stage that he had never heard of before. With this talisman in hand, it was equivalent to possessing an incredibly powerful strike from a refining void cultivator. Jane Hao, looking alarmed, approached Su Xiao and repeatedly bowed. "Elder Su, I fear that Jinshi City might be in trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Jane Hao's implication was clear. With so many elite members of the Miao Miao Sect, including the young master Li Jiyue, now dead, if the Miao Miao Sect learned of this news, They would undoubtedly not spare Jinshi City. After Elder Su leaves, Jinshi City would face dire consequences. Su Xiao looked at the shocked and fearful crowd and reassured them, no need to worry. Should the Miao Sect come knocking? Simply tell them that this is the doing of my Miao Miao Sect. Let them come to Miao Miao Sect to seek me. Su Xiao, we will bear all consequences. He was not concerned at all. The Miao Sect was beneath the Miao Miao Sect. They were not even worthy of carrying their shoes, let alone confront them. If they dared show up, it would be akin to courting death. Hearing this, Jane Hao and the others finally let out a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Elder Su. Lin Dazhong and his wife stepped forward to express their respectful thanks to Su Xiao. The latter responded, young friend Lin, I find Yinner to my liking. I intend to nurture her. Rest assured, in the future, while at Miao Miao Sect, no one will dare bully Yinner with me around. The couple's faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly bowed deeply. With such a senior from the Miao Miao Sect watching over Yinner, it was an enormous opportunity for her. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Su Xiao summoned the meteor sword, preparing to take Lin Yinner back to the sect. The latter blushed as she gazed at Su Xiao, who stood poised on the sword. Elder Su wants me to ride with him on the same sword? What an incredible honor! With a light leap, Lin Yinner landed behind Su Xiao. However, as it was her first time being airborne, she felt unsteady and instinctively grasped Su Xiao's back. Elder, I'm sorry, I have never flown on a sword before. Lin Yinner's face flushed crimson, yet she dared not let go. Just hold on tight, Yinner. Once you reach the jet on stage, you will be able to fly on your own, Su Xiao said, smiling warmly. Lin Yinner nodded gently. After bidding farewell to the others, Su Xiao took to the skies with Lin Yinner on the sword. In the northern region of the Donglai Kingdom, Su Xiao flew through the clouds, soaring through the air. Although his speed was not swift, it was Lin Yinner's first time witnessing such heights, and she felt a twinge of fear as she gazed at the mountains and rivers below. Holding on tightly to Su Xiao flew steadily, deliberately slow to accommodate Lin Yinner. He quietly nodded to himself, pleased with the outcome of this outing. Besides the 9 heavens divine thunder talisman, his greatest gain was the top-grade spirit stones. He now possessed 550 top-grade spirit stones in his spatial vault, alleviating any future concerns regarding expenses. He also recovered over 30 transformation pills from Li Jiu's storage bag. These pills cost 10 top-grade spirit stones each, and very few Yuanian cultivators could afford them. Most only obtained one by chance to accelerate their cultivation. No one had the financial means to use them continuously. Detected fated enemy, Li Tianba. Identity, Sect Master of the Miao Sect. Task issued. Eliminate the fated enemy Li Tianba. Task reward. The next gift will certainly be 10,000-fold critical hit. Another task? Su Xiao's aged form abruptly halted, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. A 10,000-fold critical hit. This was an excellent task. He had heard of the Sect Master of the Miao Sect before. It seemed he was a Huashan cultivator and very likely the father of Li Jiu. With a flash of contemplation in his eyes, Su Xiao turned his sword towards the mountain range of the Miao Sect. Elder, are we heading back? Lin Yinner inquired, puzzled. Su Xiao smiled. We are not returning. We are going to another place. All right. Lin Yinner nodded, accepting whatever Elder Su decided without further questions. Su Xiao continued. We are now headed to the Miao Sect. There is something I have yet to accomplish, and it is the perfect opportunity to do so. The Miao Sect? Lin Yinner's eyes widened in surprise. Elder Su had just slain Li Jiu and his entourage. Now they were going to the Miao Sect. It was far too dangerous. Within the Miao Sect, a furious Li Tianba summoned all remaining elders and disciples to gather in the sect square. Below, a sea of black-clad figures filled the area, numbering in the hundreds. These were the disciples of the Miao Sect, with numerous Jedon cultivators and quite a few Yuanian cultivators among them. Disciples of the Miao Sect? Heed my order. Your young master Li Jiu has perished in Jinshi City, along with the 3 Sannian elders and the 5 flag vanguards. This time, we shall raze Jinshi City to the ground and find the murderer responsible for their deaths. We shall avenge them. Li Tianba roared from the high platform, his voice laced with unrestrained fury. Avenge! 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 The crowd of elders and disciples erupted in a chorus of roars, equally filled with rage. How dare Jinshi City lay hands on the young master of the Miao Sect? It was a death wish. The army shall march, and today shall mark the end of Jinshi City. Though Jinshi City had suffered some losses and the sect was gravely weakened, with the sect master leading the charge, those miscreants would undoubtedly meet their doom. Let us go. To Jinshi City, we shall demand justice. Those who offend the Miao sect must die. Li Tianba's voice thundered, unleashing a formidable aura of the fourth stage of divine transformation. In an instant, the elders and disciples below were taken aback, their expressions shaken one by one. They rolled up their sleeves and, riding their swords, prepared to follow him in seeking vengeance for Li Jue and the elder of the Three Yin. Chapter 33. The catastrophe of the Miao sect. Hundreds soared through the sky on their swords, casting the Miao technique, as thick black mist billowed upward, creating a spectacular scene. Nearby, the cultivators and mortals were aghast at the sight. Such a display from the Miao sect signified a monumental event had transpired. In the skies, Li Tianba stood above the throng, his black robe billowing, exuding an overwhelming divine aura. The dark, sinister demonic energy surged around him, while a mass of cultivators below waved flags in support, resembling a divine being descended upon the earth, as if he reigned supreme over all creation, casting a disdainful gaze across the realm. Kill! 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 The resounding roars echoed through the heavens, filled with unbridled rage and hatred, showing no signs of abating. This scene sent shivers of terror through the hearts of the surrounding cultivators and mortals. Just what had the Miao sect done to provoke such wrath? It seemed that the city of Jinshi would likely face utter destruction. They hastily sought to flee, understanding that any foolishly drawn closer would meet an untimely demise. As Li Tianba prepared to quicken his pace toward Jinshi, a frail figure suddenly appeared before the members of the Miao sect. The elderly man stood upon a flying sword, clad in gray robes that fluttered gently in the breeze. His white hair and beard glimmered in the sunlight, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. "Who dares to obstruct the Miao sect?" he proclaimed, his voice a blend of age and authority. "Step aside at once, or face annihilation." Li Tianba gestured for his disciples to halt. The elder's presence alone suggested he was no ordinary individual. Had it not been so, Li Tianba would have already taken action without a second thought. Xiao chuckled lightly, observing the cold, stern middle-aged man in black robes, who bore a striking resemblance to Li Jue in a tone laced with age. He addressed Li Tianba. "You are the sect master of the Miao sect." Li Tianba, father to Li Jue? Li Tianba was momentarily taken aback. The elder knew of his son, Li Jue? After a brief moment of contemplation filled with a fierce glint in his eyes, he coldly replied, "Indeed, I am Li Tianba. Old man, do you know what has happened to my son, Li Jue? If you do, speak quickly. Who is responsible for his death? The Miao sect shall unleash its full might to avenge my poor son." Xiao nodded internally. He then slowly retrieved an unassuming black talisman from his spatial storage. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talismans, a powerful weapon required to accomplish the system's challenging task. "I am Xiao, an elder of the inner sect of the Miao Miao Sect," he declared, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Your son, Li Jue, committed a grave offense by abducting disciples from my Miao Miao Sect to serve as concubines. This has severely crossed our bottom line. I have adhered to the rules of the Miao Miao Sect and eliminated those who have harmed my disciples. Your son, Li Jue, was among them." The thunderous impact of Xiao's words reverberated in the ears of every member of the Miao sect, akin to a cataclysmic storm. The crowd, engulfed in black mist, looked at the elder on his sword in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The Miao Miao sect? This elder was an inner sect elder of the Miao Miao sect? He had even killed their young master and the elder of the Three Yin? The expressions of the Miao sect cultivators shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. How could the Miao Miao sect dare to act in such a manner? Li Tianba glared at Xiao, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Yet, he restrained his rage, realizing that if this matter involved such an ancient and mysterious sect as the Miao Miao sect, it had become exceedingly complicated. For thousands of years, the righteous and demonic paths had coexisted peacefully on the Pandragon continent, relying on mutual restraint. Who could have imagined that a mere outer sect disciple of the Miao Miao sect would garner such attention, even drawing forth an inner sect elder to take action? You old thief! The Miao Miao sect indiscriminately slaughters members of my Miao sect, including my son. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Li Tianba sensed that his opponent was merely at the core formation level. Though he was filled with doubt, he still looked down upon Xiao, asserting, "If the righteous and demonic paths go to war, the Miao Miao sect will bear full responsibility. You old crook, today, I shall slay you." The Miao Miao Sect shall not dare to intervene. All of this is your responsibility. With that, he summoned his divine energy, prepared to strike down this old man in retribution for his son. The sheer rage had made him forget how this man had been capable of slaying so many experts of the Xuanma sect despite his core formation cultivation. Xiao stood calmly upon his flying sword, a faint smile gracing his aged face. He sensed the killing intent emanating from Li Tianba but thought it futile. Against the might of a 9th-level virtual fusion attack, not only would Li Tianba, with his mere divine transformation, be obliterated, but the entire Xuanma sect would be reduced to ashes. As for the consequences, he feared nothing. As an elder of the Miao Miao sect, what could these worthless demonic cultivators do to him? Xuanma sect, you dare to abduct disciples of the Miao Miao sect. Today, I, Xiao, shall represent the Miao Miao sect and eradicate you. With his declaration, he infused spiritual energy into the black talisman. The once bright sky, illuminated by sunlight, instantly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. The thunderous roar of lightning reverberated throughout the heavens as arcs of electrifying energy flickered in the clouds, seemingly poised to descend at any moment. Li Tianba and the remaining members of the Xuanma sect were incensed by Su Zhao's arrogant proclamation. Yet, as they sensed the ominous change in the sky, their faces drained of color, eyes wide with terror. Was this the pressure of a powerful virtual fusion cultivator? The Miao Miao sect dared to send such a formidable opponent into battle? Impossible. No righteous sect had engaged in combat for millennia. Sect master, this is bad. We must retreat. A virtual fusion cultivator from the Miao Miao sect. We are no match for them. The remaining elders near Li Tianba were terrified by the tempestuous thunderclouds. They urged him to flee, emphasizing that it was beyond the Xuanma sect's capacity to resist. You old thief. You Miao Miao sect have crossed the line. Li Tianba's expression darkened. He could feel the violent energy of the virtual fusion lightning locking onto him. No matter what, escape was impossible. Quickly cease hostilities. We can still discuss this matter. Fear and shock enveloped him. This overwhelming pressure from the virtual fusion realm was not something an ordinary cultivator could unleash. It was likely a formidable being of the later stages of virtual fusion. Discuss? Xiao scoffed. Discuss what? I came here to take your life. You insignificant demon sect, permitting your disciples to abduct members of the Miao Miao sect. Is that not courting death? As his words fell, the sky's thunderous might reached its zenith. With a resounding crash, a massive purple lightning bolt descended, resembling a dragon in form. This bolt of lightning was at least 10 times thicker than the previous one. Like a divine light crashing down from the heavens, it enveloped all the members of the Xuanma sect below, crashing down upon them. Chapter 34. The annihilation of the Xuanma sect the moment the colossal purple lightning appeared. It obliterated the entire Xuanma sect's grounds. Countless structures shrouded in black mist were annihilated by the apocalyptic thunder, reduced to dust in a mere instant. Not a single wooden beam or stone remained. All turned to fine particles, swept away completely. The members of the Xuanma sect found themselves utterly defenseless against the might of the purple-white lightning. They could not even endure a single breath. Their bodies disintegrated, first their limbs, then their organs, until nothing remained. The highest-ranked individual, Li Tianba, clung to life for 3 breaths, sustained only by his divine transformation and magical artifacts, but that was all he could manage. As the time passed, his artifacts shattered under the relentless lightning, and his physical form was utterly dismantled. Ultimately, he became a mere speck, vanishing amidst the colossal thunder. He could not fathom how this elder of the Miao Miao sect, Xiao, could wield such overwhelming 9 heavens thunder. This power was beyond the capabilities of a virtual fusion cultivator. It was the might of heaven and earth, but he had no time to ponder further. His physical form dissipated, and his soul perished. Compared to this 9 heavens thunder, Li Tianba was but a tiny ant, easily crushed. Even his artifacts and storage bags could not withstand such tremendous lightning and were rendered void. After annihilating all members of the Xuanma sect, the thunder continued to unleash its power. The sect's core was utterly destroyed, and even the flora and fauna of the surrounding mountains were completely obliterated. Reduced to rubble, it was as if a divine retribution had descended from the heavens, erasing all traces of the Xuanma sect in mere breaths. From this day forth, there would no longer be a sect known as the Xuanma sect in this world. It was as if it had never existed. leaving not a single trace behind. 10 breaths later, the 9 heavens' divine thunder dissipated. The dark clouds parted, and the brilliant sunlight once again illuminated the earth. However, where the Xuanma sect had stood was now a desolate expanse of charred earth, devoid of any life. My goodness, the power is absurdly overwhelming. Su Zhao's astonishment had not faded since the beginning. It was astonishing. The 9 heavens' divine thunder talisman was terrifyingly powerful. Was this truly the might of a 9th-level virtual fusion? He mused that even his master, Ji Shui, would likely suffer severe injuries under this thunderous strike. The system is simply outrageous. Clearing his throat, Su Xiao quietly departed on his sword. Such a commotion would surely attract the attention of cultivators from miles around the vicinity of the Xuanma sect. Onlookers had witnessed the entire thunderous spectacle. Their faces were pale, eyes filled with terror, as they stood petrified, unable to comprehend the enormity of what had transpired. Had the Xuanma sect provoked heavenly wrath and faced divine punishment? It was too terrifying. Such a powerful 9 heavens thunder was something they had never heard or seen before. Some core formation cultivators hastily approached on their swords to investigate. Upon seeing the lifeless, charred ground where the Xuanma sect once stood, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The Xuanma sect was gone? On a small hillside several miles away, Lin Yin'er stood frozen in shock. She had just witnessed the mass of black-clad Xuanma sect cultivators in the sky and had initially thought that Elder Su might encounter trouble on his mission. However, what followed had surpassed her wildest imagination. Heavenly thunder. A colossal lightning far stronger than any Su Xiao had previously summoned. With a single strike, it reduced the entire Xuanma sect to ashes. Now, not a single cultivator remained in the sky. Could it not have been Elder Su who did this? Lin Yin'er was consumed with infinite worry and guilt. Had Elder Su truly annihilated an entire sect because of her? The thought was unbearable. Her understanding of the world had crumbled before such an event. Elder Su must be far too kind to her. So kind that she felt a tinge of guilt. Yin'er, let us depart. The matter is resolved. We shall return to the sect. Su Xiao gracefully approached. Picking up the still-dazed Lin Yin'er, he turned back with a smile. The Xuanma sect has erred, and heaven has already punished them. From now on, there shall no longer be a place called the Xuanma sect on the Pandragon continent. With a light-hearted demeanor, Su Xiao wore a benevolent smile, resembling a kind-hearted, wise elder. Thank you, Elder Su. Yin'er will forever be in your debt. Lin Yin'er swallowed hard. Elder Su truly lived up to the reputation of being the Master's senior brother. So powerful, there is no need for such formalities. We are fated to meet, and this is merely what I ought to do. As Su Xiao finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, slaying the fated enemy, Li Tianba. The next reward will be a 10-fold critical hit. Nodding in satisfaction, he leisurely directed his flying sword towards the Miao Miao Sect. In the city of Jinshi, not far from the Xuanma sect, within the Lord's manor, Jin Hao was entertaining Lin Dadong and his wife as esteemed guests, lavishly treating them. Though the Lin family was merely a merchant dealing in spiritual tea, Lin Yin'er's recognition by the elder of the Miao Miao sect promised a boundless future for her within the sect, potentially even reaching the nascent soul realm. Such a family with strength and influence was not to be taken lightly by Jin Hao. Lin Xianbei, please do not take offense. I was merely coerced by the threats of the Xuanma sect to agree to that Li Jiu's proposal for marriage. Lin Xianbei, brother and sister-in-law, in the future, in this city of Jinshi, not only will you benefit from the spiritual tea trade, but even the spiritual pill business will have my lord's mansion's full support for the Lin family. Tax exemptions for all. I will personally introduce you to the channels for spiritual pills. With a flourish, Jin Hao apologized profusely, fearing that Lin Dadong and his wife would be displeased. The couple exchanged smiles. Unbothered by Jin Hao's attempts to appease them, they were filled with joy. With Yin'er under the protection of Elder Su, even if she had just reached the foundation establishment stage, it had already brought great benefits to the family. It seemed the Lin family had a promising future. Yin'er, you are truly blessed. Just then, several guards from Jinshi City rushed into the hall in a panic. Upon seeing Jin Hao, they were visibly distressed. Lord, bad news, outside. Word has spread that the Xuanma sect has been annihilated. All sect disciples have turned to ashes. Even the sect master, Li Tianba, perished alongside the Xuanma sect. There is not even a single intact piece of wood left. Jin Hao and Lin Dadong were struck dumb, their faces pale with shock. The Xuanma sect had been wiped out. Could it be they immediately thought of Su Xiao and the Miao Miao Sect? Jin Hao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He looked at Lin Dadong, whose face was ashen, and cried in terror, "Brother, this marriage proposal has nothing to do with me. You must speak well of me to Elder Su. We are both from Jinshi City and have known each other for years. My life now depends on you." Chapter 35. Tenfold critical hit. Return of the 9 turns Qi pill at the entrance of the Miao Miao Sect. Su Xiao set Lin Yin'er down and returned to his courtyard on his flying sword. He then summoned Lu Danian, instructing him to continue registering Lin Yin'er as a named disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Danian's expression was quite the spectacle. "Mastered, what now?" Yet, he dared not express his thoughts and nodded in agreement. With even the head of the sect, Dugu, being outmaneuvered by his master, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye to such matters. He complied without hesitation in the outer mountain female disciples' dormitory. When the plump and slender senior sisters saw Lin Yin'er return safely, they were overjoyed. Once inside their room, Lin Yin'er said, "Sisters, I owe you both so much. Elder Su saved me from the Xuanma sect." She recounted the events that had transpired, omitting the details of the sect's annihilation, as it was too terrifying and left her deeply worried. The plump senior sister exclaimed in excitement, "Sister, from now on, with Elder Su protecting you in the Miao Miao sect, you can soar to great heights. Do you know that Jin Liuxiang is now serving Elder Su, and she has become Lu Elder's named disciple? Lu Elder, the outer sect's law enforcement elder and Dugu's disciple. Sister, do not be timid. Serve Elder Su well, and perhaps you too may become Lu Elder's disciple one day." Lin Yin'er, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope in her heart. Nodding in agreement, Elder Su had already mentioned that he would have her become Lu Elder's named disciple. The plump senior sister continued, "Sister, you mustn't be shy. Although Elder Su is old, I hear he was incredibly handsome in his youth. At this very moment, Elder Su has grown quite old, yet I dare say he possesses far more charm than those youthful disciples. Junior sister, Elder Su is still attended by Jin Liuxiang. You must seize the opportunity to serve him more often." The slender senior sister nodded vigorously from the side, excitedly adding, "Indeed, junior sister, with your beauty, Elder Su is bound to take a liking to you. We need not fear that green TBT." Jin Liuxiang. The two exchanged remarks, nearly leaving Lin Yin'er utterly bewildered. What is going on here?" Seeing that Lin Yin'er was still somewhat naive and confused, they both sighed deeply. "Junior sister, it appears you have yet to serve Elder Su. If this continues, you may soon find yourself overshadowed by Jin Liuxiang." Having also benefited from Elder Su's favors, they now fervently hoped for Lin Yin'er to rise in status, so they could bask in the glory as well. After the plump senior sister sighed, she hurriedly whispered into Lin Yin'er's ear the rumors surrounding Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang. "Senior sister, this cannot be true. Elder Su is such a kind person. He would never do such things." Lin Yin'er's first reaction was one of disbelief. She could not fathom that Elder Su would assist her for such reasons. Impossible. The plump and slender senior sisters exchanged another sigh. "Junior sister, you are still too young. If it weren't for your beauty, why would Elder Su go out of his way to provide resources and even rescue you from the hands of the Xuanma sect?" They cautioned her, "Junior sister, Elder Su is highly esteemed within the sect, being a senior elder. Such matters must not be made overt, so it is Jin Liuxiang who understands Elder Su, allowing her to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment so swiftly." They urged, "Junior sister, consider this. Why would Elder Su help you if not for your beauty? Now that he has done so much for you, if you remain indifferent, it may become quite difficult for you within the Miao Miao sect." They chose not to elaborate further. Such matters needed only to be stated once. Ultimately, it was vital for Lin Yin'er to come to her own understanding. Lin Yin'er fell silent. Could it be that Elder Su is truly such a person? She still could not believe it. Yet upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing about her, an outer sect disciple, that could possibly attract Elder Su's attention, especially considering all he had bestowed upon her. Her heart was in turmoil. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Junior sister Lin, I heard you have returned. Elder Lu wishes for you to come and pay your respects. After paying your respects, you will become Elder Lu's registered disciple." The plump and slender senior sisters, upon hearing this, were initially startled, then overjoyed. They quickly took Lin Yin'er by the hand and pushed her out the door. As night fell, Jin Liuxiang entered the room and bowed before Su Xiao. "Liuxiang, it has been a while. Have you exhausted your resources?" Su Xiao observed her with a glint in his eye, stroking his goat-like beard. Jan Liuxiang respectfully replied, "Indeed, Elder, I have used quite a bit this time, but my progress has been rapid. Due to her relationship with the Dugu sect leader, she had not been able to visit for 2 months. Su Xiao retrieved 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, 10 high-grade Spirit Stones, and a Yuan Ying Earth Fire Talisman from his spatial storage. Handing them to her, he said, "Liuxiang, this Earth Fire Talisman is a talisman of the Yuan Ying realm. Keep it on you for self-protection." Jin Liuxiang was filled with joy upon receiving these gifts, repeatedly bowing in gratitude before placing them into her storage bag. With a hint of vulnerability, she said, "Elder, I miss you, but I fear the Dugu sect leader." The latter chuckled softly, saying, "Liuxiang, worry not. I have already spoken with the sect leader. From now on, she will not interfere with my matters. Should you run out of resources, simply come to me." Hearing this, Jin Liuxiang's face flushed, her eyes brimming with excitement. Only then did she feel assured. Subsequently, she stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning a Heavenly Divine Pill, the 9-turn Qi Transformation Pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade Spirit Stones, returning 200 high-grade Spirit Stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Yuan Ying Earth Fire Talisman, returning 2 9-level Divine Transformation Red Flame Talismans. Chapter 36. The 4 Great Righteous Sects, the 9-turn Qi Transformation Pill. A heavenly divine pill born of the world's fortune. Consuming it reverses one's fate and transforms the body, achieving top-tier cultivation speed and fortune. Once again, it is a heavenly divine pill. How splendid that Su Xiao examined the spatial storage. The fist-sized 9-turn Qi Transformation Pill shimmered with radiance, surrounded by the aura of the 9 heavens, glowing with divine light. He understood the system's description. Consuming this pill could alter one's constitution and fortune, allowing for a complete rebirth. This was precisely what he needed. Over the past millennium, he had fought tooth and nail to reach the 9th level of Yuan Ying. Yet his mediocre aptitude had prevented him from attaining the divine transformation stage in this lifetime. With this 9-turn Qi Transformation Pill to change his constitution and fortune, combined with the Earth Fire, the divine transformation and void refinement stages would be within easy reach. The next morning, both individuals donned their attire. Su Xiao, noticing Jin Liuxiang's rosy complexion and discomfort, said, "Liuxiang, I have found you a junior sister named Lin Yenner. She is currently at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment and has a connection with me. You shall be her senior sister. Do not bully her, but rather protect her." Jan Liuxiang raised her delicate brows, pouting slightly, and with a knowing smile, replied, "Lin Yenner, I understand. Rest assured, Elder. Since Lin Yenner is someone you value, I will certainly look after her." Though she felt a tinge of disappointment, she would obey Elder Su's wishes. Su Xiao smiled, saying, "Yenner is merely my ordinary junior. My primary concern is her talent." Hearing this, Jin Liuxiang's expression shifted slightly, and she laughed. "Liuxiang understands. You can rest easy, Elder." After a moment of intimacy, she expressed her gratitude and took her leave. Though rumors circulated in the outer mountains had been somewhat suppressed, she dared not linger here too long. Su Xiao sat before the cushion, retrieving the 9-turn Qi Transformation Pill. Similar to the 3,000 Dao Pills, the fist-sized divine pill transformed into a stream of light that entered his mouth. Instantly, he felt his body and spirit being cleansed repeatedly by the pill's effects. Black impurities continuously oozed from his skin, ultimately enveloping him in a layer of dark, viscous liquid. After this cleansing, although Su Xiao's appearance still bore signs of aging, his body shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, rendering him slightly more youthful and vibrant. A unique aura of the great Tao surrounded him, making him feel as if he had been reborn. Both his body and consciousness were now vastly different from before. This was the enhancement of his innate Tao talent. Remarkable, truly worthy of the 10,000-fold return of the 9-turn Qi Transformation Pill. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction and then consumed a Yunjin pill, beginning his cultivation with the high-grade Spirit Stones. He had 135 Yunjin pills left and 740 high-grade Spirit Stones. With his resources replenished and the enhancement from the 9-turn Qi Transformation Pill, his cultivation speed now soared like a rocket, far surpassing that of ordinary geniuses. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: 1st level of Golden Core. Special Constitution: Earth Fire. Tao Body: remaining lifespan: 301 years, days later, the entire Panlong continent trembled. The news of the extermination of the Miao sect in the northern border of Donglai country spread like wildfire. Though the Miao sect was merely a third-rate faction on the Panlong continent, it still held a foothold, with divine transformation cultivators stationed there. Such a terrifying extermination event had not occurred in thousands of years. Tio think it would happen now. In an instant, both righteous and demonic sects were filled with trepidation, fearing for the future of the Panlong continent. The hard-won ceasefire agreement could easily be torn apart if not handled delicately. One of the four great righteous sects, the Daotian sect, had its sect leader express concern. Senior brother, the extermination of the Miao sect seems to be a matter of great consequence. I worry that if this is not handled properly, the entire continent may descend into chaos. An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow and inquired, Junior brother, do you know who is responsible for this? According to reports from Donglai country, it appears to be an elder from the Miao Miao sect. The Miao sect attempted to abduct a disciple from the Miao Miao sect, angering that elder. What? They exterminated an entire sect just for one outer disciple. Who is this elder? How reckless. It is said to be that inner sect elder, Su shouted Su Xiao. Could it be that cheap disciple of Ji Shui? I heard he is on the brink of death, suffering from dementia. Sigh. Senior brother. It is likely because he knows he is dying that he has become so reckless. Such individuals are the most dangerous. When death is imminent, who cares about the lives of others? We must hold the Miao Miao sect accountable for this. They must provide an explanation, or else the anger of the demonic sect will be uncontainable. Su shout that old fool, capable of such acts. Immediately send a message to the Miao Miao sect to confirm this matter. If it is indeed Su Xiao's doing, we must hold that old fool accountable. Understood, senior brother. In the four great righteous sects, at the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Abbot. It is bad. The Miao sect has been exterminated in a single day. Golden light enveloped the grand hall, resonating with the sound of Buddha's chanting, as an elderly monk clad in robes suddenly opened his eyes. With a hint of concern, he said, Yuantong, what has happened? Speak in detail, Abbot. The Miao sect was annihilated by the Miao Miao sect. It was that inner sect elder Su Xiao. Indeed, it is Ji Shui's great disciple. Why did he exterminate the Miao sect? Word has it that the Miao sect attempted to abduct a disciple from the Miao Miao sect, inciting Su Xiao's wrath. An outer disciple? The elderly monk's brows slightly furrowed as he pondered, then slowly shook his head. The cycle of cause and effect, the destiny of heaven and earth. Yuantong, it seems the Panlong continent will soon experience a storm of bloodshed. Send a message to the Miao Miao sect, instructing them to handle this matter appropriately. That Su Xiao is somewhat knowledgeable. Having failed the divine transformation, his lifespan is nearing its end. Truly reckless. I hope our Buddhist sect can avert this disaster. Yes, Abbot. Chapter 37. The sect leader of the Haohuan sect, Yu Linglong in the four great righteous sects, the Haohuan sect. Within a beautifully adorned chamber filled with enchanting fragrances, a woman clad in thin veils sat gracefully. The woman, tall and captivating, possessed a figure that seemed sculpted from flawless white jade. Her proportions so extraordinary they could make one's blood rush. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her slim waist, as smooth as a water snake, was elegantly delicate, reminiscent of the softest willow swaying gently in the breeze. Her exquisitely beautiful face was mesmerizing, akin to the Queen of Roses, radiantly alluring. The long, subtly visible jade legs beneath her thin skirt were as fair and luminous as spring snow, while her petite, lovely feet were charming and exquisite, akin to mutton fat jade. The enticing scent emanating from her body was so captivating that any man who encountered it would be utterly entranced. This was Yu Linglong, the sect leader of the Haohuan sect. A woman in a yellow dress entered, saying, Master, I have investigated the matter regarding the extermination of the Miao sect. Why? Yu Linglong raised an eyebrow playfully, a charming smile gracing her lips. Was it the Miao Miao sect's doing? Yes, it is said to be an inner sect elder named Su Xiao. The Miao sect tried to abduct a disciple from the Miao Miao sect, provoking his anger. Why? Yu Linglong's eyes flickered, as if recalling something. So it was that handsome fellow. Su Xiao is Ji Shui's great disciple and the senior brother of Dugaling. I heard he was merely a cheap disciple taken in by Ji Shui when she accepted Dugaling, possessing only average talent, merely a foil for Dugaling, who would have thought that after failing the tribulation, with his life nearing its end, he would cause such a ruckus. Xiao, back then, was so striking. I wonder what he looks like now, nearing death. Why Yu Linglong reminisced about the time she saw Xiao several centuries ago. His astonishing beauty had nearly left her in a daze. The woman in the yellow dress blinked and asked. Master of the demonic side is quite agitated, especially the leader of the Miao Miao Sect, the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. If this matter is not handled well, it could lead to open conflict between the righteous and demonic sects. Yu Linglong stood, adjusting her thin, pink veil and said, Meyer, do not worry. I will personally inquire with Dugaling recently. Dugaling has been flaunting an exceptional beauty-preserving pill she obtained from somewhere, boasting about it in front of me. Humph, that little girl has had such good fortune. How enviable! The woman in yellow timidly inquired, Master, do you think the righteous and demonic sects will go to war? Just a minor matter. Why Yu Linglong observed her closely, chuckling, even if they were to fight. So what? I would even welcome a resurgence of war on the Panlong continent. That way, we could produce more extraordinary talents for our Hahuan sect's disciples to cultivate. At Piao Mountain, in a small courtyard. It has only been a few days, and he has already reached the second level of golden core. Xiao sat on his cushion, his old eyes slightly widening, a glimmer of brightness within. Ever since he received the cleansing from the 9-turn Qi transformation pill a few days prior, his cultivation speed had become astonishingly rapid. In just a few days, he broke through to the first level of golden core. Should outsiders learn of this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. For ordinary cultivators, each breakthrough at the golden core stage is immensely challenging, often taking hundreds of years. It is not uncommon for those who have not reached the 7th level of golden core within their 500-year lifespan. In these past days, he had also taken the opportunity to visit the Zilai Merchant Guild. Replenishing his gift stock, he restocked the Foundation Establishment Pills to 200, acquired 20 low-grade magical artifacts, 4 mid-grade magical artifacts, 3 high-grade magical artifacts, and 2 exceptional magical artifacts. He also secured 4 Yuaning talismans and 4 divine transformation talismans, in addition to 3 rare mid-grade beauty-preserving pills, spending 300 high-grade spirit stones. Although merely mid-grade, these pills are exorbitantly priced. After gifting 1 mid-grade beauty-preserving pill, the alluring Ziyun offered him a little more incentive. Xiao was quite satisfied and even received a high-grade beauty-preserving pill in return. This item is immensely beneficial when gifted to daughters of fortune, making it an excellent choice for acquiring heavenly divine pills, so it is wise to prepare early. Having reached the 2nd level of golden core, Xiao stepped into the small courtyard, reclining on a rocking chair to enjoy tea and leisurely rest. At that moment, a streak of flowing light approached from afar. Upon landing, it revealed a figure clad in a green dress, a noble and enchanting junior sister. Dugu Ling, her flawless, beautiful face bore a hint of solemnity as she approached Xiao, abruptly pulling up his aged frame. Senior brother, did you really exterminate the Miao Miao Sect? Dugu Ling seemed somewhat angry, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she looked at Xiao. How could a nearly expired old man, who had recently fallen back to the Foundation Establishment stage, commit such an act, especially for an outer female disciple? This was the most infuriating aspect to her. Seeing her reaction, Xiao replied, Junior sister, the Miao Miao Sect is merely a third-rate sect. Their annihilation is of little consequence. After all, who told them to abduct a disciple from our Miao Miao Sect? Dugu Ling withdrew her hand in frustration, retorting, Senior brother, it seems your old habits have resurfaced. To exterminate an entire demonic sect for a mere Lin Yinner. What difference is that from their demonic ways? Moreover, this matter is now spreading like wildfire. Not just within our sect, but the entire Panlong continent is aware of your good deeds. Senior brother, you are nearing death. Can you not be more restrained? Dugu Ling shook her head. Today, her communication talisman had nearly burst from the influx of messages. Countless righteous sects had contacted her, seeking clarification on the matter. All were concerned that one misstep could lead to a new war between the righteous and demonic factions. And the catalyst for this turmoil was her senior brother's actions for a beautiful junior disciple. Seeing her displeasure, Xiao's old face broke into a slight smile. In an instant, he retrieved a fiery red hairpin, shimmering with a hint of red light. The hairpin seemed to contain boundless power, and upon being taken out, it emitted the sound of a phoenix singing. This was Xiao's exceptional magical artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. He had long devised a plan to have his junior sister help him resolve this matter. By gifting her this item, he would not only bribe her but also gain returns, killing two birds with one stone. As for how the item came to be, I had long since contemplated it. The moment Dugu Ling laid her eyes upon the exquisite phoenix hairpin, her gaze instantly brightened. An extraordinary artifact, she sensed the remarkable power contained within the Jiutian Shunfeng Chai. Such might is only possessed by a supreme-grade magical item. Senior brother, where did you acquire this treasure? Dugu Ling's fair face flushed slightly. Such a beautifully crafted supreme-grade hairpin seemed tailor-made for her. Su Xiao replied with a calm demeanor, I obtained it after annihilating the Miao Miao Sect and discovering it within their treasury. Junior sister, this is the most precious treasure of the entire Miao Miao Sect. However, since this supreme-grade artifact is a woman's adornment, it feels inappropriate for me to keep it, so I am gifting it to you. In this lifetime, you are my only beloved. If I do not give it to you, who else could I possibly bestow it upon? Dugu Ling swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she accepted the Jiutian Shunfeng Chai from Su Xiao. With a gentle infusion of spiritual energy, a gigantic fire phoenix soared into the sky, ascending toward the clouds. The resounding cries of the phoenix reverberated through the air, drawing the astonished gazes of countless disciples from the outer sect. Chapter 38. The sect's opinion explodes again. How astounding! Dugu Ling felt a surge of excitement, continuously toying with the fiery red hairpin in her hand. A supreme-grade artifact. She only possessed two herself, one gifted by her master, Ji Shui, and the other obtained through immense hardship. She never expected that today, her senior brother would gift her yet another supreme-grade artifact, one of her favorite type. Senior brother, you are truly wonderful. The anger that once simmered within Dugu Ling swiftly dissipated. Under the bombardment of such a magnificent gift, she found herself defenseless. Overwhelmed with joy, she embraced Su Xiao, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping them. Junior sister, Dio, try to remain composed. Su Xiao chuckled, somewhat exasperated. Senior brother, if only you could live to see me break through to the refinement void stage. Dugu Ling replied, her heart brimming with joy. Acquiring a supreme-grade artifact made the destruction of the Miao Miao Sect seem like a trivial matter. Senior brother, you truly love me. All right, let us return to serious matters, Su Xiao stated. Junior sister, the Miao Miao Sect is an affiliate of the Patian Demon Sect. Should they come seeking retribution, I entrust you to handle it. Dugu Ling snickered, do not worry. With me around, they shall not stir up any trouble. It was at this moment that she seemed to sense something. Her curiosity piqued. Senior brother, how did you manage to break through to the core formation stage again? Furthermore, aren't you nearing the end of your lifespan? Without your magical artifacts, how could you possibly annihilate the Miao Miao Sect? Do you harbor some secrets you have yet to disclose? At this, Dugu Ling seated herself at a nearby table, eagerly awaiting Su Xiao's confession. The latter replied with a mysterious smile, Junior sister, although your senior brother failed his tribulation, I am not an ordinary cultivator, though. Dugu Ling's phoenix-like eyes sparkled, and she smirked. I knew there was something unusual about you. Previously, he had produced a supreme-grade youth preservation pill, and now he had wiped out the entire Miao Miao Sect. The sect leader of the Miao Miao Sect was, after all, a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. Su Xiao casually remarked, not long ago, I traveled to the 10,000 Great Mountains and happened upon a senior's cave dwelling, where I found a few divine transformation talismans. Thus, the Miao Miao Sect provoked me, and they suffered the consequences of those talismans. Upon hearing this, Dugu Ling's phoenix eyes glimmered with intrigue. Divine transformation talismans? Such items are exceedingly rare. Senior brother, your fortune is remarkable. Su Xiao chuckled, just a stroke of luck in my later years. Junior sister, I still possess a few divine transformation talismans. Should anyone dare to bully me in my old age, I can ensure they pay dearly before they meet their end. Senior brother, with my Miao Miao Sect backing you, who would dare to provoke you? I shall be the first to oppose it, Dugu Ling declared. Senior brother, you should focus on enjoying your retirement in the sect and refrain from courting trouble in the future. Afterward, Dugu Ling could hardly contain her excitement as she bade farewell, eager to return and refine the supreme-grade Jiutian Shunfeng Chai. With this artifact aiding her, her strength would surely ascend to new heights. Su Xiao watched her retreating figure, a wry smile gracing his lips. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the supreme-grade Jiutian Shunfeng Chai. Returning the magical artifact, Xiu Wujishan, born from the fusion of earth and sky magnetic stones. After refinement, It can alter in size and is as sturdy as gold and iron. It possesses the weight of the 5 mountains and 3 peaks, and when pressed down, even deities and ghosts cannot withstand it. The annihilation of the Xuanma sect by the Miao Miao Sect reignited fervent discussions within the sect. Elder Xiao, who was nearing his twilight years, had actually eradicated an entire sect of the demonic path for the sake of a mere outer sect female disciple. This event left the entire Miao Miao sect astounded. Elder Su, who would have thought you would remain so formidable even as you approach the end of your life? The Xuanma sect had a divine transformation cultivator presiding over it. The enforcement team, led by Lu Danian, had entirely given up, refusing to apprehend anyone or engage in conflict, allowing the disciples to voice their opinions freely. They were just as bewildered as everyone else. Elder Su, how on earth did you achieve this? In the early morning, within the outer sect square, thousands of disciples could not help but exclaim in awe. Elder Su is simply too powerful. He annihilated the Xuanma sect in a single day. Who was it that claimed Elder Su only possessed foundation establishment strength? Come forward and face me. Oh no. The beautiful female disciples within the sect are in trouble now. Elder Su is so strong. If he decided to impose himself, even Master Duga might not be able to stop him. To save Lin Yin'er from the Xuanma sect, Elder Su actually resorted to such extreme measures. This is simply too ferocious. Initially, the disciples were shocked by Su Zhao's strength, but soon began to ridicule his unabashed lecherous tendencies. Now, for the sake of a beautiful female disciple, he could obliterate an entire sect. What would happen when he encountered even more beautiful women in the future? Moreover, he was nearing the end of his life, leaving him with nothing to lose. Elder Su is terrifying. However, most of the female disciples were starry-eyed. Elder Su is truly gallant. I adore men like him. How enviable Lin Jr.'s sister is. Elder Su is so handsome. To directly annihilate a sect for Lin Jr.'s sister, he's the kind of romantic one dreams of. It seems Elder Su genuinely cares for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. He is even willing to take action before his demise to eliminate the Xuanma sect. Such love. How I wish such a valiant elder would take an interest in me. The last remark came from a nearby elder's sister sweeping the floor. As soon as she spoke, everyone nearby, regardless of gender, turned to her with expressions of disbelief. This elder sister. Please take a moment to assess your own appearance. Do you really think Elder Su would notice you? The sweeping elder sister was immediately displeased. She dropped her broom, placed her hands on her ample hips, and glared with wide eyes. What is wrong with me? Perhaps Elder Su actually likes my type. Nearby female disciples were rendered speechless. The male disciples were on the verge of vomiting. In the accommodation area, Jin Liuxiang returned to her room, her charming face slightly flushed. Inside, the pure and enchanting Lin Yin'er was meditating. Sister, you're back? Chapter 39. The demonic path strikes. Jin Liuxiang closed the door and gracefully approached Lin Yin'er, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she said, Junior sister, I've advised you privately for quite some time, yet you refuse to listen. Once Elder Su loses patience, you will find yourself truly unprotected. Lin Yin'er glanced at Jin Liuxiang's fair neck, her cheeks flushing. She immediately realized that her sister had visited Elder Su's courtyard. She lowered her head, remaining silent. Over the past few days, she and Jin Liuxiang had grown closer, both being named disciples under Lu Danian, forming a sisterly bond. To fulfill Elder Su's wishes and care for Lin Yin'er's cultivation, Jin Liuxiang had spent nearly every day by her side. Of course, there was an important reason for this. The two had been thrust into the spotlight amongst the sect's disciples and were no longer willing to venture into the sect square. Lin Yin'er, her face filled with shyness, murmured, Sister, I still haven't made up my mind. Lin Yin'er could not yet accept the idea. Elder Su, being so kind and amiable, surely could not be treating her well simply because of her looks. Yet, upon seeing her beautiful and enchanting sister beside her, she began to waver. Wasn't just Jin Liuxiang who expressed such sentiments. Everyone outside echoed the same. Jin Liuxiang chuckled, Take your time to consider it, junior sister. Individuals like Elder Su, who are both powerful and kind-hearted, are truly rare. Very few would willingly offer their resources for our cultivation as he does. It is only those nearing the end of their lives who would act in such a manner. This is our opportunity. Without further ado, Jin Liuxiang washed up and began her cultivation. Although Elder Su was old, he was far more handsome than those greasy senior brothers. Lin Yin'er, blushing, remained silent. By noon, 3 immense and overwhelming auras surged from the west. radiating boundless pressure and fury. Upon arriving at the Miao Mountain Gate, the three unleashed their divine transformation 9th level might, enveloping the entire Miao Mountain. Duguling, come out at once. You Miao Sect have torn up the agreement, wantonly slaughtering thousands of my demonic path disciples. If you do not provide an explanation today, I, Patian Demon Sect, will not rest until I have my due. The three figures stood in the sky, their formidable presence palpable, clad in black garments. The central figure was a stern-looking middle-aged man. His eyes simmered with fury, his entire being radiating a menacing aura. He was Imo, the sect leader of the Patian Demon Sect, one of the 5 great demon sects of the Panlong continent. Flanking Imo were 2 elderly men with graying hair and beards. Both glared fiercely, their hands clasped behind their backs, eyes gleaming with malice. They were inner sect elders of the Patian Demon Sect, come to assert their dominance. Disciples of the Miao Miao Sect, both from the inner and outer mountains, were filled with terror, retreating into the buildings. Oh no! The Patian Demon Sect has come knocking. We're doomed thanks to Elder Su. All for a mere sweetheart, and now our Miao Miao Sect is in dire straits, in the midst of the disciples' panic. Several divine transformation auras ascended from the inner mountain, in an instant, for streaks of light shot into the sky, halting before the trio from the Patian Demon Sect. Leading them was a noble and ethereal woman clad in a blue dress. Her figure was slender and graceful, her beauty breathtaking. The radiant aura surrounding her was enchanting, and as she moved, she exuded elegance and poise. A cascade of perfect black hair danced in the wind, swaying like a delicate willow at her enchanting waist. Upon her appearance, the world dimmed at it was none other than Duguling, the sect leader of the Miao Miao Sect. Behind her stood an elderly woman and 2 venerable elders, all clad in plain white robes, representing the long-standing inner sect elders of the Miao Miao Sect. All 4 emanated an overwhelming and unmatched presence, each at the divine transformation 9th level. Imo, you better watch your tongue. If you provoke the Miao Miao Sect, you can forget about leaving with your Patian Demon Sect intact, Duguling retorted defiantly. Having received benefits from her senior brother Su Xiao, she felt compelled to handle the matter with propriety. You, Duguling, your Miao Miao Sect has gone too far. Imo, incensed by Duguling's audacity after having wiped out his entire sect, was furious beyond measure. The Miao Miao Sect had shown such blatant disregard for the Patian Demon Sect. Having obliterated an entire sect, they still had the audacity to act so brazenly. How dare you? Duguling, with her beauty reminiscent of a water fairy, sneered disdainfully. A mere third-rate demon sect dares to abduct my Miao Miao Sect disciples and even attempts to force them into servitude. We of the Miao Miao Sect merely acted to uphold justice by dealing with such a wretched sect. Imo, if you leave today, consider it as if nothing occurred. But should you dare to act against us, today shall be your demise. Imo, upon hearing this, felt as though thunder had struck him. His rugged, chiseled face contorted in rage as he glared at Duguling, his eyes ablaze with fury. You insolent little girl. If I do not reclaim justice today, how can my Patian Demon Sect survive? Prepare to die. Imo suddenly sprang into action. Instantly, a dozen magical demonic blades materialized, floating in the air, exuding terrifying energy. Each of these magical demonic blades was of high quality, showcasing the Patian Demon Sect's profound heritage. Merely a trifling skill, Duguling retorted coolly, and at that moment, a shimmering blue longsword flew forth from her chest. The instant it appeared, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. Snow began to fall from the sky, as if even the sunlight were being frozen, creating an atmosphere akin to an eternal ice cavern. This was Duguling's supreme-grade artifact, the Supreme Ice Soul Sword, a renowned magical item from her master, Ji Shui's earlier years. Little girl, today, I shall see if you have truly inherited Ji Shui's legacy. Boom! 3 high-quality magical demonic blades, imbued with thick, black energy, soared toward Duguling. With a calm demeanor, she deftly wielded the Supreme Ice Soul Sword, enveloped in thick layers of frost, intercepting the oncoming attack. The moment the 3 demonic blades touched the icy surface of the Soul Sword, they were instantly frozen by the chilling energy, sent flying away with ease. Excellent! The disciples of the Miao Miao Sect below erupted with joy. Their sect leader, Duguling, truly surpassed all expectations. With just one move, it was evident that her strength far exceeded that of the demonic cultivators. How magnificent! Sect leader Dugu is not only beautiful but also incredibly powerful. Those worthless demon sects dare to come to our Miao Miao sect and cause trouble. They are simply courting death. With sect leader Du present, there was nothing to fear. How fortunate that Elder Su had such a protective junior sister. One by one, the disciples of the Miao Miao sect emerged from the buildings, casting aside their fears, openly gazing up at the sky to witness the clash of divine transformation. As for Emojitian, who had been repelled by the 3 demonic blades, his expression darkened, so formidable. Although it had merely been a light probe, the contact with the artifact allowed him to fully gauge its overwhelming power and the vast extent of its chilling energy. Dugaling, the sect leader of the Miao Miao sect, was likely not far from reaching the refinement void stage. Chapter 40. The power of the Jiutian Shenfeng Chai. Su Xiao reclined in a rocking chair within his courtyard, observing the battle between Duguling and Emojitian in the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just a minor skirmish. He could see that both parties were somewhat restrained. Although the Patian demon sect boasted fierce threats, they did not dare to truly engage in conflict before the Miao Miao sect. After all, the sect leaders were merely figureheads. The real experts were the formidable cultivators at the refinement void stage from each sect. As long as those true powerhouses remained uninvolved, no matter how much the other side shouted, it was merely a show, seeking to gain some benefits. Watching Dugaling and Emojitian engage, Su Xiao deeply appreciated the tremendous power of the divine transformation 9th level Xiao Thunder talismans returned by the system. He surmised that even casually tossing a few of those talismans would be enough to overwhelm Emojitian. Previously, he had completely mastered the magical artifact Xiu Wujishan returned by the Jiutian Shenfeng Chai. Now, with 2 magical artifacts in hand, he had already attained the might of the divine transformation stage. In the heavens, Emojitian was unwilling to let matters end so simply. He shouted at Dugaling, summoning a dozen demonic blades, their dark energy surging forth, causing the sky to darken. Boom! With a series of cracking sounds, the magical blade seemed to respond to Emojitian's call, merging into a single colossal demonic blade. The black energy from the demonic path coiled around it, shaking the very fabric of space wherever it passed. It turned out to be another supreme-grade artifact. Dugaling, seeing this, scoffed. She had heard that Emojitian's supreme-grade artifact was the Black Fiend Pursuit Blade. To her surprise, it was actually a formidable supreme-grade blade forged from 18 high-quality demonic blades. Ha ha ha, Dugaling. Surrender Su Xiao to me. Today, that old dog shall not escape. I have lived for 2,000 years and still cannot fathom why a mere inner sect elder from the Miao Miao sect would annihilate an entire sect of the demonic path for an inconsequential outer sect female disciple. That old man must be senile. Emojitian yearned to personally ask Su Xiao this question. The old man was nearing the end of his life, yet he dared to provoke a battle between the righteous and demonic paths. Such a foolish elder would only benefit everyone by departing this world. The Black Giant Blade, the Black Fiend Pursuit Blade, hurtled toward Dugaling in an instant. The latter let out a cold huff as the supreme Ice Soul Sword surged with extreme coldness. Instantly, a tempest of icy winds howled, rapidly enveloping the blade in a thick layer of ice, slowing its speed considerably. Afterwards, the outer layer of the supreme Ice Soul Sword, cloaked in deep azure, grew increasingly dense. And within a mere 2 breaths, a colossal ice sword began to spiral in mid-air. The surge of spiritual energy resonated as it surged directly towards the black saber, the soul pursuer, with deadly intent. The might of both weapons was thunderous, rendering the disciples of the Miao Miao sect below pale with fear. Boom! The clash of blade and sword erupted, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force. The shockwaves roared like a cataclysm, as several elders from both sides steadied themselves, their faces betraying astonishment. This was the tremor induced by a 9th-tier transformation god wielding a supreme-grade magical artifact, truly formidable. The black and blue artifacts faced each other in the air, neither yielding an inch, locked in a stalemate. Mawujia, pouring forth his spiritual power with fervor, strived to keep the soul pursuer undefeated. Yet, he appeared to be in excruciating agony, his face turning the color of liver, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In contrast, on the side of Dugaling, all was calm and graceful, radiating a celestial aura. Still not yielding? Dugaling chuckled lightly, her jade-like fingers elegantly raised. Instantly, A streak of fiery red light burst forth from her flowing black hair, soaring into the sky and transforming into several massive fire phoenixes that danced majestically. With a resounding cry, the fire phoenixes charged directly towards Imo. The black protective energy surrounding him seemed as feeble as cotton in the face of the blazing fire phoenixes, instantly incinerated. What kind of artifact is this? Another Supreme Grade 1. Dugaling. Where did you acquire this Supreme Grade hairpin? Imo's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. The power of that hairpin was terrifying, standing out even among Supreme Grade artifacts. As 3 fire phoenixes approached, 2 elders from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect sighed in resignation. The 2 joined forces to wield a black flag artifact as a defensive measure. The black flag expanded wildly, transforming into a dark barrier that barely held off the 3 fire phoenixes. Yet, the barrier crackled ominously under the searing flames of the phoenixes, likely unable to withstand for long. Dugu Sect Leader, it was your disciple Xiao who first attacked our demon sect, violating the righteous demonic pact. Our 5 demon sects will invite your 4 righteous sects to the upcoming Tianjiang Mountain Conference in a month. Please bring Xiao with you, so we can have an explanation for both sides. If this matter is not handled properly, the Panlong continent will be plunged into misery. Having said this, the 2 black-clad elders summoned their flying swords, ready to withdraw. They were utterly astonished. The Miao Miao Sect's leader, Dugaling, had acquired yet another supreme-grade artifact. Moreover, it was an attack-type artifact imbued with fire attributes. Imo's sect leader was no match at all. Imo, unwilling to concede, shouted, "No, Dugaling, come and face me in a fight to the death, and that Xiao old dog, I will take his life." One elder replied solemnly, "Sect leader, let us discuss this in a month. Today is quite enough. The Miao Miao Sect is deeply rooted, and we must deliberate carefully. If we do not leave, we will soon be the laughingstock of the righteous sects." Imo's expression turned chaotic. His face flushed like a monkey's rear. Ultimately, he spat a few more harsh words, cursing Xiao vehemently, before retreating in defeat. "Xiao, old man, in a month, I will personally take your life." The direction in which the 3 vanished echoed with Imo's furious roar. Dugaling retracted her artifact, shaking her head. "Senior brother, you truly have a knack for stirring up trouble, but in light of the 9 heavens divine wind hairpin, I forgive you." She felt joy in her heart. The power of this supreme-grade artifact far exceeded her expectations. With the fusion of ice and fire, her strength had increased by at least 30%. "Sect leader, how come you have acquired yet another supreme-grade artifact?" The 3 inner sect elders stood in stunned silence. The supreme-grade artifacts of the Miao Miao Sect were registered, and this fiery phoenix hairpin had never been recorded before. Dugaling replied joyfully, "Elders, this was a gift from my senior brother. Although he is aging rapidly, he still cares for me." "Ah, Elder Su?" The 3 were once again shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exchanged glances. They had certainly heard rumors about Elder Su. How could he have given away a supreme-grade artifact so easily? "Oh, thank you, Elder Su. You really do only give gifts to beautiful maidens. Even the sect leader has fallen for you." Detected luck enemy, Imo. Identity, Breaking Heaven Demon Sect Leader. Mission issued, eliminate luck enemy Imo. Mission reward. Next gift guaranteed to be a 10,000-fold crit. How could it be? Another one has come. Xiao sprang up in shock, hurriedly gazing into the distance. However, Imo had long since vanished without a trace. Not even a shadow remained. Damn. System, why didn't you issue the mission sooner? If you had, I would have dealt with him just now. Chapter 41. Grand Elder, Zhuge Wufang Duga Sect Leader is simply too powerful. The sect leader is too beautiful. The sect leader is simply too cool. Below, the disciples of the Miao Miao Sect gazed up at their super goddess in the sky. Whether male or female, they were all practically drooling, wishing to revere her as a deity. Their Dugu Sect leader single-handedly faced 3 foes, sending those demonic sect's fiends fleeing in disarray. Truly magnificent, the outer mountain disciples were dazzled, nearly swooning in ecstasy. With such a formidable goddess leading the Miao Miao Sect, they felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, it was said that Elder Su had pursued the Dugu Sect leader for 1,000 years, yet she had refused him, that old lecher. If he had truly succeeded, our Dugu Sect leader would have been ruined. You can't deny it. It is said that Elder Su was once stunningly handsome. causing quite the stir in the sect, and our sect leader almost fell for him. Yet fortunately, with the Grand Elder watching over, Elder Su's advances were thwarted. The Grand Elder is truly formidable. That old lecher, still daring to covet our Miao Miao Sect-'s goddess. Thankfully, this old lecher is nearing his end. At this age, our sect leader has finally weathered the storm. Wonderful. Over the years, the disciples had often heard rumors of the relationship between the sect leader and Xiao. However, everyone knew one crucial point. Dugaling had relied on her pure Yin body to reach the 9th tier of transformation god within a millennium, aiming for the void refinement stage. This meant that even after 1,000 years of pursuit, that old lecher had never laid a hand on their goddess. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the inner or outer sect, all male disciples felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, releasing a long-held breath of resentment. Elder Su has less than a year left to live. When he finally passes, he will surely be filled with regret, his heart aching in despair. What a delightful thought! Drinking and feasting, all the male disciples prepared to celebrate that night, welcoming the old lecher to the afterlife. Some even hoped that the demonic sect would deal with that old lecher, hastening his demise. Several days later, Dugaling, clad in a light green dress, flew out of the inner sect hall on her sword, heading towards a perilous location in the back mountain. Upon arriving at a cliffside terrace, she knocked on a stone door and entered. Uncle Zhuge, the date for the Tianjiang Mountain Conference next month has been set. Dugaling looked at a refined elder in Taoist robes within the cave and sighed as she sat on a stone bench. This time, the 5 major demonic sects are unusually united and will undoubtedly demand an explanation from our Miao Miao sect. This may prove challenging. She glanced at the fragrant spiritual tea on the stone table. Her exquisite nose twitched, and she poured herself a cup, drinking it down in one go. Uncle, this spiritual tea is quite remarkable. It's even better than superior-grade spiritual stones. Dugaling's eyes sparkled. She quickly poured herself several more cups. Stop, don't finish it all, she exclaimed. This entire pot costs 100 superior-grade spiritual stones. The elder, looking pained, rushed over to snatch the teapot. Ling girl, 1 cup is enough. Do you intend to finish it all for me? How greedy! The elder, with hair and beard turning gray, had a smooth face resembling that of a baby. He appeared to be no older than 50, much younger than Xiao. Seeing the pot nearly empty, he quickly put it away, not daring to bring it out again. Humph! Dugaling shot him a glance, snorting lightly. Uncle is just stingy. Look at my senior brother, who gifted me a supreme-grade artifact without even blinking. He is the best. Hearing this, the elder smiled and adjusted his long beard. Ling girl, what exactly is that Xiao doing lately? At 1,000 years old, he is still keeping young female disciples. I can hardly stand to watch. Such an old lecher. Ling girl, are you really moved by him? Don't you fear that others will laugh their teeth out when they hear this? The elder was one of the 3 grand elders of the Miao Miao sect, Zhuge Wufang. Having lived so long, he simply could not comprehend why that rascal Xiao, at his old age, would engage in such behavior, to keep young mistresses. Even he, as a grand elder, could not bring himself to do such a thing. Dugaling, slightly puzzled, responded, Uncle, while I don't believe my senior brother is that kind of person, the truth is, it does seem to be the case. As for his motives, I'm not too sure. Perhaps he has his reasons. Zhuge Wufang immediately slammed the table, rising in exasperation. What nonsense! That rascal merely hasn't set his sights on you for 1,000 years. Now, at the brink of death, he is just seeking solace with a few beautiful disciples. I know these matters well. At this point, he suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. His expression turned somber. The mere thought of his junior sister, Ji Shui's exquisite grace, kept him awake at night. He had waited a lifetime for her. Yet in the end, he had gained nothing. Sometimes, he wished he could emulate that rascal Xiao, keeping a few young mistresses to console himself. However, as a grand elder of the Miao Miao sect, he simply could not lower himself to such a level. As a result, even at his age, he remained a virgin. Dugaling gazed at him in confusion. Uncle, why are you crying? Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about the past. Zhuge Wufang collected himself, murmuring, let us discuss important matters, Ling girl. The righteous and demonic factions cannot afford to engage in war. The 7,000 years of peace on the Panlong continent is hard won. Under this period of recovery, humanity has regained its brilliance. We cannot allow that rascal's antics to destroy everything, in my opinion. If the demonic factions press too hard, we should offer them a supreme-grade artifact to quell their anger. One supreme-grade artifact for a sect's territory is not a bad deal. Dugaling nodded in agreement, considering this approach reasonable. After all, the supreme-grade artifact would not cost her anything. This is the Flowing Light Thousand Illusions fan. Take it. When the time comes, just give it to the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Zhuge Wufang remarked, this item is flashy but lacks substance. While it can create countless illusions to confuse enemies, those illusions have limited offensive capability against cultivators at the Transformation God stage and above. It won't pose a significant threat to the demonic sect. Dugaling accepted the charming feather fan, blinking her eyes. But what if we can resolve this without giving them any artifacts? Zhuge Wufang chuckled lightly. Then, Ling girl, you can keep it. It will still have some use in the Transformation God stage. Thank you, uncle. Dugaling's eyes sparkled with delight. Having an additional supreme-grade artifact was certainly better than none. Her stingy uncle had finally shown some generosity. Her mind was already racing with plans on how to intimidate those demonic sect members into backing down. Moreover, she hoped that Su Xiao would behave himself in the future. He was nearing the end of his life and should stop his antics. With only 50 years left, couldn't he peacefully enjoy his retirement? At this age, he still made her worry as his disciple. If he quietly passed away, it would be the greatest contribution to the Miao Miao Sect and to humanity. Chapter 42. Arrival at Tianjiang Mountain. A month passed swiftly. Through constant resource nourishment, Su Xiao's Dao body reached the 4th tier of the core formation stage within this short time. Such a rapid advancement in the core formation stage was unprecedented. The 5 Extremes Mountain and the Southern Brightly Fire Sword were becoming increasingly familiar to him, their combination proving difficult for ordinary transformation god cultivators to withstand. During this period, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yinji consumed a total of 30 Foundation Establishment Pills, returning 50 Essence Gathering Pills. He also distributed mid-grade youth-preserving pills to both of them, receiving back 3 upper-grade youth-preserving pills. Everything seemed to be progressing well this month. However, one thing left Su Xiao dissatisfied. From Lu Danian, he learned that his once esteemed reputation among the Miao Miao Sect's elders had faded into obscurity. Not only that, the Outer Sect's law enforcement team had even picked up a new nickname for him. The terrifying old lecher. How infuriating. Who on earth is spreading these rumors? Su Xiao sat in the rocking chair of his small courtyard, letting out a long sigh. Damn system, you've made my reputation plummet. The law enforcement team had gone soft. And now Su Xiao was prepared to do the same in the early morning. 4 streaks of light flew into the inner mountain. Upon landing outside Su Xiao's courtyard stood Dugaling and 3 inner sect elders. Hee, Elder Su. Your leisurely retirement days are truly enviable. Once I fail my tribulation, I'll move here to keep you company. One of the 3 inner sect elders, a plump and jovial elder, stepped forward to greet Su Xiao with a smile. Su Xiao rose to welcome him, chuckling. Old Zhu, what nonsense are you spouting? Given your physique, the void refinement tribulation will be a piece of cake. If I happen to leave, I'll still need you all to assist the sect leader. Elder Lu, Elder One. He greeted the other 2 elders. One was a stern-looking elder, while the other was a white-haired matron. Both smiled in response, glancing at Su Xiao with a mixture of surprise and astonishment. Elder Su, how come you seem more spirited than ever despite the impending tribulation? They exchanged knowing glances, recalling the rumors of Su Xiao's supposed exploits, involving keeping young mistresses and gifting supreme-grade artifacts to the sect leader. Was he experiencing a resurgence? The 3 were seasoned inner sect elders of the Miao Miao Sect and had been specifically appointed by Ji Shui to assist Dugaling with sect affairs. All were strong cultivators at the 9th tier of Transformation God and were familiar acquaintances of Su Xiao. Dugaling, adorned in a green dress, exuded nobility and charm, radiant in her beauty. Standing next to the 4 aged figures, she resembled a graceful swan among a flock of groundhogs. Senior brother, let us go. Today is the day of the Tianjiang Mountain Conference, Dugaling urged. Uncle Zhuge has made it clear that you are to behave yourself and not engage in any more shenanigans. Otherwise, he will personally come to find you. The 3 elders exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly sizing up the so-called terrifying old lecher. The elder matron, Elder One, couldn't help but shake her head internally. How could the once dashing young man who caused a stir in the sect become such a lecherous old man? She had truly been blind back then. Su Xiao replied with a smile. Rest assured, junior sister, your senior brother is not that kind of person. After advising Su Xiao on the details of the Tianjiang Mountain 9 sect meeting, Duguling and the three elders summoned their flying swords and leaped into the air at Xiao. Seeing this, let out a snort and calmly retrieved a massive sword, entirely white like jade, from his spatial storage. Upon its summoning, the sword radiated a spectrum of brilliant colors. Xiao stepped onto it, accompanied by a beautiful aura, resembling a celestial being descending to earth, exuding an unparalleled presence. Duguling and the three inner sect elders were left dumbfounded. Their pupils trembled, nearly blinded by the dazzling display. Elder Su, you truly become more extraordinary with age. Senior brother, shall we exchange swords? I find your sword quite intriguing. No exchange. This is merely a decorative piece, devoid of any practical use. Your senior brother doesn't possess many magical artifacts, so I'll make do with this. Tianjiang Mountain, the central hub of the Panlong continent, serves as a pivotal exchange center among various human nations, where powerful representatives are stationed to discuss significant human affairs. The Nine-Sect Conference is essentially the highest-level meeting at Tianjiang Mountain. Generally, convening such a meeting indicates that there are serious issues concerning humanity, necessitating collective discussion. After flying on their swords for half a day, they arrived at a towering snow peak piercing the clouds. The summit was shrouded in a resplendent five-colored radiance, a breathtaking sight from afar. 5 individuals soared to the summit of the snow-capped mountain, where a clearing had been arranged with 9 long tables. This venue was set for a conference prepared by representatives from various nations, intended for the 4 righteous sects and the 5 demonic sects. Sister Dugu has arrived. It has been several days since we last met, and Sister Dugu has become even more beautiful. It appears that the exquisite beauty-enhancing elixir she took truly possesses remarkable effects. As the 5 landed, a few women had already gathered at the scene. Among them, a stunning lady draped in pink gauze approached, smiling as she greeted Duguling and the others. Could this be the renowned inner elder of the Miao Miao Sect? Xiao, how is it that you have aged so much? Alas, what a pity. Xiao regarded the enchanting woman before him, who was scrutinizing him with keen interest, his white brows slightly furrowing. The head of the Haohuan sect, Yu Linglong. The delicate thin gauze she wore accentuated her mesmerizing beauty, which seemed capable of captivating any man's soul with just a glance. Her long, graceful legs appeared even fairer than the surrounding snow. Every gesture she made radiated the utmost charm of a mature woman. This lady is truly stunning atop this icy peak. Detected, daughter of fortune, Yu Linglong, fortune level, SS, return multiplier, 50, bond level, 1. The system's voice echoed in Su Zhao's ears. His aged eyes sparkled with intrigue as he focused on the head of the Haohuan sect. He then took the initiative to step forward, clasping his fists in a smile, and said, "Hee, after all these years, head you has truly become even more radiant." Su Xiao felt a surge of delight, subconsciously beginning to assess her. He had not anticipated that the head of the Haohuan sect would also be a rare SS-level daughter of fortune. If he were to gift her something, it would surely lead to extraordinary outcomes. "Brother, what are you doing?" Duguling glared at the somewhat dazed Su Xiao, her expression darkening as she pulled him back. Nearby, the 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, shook their heads at Su Zhao's behavior. Elder Su, it seems, is utterly captivated by beautiful women. Now we understand why this old man keeps a young mistress. Indeed, he is a lecherous old man. Even the Haohuan sect's alluring women have piqued his interest. Yu Linglong, upon noticing Duguling's expression, immediately surmised the unusual relationship between the two. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. Su Xiao is on the brink of death, yet Duguling still has the time for such thoughts. Although he is also an old handsome man, it seems Sister Dugu is not picky at all. Suddenly, Yu Linglong's expression changed. She gazed at Su Xiao, her captivating eyes shimmering with intrigue, fortune. Through the Haohuan sect's special techniques, she sensed the boundless fortune radiating from Su Xiao. The sheer magnitude of this fortune, appearing on an elderly man who had failed a tribulation, was utterly bewildering. Yu Linglong had never encountered a man possessing such an immense aura of fortune. Logically, this should be impossible. She swallowed hard, excitement coursing through her. The Haohuan sect's unique cultivation method allows them to absorb fortune, significantly accelerating their training speed. The fortune emanating from the old man before her was astonishingly vast. With his assistance, her chances of refining would undoubtedly be 100 successful. Sister Dugu, even though your brother has aged, his charm remains undiminished. Yu Linglong stepped forward gracefully, wrapping her arms around Su Xiao's. A bewitching fragrance enveloped him. The latter was momentarily taken aback. This woman has truly reached new heights of seduction. No wonder she is the head of the Haihuan sect. Head Yu, please restrain yourself. My lifespan is limited. Su Xiao found it challenging, shaking his head. Limited lifespan or not, what does it matter? If Sister Dugu is fond of him, then I am equally interested. Elder Su, do come visit the Haihuan sect. We shall surely offer you a warm welcome. Her eyes brimmed with confidence. The rumors about him were indeed true. For the sake of the fortune he possesses, she could easily cultivate a friendship. Moreover, he is undeniably handsome. The more she looked, the more attractive he became. Yu Linglong, do you not realize the nature of this occasion? If you wish to flirt, choose someone else. My brother cannot endure your antics. Dugu Ling's frustration was palpable. The other party seemed to completely disregard her status as the head disciple. Yet, she was also perplexed. How could her brother, despite his advanced age, not be deemed undesirable by Yu Linglong? Sister Dugu, how petty you are. You are so strict, which only makes our old handsome brother pitiful. As she spoke, she reluctantly released Su Xiao's arm, returning to the realm of the Haihuan sect. Yu Linglong's smooth charm left Zhu, Lu, and Wen dumbfounded. Their expressions were peculiar, filled with astonishment. They had initially thought Elder Su was merely infatuated with a beautiful woman, only to realize that Yu Linglong had taken the initiative. They quietly observed Su Xiao, who appeared to be at least 10 years older than they were, utterly baffled as to why such an elderly man would elicit such desire from the head of the Haihuan sect. Duguling coldly remarked to Su Xiao, brother, should you wish to meet your end sooner, feel free to indulge with that woman. Do not blame me for not warning you. After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at Yu Linglong before taking her seat at the table. Although she was angry, she also harbored some positive feelings. At least her brother's charm had not waned over the years, a testament to her affection for him. As both groups settled down, it wasn't long before the head of the Dao Tianmin, Dao Yizhenren, along with 3 elders, arrived. After exchanging pleasantries with both parties, the elderly man, with a head of white hair, scrutinized Su Xiao intently. So this is the man who, for the sake of a young mistress, annihilated the entire Xuanma sect. Wasn't he supposed to have failed his tribulation? How is he still at the core formation stage? Dao Yizhenren's gaze lingered on Su Xiao, who awkwardly smiled in response. He had encountered these individuals before. Dao Yizhenren was also known for his lecherous ways. In the distance, 3 bald elders approached, enveloped in a radiant light. The monks from the Wanfo temple had arrived. The 3 sat solemnly at the table, eyes closed in meditation, exuding the aura of enlightened monks. Overall, only the monks from Wanfo temple appeared somewhat normal in Su Xiao's eyes. Next came the 5 demonic sects, the Per-Tian-Imo sect, the Shi-Shui-Imo sect, the Tian-Shi sect, and the Wandu sect. The wave of malevolent energy, bloodlust, and sinister aura swept over the area. The once serene Tianjiang mountain was suddenly shrouded in a strange shadow. Even the nearby pure white snow began to corrode, becoming riddled with scars. Where are the people from the Polar Demon sect? That brat Xiao Mu. I saw them depart early this morning. Why have they not yet arrived? What are they playing at? The head of the Putian-Imo sect, Imo-Jitian, was furious upon seeing the Miao Miao Sect members. Now that so much time had passed, the Polar Demon sect's deliberate delay only heightened his ire. It wasn't that the demonic sects were disunited, but the new leader of the Polar Demon sect was simply too arrogant. Even among the several demonic sects, they were finding it hard to adapt. The righteous sects merely smiled, remaining silent as they awaited the others. Suddenly, a fragrant rain of beautiful petals drifted through the sky. The sound of enchanting music wafted in the air. From the distant horizon, an exquisitely gilded sedan chair was gracefully carried by 8 enchanting demonesses, slowly making its approach. The new leader of the Polar Demon sect, Xiao Mu, has arrived. 3 black-robed elders cleared the way, loudly announcing the arrival at the mountain's summit. The gilded sedan chair, lifted by the 8 demonesses, settled in the center of the clearing. A handsome young man dressed in a striking white robe stepped down from the sedan, supporting the hands of 2 demonesses. Greetings to all esteemed elders. A chilling aura radiated from the handsome young man, a peak manifestation of the 9th level of the divine transformation stage. Including Su Xiao, the members of the righteous sects stared at the new leader of the Polar Demon sect in disbelief. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 demonic sects wore dark expressions. This arrogant king was simply humiliating their sects. Upon seeing Yu Linglong and Dugaling for the first time, Xiao Mu's eyes darted back and forth, nearly crossing in his astonishment. My goodness! The young women of the four righteous sects are all exquisite, master. Help me! I want them all! Xiao Mu felt as though his heart would explode. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced furiously. He exerted all his strength to keep his composure, lest he embarrass himself in front of his two future wives. Such figures, such faces. Xiao Mu glanced at Yu Linglong and then at Dugaling, his eyes brimming with fervor, thoroughly unabashed. These two are simply the perfect companions tailored just for him. Fool! Calm down. Do not lose your composure upon seeing women. You are now the leader of the Polar Demon Sect. A voice resonating from the depths of his consciousness jolted him back to reality. Yes, yes, master. I understand. A hint of fear flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes as he hurriedly led the 8 demonesses and 3 elders to their designated seats. Once seated, he gazed at Yu Linglong and Dugaling with eyes that sparkled with desire, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They are mine, all mine, for I have a powerful master supporting me. I am the destined one of the Panlong continent. Yu Linglong and Dugaling exchanged glances, both filled with disdain for the young leader they had never seen before. Su Zhao's expression was somewhat peculiar. He had not encountered such an insufferable fool in quite some time. Detected, Son of Fortune, Xiao Mu, Fortune Source, contains the divine soul of a combined phase cultivator within. Mission issued. Eliminate the Son of Fortune. Xiao Mu. Mission reward. Upgrade the 10,000-fold return system's item repository. Enhance item quality limits. Another mission? Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Xiao was taken aback. This time it was not merely a simple gift of critical hits, but a direct upgrade of the item repository. He had a feeling that the items returned by the system had a limit. For pills, the highest tier was the divine pill, and for magical artifacts, it was the treasured artifact. If it were to upgrade again, wouldn't the returned items become extraordinary? This foolish king, Xiao Mu, had already irked him. Now, with the system issuing a mission, especially targeting this special Son of Fortune, he was practically a super experience booster. However, it must be noted that the divine soul of a combined phase cultivator hidden within him posed a considerable challenge. The combined phase was a realm beyond the void refinement stage, and even Su Xiao had limited knowledge about it. It was quite mysterious. One thing was certain. Those who reached the combined phase had already stood at the pinnacle of the Panlong continent. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, the other party was merely a divine soul of a combined phase cultivator, and his strength must be flawed. In a real fight, he would likely be weaker than a fully realized void refinement stage cultivator. No need to panic. With the system's support, he could take his time dealing with this foolish king. Sister, when did this new leader of the Polar Demon Sect assume his position? I have not heard anything about it. Determined to take down the foolish king, Su Xiao began to inquire. Dugaling's phoenix eyes flickered as she disdainfully glanced at Xiao Mu and softly replied, "It was only recently." This Xiao Mu had emerged victorious in the Polar Demon Sect's sect competition, defeating a divine transformation cultivator with his nascent soul cultivation, shocking the entire Polar Demon Sect. He was then chosen by the sect's elders and accepted as a closed-door disciple. In the following decades, Xiao Mu's exceptional talent allowed him to ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine transformation stage, seamlessly taking over as the leader of the Polar Demon Sect. Now, at merely 400 years of age, his ascension to the void refinement stage was all but guaranteed. Moreover, with Xiao Mu's rapid rise, the Polar Demon Sect had subtly become the foremost among the 5 major demonic sects. Su Xiao nodded slowly. This was undeniably the archetype of a protagonist. With a divine soul concealed within, it was no wonder he had progressed so swiftly and attained such power. Dugaling, having spoken, wished to avoid further conversation about the lecherous-eyed Xiao Mu. Although he was young, powerful, and exceptionally gifted, his leering gaze left her feeling disgusted. She even found herself reluctant to cast him another glance. Yu Linglong felt similarly. Although this Xiao Mu was brimming with fortune and was a rising star, his lewd demeanor and suggestive gaze made her feel repulsed. Having witnessed Su Zhao's boundless fortune and unique charisma, Xiao Mu was simply an inferior comparison. After all, the old handsome man is more suited for me. Why Yu Linglong felt the immense fortune radiating from Su Xiao, her heart fluttering with affection. As Xiao Mu completed his ostentatious display, the onlookers merely regarded him as a joke. When the meeting commenced, Tian from the Miao sect pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao, hurling insults. He labeled him a lecherous old dog, a murderous fiend, and a shameless pervert who had exterminated an entire sect for the sake of a female disciple. Tian's knowledge of Xiao's misdeeds surpassed even that of the Miao Miao Sect's disciples. He unleashed a torrent of scandalous revelations, even mentioning the names of Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yener. Tian angrily confronted Dugu Ling, declaring, "This old dog Su has committed heinous acts, and his existence is a disgrace to our human race. If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, the lives lost in the Xuanma sect will not be forgotten, and my Miao sect will not be satisfied." After Tian's outburst, the members of the righteous sects frowned slightly. If they were to adhere to Su Zhao's previous conduct, they would have surely defended him vigorously. However, the entire Panlong continent was already buzzing with the news of Su Zhao's actions. Tian's words rang true. Su Xiao had indeed annihilated the Xuanma sect for the sake of a female disciple. He had never behaved in such a manner before. What had changed in his old age? The three monks from the Wanfo temple began earnestly preaching about the struggles faced by humanity over the millennia, urging unity among all. Enough of your droning. If my Miao sect does not receive satisfaction today, none of the 5 demonic sects will agree. Tian remained unyielding, firing back. Dugu Ling, realizing that the demonic sects were genuinely unwilling to let the matter rest, understood that the Liuguang Qianhuan fan could no longer be protected. She coldly declared, "My brother has failed his tribulation and has little time left." Tian, "You have said much. Now, what do you wish to do? If you seek my brother's life, you must step over my corpse first." Upon hearing her words, the members of the Miao sect scoffed. Tian slowly replied, "Dugu Ling, I know you share a deep bond with that old dog Su, but are you truly willing to let him die of old age? Rest assured, I will not make it difficult for you. How about this? Since Su is so capable, how about we duel? If he can withstand a single incense stick's worth of time in my hands, this matter will be settled. How does that sound?" Directly demanding Su Zhao's life would be tantamount to severing ties with the righteous sects, a risk too great to take. Instead of openly asking for compensation, he sought a clever duel where the other party would voluntarily concede and offer reparations, which was the most strategic approach. Though angered, the priority was to extract sufficient benefits from the Miao Miao sect. Dugu Ling chuckled lightly, narrowing her eyes as she remarked, "Tian, my brother has failed his tribulation and is merely at the core formation stage. Do you not fear ridicule for challenging him? A mere core formation cultivator, with your 9th level of divine transformation? I propose this. Allow me to fight you in place of my brother. If you can endure a single incense stick's duration against me, I shall offer my brother's life as recompense. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiao nearly lost his balance and fell from his seat. His sister truly had his back. No, this is a matter between my Miao sect and old Su, and it must be resolved by me. Tian was no fool. He merely sought benefits and had no desire for a life-and-death struggle. After all, Su Xiao was nearing death, and his life held little value. Dugu Ling had anticipated that the other party would respond in such a manner. She was also prepared to compromise, planning to use the Liuguang Qianhuan fan as a bargaining chip to silence the members of the demon sect. Just as everyone believed that the 9 sects conference would conclude amicably, with them honorably safeguarding the peace of the human race, a voice filled with righteous indignation suddenly broke through the crowd before Su Xiao could speak. "I disagree." Xiao Mu rose, wielding a magical folding fan, fanning himself while laughing in the icy cold. "Demon Tian, your actions are nothing short of excessive. Su Xiao of the Miao Miao sect has failed his tribulation and, being in the twilight of his years, has little time left. Can you truly bear to act against such a destitute and defenseless old man?" He then stood up, casting a charming smile at Dugu Ling, saying, "Rest assured, Master Dugu, with your lonely senior brother here, no one shall harm him." Initially, he intended to follow the plans of the demon sect, but upon seeing Dugu Ling, he decided to change course. This was a splendid opportunity for him to forge a connection with Dugu Ling. Only a peerless female cultivator like her deserved to be a companion to him, the destined one. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mu's unexpected approach left the other 4 sects of the demon path in a state of bewilderment, while Demon Tian stared at him in astonishment. What is this brat up to? The righteous sects looked at Xiao Mu with shock in their eyes. Was the new leader of the extreme demon sect truly this peculiar? They, who had lived for thousands of years, could easily see that this young man was infatuated with Dugu Ling. Xiao Mu. What are you doing? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, call upon your sect's elders. Do not embarrass our demon sect here. Demon Jitian gritted his teeth, while the Miao Miao Sect was already preparing to take action, only to be interrupted by this young man. How dare he speak on behalf of the righteous side? The members of the extreme demon sect must be blind to have chosen such a lecherous fellow as their leader, Demon Jitian. Do not disrespect the leader of my extreme demon sect. 3 black-robed elders of the extreme demon sect immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Xiao, their formidable presence radiating from their 9th level of the transformation stage. These were the 3 strongest inner elders of the extreme demon sect, unwaveringly guarding Xiao, ensuring the absolute safety of their extraordinary genius. Xiao waved his fan, signaling the 3 elders to step back. He then advanced calmly, addressing Demon Jitian with a composed smile. There is no need for you to be upset, Master De. Su Xiao's life is hardly worth much. If you could extend a courtesy to my extreme demon sect and refrain from making things difficult for Master Dugu, I shall compensate you with 2,000 top-quality spirit stones on behalf of Master Dugu to atone for your sect. Boom. Xiao's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. The extreme demon sect was offering to pay the Miao Miao Sect to resolve the matter, and with 2,000 top-quality spirit stones, has Xiao gone mad in his pursuit of a woman? The 3 elders of the Miao Miao Sect were dumbfounded, their leader's charm so overwhelming that it had completely captivated that young man. Duguling cast a look of disdain at Xiao, falling silent. Although she was inclined to reject his assistance, who could resist spirit stones and magical artifacts, despite feeling a sense of revulsion at the way the money was being offered, she couldn't ignore the fact that it was still money. 2,000 top-quality spirit stones? Xiao, are you serious? Demon Jitian was equally bewildered. Such a substantial sum, he could not refuse. In fact, he swallowed hard. Their Miao Miao Sect's psychological price was merely 1,000 top-quality spirit stones, and here came an offer of double that. This little brat must have quite a stash of spirit stones. Naturally, he was serious. Xiao reveled in the adoration and astonishment surrounding him, feeling an immense sense of joy. He felt as if he were floating. This was a prerequisite to becoming the king of arrogance. He relished being so flamboyant and eye-catching. He then turned his gaze toward Duguling's breathtaking figure, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I have a connection with Master Dugu. 2,000 spirit stones are but a trifle, Master Dugu. The righteous and demonic paths are intertwined. Do not let such trivial matters mar our harmony. Ha ha ha. Duguling was now unwilling even to glance at him. He was simply too lewd. Even she, a notorious money lover, felt an overwhelming urge to beat him up and then reject his offer. Very well. Since the extreme demon sect has taken the initiative to mediate, my Miao Miao Sect shall naturally extend a courtesy in return. Demon Jitian, in a good mood, mused that Su Lao had already lived long enough and should not cause further trouble. It would be best for him to enjoy his remaining days quietly and not interfere with others. A peaceful death would be the greatest contribution he could make to our human race. Ha 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 ha. With that, he sat back down, feeling pleased. Xiao shot Duguling an extremely lascivious glance before returning to his seat. Both the righteous and demonic paths were still in a state of confusion. Xiao had pulled out 2,000 spirit stones just to show off in front of a beauty. The king of arrogance, indeed. However, while they were entertained by the spectacle, the matter seemed to have been resolved. The anxious hearts of those from the Wanfo Temple and Daoshimen finally relaxed. At the very least, the righteous demonic war had been averted. Just as the elder monk from Wanfo Temple prepared to deliver an inspiring closing speech, Su Xiao sneered and stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit stones from the extreme demon sect are unacceptable to my Miao Miao Sect. The frail voice reverberated throughout the venue, once again shocking the disciples of the 9 sects. Beside him, Duguling and the 3 elders stared at Su Xiao with disbelief. Elder Su refuses to accept it? Their leader had said nothing about it. In this situation, they could easily obtain a supreme magical artifact. The righteous sects felt their hearts drop again. What was Elder Su thinking? Was he trying to make things difficult for them? You, an old man on the brink of death, have caused such a huge commotion. And now that someone is willing to stand up for you, you still refuse? Chapter 46. The elder's fearlessness. All eyes were drawn to Su Xiao, the elder radiating an otherworldly aura. The people from the Miao Miao Sect swallowed hard, fearing that this elder might cause further trouble. This was a golden opportunity for their sect. Dugaling furrowed her delicate brows slightly, whispering, "Senior brother, perhaps it would be best if you remained silent. Otherwise, the Liuguang Qianhuan fan will be lost." Su Zhao's handsome face broke into a slight smile. "Do not worry, junior sister. Just watch. I will handle this matter. You will not incur any expenses." What a joke. Demon Jitian was a target set by the system for a tenfold critical hit. Such a prime opportunity to deal with the opponent could not be spoiled by Xiao Mu, who dared to show off before him. Such a little king of arrogance was laughable. Facing the astonished and concerned gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao directed his ire at Demon Jitian. "Demon Jitian, I have tolerated you for far too long. You foolish old dog, do you find joy in calling me an old dog? Do you wish to duel with me? Very well, let us engage in a duel. And not just a friendly spar, but a battle for our lives." With that, he turned to Xiao Mu, chuckling. "Xiao Mu, how old are you? Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of us elder practitioners? Perhaps you should grow a bit more before speaking. 2,000 spirit stones are but a drop in the bucket for my Miao Miao Sect. There is no need for your extreme demon sect to contribute. If Demon Jitian wishes to engage in a duel, I am equally willing." Hiss. All present, regardless of their affiliation, were rendered speechless by Su Zhao's proclamation. Even the enlightened monks from Wanfo Temple regarded the elder with scrutiny. Has this benefactor lost his faculties due to age? The Taoist from Daoshimen began to calculate, trying to discern Su Zhao's intentions. He could not believe that the elder would willingly walk to his doom. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he could not find any reason. It seemed as though Su Zhao's fate was shrouded in mystery. Yu Linglong observed the elder, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "He is so handsome. The more I look at Elder Su, the more striking he seems." She had always known that someone with such immense fortune as Su Xiao could not remain in the shadows forever. He must possess something extraordinary, having been able to annihilate the Xuanhua sect. The members of the bloodthirsty demon sect, the heavenly corpse sect, and the 10,000 poisons sect wore expressions of concern. The entire situation had originated from this elder, and should Demon Jitian inadvertently kill him, the Miao Miao sect might very well declare war. The most shocked of all were the extreme demon sect, the Breaking Heaven sect, and the Miao Miao sect. Dugaling and the three elders stood frozen, unsure of Su Zhao's intentions. If a fight broke out, Elder Su would surely be defeated. Demon Jitian stared at the unflinching, fearless elder, momentarily astonished into silence, forgetting to retort. What was this elder doing, defying convention? A battle for life and death. This old man must have lost his mind. Yet, the one most enraged was not Demon Jitian but rather Xiao Mu, who had just attempted to mediate. He glared at the elder who had captivated the attention of the entire assembly, his face turning an ashen hue of fury. "You old fool! How dare you disregard my goodwill?" Had the situation ended here, he would have emerged as the most dazzling figure of the day, making a grand debut as the new leader of the sect. But now, all eyes were on that old man, transforming him from the protagonist into an extra, a hero into a fool. He could not accept it. In that instant, Su Zhao's identity shifted from that of a pitiful old man to his #1 rival. How dare he steal the spotlight from Xiao Mu? It was tantamount to seeking death. "Fool! Stay calm." Just as Xiao Mu's fury boiled over, a voice echoed in the depths of his mind. "Master." Xiao Mu immediately suppressed his anger, realizing that the old man had gone too far. "You know how few spirit stones you have, don't you? Don't speak. Just watch them fight it out. Earlier, I wanted to scold you. You are truly foolish. Stay put." Reluctantly, Xiao Mu replied, "Yes, master." Yet, his eyes remained filled with resentment as he glared at Su Xiao. The previous exhilaration of being the center of attention had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of frustration. To go from protagonist to bystander was more painful for a king of arrogance than death itself. "Su Lao, just wait and see how you perish." How could he ignore the old man who disregarded his generosity? It was infuriating. Demon Jitian regained his composure and looked at Su Xiao with an odd expression. "Su Lao, do you truly wish to engage in a duel with me? Have you thought this through?" He was reluctant to part with the 2,000 top-quality spirit stones. Now, it seemed he had grasped the intentions of the Miao Miao sect. Could it be that they were deliberately pushing Su Xiao out to die, so they would not have to compensate the Breaking Heaven sect? Quite possibly. It was rumored that the elder had less than a year left to live. Whether he died sooner or later was inconsequential to the Miao Miao sect. Damn it! The extreme demon sect has already stood up for you, and And now you're pulling this? You bunch of fools. Consider it. Su Xiao retorted aggressively. Today, it is either you die or I die. All present are witnesses. Should I be killed by you, the Miao Miao Sect shall not pursue responsibility. The faces of the Breaking Heaven sect turned dark. They had guessed correctly. The old man was indeed seeking death. The Miao Miao Sect was truly ruthless. Demon Jitian glanced at Dugaling, who swallowed hard, choosing to remain silent. Su Xiao had already hinted at her intentions. Although she did not understand where her senior brother's confidence stemmed from, she chose to trust him. Su Xiao, perhaps you should reconsider. Demon Jitian softened his tone, feeling conflicted. Killing Su Xiao would yield no benefits, and he would unwittingly provoke a formidable enemy in the Miao Miao Sect. He did not wish for that. Demon Jitian, are you afraid that I might kill you? Su Xiao scoffed. You foolish old dog. You talk a big game but shrink back when it comes to action. Is this how the Breaking Heaven sect operates? He cursed vehemently, without holding back. The audience shook their heads, feeling a sense of dread for the Breaking Heaven sect. Those who were bold feared those who were reckless. Those who were reckless feared those who had nothing to lose. It was reported that Su Xiao had less than a year to live, and with little left to lose, he could act with impunity. Demon Jitian had kicked a hard stone. Just as Demon Jitian hesitated, and the crowd watched the spectacle, Xiao Mu's kingly attributes flared up once more, and he could not resist standing up again. Master of the Demon Sect, since Su Xiao has accepted your challenge, I believe you should engage him in a duel. Whoever survives this battle, my extreme demon sect will offer them the 2,000 spirit stones. With that, he produced a storage bag from his robes and tossed it into the crowd. He shot a viciously mocking glance at Su Xiao, reveling in the attention he had regained. Su Lao, prepare to meet your end. I, the genius of the Panlong continent, shall shine the brightest. Chapter 47. The elder's strength. The storage bag belonging to Xiao Mu landed, and all eyes turned toward it. Are we truly discarding 2,000 spirit stones just like that? Their eyes were filled with astonishment. This new leader of the extreme demon sect, was he not seeking the life of Elder Su? Was he trying to escalate the situation? Bravo, Xiao Mu. You are indeed a rare talent in our demon sect. The members of the Breaking Heaven sect looked at the storage bag with gleaming eyes. Killing Elder Su had seemed unworthy of their effort, yet now, Xiao Mu had his pride wounded by the elder, and he was willing to spend 2,000 top-quality spirit stones to buy the old man's life. For the sake of pride, exchanging 2,000 top-quality spirit stones for the old man's life, Demon Jitian was more than willing to call Xiao Mu the king of arrogance. Su Lao, who says my Breaking Heaven sect is cowardly? My Breaking Heaven sect has stood tall for over 10,000 years, having no idea how many ignorant cultivators like you we have slain. You desire a battle for life and death? Very well. If you can kill me, the Breaking Heaven sect shall not pursue the Miao Miao Sect's responsibility. Demon Jitian's expression turned grave. His hands clasped behind his back, regaining his previous defiant demeanor. Now this is the way a demon sect should behave. Su Xiao's old eyes shimmered as well. In that case, let all present bear witness. My battle with Demon Jitian is a life and death struggle. Regardless of who survives, this matter shall be conclusively resolved. He felt equally exhilarated. The king of arrogance had even offered him spirit stones. A generous 2,000 top-quality spirit stones. Was this an unexpected bonus for completing his task? Yes. He would use the 9th level transformation stage talismans liberally to crush this foul-mouthed Demon Jitian. The disciples of the 9 sects remained somewhat dazed. What in the world had just transpired? Despite their surprise, both the righteous and demonic factions nodded in agreement to witness the duel. After all, if this old fellow were to perish, the matter would be definitively settled. An elder nearing the end of his lifespan was akin to a ticking time bomb, causing them concern. Why Yu Linglong propped her fair, slender arm under her chin, gazing affectionately at Su Xiao. She was curious about what exceptional qualities an elder with such grand fortune possessed. Elders, should my senior brother find himself at a disadvantage, be prepared to intervene immediately and use the Liuguang Qianhuan fan to exchange for his life. Duga Ling furrowed her brows tightly, arranging matters in secret. Senior brother has consumed the longevity pill and still has 50 years to live. He cannot perish outside the sect. Her brother had treated her so well throughout his life, yet she was unable to repay him. Guilt weighed heavily on her. She must ensure her brother enjoyed a complete and fulfilling old age. Understood, Master. The 3 elders nodded solemnly. Even if their leader had not instructed them, they would intervene. Although Elder Su's reputation had diminished recently, their bond was profound, and they would not allow him to be harmed. The abbot of Wanfo Temple, Liao Chun, raised an eyebrow, radiating an endless aura of Buddhist light. Ladies and gentlemen, after this duel, we shall completely resolve the grievances with the Miao Miao Sect. Should anyone create unnecessary trouble, my Wanfo Temple shall be obliged to unleash the Vajra to subdue the demons. The elder monks were somewhat unbalanced by the strange antics of those present, and no more pretense. They would deal with anyone who caused trouble. Gentlemen, please. After Liao Chen's words, Demon Ji Tian and Su Xiao took to the skies on their flying swords, landing atop a distant snow-covered peak in the outer realms. The representatives from various nations were utterly astounded as they witnessed two individuals, poised for confrontation, burst forth from the meeting. A sense of dread washed over them. Was a duel about to commence? Had the Nine Sects Conference reached an impasse? Most of those present were formidable cultivators, with numerous divine transformation experts among them. The palpable spiritual energy and murderous intent emanating from the two combatants signaled that the situation was far from ordinary. This was a life-or-death duel. The leader of the Poti Demon Sect, Miao Tian, was a formidable figure at the 9th level of divine transformation, and the inner elder of the Miao Miao Sect, Su Xiao, was also a name of recent notoriety. But wait, wasn't he merely at the core formation stage? Their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. An almost expired core formation elder challenging Miao Tian. This was clearly a sacrificial act of atonement. All eyes were riveted on the starkly mismatched duel. Most spectators silently speculated that Miao Tian could easily obliterate Su Xiao with just a few moves. Xiao Mu sat in his seat, contemplating how to elegantly present Miao Tian with spirit stones after the bout concluded. 2,000 spirit stones would allow him, the new sect leader, to make a resounding name for himself across the Panlong continent. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. As for Du Guling, having lost her senior brother, she might mourn for a while, no need to rush. In the future, once he reached the void refinement stage and stood sovereign, he would pursue her gradually. His gaze began to drift toward his beloved Yu Linglong. Surely, with his fated status, the beauties of the Hahuan sect would be clamoring for his attention, right? Ha ha ha. Su, old dog, prepare to receive my black shaman soul-chasing blade. If you can withstand even a single strike, I shall concede your prowess. Ha ha ha. 18 top-grade magic blades, cloaked in dense black energy, materialized around Miao Tian. Under his command, these blades surged towards Su Xiao, merging mid-air into an unparalleled magic weapon. The black shaman soul-chasing blade. The colossal black blade, infused with boundless resentment, devoured the surrounding mountain snow. Its speed and ferocity surpassed even the earlier confrontation between the Miao Miao Sect and Du Guling by a margin. He intended to slay Su Xiao in one fell swoop, leaving no room for escape. This elder had the capability to annihilate the Miao Miao Sect. He was certainly no ordinary core formation cultivator. Miao Tian would afford his opponent not the slightest chance for a comeback. Ha ha ha. Su, old dog, go quietly. There shall be no suffering. Miao Tian's laughter echoed madly in the distance. Du Guling and her three companions had readied themselves to rescue Su Xiao, secretly channeling their spiritual energy. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Su Xiao made his move. With a single gesture, an iron mountain appeared before him, rapidly expanding to a towering height of 30 zhang and a width of 20 zhang. Upon its emergence, it bore an irresistible might, akin to a divine artifact descending from the heavens. Although the black shaman's soul-chasing blade measured 3 zhang in length, it seemed insignificant and feeble before this iron mountain. With a thunderous crash, the black shaman's soul-chasing blade collided with the enormous iron mountain, which stood resolute like the most formidable fortress. To the astonishment of all, even under the onslaught of the unparalleled magic weapon, the mountain remained unscathed, not even a speck of iron dust dislodged. What was happening? What was this object? Miao Tian was taken aback. The representatives of the 9 sects were equally stunned. Even the distant representatives from Tianjiang Mountain were shocked. Su Xiao, at the core formation stage, had effortlessly withstood Miao Tian's cataclysmic strike. Cracks began to form where the blade met the iron mountain, until, with a resounding boom, the entire black shaman soul-chasing blade was utterly shattered by the unyielding divine stone of the iron mountain, disintegrating into fragments of scrap. This was utterly unbelievable. The scene left everyone present in a state of shock. Su old dog. How could you? Emojitian's heart bled. What a loss. The attack of the black shaman's soul-chasing blade, an unparalleled magic weapon, could not be purchased for 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Su Xiao swiftly retrieved the Iron Mountain. Then, 2 divine transformation 9th-level talismans dissipated in his hands. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky. Countless arcs of lightning danced above, and a massive purple thunderbolt locked onto Emojitian. Simultaneously, boundless red and yellow flames erupted from the void around Emojitian. The extreme heat seemed capable of melting the very air, annihilating all in its path. These were the divine transformation 9th-level talismans, the Purple Thunder Talisman and the Crimson Flame Talisman, Chapter 48. The peak battle of divine transformation. Those are divine transformation talismans, and they are of the 9th level. Witnessing the gathering storm of purple lightning and red-yellow flames in the distant sky, the attendees of the 9 Sects conference erupted into chaos. So that was it. Their lingering doubts were finally resolved. Su Xiao, that old man, had concealed such powerful divine transformation talismans. No wonder he had been so arrogant. Feeling the overwhelming power, they realized these were at least top-level talismans of the 9th level. Du Guling and the 3 elders of Zhu Lu when gradually slowed the spiritual energy they were channeling. Elder Su, you still have divine transformation talismans left. Du Guling had informed them that Su Xiao had encountered a senior cultivator's cave in the 10,000 Great Mountains, where he obtained some high-level talismans. The reason he could so easily annihilate the members of the Miao Miao Sect was due to these divine transformation talismans. Alas, Emojitian was doomed. The 2 divine transformation talismans used by Elder Su possessed extraordinary might. The elders gazed at the raging flames and rolling thunder in the distance, their eyes betraying traces of terror. The divine transformation might contained within Elder Su's 2 talismans far exceeded that of ordinary divine transformation talismans. Xiao Mu's handsome visage turned a shade of green as he observed Su Xiao unleashing his talismans, his expression a mixture of concern, shock, and resentment. Su old dog. You still had divine transformation talismans hidden away? Damn it! Emojitian, if you dare to lose, I shall not spare you. Feeling the overwhelming divine transformation might emanating from Su Xiao's talismans, Xiao Mu's heart sank to the depth. He had never encountered such formidable divine transformation talismans. Even he, a genius, would find it challenging to contend with such power. The spectators from Tianjiang Mountain again wore expressions of astonishment as they finally understood how Su Xiao, on the brink of death, managed to annihilate the Miao Miao Sect. All this time, he had concealed divine transformation talismans, rumbling. The sky was ablaze with countless fire dragons under Su Xiao's perfect control of the earth fire path as they surged toward Emojitian. The latter's resolute face had turned a shade akin to liver. He had sensed that Su old dog possessed something, but he never anticipated it would be such formidable divine transformation talismans. Su old dog, you are cheating. Emojitian unleashed all his defensive artifacts from his storage bag. A large black umbrella unfurled, soaring into the air to shield him from the impending thunderstorm. A golden embroidered jade robe enveloped him in warm, white radiance, warding off the fire dragons. Additionally, a black shield floated around him, conjuring an obsidian wall of light to ensure absolute safety. These were all his top-grade artifacts. Though alarmed, Emojitian remained resolute in his strategy. If he could withstand the onslaught of these 2 talismans, then once they were expended, Su Xiao would revert to being an ordinary core formation elder. Killing him would be as easy as pie. As for the Iron Mountain that had shattered his unparalleled magic blade, it had appeared for too brief a moment, and he had mentally categorized it as a defensive spell, assuming it would vanish after a single use. Just wait until your talismans run out. I shall crush you piece by piece. You old dog. With his defenses in place, the purple thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky, targeting Emojitian. The divine lightning, several times thicker than a water barrel, struck the black umbrella with a deafening boom. The black umbrella whirled violently, conjuring successive shields of light for protection. However, as soon as the shields appeared, they were obliterated by the purple thunderbolt. A dozen shields shattered in succession, the might of the thunderbolt unrelenting, drawing ever closer to the black umbrella, threatening to breach its defenses. Below, countless fire dragons controlled by Su Xiao surged from all directions toward the black shield's light wall. Sizzling with the sound of roaring flames, the black smoke rose as the shield was consumed. Finally, With a resounding explosion, the light wall could no longer withstand the searing assault of the crimson fire dragons, exploding into a shower of debris. No, my black shield. Su, old dog, you shall not die a good death. Imo was filled with regret and fear. He regretted accepting Su Zhao's challenge. This old man was far too insidious. The fire dragons breached the first layer of defense, surging toward Imo true form, continuing to burn against his golden embroidered robe. Like a parasite, they were impossible to extinguish and even more difficult to fend off. Imo had no choice but to expend all his remaining spiritual energy to maintain the golden robe, temporarily keeping the multitude of fire dragons at bay. Su Xiao soared through the air on his sword, hovering at a distance. The jade-white giant sword beneath him radiated a spectrum of colors, imbuing him with an ethereal quality, as if he were a celestial being, dashing, striking. Moreover, after comprehending the earth-fire path, he wielded the crimson flame talisman with remarkable finesse. Coupled with the purple thunderbolt above, he sensed that he might just take Imo life with these two talismans. Rumbling, the purple thunderbolt again pierced through a layer of light shields, and the black umbrella's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault of the super thunderbolt with a resounding crack. The thunderbolt cascaded down, striking Imo and unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The sky churned with dark clouds and thunder, pouring forth energy in its utmost capacity. It took nearly 10 breaths before the purple thunderbolt finally dissipated, revealing a charred figure within. The power of the crimson flame talisman had simultaneously exhausted itself, incinerating both the black shield and the golden embroidered robe. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Su, old man, your talismans are exhausted, aren't they? I am still alive. What follows will be your demise, Imo relying on 3 top-grade artifacts and several mid-to-low-grade artifacts, had finally endured the onslaught of the thunderous flames. Now, although only 10% of his spiritual energy remained, dispatching a core formation elder would be more than sufficient. I will kill you. The Miao Miao Sect must compensate for my losses. Channeling all his remaining spiritual energy, Imo unleashed his final strike, manifesting illusions of demonic figures around him. The phantoms wielded long blades, enveloping Imo true form as they charged towards Su Xiao. This was his last attack. Even divine transformation cultivators would find it hard to withstand, let alone a mere core formation elder. Su, old dog, you deserve 1,000 deaths. You are too damn insidious. Imo heart raced. Moments ago, he had narrowly escaped being counterattacked by Su Xiao. It had been far too perilous. The old man deserved to be torn to shreds. Su Xiao merely smiled faintly, leisurely extracting another talisman from his spatial pouch. Imo, old friend, do you really think I have no more talismans? Ha ha ha. In his hand, the crimson flame talisman instantly disintegrated, and with a whoosh, countless red and yellow flames reappeared around Imo phantom. Boom! The flames, under Su Zhao's control, transformed into numerous fire dragons, charging at Imo What the hell? Imo enveloped by the demonic phantoms, was utterly flabbergasted. His once resolute countenance now drained of color. Chapter 49. The terrifying old man. That old man still has fire talismans? The representatives of the 9 sects conference stood rigidly, their eyes fixed on the figure of Imo engulfed by endless fire dragons. Shock and disbelief were etched on their faces as they beheld this extraordinary scene. Such formidable divine transformation 9th-level talismans would likely be beyond the reach of even void refinement cultivators. Su, old man, still had more to spare? This was disastrous. Imo was doomed. Countless fire dragons ravaged the demonic illusion, reducing it to nothingness. They then latched onto Imo flesh, igniting a frenzy of flames. Su, old dog, cease at once. You are cheating, he screamed in agony as the flames seared him, his spiritual energy depleted, leaving him unable to contend with Su Xiao. The divine transformation 9th-level crimson flame talisman had become his death knell. Su Xiao stroked his goat beard, chuckling. Imo I see you should rest easy now. Those who live a life of filth do not last long. With a single gesture, the red and yellow flames roared to life, engulfing Imo who, bereft of his spiritual energy and protective artifacts, was rapidly reduced to a charred husk. In his final moments, he felt an overwhelming rage and regret. He had perished before an old man on the brink of death. How tragic! I will not accept this. His soul obliterated, the power of the crimson flame talisman gradually waned, and a charred corpse fell into the snow with a thud. Xiao soared forward on his sword, retrieving the still intact storage pouch from the charred corpse. With so many witnesses present, he could not desecrate the body, nor could he keep the pouch meant for the leaders of the Demon Sect after slaying their master. Such an act would be beneath him, especially in front of all these people. The attendees of the Nine Sects conference were left dumbfounded, shocked into silence. Tian had died just like that. Hadn't he even lasted 2 exchanges? The representatives from Tianjiang Mountain stared blankly at Xiao. Where did this old man acquire such an abundance of top-tier divine transformation talismans? Du Guling's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she gazed at Xiao. Senior brother, you are simply incredible. Though he had triumphed through the use of talismans, he had nonetheless vanquished Tian. Seizing the moment while others were still in shock, she quickly summoned the storage pouch containing 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was her senior brother's reward for victory, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. She had made a considerable profit. The 3 elders of Zhu Luwen were utterly captivated by Su Zhao's formidable power. Their eyes widened as they beheld the top-tier divine transformation talismans. Elder Su, you are extraordinarily fortunate to stumble upon such divine artifacts so easily. Su Xiao gracefully descended, throwing the burnt storage pouch of Tian to the 2 petrified elders of the Demon Sect. This is Tian's storage pouch. You 2 elders, having wagered, must accept the outcome. Since I have triumphed, the Demon Sect should refrain from causing trouble for my Miao Miao Sect in the future. After his speech, the 2 elders of the Demon Sect snapped back to reality, gazing at the charred pouch in their hands, their faces turning pale as they surveyed the stunned crowd. They exchanged resolute glances before summoning their swords, hastily retreating back to the Demon Sect. Not a word was spoken, nor did they take action. They had not even had time to attempt a rescue for Tian. The battle concluded far too swiftly. They had never anticipated that their master, Tian, would perish so quickly at Su Zhao's hands. They needed to return to their sect immediately to inform the Supreme Elder. A grave crisis had befallen the Demon Sect. The remaining attendees gradually emerged from their stupor, their eyes filled with terror as they turned to Su Xiao, speechless for quite some time. Although Tian was not the pinnacle of divine transformation among those at the 9th level, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet, he had succumbed to Su Zhao's talismans in less than 2 exchanges. This Su old man was far too terrifying. Yu Linglong was astounded, her cheeks flushed. Her astonishment gradually morphed into profound joy as she gazed at Su Xiao, her body trembling slightly, her eyes shimmering with admiration and brilliance. Meanwhile, the arrogant Xiao Mu sat in stunned silence, collapsing back into his seat. Tian was dead. Su Old Dog had actually triumphed over the Demon Sect's leader, a master at the 9th level of divine transformation. In that instant, he felt utterly drained of energy. A profound rage and resentment consumed him, eclipsing his thoughts. He glanced at the storage pouch containing 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, now firmly grasped in Du Guling's hand. No, Su Old Dog. I am the protagonist. Su Xiao chuckled as he noticed the astonished expressions lingering on the faces of the crowd. He waved his hand and said, My dear friends, I merely stumbled upon a few top-tier talismans of the 9th level of the transformation realm, which allowed me to cleverly defeat Tian. There is no need for astonishment. Each talisman used reduces my stock, and I have nearly exhausted them all. In the future, I shall rely on you all as witnesses. The demise of Tian should not bring trouble to our Miao Miao Sect. Su Zhao's words reached every ear present, gradually dispelling the shock within their hearts. The onlookers displayed peculiar expressions. Nearly exhausted. Does that imply there are still some left? The expressions of the sect leaders from Dao Tianmen, Wan Foc, Tian Shizong, Shui Mo Zong, and Wan Du Zong turned increasingly strange. The talismans in Su's hands, which they had found difficult to counter, were wielded by an old man on the brink of death, with less than a year to live. With such formidable weapons in hand, he could truly act as he pleased. Ha ha ha. Elder Su is being too modest. Our Dao Tianzong has been friends with your Miao Miao Sect for tens of thousands of years. Our 2 sects are like branches of the same tree. Let us bear witness to this small matter. I humbly request Elder Su to take care of us in the future. I, Dao Yi, thank you here. The leader of Dao Tianmen, Dao Yizhenren, stepped forward with enthusiasm, greeting Su Xiao as though he were a long-lost brother. Ba! Exclaimed Liao Chun, accompanied by two high monks, as they approached Su Xiao with great respect. Elder Su, the righteous and demonic paths have had an agreement for 7,000 years. Both belong to the human race and should unite in friendship, not conflict. If that broken sky demon sect dares to trouble your Miao Miao Sect, my bloodthirsty demon sect will be the first to oppose it. And I, from the Tianshi sect, will ensure they are monitored. My Wandu sect stands with you as well, Elder Su. The righteous and demonic paths share the same breath. You may rest assured. We will not allow the broken sky demon sect to disrupt the unity of humanity. One by one, the leaders and elders crowded around Su Xiao, eagerly forging connections, showing no concern for the differences in realm or age. They were acutely aware that he could still possess several of those talismans. Moreover, this was a man nearing his end. A person wielding such power, with only a few days left to live, was undeniably the greatest terror on the Panlong continent. They could not afford to offend him. Su Xiao had truly become a figure to be reckoned with. Xiao Mu he slumped in his seat, watching Su Xiao being surrounded and admired by the crowd. His face twisted in rage. Su Xiao, an old man on the brink of death. Why should he steal his spotlight? No, this cannot be real. His contorted visage was filled with resentment and reluctance, unable to accept the fact that he had been relegated to the role of a mere onlooker. Chapter 50. The infuriated Xiao Mu he fool. Calm down. If an old man nearing death can provoke such fury in you, how will you reign supreme in the future? The angry voice from the depths of his soul surged again, filled with both regret and helplessness. If it weren't for his urgent search for a place to cultivate, he would never have chosen such a useless disciple. Truly foolish, master, that I realize my mistakes. Xiao Mu he gazed at the adoring Su Xiao, his face reddening with rage. The turmoil within him roiled like a tempest. Since meeting his master, he had never experienced being so disregarded. In the Polar Demon Sect, he had always been the center of attention as a super genius. Su old dog, stealing my thunder. I will not let this go unpunished. For a proud king, not being in the spotlight was already unbearable, but having it stolen by an old man nearing his end was infuriating. He was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. Fine, bear with it. With me here, you will eventually become the ruler of the Panlong continent. The voice from the depths of his consciousness reassured, reminding him that the old man still possessed those potent talismans and advised against making an enemy of him. Remember, for now, you must endure. Focus on reaching the void refinement stage first. Xiao Mu He's mental state was on the verge of explosion. He forcibly suppressed his discomfort and anger, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Yes, master, I understand." Although he knew Su Lao Tu had only a few days left to live, he remained dissatisfied. He longed to act immediately, to pin that old man to the ground and rub his face in it. Meanwhile, Dugaling, clad in a graceful blue dress, approached Su Xiao. "Senior brother, here are the spirit stones you won. Please make sure to keep them safe." In front of the crowd, Dugaling grasped Su Xiao's hand, placing a storage pouch into it. Her stunning face shone brilliantly in the sunlight, her phoenix-like eyes filled with affection and admiration for Su Xiao. Not only does senior brother love me, but he is also so formidable, truly worthy of the man I've admired since childhood. Dugaling's infatuation was on full display, unashamedly revealing her feelings in front of so many onlookers. This caused a stir among the surrounding sect members, who exchanged astonished glances. Rumor had it that Dugaling and Su Xiao were once a loving couple, but that Miao Miao Sect's Grand Elder Ji Shui had torn them apart. Following that, Dugaling cultivated the Miao Miao longevity technique with her purine body, and the two had been separated for a millennium. Now, with Su Lao Tu nearing death, their chances were further diminished. A wave of sympathy washed over the crowd. What use were powerful talismans? Without top-tier talent, one would ultimately turn to dust, arriving as they did and departing in the same manner. Yet before departing, they must ensure to flatter this terrifying bomb, lest he go mad and scatter talismans in his final moments. Hiding in the crowd, Xiao Mu he watched Dugaling tightly grasping Su Xiao's hand, unwilling to let go, and the unabashed admiration in her eyes left him stunned. "What the hell, old dog? I curse your ancestors for 18 generations." Xiao Mu he's heart felt as though it had been infested by flies. Su Lao Tu was actually seducing his wife, Dugaling? This was intolerable. Xiao Mu he trembled with rage, as if encountering his greatest enemy, glaring at Su Xiao with eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Once I reach the void refinement stage, I will shred you to pieces." But then he thought again. This old man was rumored to have failed his tribulation and had less than a year to live. Damn it. Enraged and overwhelmed, Xiao Muhi, in a fit of madness, tore his magical artifact fan to shreds. That old man, on the brink of death, truly acted as he pleased. Xiao Muhi had completely lost his composure. Su Xiao received the pouch of spirit stones. "Thank you, junior sister. Alas, it's a pity my lifespan is short, but rest assured, during my time here, if anyone dares to bully you, I will fight them to the death. Senior brother, thank you." The three elders, Zhu Luwan, remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Su Lao too truly has designs on the sect leader. They must keep a close watch on both of them in the future and ensure the sect leader does not lose her Purine body at the last moment. Although Su Lao too is quite old, he still possesses a certain charm, but what could the sect leader be thinking? It's all quite bizarre. The surrounding sect leaders and elders stood in a stupor, silently planning. In the time before Su Lao tu's death, they must not provoke a single person from the Miao Miao Sect. For the next year, the Miao Miao Sect would reign supreme. As for Xiao Muhi, upon witnessing the affectionate display between the two, he thought, "No, Dugaling is mine, mine," but he could only seethe with impotent rage within. Ultimately unable to bear the sight of Su Xiao taking advantage of the situation, he chose to close his eyes, no longer wanting to witness this heart-wrenching scene. Su Lao too is nearing death. Su Lao too will soon ascend to the heavens. He cannot compare to me. This genius. No comparison. Continuously self-hypnotizing, Xiao Muhi finally managed to steady himself. Regaining his composure, Su Xiao released Dugaling's hand and tossed the pouch of spirit stones into his spatial storage, nodding in satisfaction. This was a significant resource. Xiao Muhi, the name of the proud king, was well-deserved. He chuckled lightly, glancing at Xiao Muhi hiding in the crowd, and said with a smile, "Sect leader Xiao, I thank you for your high-grade spirit stones. In the future, do come visit my Miao Miao Sect. I will personally welcome you." Hee. The crowd felt a wave of envy wash over them. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. The Miao Miao Sect had struck gold this time. They began to feel sympathy for Xiao Muhi, who had intended to show off while also plotting against Su Lao tu's life. They never expected the tables to turn, with Su Lao tu killing Emoji Tian instead. Xiao Muhi gazed at Su Xiao's loathsome face, swallowing hard. He exerted every ounce of strength to suppress the hatred within him, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace, and said, "No problem. This is all that Elder Su deserves." His heart was in tatters, aching profoundly. Xiao Muhi truly wished to strangle that old man. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao paid no further attention to him. The child of destiny, with the divine soul of a merging expert still in his mind, was already planning how to deal with him in the future. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of killing the enemy of fate. Emoji Tian. Reward. The next gift will undoubtedly trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. Chapter 51. Yu Linglong's message. The system reward had arrived. Su Xiao smiled slightly, feeling his use of 3 transformation talismans to kill Emoji Tian was well worth it. Elder Su is truly formidable. It has been a long time since I have seen a man as valiant as him. Yu Linglong moved closer, leaning against Su Xiao. "Elder Yu, please maintain your decorum." Su Xiao's old face twitched. "Elder, I merely admire you." Yu Linglong looked up and softly spoke. Afterward, she quietly took out a fragrant communication talisman from her bosom and slipped it into Su Xiao's embrace. "Elder, do contact me when you have the time." Hee. After giving Su Xiao a gentle pat on the shoulder, Yu Linglong smiled alluringly and left, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Du Guling furrowed her brows slightly, her expression darkening. That vile woman? There were too many people around for her to act out. Moreover, she was not yet senior brother's Dao partner and had no legitimate reason to interfere in his affairs. Besides, she had already accepted favors from him, so it was not her place to meddle. The onlooking sect members from both the righteous and demonic paths were nearly dumbfounded. The leader of the He Huan sect, Yu Linglong, known for her discerning taste in men, had actually taken the initiative to show favor to the old man. Impossible. These leaders and elders could not comprehend it. Why would an old man on the brink of death attract the attention, let alone the affection, of Yu Linglong? Dugaling was one thing. They had known each other since childhood, but Yu Linglong and this old man were not familiar at all. Unable to fathom it, they concluded that the women of the He Huan sect were truly indiscriminate. Xiao Muhi witnessed Yu Linglong taking a liking to Su Xiao, and his mental state erupted once more. He fought to suppress the endless resentment and anger within him, reassuring himself, no problem, no problem. It was merely that Su Lao Tu had just stolen the spotlight, and Yu Linglong was merely making his acquaintance. Yes, that's it. How could my Yu wife possibly take a liking to him? There was no chance of that happening. Under the strong self-suggestion, Xiao Muhi's mental state gradually stabilized. Dugaling could be put on hold. Once he reached the void refinement stage and returned as a king, he would pursue her as for Yu Linglong. He could directly take action. The beauties of the He Huan sect favored men, and as a young genius, he was precisely their type. After the meeting, he planned to seek out Yu Linglong to foster a connection. Ideally, he would consummate their relationship tonight. He had unshakable confidence in his looks and abilities. "You wife, your husband is coming soon. Hee." The meeting of the 9 sects concluded successfully. Although the members of the Broken Sky Demon sect had departed, Liao Chun from the Wan FOC still delivered an inspiring closing speech on unity and friendship. Afterward, those present paid their respects to the day's protagonist, Su Xiao, their expressions filled with reverence. Su Lao Tu was not to be trifled with before his demise. After bidding farewell, Su Xiao summoned his jade-white flying sword and returned to the Miao Miao Sect with Dugaling and the others. In the air, Dugaling questioned, "Senior brother, how many of those transformation talismans do you still possess?" The talismans from that senior's cave were incredibly powerful. I doubt even Master could craft them. She was astonished. "Senior brother, whose cave did you raid?" The 3 elders, Zhu Lu One, were filled with doubt. The talismans Su Lao Tu had acquired were truly terrifying. If he still had 10 or 8 of them left, they would hardly sleep well at the Miao Miao Sect. They knew the truth. Su Lao Tu had consumed a longevity pill and had 50 years left to live. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. Not many, just 1 or 2. Really, junior sister, these things diminish in number with each use, so we should be frugal. If that Broken Sky Demon sect comes looking for trouble, there's no need to disturb Elder Zhuge. Just leave it to your senior brother. The 3 elders sighed internally. Su Lao Tu, with those talismans in hand, who would dare to provoke him? It was likely that for the next year, none of the 9 great sects would dare to offend him, all waiting obediently for Su Lao Tu to pass. However, if a year passed and they discovered Su Lao Tu had not died, they could only imagine their expressions. Dugaling continued, "Then, senior brother, was that Iron Mountain earlier also a defensive talisman?" It seemed somewhat different. The Iron Mountain had appeared for only an instant, shattering Emoji Tion's Black Calamity soul-chasing blade before vanishing. She had not sensed any transformation aura from that Iron Mountain. It appeared to be an ordinary Iron Mountain, merely relying on its hardness to withstand a supreme artifact. Su Zhao's old eyes shifted slightly as he casually replied, "Indeed, it was also a talisman, found alongside it in that senior's cave. As for the magical artifact, it was better not to discuss it now. After all, it would be difficult to explain why such an artifact had not been used during the tribulation. Moreover, a core formation cultivator could not refine a magical artifact. One must reach at least the transformation realm to even begin to approach such high-tier goods. At this moment, Su Xiao sensed a commotion in his spatial storage. Upon retrieving it, he discovered the exquisite and fragrant communication talisman given to him by Yu Linglong. "Elder Su, it was a pleasure to meet you today. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. In the southern 10-mile forest of Tianjiang Mountain, I await your arrival at the pavilion." The enchanting voice lingered in Su Zhao's ears, captivating him to the core, sending a shiver down his spine. This woman is simply too alluring. However, Su Xiao had no intention of declining. Meeting Yu Linglong would allow him to return her gift. As an SS-level child of destiny, her first gift would definitely trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. "Hee. Senior brother, that harlot from the He Huan sect sent you a message, didn't she?" Dugaling pouted her delicate lips, her stunning face displaying signs of displeasure. Su Xiao, smiling reassuringly, replied, "Not at all, junior sister. An old friend of mine happens to be nearby, and upon hearing we are at the Miao Miao Sect, has invited me over for drinks. You all go ahead. I'll catch up with an old friend and return to the sect. Don't worry, I have the transformation talismans. There's no danger." The 3 elders exchanged awkward glances, remaining silent. Su Lao Tu, even he believed his own lies. The moment the communication talisman was revealed, they had sensed the intoxicating aroma. Wasn't he that the scent of Yu Linglong? Chapter 52. A 50-fold return of fortune. Dugaling could not be bothered to expose Su Xiao's clumsy lie and merely murmured, Senior brother, after 1,000 years of hard cultivation, you may not fully understand the Lihuo Sect. Their cultivation methods can siphon the spiritual energy and fortune from men. The nature of fortune is mysterious, but just the fact that they can drain spiritual energy has led to countless ruined cultivators. She solemnly warned, Senior brother, Yu Linglong has relied on her inherent talent to reach the 9th level of the transformation realm. If you grow too close to her, your demise will come sooner. Su Xiao paused at her words. He took note of a particular phrase, fortune, after consuming the 9 turns Qi Yuan pill. His own fortune and innate talent reached an unparalleled peak in terms of spiritual power. He deemed himself merely at the foundation establishment stage, not worthy of attracting Yu Linglong.as for his appearance. While he was indeed handsome, he was also aged. Could it be that his extraordinary fortune attracted Yu Linglong? It was highly probable. Su Xiao chuckled. Rest assured, junior sister, I am well aware of the prowess of those enchanting women and shall not entangle myself with her. Friends are merely friends, reminiscing about old times. He merely intended to return an item, nothing of great importance. Having said that, Su Xiao mounted his resplendent jade-white flying sword, shimmering with 7-colored radiance, and bid farewell to the 4 before soaring towards the southern side of Tianjiang Mountain. 10 miles south of Tianjiang Mountain lay a picturesque maple forest, still within the confines of Tianjiang Mountain. This wooded area was a frequent gathering place for representatives from various nations, adorned with splendidly constructed buildings. Amidst a pavilion surrounded by swirling red leaves, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in delicate crimson gauze sat at a stone table, savoring a sip of spiritual wine. Her flawless figure boasted exaggerated curves, her skin silky and fair beneath the sheer fabric. An enchanting fragrance enveloped her, exuding an irresistible allure. She was none other than Yu Linglong, the leader of the Lihuo Sect, who awaited Su Xiao's arrival. Did that old man truly have but a year left to live? A glimmer of doubt flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes as she found the rumor hard to believe. If a person were nearing death, their aura of fortune could not possibly be as grand and magnificent as that of Elder Su. There must be some secret he was concealing. How cunning! At that moment, a streak of 7-colored radiance appeared in the distance. The jade-white sword descended, and Su Xiao, with an air of charm, alighted from the flying sword. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Sect leader Wayud. As soon as Su Xiao stepped into the pavilion, the surrounding fragrance lifted his spirits. Gazing at the mesmerizing leader of the Lihuo Sect, he offered a subtle smile as he took a seat opposite her. Sect leader Yu, do you have something you wish to discuss privately with me? Yu Linglong playfully chided, Elder Su, you feign ignorance. Although Elder Su was old, he was the most handsome and valiant man she had ever encountered. She admired him and missed him, hence her invitation for this meeting. The immense fortune emanating from Su Xiao left her in a w. As she drew closer, immersed in this boundless aura, she felt the cultivation bottlenecks she faced begin to ease considerably. Even before absorbing it, the effects were astonishing, driving Yu Linglong nearly to the brink of madness. Elder. She could not resist collapsing into Su Xiao's embrace. In that moment, the alluring fragrance spread, and feeling his boundless aura of fortune, she immediately activated the Lihuo Sect's unique technique, beginning to gradually absorb the fortune radiating from him. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong. 1 point, returning 50 points to the host. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong. 1 point, returning 50 points to the host. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong. 1 point. Su Xiao's old eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Yu Linglong had begun to absorb his fortune. It was clear she was drawn to it. Yet, the system was returning these fortunes to him at a staggering rate of 50 times. Incredible, the system was truly miraculous. This was indeed a return. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, seeing Su Xiao offer no resistance and simply close his eyes to absorb the fortune, was overwhelmed. There was too much. It was simply insatiable. Her heart raced. No matter how much she absorbed, his fortune felt endless, showing no signs of diminishing. In fact, she sensed his fortune becoming even more profound and robust. When she could absorb no more, she turned to Su Xiao. Old man, you're essentially a super reservoir of fortune. The Lihuo Sect's techniques required fortune to cultivate, and the more fortune absorbed, the faster the cultivation progressed. However, typically, men possessed little fortune, barely sufficient for their practices. Thus, the women of the Lihuo Sect eagerly sought out young prodigies. Yet this old man was astonishingly abundant in fortune, so much that she could not absorb it all. Seeing her pause, Xiao smiled. Sect leader you, why have you stopped? I'm nearing the end of my days. This fortune is of little use to me, since you don't mind this old man. I have nothing of value to offer but this fortune, which I gladly bestow upon you. Why Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew she was absorbing his fortune. Elder Su, I apologize. I couldn't help myself. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. After all, he was a formidable figure wielding great power. Xiao chuckled. I have already declared it is yours, sect leader you. Do not be modest. The more you absorb, the more I receive in return. As Yu Linglong looked into Su Zhao's sincere eyes, her heart swelled with gratitude. This old man was truly kind. Aware that the women of the Hahuan sect cherished absorbing the fortune of others, he not only showed no anger but willingly offered it all to her. How could there be such a noble man in this world? After a moment's awkwardness, Yu Linglong said, Elder, it's not that I don't wish to absorb more, but my fortune is already at capacity. I cannot absorb any more until I refine what I have. Oh? Is that so? Xiao blinked his old eyes, stroking his beard and shaking his head slightly. Is it already at capacity? That one do. Chapter 53. The breaking point of Xiao Mu in the distance. A handsome young man in white soared through the skies on a crystal sword. The exquisitely carved sword radiated dragon and phoenix auspices, resembling a celestial deity descending from the heavens. This was none other than Xiao Mu, the newly emerged overlord, tailing Yu Linglong. He had instructed his 8 maidens and 3 elders to wait nearby while he followed the alluring fragrance of Yu Linglong, which captivated him immensely. His slender eyes sparkled with fiery anticipation, filled with confidence that upon their first meeting, he would win her over instantly. As a prodigy of unparalleled talent, was he not the very object of the Hahuan sect's admiration? My Yu wife, I am coming. His eyes gleamed with ambition. Just the thought of her left him nearly breathless. As a genius, he practiced a secret technique that granted him an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Even from 10 miles away, he could catch a whiff of Yu Linglong's exquisite fragrance. How intoxicating! No wonder she was his beloved Yu wife. As his sword glimmered with divine light beneath him, Xiao Mu hastened towards the source of the fragrance. He was already contemplating how to approach Yu Linglong naturally upon their meeting. Upon entering the maple forest 10 miles south of Tianjiang Mountain, Xiao Mu landed and sheathed his sword. The fragrance in the air grew stronger, driving him into a frenzy. He dashed towards the source of the delightful scent. Just as he joyfully gazed towards the exquisite pavilion ahead, he suddenly froze in place, his eyes widening in disbelief. Rage surged through him, overwhelming his senses. What did he see? It couldn't be true. The sheer agony within him felt as if his soul was being siphoned away. His pupils trembling with fury. Su old dog, I curse your ancestors. How dare you seduce my Yu wife? Inside the pavilion, Su Xiao was embracing the woman he longed for, the two of them intertwined, their garments disheveled. He could not bear to watch. My Yu wife. You must have been coerced by this Su old dog. Yes, coerced. With a thunderous roar, an immense wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Mu. As he grasped the exquisite artifact known as the 10,000-year ice crystal soul, gifted by his master. The ultimate artifact, the heavenly demon soul banner, flew from his storage pouch, hovering in the air. Countless vengeful spirits swarmed around the banner, each a fierce visage roaring at the 2 figures in the pavilion. He could no longer contain himself. He intended to eliminate this super-old lecher once and for all. The 2 in the pavilion immediately sensed the approaching surge of spiritual energy. Someone was coming. Yu Linglong's enchanting visage paled slightly. Releasing Su Xiao, she donned the gauze draped around her. Su Xiao rose, equally astonished, gazing towards the source of the energy disturbance, eye in the sky. A massive banner flapped in the wind, as if countless vengeful spirits were emerging from within. The overwhelming might was astonishing. An advanced stage of transformation. Elder Su, be cautious, Yu Linglong warned, her expression grave. She had expressly instructed the people of Tianjiang Mountain not to venture here today. How could a transformation cultivator enter this maple forest? Su Xiao nodded slightly, and the 2 promptly soared towards the source of the commotion. Fool! Calm down. The voice from the depths of his consciousness echoed once more. Consumed by rage, Xiao Mu's eyes blazed crimson. his mind clouded by the sight of Su Xiao and Yu Linglong entangled together. He could not wait for the day when Su Xiao would pass away. Not a single day, not even an hour. How could that Su old dog win over his two beloved wives? This was impossible. Su Xiao and Yu Linglong are coming. We must leave. The thought of Su Xiao was peculiar. He likely still possessed some transformation talismans. At this moment, you had not yet reached the void refinement stage and would be unable to withstand those transformation talismans. The combined might of the cultivators instilled a sense of gravity within him. This fool. If he simply returned to the extreme land demon sect and focused on his training, waiting for Su Xiao to perish would suffice. Why risk a battle now? Once he attained the void refinement stage, beautiful women would be plentiful, master. I cannot bear this old lecher any longer. Xiao Mu's heart ached. It was one thing to tolerate Du Gu Ling, but now Yu Linglong had allied with Su Xiao. The thought of the elder's aged visage alongside his belovedest youthful grace ignited a fire of rage within him. Fool! That old man will die in a year. You must endure. Leave. If you do not depart, I shall disown you as my disciple. Perhaps the words of the combined elder resonated deeply with Xiao Mu. His body trembled slightly, fear flickering in his eyes, granting him a modicum of clarity. Without his master, he was nothing. Without his master, he could not even dream of possessing Yu Linglong and Du Gu Ling. Everything he had would vanish into thin air. Master, I am furious. Let us speak of it a year from now. He will be a dying old man, unworthy of our action. Should you desire Yu Linglong, once you become the sovereign, you can reclaim her. And as for the leader of the Miao Miao Sect, you must now focus on patience. Depart. As Su Xiao and Yu Linglong drew closer, Xiao Mu let out a roar, suppressing the boundless rage within him. He retracted his artifact, stepping onto his flying sword, transforming into an exquisite ray of light as he sped away. Patience. He would endure today. Su old dog. Once you are dead, I shall reclaim my two wives. Yes. An old man nearing death was not worth the risk of confrontation. He would allow this old man to live out the last year of his life. In this Panlong continent, his wives would inevitably return to him. Su old dog, how regrettable that you would not witness this genius and his wives consummating their union. In the final moments, Xiao Mu came to a profound realization. The master was right. A dying old man was not worth his attention. As Su Xiao and Yu Linglong arrived on the scene, Xiao Mu had long since vanished, leaving only a flickering light in the sky. Why did that shout just now sound somewhat like Xiao Mu? Su Xiao stroked his goat beard, a hint of confusion arising in his heart. What was that brat doing here? Peeping at him and Yu Linglong? How perverted! Shaking his head, Su Xiao dismissed the thought. He would eventually die at his hands. Let him spy if he wished. Elder Su, the chill in the air has not dissipated. It appears to be from the extreme land demon sect. Why Yu Linglong's stunning face bore traces of concern. The extreme land demon sect could only mean Xiao Mu. The moment she thought of this, her eyes glimmered with disdain. What a repulsive man for spying here. Just the thought of his lewd appearance made her feel nauseated. All right, sect leader, let us not concern ourselves with him. Sect leader, you do not mind this old man. I have a small token of appreciation for you, nothing precious, but I hope it conveys my sentiments. Chapter 54. The return of 3,000 great Dao Pills. Oh, a gift for me. Yu Linglong's face lit up as she observed Su Xiao chuckling softly. This old man had failed his tribulation and likely had little of value aside from those talismans. How amusing for him to offer her a gift. Su Xiao retrieved a high-grade beauty-preserving pill from his spatial pouch, its pure white form radiating a gentle glow. Even if it was of high quality, it was a premium product gifted by the system, not the run-of-the-mill, uneven products found in the market. Sect leader Yu, this is a high-grade beauty-preserving pill. I had one in reserve. Given your stunning beauty, taking this pill will allow you to maintain your youthful appearance for a long time. Su Xiao smiled faintly. Why Yu Linglong, however, gazed at the beauty-preserving pill in Su Xiao's hand in astonishment. A high-grade beauty-preserving pill? She had already profited immensely from absorbing fortune, but now he was offering her a high-grade beauty-preserving pill. Such pills were rarely found on the market, with most being of only medium grade. She had only ever consumed a medium-grade beauty-preserving pill before. Though cultivators generally did not age easily, possessing a beauty-preserving method made it significantly easier to retain their youthful looks. Thank you, Elder Su. You are truly too kind to me. After accepting the pill, Yu Linglong beamed with joy as she stored it away. The fragrant aroma lingered. They shared another moment of tenderness, yet Yu Linglong still held some reservations. After donning her crimson gauze, Su Xiao merely smiled gently. After all, he was aging, and she was a radiant beauty. Her concerns were entirely reasonable that alas, it seemed he needed to reach the transformation stage soon. Only then could he regain his youthful appearance. Why Yu Linglong intertwined her arm with Su Xiao's, her exquisite face glowing as she said, "Elder, once I refine this fortune, may I come to find you again?" Su Xiao replied with a smile, "Of course, sect leader Yu, I have promised to give you all this fortune. You may come to claim it whenever you wished, haha, elder. You are truly too good to me." After a tender farewell, Yu Linglong took to her sword, eagerly returning to her sect to refine the high-grade beauty-preserving pill and the vast fortune she had amassed. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting Yu Linglong a high-grade beauty-preserving pill. The first gift to Yu Linglong has triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning 3,000 Great Dao Pills. 3,000 Great Dao Pills randomly gain insight into a form of Great Dao power. One opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical hit remains. The next ordinary gift may trigger this effect. Su Xiao beamed with joy as he gazed at the fist-sized divine pill in his spatial pouch. Nodding in satisfaction. Another 3,000 Great Dao Pills. He would never find too many of these. Gaining insights into the Great Dao was crucial for the transformation and void refinement stages. The more forms of the Great Dao he comprehended, the greater his strength would become. Excellent. Summoning his jade white sword, Su Xiao flew towards the Miao Miao Sect. His spirits lifted. He had already used the transformation talismans to instill fear in the various sects, ensuring that the demon sect would not dare to trouble him for quite some time. In a spacious chamber within the extreme land demon sect, Xiao Mu returned, his rage intensifying with each passing thought. Every time the image of Su Xiao and Yu Linglong together flashed through his mind, fury consumed him, leading him to smash furniture in the room. "Su, old dog, I will never rest until you are annihilated." His eyes bloodshot, as if flames were about to burst forth. After ransacking the room, he recalled the words his master had imparted, forcing him to suppress his anger and regain composure. A year. This genius would endure for one more year. From that point onwards, it would be the era of this genius. Imagining himself as the destined sovereign, ruling over the world in the future, a fierce blaze ignited within Xiao Mu's heart. He was the true protagonist of the Panlong continent. The breathtaking beauty of Yu Linglong frequently danced in his mind. His face flushed as he thought, she was simply too beautiful. "Come in." As the door swung open, a woman clad in black entered and knelt before him. Was the most beautiful among his 8 maidens. However, as Xiao Mu gazed at the other party, a profound disappointment welled up in his eyes. Compared to women like Yu Linglong and Du Guling, Yi's appearance was utterly diminished. How infuriating that I suppose I must make do for now. Daotian Gate. Daoi Zhenren returned to the main hall of the sect and promptly summoned all the inner gate elders for a meeting. He cautioned all disciples that, throughout this year, before Su Zhao's demise, they must absolutely refrain from offending the disciples of the Miao Miao Sect. If mistakes were made, they must acknowledge them and be prepared to face the consequences. There must be no disputes with the Miao Miao Sect's disciples. The example of the Xuanma sect was fresh in their minds. They had provoked Su Xiao, who acted with impunity, and as a result, their sect was obliterated by the 9-fold divine talismans. It was terrifying. A dying old man like him should not be trifled with. Similar incidents had also occurred with the Wanfo Temple, the Tianzi sect, the Wanduzong, and the Shishua demon sect, even involving numerous second- and third-rate sects under the major sects. It was widely acknowledged across the entire Panlong continent that the current Miao Miao sect was not to be provoked, especially the inner gate elder Su Xiao. Until the other party passed away, they must not provoke him. At the back mountain of the Patian demon sect, 2 assisting elders reported all matters concerning Su Xiao to the Grand Elder. "That fool, Mo is better off dead. It frees up a position for my son. Such a fool is unworthy to lead the Patian demon sect forward. You two prepare. Tomorrow, let my son, Yuan Hao, take over as the sect master of the Patian demon sect." The 2 elders nodded and then inquired, "Grand Elder, what about the grudge with that Mo sect master? That Su Xiao is nearing death. What grudge remains to be settled?" You two informed the disciples that for this year, they should refrain from causing trouble and wait until Su Xiao has passed. Chapter 55. A year later, upon returning to the Miao Miao sect, Su Xiao met with the 3 elders, Du Guling and Zhu Luwan. After a brief exchange, He returned to his small courtyard and consumed 3,000 Dao Pills from his spatial storage. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Tao of human fire. Human fire? Su Zhao's eyes sparkled with joy. He had previously grasped the Tao of earth fire, and now, he had also comprehended the Tao of human fire. Human fire, also known as the fire of karma, originates from within and manifests as a crimson flame, one of the most extraordinary forms among the three fires of heaven, earth, and man. Anger, lust, heart fire, and calamity fire all fall within the realm of human fire. As he felt the profound intricacies of the human fire he had just comprehended, Su Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the terrifying power of this rule. Possessing the power of the human fire Tao allows one to ignite various emotional fires within enemies at will: fury, hatred, desires, and inner demons. For anyone who is not of a tranquil and ascetic nature, the moment their thoughts stir, they would be consumed by the karmic fire, strong. Now that he had comprehended both earth fire and human fire, the dual forces of flame would only grow stronger with his cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhao's eyes lit up. If he were to comprehend the Tao of heavenly fire, would that not equate to mastering the true flame of samadhi? The thought of such a possibility thrilled him. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The true samadhi flame is a genuine celestial technique. This technique could rightfully be called a true divine ability. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the futon in his room and began cultivating the Miao Miao everlasting technique. Having killed Emoji Tian, he had undoubtedly offended the demonic sections. Rapidly enhancing his cultivation was the true path to self-preservation. Additionally, the oppressive ruler of the extreme demon sect awaited his actions, so reaching the nascent soul stage sooner would be beneficial for planning. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: 4th layer of golden core. Special physique: earth fire, human fire, Tao body. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. Days later, news of the celestial mountain descended upon the Miao Miao Sect, causing an uproar within the sect. Disciples, both outer and inner, were abuzz discussing the recent remarkable figure of the Panlong continent, our elder Su. Oh my! The old lecher single-handedly took down the sect master of the Patian demon sect. Is this true? Elder Su is simply too formidable. That Emoji Tian was a 9-fold divine transformation expert, the master of one of the 9 sects. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This old lecher could not possibly possess such strength. I refuse to believe it. In the outer sect's plaza, even those inner disciples who were rarely seen rushed over to exchange thoughts, eager to learn more about Elder Su. They were curious how an old man who had failed a lightning tribulation could kill someone capable of contending with a sect master. This is utterly absurd. Silence. Listen to me. Internal news. The old lecher has unearthed a senior's cave dwelling and obtained several super talismans of the 9-fold divine transformation. It was these talismans that allowed him to obliterate Emoji Tian on the celestial mountain. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples' eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to each other. Using talismans of the 9-fold divine transformation to obliterate someone? Damn, the old lecher is truly despicable. Cheating, pure and simple cheating. In that moment, many male disciples who admired Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er lamented in despair, cursing Emoji Tian for his incompetence. Why didn't he just take care of this old lecher? With the old lecher back in the sect, would they not have to face a terrifying elder who possessed divine transformation talismans every day? Alas, our beautiful female disciples in the Miao Miao sect are doomed. Even the sect master Dugu may struggle to reign in this old lecher. But that is not all. After the old lecher killed Emoji Tian, he is said to have coerced the sect master of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong, into compromising situations. The news from the demonic sect has spread. They claim our elder Su is a lecherous fiend, using the 9-fold divine transformation talismans to threaten Yu Linglong, forcing her to serve this old lecher. And it was witnessed. Just imagine the embarrassment. Damn it. The old lecher is simply too impressive. Not even the enchanting women of the Hahuan sect are spared. A lecherous fiend, indeed. The male disciples wallowed in endless pain and fury, while the female disciples trembled in fear, their faces pale regardless of their beauty, dreading an encounter with this old lecher. Do not fear, junior brothers and sisters. Let us endure for one more year. The lifespan of this old man is already less than a year. After a year at most, our Miao Miao sect will return to its former glory. Hearing this news, The inner and outer disciples applauded, their faces filled with excitement. Good, good, good. Just bear with it for one more year, and our Miao Miao Sect, even the entire cultivation world, will regain its tranquility. Thank heavens. The old lecher has little time left. Time flew by swiftly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, the cultivation world of the Panlong continent experienced an unprecedented peace. The major sects, both righteous and demonic, had never been so united and harmonious as they were this year, helping one another without any incidents of bloodshed. Disciples from various sects even became as close as brothers, with no simple brawls occurring. Xiao single-handedly transformed the previously heinous cultivation atmosphere of the Panlong continent within this year. In the outer plaza of the Miao Miao Sect, the arena was set up grandly. Today marked the day of the sect's grand competition, where numerous outer disciples vied for the opportunity to become inner disciples. All participants were elite disciples under 50 years of age in the foundation establishment stage. The 10 finalists would successfully enter the inner sect, becoming disciples under the inner gate elders to learn inner sect techniques. There were 10 arenas on one arena. A youthful Lin Yin'er, adorned in an outer sect robe, wielded a mid-grade magical weapon, the meteor sword, against her opponent. This was a gift from Xiao several months prior. Now, under the nurturing of foundation establishment pills and high-grade spirit stones, she and Jin Liuxiang had both reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Facing her was a male disciple wielding a low-grade magical weapon. With a slight furrow of her brow, as the contest commenced, she summoned the meteor sword, employing the art of object manipulation in battle. The power of the mid-grade magical weapon surged forth with astonishing speed, forcing the male disciple to retreat in a flurry, unable to defend himself. Subsequently, a hairpin flew from her lustrous black hair, releasing several fireballs infused with spiritual energy that hurtled toward the male disciple. I concede. The male disciple was utterly stunned. His opponent's cultivation was superior, and with numerous magical weapons, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Lin Yin'er beamed with delight, stowing her magical weapon, and leaped down from the arena. The enchanting Jin Liuxiang had already won her round, eagerly awaiting Lin Yin'er below. Junior sister, splendid work. Win one more round, and we shall enter the inner sect, Jin Liuxiang said, her face alight with joy as she grasped Lin Yin'er's delicate hand. Senior sister, we owe it all to Elder Su. Without him, we would never have come this far. Mentioning Xiao, their expressions dimmed slightly. In the past 3 months, they had not seen Elder Su at all. The small courtyard was empty, as if he had vanished completely, severing all contact. The elder, perhaps he has passed away. The thought of such a possibility stirred a deep sorrow within their hearts, especially for Lin Yin'er, who felt that Elder Su had been exceedingly kind to her, even more so than her own parents. Yet until the day Elder Su passed, she had no chance to repay his kindness. She regretted it deeply. If given another opportunity, she would undoubtedly dedicate herself to repaying Elder Su. The surrounding outer disciples, witnessing Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang advancing to the final round, were suddenly agitated. Those two shameless women. They only achieved their cultivation and magical weapons through selling their bodies. What is there to flaunt? Exactly. Those two harlots must have clung to Elder Su's coattails to make it this far. Without him, they are nothing. The scornful remarks mostly came from female disciples, who were envious and resentful, their insults growing louder. A group of over a dozen women encircled Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang, pointing and berating them incessantly. The nearby male disciples remained silent, having no intention of intervening. Those two shameless women must have divided the old lecher's inheritance to achieve such progress. Some even secretly eyed the two women's beauty and figures, their eyes gleaming with desire. Such beautiful women would be worth the effort. Who knows, perhaps they could even share in the old lecher's fortune. Lin Yin'er's face turned pale, fear creeping into her heart. Jin Liuxiang stood protectively in front of her. However, unable to withstand the multitude of insults, even she wore a troubled expression, gritting her teeth. Without Elder Su's protection, their lives in the sect had become unbearable. He. Two shameless harlots. Elder Su has been missing for 3 months. I doubt he is still alive. You still wish to cling to Elder Su's coattails? From now on, no one will protect you. Surrounded by insults, Lin Yin'er felt a deep pain and fear in her heart. She missed Elder Su once more. Jin Liuxiang dared not say much either, choosing instead to remain silent, her gaze cold as she observed the surrounding disciples. Liuxiang, Yin'er, Win one more round, and you shall enter the inner sect. I have already arranged for your inner sect master. You shall be disciples under Elder W.E. and A.T. That moment, a warm and gentle voice floated down from the sky. The two women looked up, and upon seeing the familiar gray robe, their noses tinged with sorrow as tears flowed uncontrollably. Elder Su. Chapter 56. Standing up for the little honey, Su Xiao descended gracefully on the jade-white sword light. He had been in seclusion within his cave, dwelling on the inner mountain for the past 3 months, only now emerging, dressed in the same gray robe, his formerly pure white hair now interspersed with strands of black. His complexion appeared less haggard in age than before, having become somewhat tighter and smoother. If previously Su Xiao resembled a frail old man in his 80s or 90s, now he looked like a robust elder in his 60s or 70s. Moreover, he had become even more handsome, a true elder gentleman. All of this was due to his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, reaching the first layer of nascent soul. Elder, you look younger. Jane Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er wiped their tears, gazing at the elder with a few strands of black hair, both filled with immense excitement. After 3 months of silent suffering, they did not want Elder Su to pass. They wanted him to live on. Su Xiao smiled and said, "My cultivation has recently recovered. It is but a minor matter." Having said that, he cast a cold glance at the petrified disciples around them and cleared his throat. "You all, how many times must I say it? We, the Miao Miao Sect, must unite and protect one another. Do not bully your fellow disciples. You have insulted and bullied Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. What punishment do you deserve?" Su Xiao's voice, imbued with authority and seriousness, echoed in the ears of every disciple present. Thud. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Su Xiao, those who had bullied Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were rendered speechless. Dropping to their knees, "Elder, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We were just joking with the 2 junior sisters. Elder, please don't think too much of it." Both the female disciples who had insulted the 2 and the nearby male disciples who had cursed Su Xiao turned pale as they knelt, not daring to look directly at this terrifying old lecher. He is still alive. The old lecher is still alive. Damn it. Furthermore, they could sense the overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul emanating from him. Not only was he alive, but he had also broken through in cultivation. It seemed he had even grown younger, with black hair sprouting. What on earth is happening? The surrounding disciples were in a state of bewilderment. Quickly, hundreds of disciples surrounding the 10 arenas gathered around. Upon seeing Su Xiao's rejuvenated appearance, they were thunderstruck. He is alive, and he looks younger. What is going on with this old lecher? The elder in charge of the sect's grand competition also hurried over, astonished as he gazed upon Su Xiao. "Elder, you are still alive." When Lu Dajing saw the now younger Su Xiao, his eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that the master had consumed a longevity pill, with an additional 50 years of lifespan remaining. But what on earth does it mean to look younger? Wait, the pressure of the nascent soul. Master has returned to the nascent soul realm? Su Sherbua, where have you been these past 3 months? The disciples miss you dearly. Lu Dajing hurriedly approached Su Xiao, showering him with compliments. The reputation of his master had skyrocketed, even in the golden core stage. He was a source of concern for the major sections now that he had returned to the nascent soul realm. Even the sect master may not be able to control him. Su Xiao looked at the trembling outer disciples kneeling nearby and shook his head, stroking his goat beard. "Dajing, how is your law enforcement team handling this? These outer disciples bullied Liuxiang and Yin'er, and you, as their master, do not take action?" A hint of anger flashed across Su Xiao's old face. "If this continues, what reputation does our Miao Miao sect have? Is it not chaos? There must be severe punishment." Lu Dajing hurriedly agreed and immediately summoned the law enforcement personnel nearby, addressing those kneeling outer disciples without mercy. "You have offended Su Sherbua. All of you are to be apprehended. According to sect rules, 10 lashes each and 1 year's worth of spirit stones deducted." The faces of those disciples turned pale, tears welling in their eyes. "Elder, we were wrong. Please spare us. We will never dare again." The outer disciples felt deep regret in their hearts. They had never expected that the old man was still alive. Had they known this, they would never have dared to publicly humiliate Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. After all, these were the little honey of Elder Su. The law enforcement team showed no mercy, and under Lu Dajing's command, they dragged each of the outer disciples away. Most of them were female disciples, and 10 lashes meant 100 whips. They felt as if they might as well die. The surrounding onlookers turned pale, looking at Su Xiao in fear. The old lecher is too terrifying. This is outright public protection of his little honey. Damn it. As long as the old lecher is alive, the Miao Miao Sect is finished. Haha, Elder Su. It seems you have grown even younger after a year. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to Elder Su for returning to the nascent soul realm. This is a joyous occasion for our Miao Miao Sect. The outer sect elders observing the competition approached Su Xiao warmly, their expressions filled with reverence and respect. With such a terrifying elder alive, let alone the Miao Miao Sect in the entirety of the Panlong continent, none dare to provoke. Upon returning to the outer gates courtyard with Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er after a 3-month absence, they found the flowers and plants withered and dust covering everything. The two eagerly set about tidying up, for serving Elder Su was their greatest joy. Su Xiao reclined in a rocking chair in the courtyard, savoring spiritual tea retrieved from his spatial storage. Remarkably, within a year, he had swiftly ascended to the first level of the nascent soul stage. After 3 months in the inner gate cave, he had successfully broken through to the nascent soul period. To his pleasant surprise, his aging appearance had slightly rejuvenated. He no longer appeared as frail as before. Before entering seclusion, he had gifted Lin Yin'er a thunder-summoning talisman and a medium-grade magical artifact. The talisman triggered a task reward of a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning a 9 heavens divine thunder talisman of the void refinement 9th layer. This was likely the most powerful talisman currently available from the system. The medium-grade sword had returned as a high-grade sword. For Jin Liuxiang, who already possessed a medium-grade artifact. He presented her with an ice sword talisman, which returned 2 9 layers of divine ice sword rain talismans. He had also generously bestowed foundation building pills and high-grade spirit stones. After accounting for his own seclusion expenses, he still had 2,300 high-grade spirit stones, 100 essence gathering pills, and 30 infant transformation pills. By afternoon, the two women had thoroughly cleaned the courtyard. Approaching Su Xiao, they knelt nervously before him, their beautiful eyes filled with admiration and longing. Su Xiao smiled, saying, Liuxiang, Yin'er, you have worked hard. As he spoke, he produced 20 essence gathering pills and 20 high-grade spirit stones. Now that you have reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, it is time to concoct your Dan. Each received 10 essence gathering pills and 10 high-grade spirit stones, encouraging them to refine their Dan as soon as possible for training in the inner gate. Upon reaching the Dan formation stage, he would personally impart the ethereal longevity technique to them. The two rejoiced at his words, kneeling to accept his gifts. Disciple thanks the elder. Congratulations to the host. Successfully gifting 20 essence gathering pills, returning 30 infant transformation pills. Congratulations to the host, successfully gifting 20 high-grade spirit stones, returning 300 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 57. The Celestial Realm of the Southern Zhan Kingdom. After distributing the gifts, the two women bowed in gratitude and remained by Su Xiao's side. Jin Liuxiang's face flushed with shyness as she began to massage his shoulders from behind. Instantly, the fragrance of a young girl wafted from her. Elder, I missed you so much during these 3 months. Jin Liuxiang gazed at the now slightly rejuvenated and more handsome elder, her heart brimming with joy. Yin'er, you may return now. Your sister will just massage my shoulders and then come back. Yes, elder. Lin Yin'er, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, fled the courtyard. Days later, news of Su Xiao's continued existence spread throughout the Panlong continent. What? That old dog is still alive. He even broke through to the nascent soul stage? In the main hall of the extreme demon sect, upon hearing the elder's report, Xiao Mu was completely dumbfounded. His slender eyes widened in shock, filled with renewed anger and resentment. Impossible! That old man is over 1,000 years old. How can he still be alive? A flash of light returning to its source. Yes, it must be that. Surely, his death is imminent. Xiao Mu's heart was on the verge of exploding with rage. 3 months ago, he had accepted that Su Xiao was dead. How could he have resurfaced now and ascended to the nascent soul stage? What a joke! The third elder reported below. Sect Master, do not be angry. Su Xiao failed in his divine thunder tribulation. He cannot possibly have the strength to cross the tribulation again. He was previously a 9th layer nascent soul cultivator. Recovering to the nascent soul stage is not beyond possibility. Another elder added, Sect Master, Su Xiao is merely a shadow of his former self, no longer a threat. At most, he is just an old nascent soul, with only a few days left to live. The most pressing issue now is the contest for the celestial realm of the Southern Zhan Kingdom. The celestial realm will open in a month, allowing all cultivators below the divine transformation stage to enter and explore. If our extreme demon sect can obtain the divine Dao Pill, the sect master's breakthrough to void refinement will be imminent. Upon hearing about the divine Dao Pill, Xiao Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement, casting aside thoughts of that damned old dog. The celestial realm of the Southern Zhan Kingdom opens once every 300 years, and deep within it grows the divine Dao tree, bearing the rare divine Dao Pill. Consuming this pill grants one additional comprehension of a Dao power, making it the most coveted divine pill in the Panlong continent. The more he thought about the potential breakthrough to void refinement and the prospect of marrying 2 wives, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement, his face glowing radiantly. Send word. We must dispatch our strongest nascent soul cultivators from the extreme demon sect. We must secure the divine Dao Pill. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Mu's eyes as he selected 4 nascent soul cultivators, instructing each to bring 3 cold refinement fire pills. There must be no mistakes. The 3 elders frowned at his words. Sect Master, if the cold refinement fire pills are taken consecutively in a short time, our sect's talented disciples, no matter. Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. For the future of our sect, a little sacrifice is nothing. With me, this super genius, at the helm, our extreme demon sect shall reign supreme very soon. Yes, Sect Master. At the same time, news of Su Zhao's survival shocked Dao Tian Sect, Wan Fo Temple, He Huan Sect, and other demonic sections. What? Su Xiao is still alive? Hasn't it been a year? Never mind. He is probably just hanging on. Regardless, junior brother, next month the 300-year celestial realm opens. We must select our best disciples to participate, aiming for the divine Dao Pill. Even if we cannot obtain the divine pill, we must bring back sufficient benefits. So hurry up and make the selections. At Wanafo Temple. Ba, it is fortunate that Su Benefactor has not passed. It has been 2,000 years since I have seen the cultivation world so peaceful. I hope Su Benefactor can live for a while longer. Yuan Tong, next month the celestial realm opens. Go to the Luohan Hall and select some disciples. If we can bring back the divine Dao Pill, even if Su Benefactor were to pass, the cultivation world could maintain its current peace, which would be for the best at He Huan Sect. That old thing is indeed not so easy to kill. On a delicate jade couch, the enchanting Yu Linglong reclined, draped in sheer fabric, her long, white arms cradling her head. She was still refining the fortune she had stolen from Su Xiao that day. This fortune was not only abundant but of exceptionally high quality. Just thinking of Su Xiao made a glimmer of light dance in her beautiful eyes. Mayor, next month the celestial realm opens. Select 4 9th-layer nascent soul disciples. Tell them not to push themselves too hard. The sect master does not expect the divine Dao Pill. Just bring back some good items. Why Yu Linglong's stunningly beautiful face flashed with anticipation. She currently had no need for the divine Dao Pill, and the reason was, of course, Su Xiao's boundless fortune. With such a remarkable person as Elder Su, breaking through to void refinement was merely a matter of time. There was no need to risk her disciples in pursuit of the divine Dao Pill. They might as well treat it as a leisurely trip in the back mountain cave of the Miao Miao Sect. Dugu Ling sipped spiritual tea and smiled. Uncle Zhuge, I have already decided on the participants for next month's celestial realm. Let my eldest disciple, Shui Wei, lead the team. She was able to cross the divine thunder tribulation several years ago but has been suppressing her cultivation for the sake of the celestial realm. The elderly Taoist, with hair as white as snow, nodded with a smile. Indeed, Shui Wei's talent is exceptional, ranking first among the inner disciples. With her leading, the chances of obtaining the divine Dao Pill are greatly increased. If you succeed in obtaining the divine Dao Pill and break through to the void refinement stage, our Miao Miao sect will dominate for the next 300 years. When Sister Ji returns from her seclusion, she will surely be pleased. Seemingly recalling something, Zhuge Wufang's expression shifted slightly as he said gravely, that scoundrel Su Xiao has recently emerged from seclusion. I hear he has broken through to the nascent soul stage. What is the point of this struggle? Just a futile effort. Ling girl, find an opportunity to remind that scoundrel. He should not provoke trouble just because his lifespan is running out. He should spend the next 50 years in peace. If another incident like last time occurs, I shall personally go and capture him. What a scoundrel, at his age, still keeping a little lover, and daring to openly defend her in front of the disciples. He is quite bold. Chapter 58. The Fortunate Daughter by Xiao. On the day of the Outer Gate Grand Competition Finals, thousands of disciples surrounded the 10 arenas. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Today, the 10 victorious disciples would ascend to the heavens and become disciples of the Inner Gate Elders. Jian Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er's arenas were adjacent to one another, as arranged by Su Xiao. He stood between the two arenas, stroking his beard and smiling as he watched the final match. With the elder present, their confidence soared, and they eagerly prepared to unleash their magical artifacts against their foes. The two opponents across from them, upon seeing the seemingly harmless elder below, were filled with trepidation, their faces paling. Though they were also outstanding disciples of the Outer Gate, they feared incurring Elder Su's wrath and possibly facing assassination. Even before the competition began, their fighting spirit had dissipated, and they contemplated how to gracefully concede in front of Elder Su, hoping to earn a smile from him. Detected Fortunate Daughter by Xiao. Fortune level B. Return multiplier 10x. Bond level 1. A B-level Fortunate Daughter? Su Xiao's aged eyes brightened as he turned to the arena beside the two women. There, a girl clad in a pale blue gown stood with her sword, awaiting the match's commencement. She was tall and graceful, her beauty pure and captivating. Her black hair was tied at the back, and her delicate figure was perfect yet slender. Her skin was smooth and fair, her features refined and charming, reminiscent of a beloved lily. This was a woman of intellect and beauty. Opposite her stood a robust young man, glaring fiercely at Bai Xiao, determined to defeat her and advance to the inner gate. On the high platform, Lu Danian prepared to signal the start of the finals. Before he could raise his hand, he noticed Su Xiao signaling him to wait. Startled, he quickly halted, awaiting the elder's instruction. Su Xiao approached Bai Xiao's arena, and the surrounding outer gate disciples stepped back in fear, not daring to obstruct him. Bai Xiao, come down. Elder has a few words to share with you. Su Xiao's face bore a gentle smile, his eyes sparkling with warmth. He had discerned beforehand that Bai Xiao likely would not win this match. Her opponent exuded a Dan formation aura and was on the verge of a breakthrough. The more fortunate daughters, the better. Since he had encountered her, he intended to bring her into the inner gate, fostering a good relationship for future gifts. Me? You? Elder Su, are you calling me? Bai Xiao turned, her heart racing in fright upon seeing Su Xiao's age-worn face. Elder Su. This was indeed the infamous elder spoken of within the sect. Yes, indeed. Do not be afraid. You and I are fated. Come here. As Su Xiao's words fell, all the surrounding disciples were rendered speechless. Even the confident young man on the stage felt his composure crumble. What the hell? That old pervert is openly choosing a wife in public. Is there any hope for our Miao Miao Sect? Su Xiao's kind and benevolent smile transformed in the eyes of countless disciples into a lecherous and sinister facade. They dared not voice their outrage, fearing the old pervert was now setting his sights on the goddess Bai. She was the last of the 3 outer gate beauties. The previous 2 had already fallen to the old pervert. Heavens! Sect Master, Grand Elder, quickly come and punish this devil. Bai Xiao, visibly frightened, descended from the arena. Gracefully approaching Su Xiao, she struggled to suppress her fear and managed a smile as she bowed to him. Disciple Bai Xiao greets Elder Su. She shows good manners, not intimidated by my presence. She is a fine prospect. The system-certified Fortunate Daughter possessed exceptional beauty, talent, and temperament, making her a rare gem. Su Xiao nodded, smiling. Bai Xiao, do not believe the rumors about me. I, the Elder, have little time left. I merely seek talented disciples to pass on my legacy. Jian Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er are the same. You and I share a connection, and your talent is commendable. If you can enter the inner gate, you will surely soar to great heights. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback, studying Su Xiao's gentle smile, her fears gradually dissipating. Elder Su did not seem as dreadful as the rumors suggested. Thank you, Elder, but I am only at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. It may be difficult for me to win this time. She was self-aware. Reaching the finals was already her limit. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Since you and I are fated, I will assist you. When you reach the inner gate, you shall apprentice under Elder One. When you win the arena, I will handle the apprenticeship rights for Elder One. Bai Xiao's heart raced, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. Entering the inner gate was her lifelong dream, to apprentice under the 3 great protective elders of the inner gate. Elder One was something she had yearned for. Thank you, Elder. Bai Xiao knelt in gratitude, unable to contain her exhilaration. She now understood why Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er would endure the scorn of others to follow Elder Su. He was indeed passing on his legacy. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Do you have a master in the outer gate? Su Xiao inquired. Yes, my outer gate master is Elder Mengdan. Oh? Her? Haha, that makes things convenient. Go ahead. With me here, you shall not lose. Yes, thank you, Elder. With that, Bai Xiao confidently ascended the stage, her perfect curves accentuated. Meanwhile, her opponent stood frozen in shock. The old pervert had been smiling at him the entire time. That smile sent chills down his spine. What the old pervert is threatening me? At Su Xiao's signal, Lu Danian issued the command to commence the match. Su Xiao had no concerns for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, as he had already given their opponents a warning. On Bai Xiao's side, the young man was so terrified that his limbs turned weak. He dared not launch an effective attack against Bai Xiao. The old pervert was watching him too closely. It was simply too frightening. Bai Xiao, too, had seemingly fallen under the old pervert's spell. Ultimately, the young man, frightened by Su Xiao, stumbled back and fell from the stage. Bai Xiao emerged victorious, advancing to the inner gate. Gasp! The surrounding disciples watched the lackluster display with disbelief, petrified in place. They cast fearful, angry, and helpless glances at the terrifying old man. What the hell? The goddess Bai has fallen too. After just a few words, the old pervert has successfully claimed the last of the 3 outer gate beauties. He even threatened her opponent to ensure her victory? No. As long as the terrifying old pervert lives, the day of our Miao Miao Sect's demise is not far off. Chapter 59. The first elder of the outer gate, Mengdan above, Lu Danian and the other outer gate elders watched Bai Xiao's victory in the arena, each one feeling a mix of emotions. Elder Su, no longer pretending. The Elder Su who had once excavated the predecessor's cave now exuded unparalleled confidence. However, they merely grumbled internally, maintaining an appearance of indifference. The Elder's lifespan was nearing its end. He had even slain the Void Refinement 9th layer demon, let alone these outer gate elders. Soon, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er claimed the 2nd and 3rd victories. The opponent gazed at Su Xiao, hardly daring to exert any force, trembling as they rolled off the arena in surrender. Ha! Well done, Lu Xiang. Yin'er, come here. I have a junior sister to introduce to you. Su Xiao called the two over with a smile. While Bai Xiao had already been waiting nearby. Elder, Lin Yin'er greeted Bai Xiao with a smile. They were already acquainted, though not particularly close. Su Xiao continued. Once the 3 of you achieve foundation establishment and can fly with swords, you may move to the inner sect for cultivation. I've already spoken to Elder One about this, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 women sparkled with delight, and they immediately knelt before Su Xiao, expressing their gratitude. After inquiring about Bai Xiao's age, Su Xiao continued, upon entering Elder Wen's tutelage, Lu Xiang, you shall be the senior sister. Bai Xiao, you will be the 2nd senior sister. Yin'er, you will be the junior sister. You 3 should get along well. In the future, you need not worry about cultivation resources. I will take care of everything. Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were overjoyed and expressed their thanks. Disciple is deeply grateful to the elder. Bai Xiao was taken aback by the elder's generosity for the first time. The resources provided by her outer sect master were limited. Otherwise, with her talent, she would have reached the 9th level of foundation establishment long ago. In terms of innate potential, she felt she was not inferior to Jin's senior sister or Lin junior sister at all. Bai Xiao, here are 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 high-grade spirit stones, and a medium-grade magical artifact, the Shuangguang ring, as a meeting gift. Since you are only at the 8th level of foundation establishment, there's no need to rush for a master-disciple ceremony. We can discuss it when you are nearing foundation establishment. Su Xiao handed the items to her. Bai Xiao accepted them, momentarily stunned. Disciple thanks the elder. Joy illuminated her face as she knelt and bowed 3 times with great reverence. This meeting gift was exceedingly precious. The total resources from her outer sect master did not compare to what Elder Su had given her at this moment. No need for excessive courtesy. We are fated to meet, and this is only right, Su Xiao replied with a smile. In the future, I hope you will carry on my legacy. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. The first gift to Bai Xiao triggered a 1000-fold critical hit, returning a supreme-grade enlightenment pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade spirit stones, returning 100 high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a medium-grade magical artifact, returning a high-grade magical artifact. Supreme-grade enlightenment pill. After consumption, it allows one to enter a state of sudden comprehension for a short time, useful for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. All the disciples nearby were dumbfounded as they witnessed Su Xiao's generous gifts, including the outer sect elders and stewards like Lu Dajing. Elders, are you just going to stand by and watch? Is there no law in the Miao Miao Sect? The outer sect disciples were livid, their faces turning green with anger, wishing they could slay the old man on the spot. The sect competition continued, and ultimately, 10 outstanding disciples emerged, qualifying for advancement to the inner sect. Once they reached the foundation establishment stage, the sect would arrange for inner sect elders to take them as disciples. Lu Dajing accompanied Su Xiao back to the small courtyard. His eyes filled with exhaustion. At this rate, Master Uncle's reputation will only worsen. Su Xiao chuckled. Those who walk upright need not fear crooked shadows. Dajing, Master Uncle is simply nurturing talent for our Miao Miao sect. What is there to fear? Huh. Lu Dajing was bewildered. Dajing, quickly reorganize the enforcement team. Anyone spreading rumors will be dealt with according to sect rules. Handle it properly, yes. Master Uncle Lu Dajing gazed at Su Xiao's upright figure, tears welling in his eyes. Master Uncle truly puts himself in a difficult position. In an outer mountain accommodation area, Bai Xiao reported the good news to her master. Mengdan, what? That old Su accepted you as his successor and gifted you so many things? Mengdan's face registered shock, her eyes flashing with complex anger. That old man is courting death, Bai Xiao hurriedly explained. Master, the elder is quite kind. He is not as everyone has said, the beautiful woman retorted angrily. Xiao, you are being foolish. Just wait. I will go settle accounts with that old man. With that, the beautiful woman ignored Bai Xiao, stepping onto her flying sword and soaring out of the courtyard. The radiant sword light streaked across the square, and the outer sect disciples below, upon witnessing this, were all filled with excitement as if invigorated. It's Elder Ming. Elder Ming must be furious. Thankfully, I still have such an upright elder in the outer sect. Let's go. We must wait outside the small courtyard and see how Elder Su is reprimanded by Elder Ming. Haha, Elder Ming is at the 9th level of Yuanying, esteemed as the first elder of our outer sect. With her action, Elder Su is done for. Ha ha ha, this is delightful. Countless disciples followed the sword light of Mengdan, hiding in the nearby mountains and forests, eager to witness Su Xiao's embarrassment. Chapter 60. The fortunate woman deceived by appearances. Su Xiao was meditating on a mat in his room. Old Su, come out. Xiao is someone I have nurtured. You are not to harm her. The door burst open, and a woman in a blue Taoist robe strode in. Fuming, Su Xiao raised his gaze, and his old eyes glimmered with a flicker of light. The woman who entered appeared to be in her 30s, her demeanor gentle yet captivating, with delicately shaped willow-like brows. Her flat, slender waist was voluptuous, and her long legs were proportionately tall. Her alluring figure was intoxicating, with her clothing struggling to contain her ample bosom. With each gesture, she exuded the charm of a mature woman. She was a blossoming beauty, like a flower in full bloom. Dandan, you've come after all. That Su Xiao regarded the beautiful woman, his eyes reflecting complex emotions as he sighed softly. Do not call me Dandan, Mengdan retorted angrily. Old man, do you even see how old you've become? Over 1,000 years old and still so unrestrained, harboring thoughts about my Xiao. Why don't you just die sooner? She slammed the door shut, sitting at the table, prepared to have a serious discussion with this old man. Xiao was her disciple, and she would never allow this old scoundrel to covet her. Su Xiao rose and sat opposite her, pouring a cup of spiritual tea, and sighed. Dandan, Bai Xiao has remarkable talent. She is a fine seedling. I gift her resources to assist her in entering the inner sect. What is wrong with that? Mengdan raised her eyebrows and scoffed. Old man, who in the sect doesn't know your current reputation? Is it merely her beauty that attracts you to my Xiao? I won't even ask about Jin Luxiang and Lin Yenner's matters. One thing is clear. Let go of Xiao, and we can consider this matter of her entering the inner sect settled. You are not to seek her out in the future. Su Xiao shook his head and asked, Dandan, do you not know how many resources you possess? Do you truly wish for Bai Xiao to tread the same path you did? Full of talent yet stuck at the Yuanying stage. Mengdan was momentarily stunned by this soul-searching question. She looked at Su Xiao, who was graying, her eyes flashing with hesitation. He was right. When she ascended the mountain to cultivate, It was due to a lack of resources that she was now stunted at the 9th level of Yuanying, unable to break through. Yet, it was all this old man's fault. Meng Dan's eyes reflected a mix of emotions. 300 years ago, when she entered the inner sect, she could have chosen a resource-rich inner sect elder as her master. However, she was naive and captivated by Su Zhao's unparalleled handsomeness, becoming his named disciple. Furthermore, they had shared a period of intimacy. But what had been the outcome? This old man was terrifyingly impoverished, offering her no assistance in her cultivation and ultimately leading her to despair. She had returned to the outer sect to become an elder, determined to rebuild her resources to break through to the transformation stage. This old man had wasted a century or two of her life. How shameless! I don't care. In any case, you must not harm Xiao. Meng Dan's beautiful face radiated with a resolute expression. Her tragedy would not befall her disciple. Su Xiao smiled. Dandan, I used to owe you, but things are different now. You are aware that I have inherited the resources of a senior's cave abode. With my lifespan dwindling, these resources are of no use to me. I am merely seeking successors among them. Dandan, I owe you in the past, and before I die, I will certainly make amends. The old man spoke sincerely, his handsome old face tinged with shame. Old man, have you looked at your age? Do you think you are still as handsome as before? Meng Dan's expression was filled with fury as she glared at him. Detected the fortunate woman. Meng Dan, fortune level, C. Return multiplier, 20. Bond level, 2. Oh, Dandan is also a fortunate woman? Su Zhao's eyes flickered with interest, and he gazed at Meng Dan with increased shame. With her tremendous talent, 300 years had passed, and she still had not broken through to the transformation stage. All of this was his fault. Su Zhao's thoughts shifted, and he retrieved a sky-blue pendant. The pendant radiated a faint blue light, clearly extraordinary. This was a supreme-grade magical artifact, the 4 C's Peace Pendant. The moment he produced the artifact, Meng Dan's gaze was drawn to it. What an impressive magical artifact. It must be a supreme-grade one. Dandan, I owe you. This is the supreme-grade magical artifact, the 4 C's Peace Pendant. With this artifact, your chances of successfully overcoming the Thunder Tribulation will be greatly increased. After speaking, he produced a high-grade beauty-preserving pill. Dandan, you are as beautiful as ever. This is a high-grade beauty-preserving pill. I hope you remain this beautiful forever. Dandan, I have no use for these things, so I am giving them all to you. I hope you can forgive me. Su Zhao's old eyes were earnest as he extended the items toward her. Meng Dan stood there, dumbfounded. A supreme-grade magical artifact? A high-grade beauty-preserving pill? She looked incredulously at the old man before her, and suddenly, she seemed to see the shadow of his younger self, still so handsome. Su, Elder Su, are you really giving me all of this? Meng Dan swallowed hard, her fair and delicate hands trembling as she accepted the magical artifact and the beauty-preserving pill. This is worth several thousand high-grade spirit stones, and these are extraordinary items that cannot be bought with spirit stones. All for you, Dandan. From now on, I will cover all of your and by Xiao's cultivation resources. Before I die, I will assist you in breaking through to the transformation realm. Su Xiao observed her astonished expression, nodding with satisfaction. He understood that Dandan loved him. It was merely the harshness of reality that kept them apart. Su, Elder Su, what is the purpose of this? Meng Dan's face flushed, 2 tears streaming down her cheeks. Under the bombardment of sweet words, her defenses crumbled, and she was overwhelmed with joy. Elder, you are still as handsome as before. Dandan, after all these years, you are still so beautiful. Yet I have grown old. Su Xiao sighed deeply. Meng Dan was elated, reminiscing about their sweet moments from years past. Suddenly, she felt that the now wealthy Su Xiao seemed even more attractive. Elder, don't say that. Although you have aged, your appearance is still as striking as in your youth. At least, I still think you are handsome. Having received such precious gifts, Meng Dan no longer had the confidence to scold him. Dandan, it has been so many years since we last met. I truly miss you. Meng Dan's face flushed as she blushed, feeling like a young girl, her eyes filled with shyness. Deep down, she was in love with Su Xiao. Congratulations on successfully gifting the supreme-grade magical artifact, 4 C's Peace Pendant. The first gift to Meng Dan triggered a 1000-fold critical hit, returning the treasure, 9 fire-glazed cover. Congratulations on successfully gifting the high-grade beauty-preserving pill, returning 2 supreme-grade beauty-preserving pills. Chapter 61. The bewildered Duguling the following morning, in a fragrant room filled with enchanting aromas, Su Xiao looked at Ming Dan, who was sleeping beside him, and shook his head with a smile. Dandan is still as gentle and shy as she was hundreds of years ago. Now I have another 20-fold fortunate woman. This is splendid. After resting for half an hour, the sun rose. Old man, I am leaving first. After dressing, Ming Dan smiled lightly and embraced him. Instantly, a wave of feminine fragrance enveloped him. Her stunning face was tinged with a rosy hue, her voluptuous figure exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Su Xiao nodded. Dandan, you should cultivate first. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask me. There is no need to be polite. Feel free to visit often. You will always be welcome here. Ming Dan chuckled. Rest assured, you owe me so much. You must make amends. I will thank you on behalf of Xiao, but you must not have any thoughts about her. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Of course, you are the one supervising. After exchanging warmth, Ming Dan slowly exited the small courtyard. She is out. Finally out. What is going on? Why was Elder Ming in Elder Su's room all night? What is happening? The disciples who had been lying in wait in the outer mountain forest used their distant sight techniques to gaze at the emerging Ming Dan. Most of them had already left after enduring a night of waiting. But upon seeing Ming Dan's appearance, they all dropped their jaws in disbelief. What the hell? Elder Ming's eyes are filled with affection. Her beautiful face is flushed. Her steps are clearly not normal, with just one glance. The disciples who had persevered until now were utterly dumbfounded, hardly believing their eyes. Even the first elder of the outer sect, the beloved of countless elders and stewards, had fallen for Ming Dan? Impossible. This should not be happening. Elder Ming was a powerful figure at the 9th level of Yuanying. Oh, no. This cannot be real. Ming Dan glanced around to ensure no one was watching, discreetly summoned her flying sword, and hurriedly flew back to her residence. This scene of her acting guilty was once again witnessed by the disciples hiding in the distant mountains. What the hell? I will never forgive that old scoundrel. Some male disciples were so enraged they fainted on the spot. As long as that old man lives, the Miao Miao Sect is doomed. A few disciples spat blood in anger, nearly choking on their rage. The next day, the entire Miao Miao Sect erupted. News spread like wildfire about Su Zhao's patronage of his female disciple, and he had also taken her master as his mistress, becoming a topic of conversation among countless inner and outer sect members. Now, every male disciple, regardless of age or sect, viewed the old lecher as their ultimate enemy. Even the stewards of the enforcement team began to strike. No? Elder Ming is my goddess. Elder Su, how could you do this? What the hell? What are we even arresting for? My beloved in my dreams has been seduced by that old man. The older stewards in the enforcement team pounded their chests in agony. Struggling to accept the reality, Liu Dajing sat in the enforcement hall, his honest face devoid of color. Master Uncle, this is too much. At Ming Dan's residence, Bai Xiao rushed into the main hall, her face filled with panic as she greeted her master. Master! Outside there are all kinds of rumors about you. An elder suit in me. She was nearly overwhelmed with fear. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with this matter, and she had been caught up in it, labeled as a shameless person alongside her master. Ming Dan's beautiful face glowed with a mix of redness and delight. She had already consumed the high-grade beauty-preserving pill and was now radiant and even more enchanting. Upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, she shook her head, saying, "These are all rumors. Xiao in the future. If you find yourself lacking resources, just go to Elder Su. I have already arranged with him to cover all your expenses in the inner sect. So do not believe those rumors outside." Huh? Bai Xiao gazed at her suddenly more beautiful master, somewhat dazed. She had a feeling that what was being said outside might be true. She stood there, stunned. The situation was so significant that countless disciples were discussing it, and it soon reached Duguling's ears. Damn that senior brother. How can he still be entangled with Ming Dan? Humph. A streak of azure light shot out from the inner mountain, heading straight for Su Zhao's courtyard. With a powerful kick, Duguling burst through the door again. Senior brother, come out. What on earth is going on? Are you still seeing your old flame? Her beautiful face was tinged with anger, radiating an irresistible allure. However, this old flame made Duguling feel threatened. The senior brother was only allowed to love her. Su Xiao suddenly sprang up from the cushion, approached with a smile, and said, "It's all just rumors. Junior sister, calm down. Let's discuss this calmly." Su Xiao invited her to take a seat and poured her a cup of spirit tea. Dugaling, fuming, retorted, I work diligently for the sect every day, and I am also tirelessly preparing for next month's journey to the celestial realm. Meanwhile, you indulge in your little affairs daily, and now even that dream Dan has surfaced. Do you know that the entire sect is gossiping about you? Where will you hide your old face? Su Xiao blinked, ignoring the rest of her words, suddenly asking, the celestial realm? Is it opening soon? Of course. I'm swamped. Do I really have to deal with your mess too? Dugaling exclaimed, her anger palpable. Do you have any idea how busy I've been lately? Everyone is eyeing the treasures in the celestial realm, and if I fail to secure anything worthwhile, my position as the head of the Miao Miao Sect may be at risk. You have disappointed me greatly. Su Xiao recalled the celestial realm, which opened once every 300 years, allowing cultivators below the transformation stage to enter. The greatest treasure was said to be the Dao Divine Pill, rumored to have effects comparable to his 3,000 Dao Pills. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, saying, Junior sister, why didn't you mention this earlier? Rest assured, I'll take care of everything regarding the celestial realm. Isn't it just the Dao Divine Pill? You are my one and only beloved. For you, I will ensure that before I grow old and die, I will bring back the Dao Divine Pill for you, so you can advance to the refinement stage. Upon hearing these words, she looked at Su Xiao in bewilderment, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with suspicion. Chapter 62. Ziyun's request you? Senior brother, are you joking? Even if you've regained some cultivation and reached the first level of the nascent soul, what good is it? In the celestial realm, using anything tainted with transformation chi will immediately teleport you out. Your talismans are useless. Dugaling glared at the foolish old man before her. Though he had become younger and more handsome upon reaching the nascent soul, he was still an old man with little time left. Su Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, Junior sister, there's no need to worry. I inherited the cave abode of a powerful predecessor, and I possess more than just talismans. Now tell me, which 4 individuals are you planning to send? Dugaling pondered for a moment, then replied, the eldest disciple Xue you will lead, along with my second disciple, and the disciples of Elder Zhu and Elder Lu, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. They are all at the 9th level of the nascent soul, each possessing several high-grade magical artifacts. Xue Yu even has her family's top-tier magical artifacts, so we should be fine. Su Xiao stroked his goat beard and nodded. The selections are acceptable, but that second disciple of mine is the weakest and lacks proper form. He should stay behind and focus on cultivation. I will take his place. With me leading, junior sister, you can just sit back and await the Dao Divine Pill, haha. Dugaling looked at her overly confident senior brother, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Could it be that he had obtained some other benefits from the predecessor's cave? Senior brother, this isn't a joke. The competition for the Dao Divine Pill is notoriously brutal. If our strength is insufficient, we might not even be able to activate our life-saving talismans and could die. Other sects would certainly be fighting for their lives. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No worries, junior sister. Trust me, I have wasted my life, but this time, I want to make a final contribution for you in the Miao Miao Sect. If the Miao Miao Sect thrives, so too will you. His sincere old face exuded charm. Dugaling's eyes sparkled. She seemed to see the once omnipotent and extraordinarily handsome Su Gu in her village again. Senior brother. She embraced Su Xiao, fragrant tears streaming down her face. Senior brother, this is my last desperate attempt before death. You truly love me. You love only me. Su Xiao persisted, and ultimately, Dugaling agreed to let him replace her second disciple and go to the celestial realm. After Dugaling left, Su Xiao smiled broadly. The celestial realm was truly tailor-made for him. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with anticipation. Now that he had reached the nascent soul stage, wielding the powers of earth fire and human fire, along with 3 magical artifacts, he could contend even against transformation stage cultivators without talismans, let alone the nascent soul cultivators in the celestial realm. If he could return from the realm with treasures, he would have a legitimate reason to present gifts to his junior sister. Moreover, there were plenty of good things within the realm for him to acquire. That obnoxious Wang Xiaomu he would certainly be there to spectate. And he had not forgotten about the main task from the system in the days leading up to the departure. Su Xiao thoroughly familiarized himself with the magical artifact, the 9 fire-glazed shield. Once the Crimson Shield was activated, 9 massive fire dragons could be manipulated at will. The fire dragons belonged to the extreme earth fire, perfectly aligning with his earth fire path, allowing him to unleash tremendous power. As for the top-tier enlightenment pills, He had no immediate use for them and would set them aside for now. In the early morning, Xiao took to the skies on his sword, departing from the outer mountain and flying towards Tiger Roar City. Before heading to the celestial realm, he planned to visit the Zilai Merchant Group to replenish his spatial inventory on the third floor of the Zilai Merchant Group. Ziyun, adorned in purple gauze, flaunted her fair and alluring figure, smiling brightly as she brought forth the items Xiao requested. Upon seeing her, Xiao wasted no time and paid the discounted amount of 700 high-grade spirit stones, causing the charming woman before him to beam with joy. 120 essence gold pills, 120 high-grade spirit stones. 40 transformation pills, 400 high-grade spirit stones. 4 nascent soul thundercalling talismans, 3 nascent soul ice sword talismans, 3 nascent soul earth fire talismans, totaling 200 high-grade spirit stones. After collecting the items, Xiao took out 10 transformation pills and said, "I didn't expect the manager Ziyun to have broken through to the first level of the nascent soul. These 10 transformation pills are a gift for you to cultivate." Yun's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. 10 transformation pills are worth a whopping 100 high-grade spirit stones. Elder Su, you're simply too extravagant. Thank you so much, Elder Su. You are becoming younger and more handsome by the day. After receiving the transformation pills, Ziyun's enchanting face glowed radiantly. The fragrant breeze wafted around, and she naturally linked her arm with Xiao's. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return, and receiving a Hongming Qi pill. Xiao was taken aback. The Hongming Qi pill? This was a rare pill used by transformation stage cultivators, seldom seen on the market. Not long after, Ziyun seemed to recall something and, exhaling gently, said, "Elder, I heard that this time, the celestial realm in the southern Zhan nation will also involve your Miao Miao Sect?" Hearing this, Xiao smiled and replied, "Indeed, you have asked the right person. This time, the team from my Miao Miao Sect entering the secret realm will be led by me." "What? You're going too?" Ziyun's expression shifted in surprise. Those heading to the celestial realm were all cultivators at the 9th level of the nascent soul, and the old man had only recently regained his nascent soul cultivation. Was he really going? And leading? Wasn't he on the verge of death? Xiao said, "Do not be surprised. I still possess some strength. Besides, the other 3 are all geniuses from my Miao Miao Sect. It's merely a small matter." Ziyun blinked her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, tears of emotion welled in her eyes, and she began to sob charmingly. "What's wrong with the manager Ziyun?" Xiao inquired. Ziyun leaned on Xiao's shoulder, her tear-filled eyes sparkling as she said, "Elder, may I ask you for a favor? Manager Ziyun, do not hesitate. If it's not too difficult, I will certainly assist." Xiao smiled gently. Ziyun's heart swelled with joy. Although the old man had little time left, he had recently gained a remarkable reputation on the Panlong continent, and everyone feared him. If he was willing to lend a hand, the Zilai Merchant Group would be under her command in the future. Ziyun, looking pitiful, said, "Thank you, Elder. This time, my Donglai nation will also send 4 individuals to the celestial realm, one of whom is the young master of the Zilai Merchant Group, Shangguan Jinyu. Elder, Shangguan Jinyu is the youngest genius in our Zilai Merchant Group. Even in the Donglai nation. Just over 100 years old, he has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. Moreover, he is exceptionally powerful and possesses top-tier magical artifacts. But that Shangguan Jinyu is a lecher. He constantly tries to pursue me." As she spoke, Ziyun discreetly glanced at Xiao's expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intent. Xiao's expression shifted upon hearing this, and just as he was about to speak, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Detected the fated enemy, Shangguan Jinyu. Identity, young master of the Zilai Merchant Group from Donglai Nation. Mission issued, eliminate Shangguan Jinyu. Mission rewards, guaranteed 10,000-fold critical return next time." This system is truly perceptive. Xiao's eyes glinted, and he chuckled softly. He then turned to Ziyun, confidently stroking his goat beard, and declared, "Manager Ziyun, rest assured, that lecher has dared to lay eyes on you. He has overstepped his bounds. I will not allow him to leave the celestial realm alive." "What?" Ziyun was utterly stunned. She hadn't even suggested killing him. Chapter 63. Return of the Hongming Qi pill. Ziyun was still in shock. "Elder, isn't that promise a bit too absolute?" she exclaimed, excitedly embracing him. The fragrant scent enveloped them, and her figure was alluring. After a moment of intimacy, as Ziyun adjusted her attire, Xiao smiled and said, "Manager Ziyun, you don't mind me being an old man. I have nothing to repay you with. I still have some time left, and I will take care of that Shangguanjinyu. He won't be returning to Donglai Nation. Ziyun gazed at Su Xiao, whose demeanor was calm and confident, her eyes filled with surprise. In that instant, she felt that this old handsome man was becoming more charming by the day, wealthy and powerful. His aura was overwhelming. If that Shangguanjinyu truly perished in the secret realm, her family would undoubtedly be the ruling force in the Zilai merchant group. Elder, I truly thank you. Upon your return, I am willing to serve Elder Su wholeheartedly. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. This old man was incredibly generous. She had heard he had excavated a grand cultivation cave. Surely, he possessed a plethora of treasures before his demise. If he could help her eliminate that Shangguanjinyu, serving him would be a small matter. Su Xiao grinned and reassured her, Manager Ziyun, you can count on me for this matter. Thank you, Elder. Ziyun was overjoyed. Days later, the day of departure arrived. Several beams of light shot down from the inner mountain and landed in Su Xiao's courtyard. Senior brother, it's time to set off. Dugaling and 3 protective elders accompanied them, ensuring the spoils from the secret realm would be safely retrieved. Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe, stood tall and imposing. His graying hair and beard were perfectly groomed, making him appear not only handsome but also exuding an elder's authority. Uncle Master, you're still alive. That's wonderful. As soon as he emerged, a petite girl dashed towards him, colliding directly into his embrace. The refreshing fragrance of a young girl wafted through the air. Shueyu, take it easy. I'm old. I can't handle such collisions. Haha, it's mainly because I missed Uncle Master. The petite girl released Su Xiao, grinning widely. She was much shorter than him, nearly 2 heads shorter, dressed in a fitted white dress that accentuated her charming figure. Her porcelain-like, fair face featured delicate dimples, and her skin was so luminous it seemed fragile. Her glossy black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her adorable tiger teeth added to her charm, exuding the grace of youthful exuberance. This young girl was Shueyu, the eldest disciple of Dugaling. In less than a century since joining, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the nascent soul. A newly emerged talent following Dugaling detected the fated daughter. Shueyu, fate level S, return multiplier 30, bond level 1. Su Xiao's old eyes flickered. This girl, who seemed eternally youthful, was also a fated daughter, and at the S level. Shueyu, Uncle Master is nearly at the end of his road. You didn't come to see me, I miss you too. Su Xiao smiled at her. Nodding in approval, a 30-fold return was no small matter, especially since she was at the 9th level of the nascent soul, making it convenient for gifting to, oh, Uncle Master, I was in closed-door cultivation. It was only recently that Master called me out. The moment I came out, I rushed to see Uncle Master. Shueyu waved her small hand, which was only half the size of Su Xiao's. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at him. Giggling, Uncle Master, I heard there have been some rumors in the sect lately. Is it true? Of course, Shueyu. It's been a long time since we last met. Here are 10 transformation pills. You can use them now. Su Xiao produced 10 transformation pills, his words barely leaving his mouth when everyone around looked at him in utter disbelief. Dugaling blinked, while the 3 elders swallowed hard. Young disciples Xiao Wang and Xiao Li gazed greedily at the transformation pills in Su Xiao's hands. Goodness, Elder Su is incredibly generous. 10 transformation pills are worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Even as disciples of protective elders, they can't afford such a luxury. Huh. You're giving me so many transformation pills? Shueyu blinked her large, sparkling eyes, incredulous as she snatched them away and stuffed them into her storage pouch. Afterward, she swallowed hard, her eyes filled with stars as she exclaimed, Uncle Master, do you like me? I'm willing. As long as you give me good things, I'll make you like me too. Boom. Shueyu's words struck like thunder, leaving everyone present dumbfounded, including Su Xiao, who stared at her in shock. Where on earth did this little girl learn such things? Shueyu, be quiet. Come here. Dugaling's expression darkened, and her tone grew stern. Shueyu pouted but returned to her side, casting a sparkling glance at Su Xiao, silently urging him to reconsider. Su Xiao was utterly speechless. The 3 elders and 2 young disciples awkwardly fidgeted, making the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Ahem. Hee, Shueyu's nature is still that of a little girl. Junior sister, esteemed elders, and junior disciples, please don't mind her playful words. Su Xiao quickly tried to ease the situation. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. The celestial realm is of utmost importance, and we must discuss our plans on site. Indeed, Elder Su is right. Let us move out. We don't want to miss the timing. Elders Zhu and Lu quickly chimed in. Let's go, senior brother. Dugaling cast a cold glance, seemingly unwilling to engage with her senior brother any further. With an awkward smile, the group summoned their flying swords and headed towards the southern Zhan nation. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills, triggering the first-time gift to Shueyu, and activating a 10,000-fold critical return, receiving the Hongming Qi pill. Hongming Qi pill, upon consumption, gain an indestructible and immortal Hongming True Qi, which, when combined with spiritual energy, exponentially enhances the power of techniques and magical artifacts, resulting in countless applications. Chapter 64. The might of human fire in the southern Zhan nation. A magnificent and sprawling estate lay on the outskirts. The estate was densely packed with buildings. Adorned with intricate carvings, in the center of the open area stood a towering black stone, protruding from the ground, reaching a height of over 20 zhong, resembling a mountain, grand and imposing. The stone emitted a faint glow, as if a mysterious energy swirled around it. This was the entrance to the celestial realm in the southern Zhan nation, the Shuangguang Divine Stone. At this moment, the open area was filled with individuals from various factions, all eager to explore the celestial realm. The Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the 10,000 Poison Sect, Dao Tianmen, the Pleasure Sect, the 10,000 Buddhas Temple, and nearly 50 other forces from the 10 nations and various righteous and demonic sects had gathered, totaling several hundred of the continent's elite. Elder Su, I didn't expect to see you again after a year. You've become even younger. Your black hair and beard have grown back, and you've regained your nascent soul cultivation. You're truly becoming more handsome. You've made me quite smitten. The members of the Miao Miao Sect arrived, with Du Galing engaging and socializing with the leaders of other sects alongside 3 elders. Meanwhile, Su Xiao felt somewhat awkward as he was pulled by the fragrant and alluring head of the Pleasure Sect. Yu Linglong, who linked her arm with his, he thought, there are too many people here. Can we not be discreet? On the way, he had already consumed the Hongming Qi pill, and now an indestructible and immortal Hongming True Qi surged within him. Detected that Yu Linglong has stolen 1 point of fate, returning 50 points of fate. You have stolen 1 point of fortune from Yu Linglong, returning 50 points of fortune. Master Yu. With so many watching, I should return for now. Oh no. Elder, the Harmony Sect and your Misty Sect are both among the 4 great righteous sects. Your master Dugu is my dear friend, and she won't say anything. Yu Linglong leaned against Su Xiao, reluctant to let go. Behind her stood 2 elderly women with graying hair. They were senior elders of the Harmony Sect, and at that moment, their old eyes were fixed on Su Xiao, filled with envy. Such immense fortune, boundless indeed. Their wrinkled faces were filled with astonishment as they gazed at Su Xiao, their eyes gleaming with excitement. However, upon seeing Yu Linglong and Su Xiao, the 2 elders shook their heads with a sigh. The master had taken the lead. Beside the elders stood 4 beautiful disciples of the Harmony Sect, who were among those chosen to enter the secret realm. Like the elders, they too recognized the endless majestic fortune emanating from Su Xiao. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with envy, their fair faces flushed with admiration. In a wonder, the master was indifferent to the grand divine pill this time. With Su Xiao present, the master was assured of success in the void refinement realm. Look, it seems that Yu Linglong of the Harmony Sect truly has a special relationship with the old man Su. The 2 are openly displaying their affection in broad daylight. How shameless! The world has degraded. Those enchanting women of the Harmony Sect, not even sparing this nearly dead old man. How outrageous! Yu Linglong must be blind. Why must that detestable old Su receive such treatment? I refuse to accept this. Almost everyone around was secretly observing the scene, their minds struggling to comprehend how an elderly man on the brink of death could earn the affection of the most beautiful woman of the Harmony Sect. Yu Linglong. It was utterly unfathomable. Rumor has it that this Su Xiao openly supports female disciples in the Misty Sect, and now he is even keeping their masters. Such tales have spread like wildfire within the Misty Sect, and now everyone is calling for his downfall. His reputation is in tatters. Good heavens! This is sheer hypocrisy. He is now known as the terrifying old lecher in the Misty Sect, and no beautiful female cultivator can escape his clutches. By heavens! Such a scoundrel should have perished long ago. The surrounding male cultivators glared at Su Xiao with hostility, wishing they could rip this terrifying old lecher apart. Du Galing and the 3 elders looked over, their expressions serious, keeping their distance, even feeling embarrassed to acknowledge one another. Dugaling had given up on trying to manage the situation. It was simply beyond her control. Yet, she felt reassured knowing her senior brother loved only her. And the rest were mere distractions. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li eyed Yu Linglong's figure, their faces flushed, nearly losing their resolved elder. Yes, not enough to keep a string of disciples. Now even the enchanting women of the Harmony Sect are not spared. So ruthless. But it turns out Su Sherba has a preference for this kind of arrangement. This is how one should go about keeping a mistress. I must learn well, so Su Sherba will continue to provide me with gifts. The petite and adorable Shui Yu blinked her large eyes, fixated on Yu Linglong's actions. She even swayed her body, almost losing her balance. It's a bit challenging. But I want to be defeated. Go, Shui Yu. As they watched Yu Linglong and Su Xiao, some of Yu Linglong's admirers could no longer bear it. They could not tolerate an aging old man behaving this way with their goddess. Old lecher, release my Yu goddess. I will kill you. One burly male disciple, driven to the brink, could not contain himself any longer. Ignoring the numerous high-ranking cultivators of the Panlong continent around him, he drew a long knife from his storage bag and charged at Su Xiao. The overwhelming aura of the fourth stage of the nascent soul burst forth. He intended to slay this shameless old lecher. No, Lao Lu, what are you doing? His companions reacted too late, unable to stop him. The burly man had already rushed forward, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his fury erupting like a volcano. Su Xiao, momentarily dazed, blinked his old eyes. Do the younger generations no longer understand the virtue of respecting their elders? Before Yu Linglong could react, he waved his hand, and a surge of grand laws emerged, enveloping the charging disciple. The latter trembled, his eyes ablaze with fury, bright and terrifying crimson flames erupting from his gaze. In an instant, the crimson flames ignited from within, completely engulfing the burly man, forcing a heart-wrenching scream from him. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded, including the sect masters and disciples present. In less than 10 breaths, the burly man was reduced to a charred corpse, collapsing into a pile of ash. Su Xiao chuckled leisurely, saying, "Which disciple is this? Come forward and claim your remains. I have never encountered such fiery rage that could incinerate oneself." Chapter 65. Old Su, the public enemy. What just happened? Nearby cultivators were stunned. They stared at the pile of blackened ashes on the ground, each frozen in place, casting incredulous glances at Su Xiao. Did old Su do this? Impossible. He is but an old man on the brink of death, whose realm has even diminished. How could he possess such formidable abilities? Where is Lu? The companions of the burly man rushed over, surrounding the pile of ash, wailing in despair. You died too tragically. They were merely elders of a third-rate sect, having come to the heavenly secret realm for a stroke of luck. Little did they expect that before even entering the secret realm, one of their own would perish. Old Su, it must be you who struck the fatal blow. May you suffer a terrible fate. The elder of the sect gathered a handful of ashes, weeping with the other 2 elders. They had originally been 6 brothers, and now only 3 remained. The heavens are unjust. Old Su, we, the Flying Blade sect, will never coexist with you. Up ahead, Yu Linglong's face darkened as she clutched Su Xiao's arm and said, "Xiao Fantong, you must not speak to Elder Su in such a manner." The oppressive aura of the 9th stage of the transformation stage bore down on them, making it difficult for the 3 men to breathe. If you dare disrespect Elder Su again, your Flying Blade sect will cease to exist. She then turned to Su Xiao, her stern expression softening into one of concern and affection, saying, "Elder, I hope I didn't frighten you just now. Feel free to discipline them. These Flying Blade sect members are far too rude." Su Xiao glanced at the trembling trio, blinking his old eyes and asking, "Are they your people?" "Yes, they are a subordinate sect of my Harmony Sect." Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as she looked at Su Xiao. Just now, being so close to him, she felt a trace of mysterious grand power emanating from him. This must be the reason behind the intruder's fiery rage. "Elder Su, you are truly formidable. You certainly possess secrets. I like this, Master Yu. You must not be deceived by this old lecher. He is notorious for his lecherous ways in the Misty Sect. You must not fall for his tricks. The old lecher is lusting after your body." Xiao Fantong and his companions knelt and bowed, vehemently reporting Su Xiao's alleged misdeeds. Not only did they detest Lao Lu, but they also could not bear to see their exalted goddess master being involved with such an old lecher. It was more painful than death. To slander my elder Su is to court death. Yu Linglong snorted coldly, raising a hand. Instantly, a pink mist quietly emerged, enveloping Xiao Fantong and his companions. No, Master Yu. He is an old lecher. Everyone knows it. The pink mist seeped into the skin of the three men, and they let out a final cry of agony. Their skin began to swell a deep crimson, and finally, with a loud bang, they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The scene was gruesome and horrifying, striking terror into the hearts of all present. Yu Linglong chuckled lightly, saying, "From now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of Elder Su will be considered an enemy of my Harmony Sect." After saying this, she continued to absorb the endless fortune emanating from Su Xiao. "Master Yu, this is a bit excessive, isn't it?" Su Xiao sighed with a chuckle. "Excessive? How could it be excessive? They dared to slander Elder Su." Yu Linglong's exquisitely beautiful face flushed slightly, showing no concern for the numerous bewildered gazes around her. For this old lecher, she would even annihilate her own subordinate sect. How utterly ruthless. I refuse to accept this. What is it about this old lecher that has captivated Master Yu? I am young and handsome. Why am I not the one? Shameless old lecher. Old but unrefined. He should be exterminated. I respect those 4 valiant souls who dared to speak out. As long as that old lecher lives, the future of our human race is bleak. The young cultivators who had accompanied their elders felt a pang of anguish in their hearts. Yet, due to the status of the Harmony Sect among the 4 great sects, none dared to step forward and vocally condemn the old lecher. The puddle of blood on the ground served as a cautionary tale. Old lecher, may you suffer a terrible fate. Umitba, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Su Shizhu is suitable to come to my 10,000 Buddha temple for cultivation. Liao Chan clasped his hands together, reciting a sutra to guide the 4 resentful souls. Dao Yizhanren stroked his long beard and smiled at Duga Ling, saying, "Duga Master, after a millennium of companionship with Elder Su, are you not upset that Yu Linglong has taken him away?" Duga Ling's phoenix eyes sparkled as she replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be upset about? My senior brother loves only me. That Yu Linglong is merely a passing fancy." Su Zhao's previous display of the heart fire technique had been witnessed by Duga Ling. He had effortlessly eliminated a 4th-stage nascent soul cultivator. Her senior brother is truly powerful. He is indeed the senior brother she admires. Moreover, the old man does not have many years left. If there are things I cannot do, let that vixen handle them. After all, my senior brother does not love her, and I do not lose out. Ah? Dao Yizhanren was taken aback, watching her with a dazed expression as he silently swallowed. Is there anyone normal left in the Misty Sect? Just as Su Xiao and Yu Linglong became the center of attention, a melodious sound of a flute echoed, accompanied by familiar petals drifting in the air. The master of the extreme demon sect, Xiao Mu, had arrived. The 8 demonesses lifted a palanquin, landing in the center of the open space. As Xiao Mu stood tall, preparing to bask in the gazes of the crowd, he suddenly realized that no one was paying him any attention. What is going on? Xiao Mu, initially filled with excitement and anticipation, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Following the gazes of the crowd, he seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning, becoming petrified in place. What the hell? They are all ignoring me. Up ahead, the old man Su Xiao was being embraced by his cherished wife, stealing all the limelight and capturing everyone's attention. Damn it. Old lecher, I will tear you apart. It would be one thing if the two were privately enjoying their time together, but now they are publicly displaying their affection. She is my beloved wife. She is to be my future wife, the super genius of my dreams. Consumed by rage, Xiao Mu was about to charge forward to eliminate the old lecher. He could no longer contain himself. Master, you must not. That Su Xiao is nearing the end of his life. The elder has given instructions not to be enemies with him. Wait until Su Xiao passes away, and Yu Linglong will merely be a prize for the victor. The 3 elders quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Xiao Mu's face turned green with anger, struggling to suppress his fury as he glared at Su Xiao, saying, "Let that old man enjoy himself for a while longer. Indeed, he is just an old man on the brink of death. He is not worth it." Alongside Xiao Mu, the new master of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, Yu Wenhao, arrived. Dressed in black, the young and handsome Yu Wenhao kept a low profile. Standing among the crowd, His sharp features flashed with a hint of mockery. "Old man, you dare provoke the enchanting women of the Harmony Sect even as you approach death. Do you not fear being drained dry? Be arrogant while you can. Enjoy your final moments of indulgence." He relished watching such ostentatious individuals, reveling in their despair and unwillingness as they faced their inevitable doom. Chapter 66. Entering the Secret Realm, Detected Fortune Enemy, Yu Wenhao, Identity, Master of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, Mission Issued, Eliminate Yu Wenhao, Mission Reward. 1 opportunity for 10,000-fold critical strike. Yu Wenhao, the new master of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect? Su Zhao's old eyes flickered. He turned to the side and asked Yu Linglong, "Master Yu, I have heard that the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect has a new master?" Yu Linglong's charming face blossomed into a smile as she replied, "Of course, but rest assured, Elder Su, with me around, they will not dare to retaliate against you." This infinitely fortuitous and pleasantly surprising old handsome man has genuinely captured her heart. Who is he? What is his name? Yu Wenhao, the son of the Supreme Elder of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Yes, that's him. Yu Linglong pointed to a rather inconspicuous man in black among the crowd. Su Xiao squinted his old eyes and noticed that he was indeed very low-key. Unless one looked closely, he could easily be overlooked. The sharp gaze Su Xiao cast upon him sent a shock through Yu Wenhao. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at this infamous Su Xiao, his brows furrowed. After Su Xiao offered him a kind and warm smile, he no longer paid him any mind. How could this be? Yu Wenhao was astonished. Just moments ago, Su Xiao's kind gaze had made him feel a trace of threat. That look carried hostility. It shouldn't be. The secret technique he cultivated could completely mask his aura and fortune. Even fortune tellers could not foresee him. How could that old man have singled him out? He hadn't even declared his intention to take revenge for that fool, Imogetian. Had they ever even met? Something is amiss. The once cocky Yu Wenhao, who prided himself on his ability to operate from the shadows, began to feel a twinge of wariness. Daring to look at me, you will not escape my vengeance in the future. As they watched Su Xiao and Yu Linglong, a group of cultivators felt as though they had swallowed something foul. They silently derided Su Xiao once more before taking their seats at the long table hastily set up before the mystic stone. The heavenly secret realm was guarded by the royal family of the Southern Zhan Kingdom, with the Elder Empress personally overseeing the smooth commencement of the secret realm exploration. The 9 major sects sat at the forefront, exuding the strongest aura. Each of the seated sect masters and elders was at the 9th stage of the transformation stage, their presence formidable. After a round of polite exchanges, the Elder Empress waved her hand, causing the mystic stone to radiate with brilliant light in an instant. A beam of white light shot up into the sky. As the light dissipated, a portal, large enough for 2 people, appeared at the base of the mystic stone. The heavenly secret realm is now open. Please enter, young friends. After the Elder Empress concluded her speech, she stepped aside, awaiting the multitude of cultivators to enter. The 50 or so factions below began their final instructions. Reiterating the rules of the heavenly secret realm, Dugaling glanced at Su Xiao and said, "Senior brother, once we enter the heavenly secret realm, you will lead the way. Everything has been explained before, and I have given you the life-saving talismans. If any danger arises, activate the talisman, and the aura of the transformation stage will be exposed, allowing the secret realm to transport you out. Remember, the secret realm is only open for 10 days. Plan accordingly." Duguling looked at Su Xiao, her beautiful phoenix eyes carrying a hint of lingering resentment. Although her senior brother loved only her, seeing him together with Yu Linglong in public made her quite uncomfortable. "Rest assured, junior sister. With me here, it's a trivial matter," Su Xiao smiled. Shui Yu lowered her head, lost in thought, occasionally sneaking glances at her Su Sherbua. What could this girl be secretly contemplating? It feels a bit off. A group of 4 cultivators stepped into the portal, vanishing into the mystic stone. The participants entering the secret realm were mostly the strongest nascent soul 9th stage cultivators from the major factions. One could only imagine how intense and brutal the final competition for the Grand Divine Pill would be. As Su Xiao led Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li to the portal, the scene erupted. The Misty Sect is actually being led by this old lecher? Impossible, right? Isn't this old lecher on the verge of death? He is also participating in this expedition to the heavenly secret realm? What does the Misty Sect intend to do? Are they sending this old lecher in to blow up the secret realm? Blow it up, my foot. In the secret realm, The transformation stage talismans cannot be used. This old man has just barely regained his nascent soul cultivation. Even if he possesses some incredible skills, won't he still meet his demise against the prodigies of the various sects? The sect masters and elders present were all astonished. They could never have imagined that the Miao sect would send this old dog in. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up upon witnessing this. He quickly pulled aside a few genius disciples from the extreme demon sect who were about to leave. You lot, apart from obtaining the supreme divine pill, your most crucial task is to deal with that old man. He spoke. Xiao Mu's expression darkened, and he gestured across his neck. The 4 disciples of the 9th level of the nascent soul realm understood instantly, their eyes gleaming with determination as they exclaimed, "Rest assured, sect leader, we've long harbored disdain for that old dog. Even if we have to consume 3 cold refining fire elixirs, we will tear him apart. Not even a life-saving talisman will be able to save him." Xiao Mu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Upon success, there will be ample rewards. Over at the Break Heaven Demon Sect, Yuan Hao quietly instructed his 4 disciples, then fell silent, wearing a subtle smile. When it comes to scheming, no one could rival him. Su Laogo, prepare to meet your end. I, representing the vast sisterhood of female cultivators, shall bring your demise. As Su Xiao and his 3 companions entered, Yu Linglong gracefully approached Dugaling and sat beside her. She looped her arm through Dugaling's and chuckled. "Oh, dear sister Dugu, please don't be upset. That old man is simply too exceptional. It's hard for me to resist." Dugaling scoffed. "Sister Yu, senior brother is merely indulging in a fleeting romance with you. You shall never win his heart." She scrutinized Yu Linglong with a slight smirk. Senior brother would never fancy such peculiarities. "Sister Yu, in this lifetime, senior brother loves only me. Even in death, he remains mine." Dugaling exuded confidence, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with disdain. After all, she had once exchanged vows with senior brother. They were childhood sweethearts. Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback, blinking her alluring eyes. She burst into laughter, her beauty reminiscent of a rose queen. "Indeed, Elder Su's heart belongs to Sister Dugu. I surely cannot claim it. All I desire is Elder Su himself. Let us both take what we need. After all, we are still good sisters. Ha ha." Chapter 67. This prairie is mine to claim in the secret realm. Each group was teleported randomly, and Su Zhao's quartet found themselves in a vast meadow adorned with crimson foliage. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, illuminated by an ethereal light devoid of sun or moon, suffused with an indescribable gray fog. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, gazing at the clusters of fiery red grass, twirled in excitement. "Uncle Su, junior sister Shui, fire pattern grass. It's all fire pattern grass. Our luck is phenomenal." They quickly retrieved a map compiled by their predecessors and excitedly pointed it out. "Uncle Su, junior sister Shui, we are in the eastern part of the secret realm, the fire grass plains, renowned for its abundance of fire pattern grass. This grass is a vital ingredient in concocting transformation elixirs. Each plant can yield at least 2 elixirs. We've landed just right. We might strike it rich." Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. "Excellent. So what are we waiting for? Hurry and harvest. Gather it all into the storage bags." "Yes, uncle," they replied eagerly, brandishing their swords and swiftly harvesting the nearby fire pattern grass, their faces alight with joy, hardly feeling fatigued. With her porcelain-like face glowing, Shui Yu's beautiful big eyes blinked at Su Xiao. Suddenly, she began to fidget beside him, her petite frame awkwardly mimicking some incomprehensible poses she had seen Yu Linglong perform. "Shui Yu, what are you doing? Why aren't you harvesting fire pattern grass? Stop being silly." Su Xiao turned his head, his brows furrowing slightly. "This is valuable stuff. Hurry and join Xiao Wang and Xiao Li." "Oh, all right, uncle, I'm going." Shui Yu pouted, took out her sword, and hesitantly began to harvest the fire pattern grass. "What is going on?" Uncle seems uninterested. Unsure of what to make of it, Shui Yu resolved to uncover her uncle's secret. Dismissing her thoughts, she looked at the ground covered in fiery red grass and excitedly began to harvest. This is all spirit stones. Outside the secret realm, before the Xianguang Divine Stone, disciples from all sects had entered the secret realm, leaving only the sect leaders and elders behind. Soon, relevant figures from the southern Zhan Kingdom brought forth 9 massive spirit walls and set them before the crowd. 9 nascent soul cultivators from the southern Zhan Kingdom seated themselves behind the spirit walls, channeling their energy, and in an instant, Images appeared on the walls. It was the disciples from the 9 major sects, including those from the Miao Sect busy gathering fire pattern grass. The perspective was a bird's eye view, revealing that the members of the Miao Sect had directly teleported to the fire grass plains. What incredible fortune, damn it! They started harvesting already. That lecherous old dog. How could he be so damn lucky? The higher-ups from various sects, displeased with Xiao, muttered amongst themselves. Their voices were hushed, for the Miao Sect members were still seated nearby. The disciples from the 5 demonic sects and the other 3 major sects were not as fortunate. Some had landed in rivers, searching for dry land to change clothes, while others had fallen into rocky abysses, struggling to fly upward on their swords. The most unfortunate were the 4 disciples from the extreme demon sect, who had landed directly in a beast den, being chased by 3 enormous tigers. The demonic beasts in the secret realm were all at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, having lived there for centuries, far surpassing human cultivators of the same level. Without 3 or 4 teams working together, no one dared to challenge those beastly foes. Damn it! What the hell is this luck? Su Laogo. Upon seeing the Miao Sect happily harvesting spirit grass while his own team was nearly mauled by beasts, Xiao Mu's frustration boiled over. His anger towards Su Xiao intensified with each passing moment. Dugaling and Yu Linglong sat together, both nodding in satisfaction. The 4 disciples from the Hahuan sect were also doing well, having landed in a vast forest of spiritual wood, actively chopping down the trees. Though not as precious as fire pattern grass, they were still excellent materials for crafting talismans and artifacts. Why isn't Elder Su joining in the harvest? What tea is he drinking? The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, felt a pang of regret. The other side had pulled out a complete set of tables and teacups, neglecting the nearby spirit grass to lounge around. What a waste of such a promising start. If others came to harvest, it would surely be a loss, Dugaling chuckled. No matter. Senior brother is aging, let him rest a while longer. Why Yu Linglong covered her mouth, giggling. Sister Dugu, I suspect Elder Su has grown too proud after discovering the previous Elder's Cave, and looks down upon this spirit grass. Haha. At that moment, 2 small teams of 4 from 2nd and 3rd tier demonic sects flew in. Upon landing, they were stunned to see the vast expanse of fire pattern grass surrounding them, their eyes wide with excitement. It's all fire pattern grass. We've hit the jackpot. Hurry, let us get to work. Don't you see that others are already harvesting? If we wait, they'll finish it all. The 2 teams seemed to recognize one another, quickly drawing out their swords, ready to showcase their skills. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, clad in gray robes. Su Xiao, Su Laogo? How did you get in here? The 8 individuals were momentarily taken aback. While others had sent disciples in, this lecherous old man had entered himself. Su Xiao frowned slightly, his voice cold. Which sect do you belong to? The 2 leading figures, clad in black, chuckled disdainfully. We are from the Mo Yin sect and the Shihun sect, affiliated with the Break Heaven Demon sect. Old man, step aside and don't impede our harvest. The complete aura of the 9th level of the nascent soul emanated from them, their expressions unfazed. This was the secret realm. Divine talismans could not be used. This old lecher was nearing death. He was hardly a threat. Moreover, if it weren't for the secret realm's unspoken rules forbidding mutual slaughter before contending for the supreme divine pill, they would have relished the opportunity to teach this loathsome old man a lesson. This prairie has been claimed by the Miao Sect. You have 3 breaths to leave or die. Su Xiao lifted his brow and smiled faintly. Affiliated sects of the Break Heaven Demon sect. The sect leader Emojitian has been slain. I'm not concerned about these foul eggs. Besides, the system has assigned me a task from the new sect leader, Yu Wenhao. A single glance revealed to him that the other party was a schemer, intent on plotting against him. Otherwise, the system would not have classified him as an enemy of fortune. What? Su Laogo, are you out of your mind? The rules of the secret realm prohibit violence before the contest for the supreme divine pill. The 8 individuals were taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter at his audacity. If they could fight, they would have long since beaten this detestable old lecher to a pulp. That was the unspoken rule. 3 breaths are almost up, boom. Su Xiao waved a hand, summoning 9 gigantic red and yellow fire dragons that soared into the sky, each as thick as a barrel. They radiated extreme heat, their gaping maws wide open, charging toward the 8 individuals with ferocity. The flames illuminated the sky, igniting the very air around them. The demonic disciples stared in shock at the oncoming fire dragons, their eyes wide with disbelief. The old lecher truly dared to strike. Chapter 68. Senior brother, I can't control it again, damn it. This is utterly devoid of martial ethics. The Mo Yin and Shihun sect's disciples felt the scorching waves emanating from the 9 colossal fire dragons. Their faces filled with alarm as they hastily summoned defensive talismans for protection. Powerful. Too powerful. Even though the fire dragons had yet to reach them, they could already sense the overwhelming might radiating from them. This old lecher was no mere nascent soul cultivator. Boom. The 9 fire dragons enveloped the 8 demonic disciples, their searing bodies coiling around them as the intense heat obliterated their protective talismans. 2 disciples of slightly lower realms could not withstand even 2 breaths before their defenses were pierced by the red and yellow flames. The fire dragons engulfed them. What kind of divine ability is this? Old lecher, cease at once. You're violating the rules. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragons unleashed their infernal flames, swiftly consuming the 2 disciples. The extreme heat evaporated their bodies, leaving only wisps of black ash carried away by the wind. Retreat! Retreat immediately! The 2 middle-aged leaders were paralyzed with fear, their voices rising in panic. The old man was breaking the rules and starting to kill. How could this nearly deceased nascent soul elder possess such powerful fire magic? It was impossible. The force he wielded far surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul, but it was too late to retreat. The remaining 6 disciples each found themselves entwined by at least 1 fire dragon. Their defenses under relentless assault in the face of these overwhelming fire dragons. They could only barely defend themselves, even lacking the opportunity to counterattack. It was a complete suppression of power. In mere moments, another 2 disciples saw their protective talismans incinerated, their bodies reduced to ash by the fire dragons. Old lecher, you are brazenly violating the rules of the secret realm. We will not let you off the hook once we're out of here. As the leaders watched their disciples being devoured by the fire dragons, their faces turned pale and their brows furrowed in despair. It was over. The old man would not spare them. Xiao. As an inner elder of the Miao Sect, what can you 2 insignificant demonic sects do to me? Xiao smiled slightly. If you have the ability, summon your sect leader to come and deal with me. You little punks. The 9 fire dragons were empowered by the 9 fire glazed shield from his spatial storage. Unlike storage bags, his spatial storage communicated directly with his will. Talismans like the 9 fire glazed shield, which performed ranged attacks, did not need to be taken out. He could channel spiritual power directly from the storage. The commotion had already caught the attention of Shueyu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li. They stood frozen in place, fire pattern grass in hand. Watching Su Xiao deal with the demonic disciples, Uncle Is actually killing someone. What the heck? Isn't it forbidden to fight in the secret realm until the very end? This is a rule that has stood for millions of years. Shueyu's sparkling eyes gazed at Su Xiao's imposing figure, then shifted to the demonic disciples consumed by fire. A mix of astonishment and admiration quietly blossomed in her gaze. Uncle Is so powerful. I can hardly believe it. Even those 9 formidable fire dragons would be a challenge for me. Uncle is truly amazing. Not only is he strong, but he also disregards the rules of the secret realm. I love Uncle so much. Old lecher, the demonic path and you shall never coexist. You'd better prepare for death once you come out. As they watched their disciples perish one after another, the 2 middle-aged leaders, filled with resentment, took out their life-saving talismans. With a flash, they vanished from the scene, leaving the 9 fire dragons to strike empty air. Su Xiao retracted the fire dragons, stroking his handsome goatee with a smile. These little demonic sects truly overestimate themselves. Shueyu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, what are you staring at? Hurry up and continue harvesting the spirit grass. Once we finish this batch, we'll head to the next location. Move quickly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li swallowed hard, their faces pale. Yes, we'll get right to it. Shueyu followed the 2, starting to harvest, her porcelain-like, fair face adorned with a smile as she began planning their next steps. Outside the secret realm, 2 middle-aged disciples, their bodies ablaze, suddenly appeared before the Xianguang divine stone. They rolled on the ground, wailing, "Sect leader, help us! That old lecher is killing people." The leaders of the Mo Yin sect and the Shihun sect, ready to assist, rushed forward and used their divine power to extinguish the flames engulfing the 2, saving them. At this point, the crowd was already in an uproar. The old lecher had openly violated the rules and committed murder. This was intolerable for the cultivation world. He must be severely punished. It was one thing to seduce beautiful female cultivators, but now he was blatantly disregarding the rules. This old scoundrel must be eliminated. I will be the first to object. The Miao Sect must provide an explanation. If this old scoundrel is not punished severely, our cultivation world will descend into chaos. Sect leader Dugu. It's only the first day, and that old dog has already begun killing. What will happen next? We need an explanation. The disciples from the demonic path erupted, clamoring for Dugu Ling to provide them with a satisfactory answer. Though they shouted fiercely, they were internally astonished. The old lecher's strength was astonishing. While these 8 demonic disciples were not from major sects, several were genuine 9th-level nascent soul cultivators. The old lecher's fire control technique was so formidable. No wonder the Miao Sect sent this nearly dead elder into the fray. They aimed to extract every last benefit from him while he still had life left. How shameless, Sister Dugu. I never expected Elder Su's fire techniques to be this powerful. Even a transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to contend with him. Ha ha. Yu Linglong laughed gleefully beside them, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The old man had far too many secrets. Dugu Ling, Zhu, Lu, and one listened as the outcry grew louder around them, their eyes flashing with unusual light. But they remained silent. Sect leader Dugu, 3 elders. Su Zhao's actions violate the regulations of the cultivation world. Don't you have anything to say? Before the Xian Guang Divine Stone, the leaders of the Mo Yin and Shihun sects wore dark expressions, their hearts burning with rage. Their disciples had intended to profit from this venture, only to see 6 of their own killed and 2 forced out. This trip had been utterly futile. The other sect leaders and elders glanced over. Yu Wenhao's expression grave, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Old dog, you dare to harm the affiliated sect of my break heaven demon sect. Your demise will come. Xiao Mu was equally furious, grinding his teeth in frustration. Su Laogo was only fit to be arrogant before nascent soul cultivators. As all eyes turned toward her, Dugu Ling's delicate brow twitched slightly as she murmured, "Everyone, Su Xiao is my senior brother. He is just an old man nearing death. I am merely a junior sister with little say in front of him. If you wish for answers, it would be best to confront him directly once he emerges. I cannot control what he does. Besides, I cannot go in and drag him out, can I?" The crowd inhaled sharply at her words. The Miao Sect was attempting to evade responsibility. Chapter 69. The super nascent soul cultivator in the secret realm, on the fire grass plains, Shuiyu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li had completely harvested the nearby mature fire pattern grass. Filling their storage bags to the brim. 3 individuals rushed over, their faces alight with excitement, their eyes brimming with joy. "Uncle Master, we have collected several hundred fire pattern grasses, enough to concoct over 1,000 transformation pills. Our Miao Miao Sect has struck it rich," exclaimed one. Over 1,000 transformation pills could be exchanged for more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This amounts to a substantial fortune for the 9 major sects. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. "A mere 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and look at how thrilled you all are. It's a trifling matter. Bring forth the map. Let us proceed to the next location for further harvest." Xiao Wang and Xiao Li nodded eagerly, now understanding why Master Dugu had summoned Uncle Xiu. An unorthodox elder like him was perfectly suited for this realm of celestial beings. Even if he were to provoke other sects, they would hesitate to act against an old man on the verge of death. Truly remarkable. Xiao Wang pointed at the map and said, "Uncle Master, sister, brother, if we head north, we shall reach the Iron Mountain range within the secret realm. This range is abundant in 3 types of ores, Xian iron, ice iron, and Qi iron, all of which are excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. After 300 years of erosion, there must be numerous raw materials scattered about. We must hurry. Perhaps many are already mining." Su Zhao's brows twitched. "Then let us be on our way." With that, he summoned his jade-white flying sword, stepping onto a rainbow of auspicious light, soaring ahead. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li followed closely behind. Shuiyu gazed at Su Xiao, who appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. "Uncle Master is so handsome." The secret realm had restrictions preventing them from flying too high, so the 4 traveled just a few feet above the ground. As they passed through the depths of the fiery grass prairie, the roars of fierce beasts echoed, suggesting they sensed intruders. Xiao Wang quickly warned, "Uncle Master, those are the beasts of the secret realm. We should keep our distance and avoid detection. The beasts here are ferocious. Generally, even nascent soul cultivators are no match for them. Su Xiao's old eyes shifted towards the source of the roars. Two enormous black-furred demon wolves, each towering over two men, bared their sharp fangs, instilling fear at first glance. Isn't there spirit grass in their territory? Su Xiao halted his flying sword and inquired. Xiao Wang squinted and lamented. Uncle Master, that's spirit concentration grass. It's a key ingredient for crafting spirit congealing pills. Such heavenly treasures are typically guarded by ferocious beasts. We can only gather other righteous factions and return in the last few days to try our luck. Su Xiao nodded slightly, contemplating before stating, no need to wait until the last few days. Let us go now. Shuiyu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, we shall face the beasts together. With me here, there is nothing to fear. Ah? Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were taken aback. Uncle Master, the demon beasts in this secret realm are at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, possessing the strength of the 1st or 2nd level of the god transformation stage. We cannot face them alone. The two hurried to dissuade him. No worries, it's a trivial matter. Su Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile. I will take the lead. You simply provide support. With that, he took the initiative, directing his sword towards the two demon wolves. Shuiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle Master. How bold, Uncle Master. This is too dangerous, the two shouted. But before they could finish, Su Xiao was already engaged in battle with the demon wolves. 9 fire dragons surged forth, their flames scorching, causing the wolves' eyes to blaze red with fury. Aru! They howled, their demonic energy swirling around them as they resisted the fire dragon's assault, then madly pursued the old human. Damn it! My brother and I just stepped out for a moment, and our fur is singed. That old man must be dealt with. Shuiyu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li quickly arrived, diverting one of the wolves' attention and launching a counterattack. Onlookers outside the secret realm were dumbfounded. Does this old man really think he can take on a demon beast? He's lost his mind. This is sheer arrogance. It would be best if he dies in the jaws of the wolf. The crowd was filled with derision, eagerly anticipating Su Xiao's downfall. The demon wolf chasing Su Xiao glowed ominously, its massive jaws gaping wide, eager to snap the old man in half. Aru, with a thunderous roar. The wolf lunged, ready to bite Su Xiao. Is this it? Pathetic. Su Xiao effortlessly maneuvered his flying sword, 9 fire dragons trailing behind, hurtling towards the demon wolf. In that moment, a fiery long sword, shimmering with red and yellow light, shot forth, piercing directly towards the wolf's maw. The sword expanded as it flew, ultimately transforming into a colossal sword the length of 2 men, plunging straight into the demon wolf's mouth. This was the Southern Bright Leaving Fire Sword. Having reached the nascent soul stage, Su Xiao could now wield this magical artifact's power to some extent. Thud. The Southern Bright Leaving Fire Sword penetrated the wolf's mouth, tearing through its insides. The demon wolf fell lifelessly to the ground, not even uttering a cry. Meanwhile, Shuiyu summoned an ice blue gourd, pouring forth a torrent of deep blue water that flooded the surrounding area. The giant wolf struggled in the water, severely hindered, while Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's flying swords struck relentlessly. This wolf's hide is too tough. My high-grade sword can't even cut through it. Sister, we should retreat. We can't kill it. Just as they spoke, a blazing fire surged forth. The giant red sword pierced through the demon wolf, eviscerating it on the spot. Such a trivial beast dared to be so audacious. Su Xiao descended on a rainbow of light, retracting the Southern Bright Leaving Fire Sword and the 9 fire dragons. All right, Shuiyu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, hurry and gather the spirit concentration grass. I see dozens of them here. We might be able to concoct around 100 pills. Upon landing, Su Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, chuckling softly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were left speechless. Shuiyu, with her gourd in hand, looked at Su Xiao with wide, excited eyes. Uncle Master, you are incredible, Uncle Master. You are amazing. Shuiyu suddenly leaped onto Su Xiao. He shook his head with a sigh. Shuiyu, can you not be so unrefined? Please refrain from leaping onto this old man. Shuiyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. That fiery sword from earlier was extraordinarily powerful. It had to be a peerless artifact among the finest. Uncle Master was not only handsome but also formidable and quite wealthy. No wonder so many sisters desired his patronage. Uncle Master, I miss you. Let us quickly gather the spirit concentration grass. Those 2 demon wolves also have demon cores, which are worth quite a few spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Immediately rushing towards the carcasses of the demon wolves to extract their cores. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. We need to move on to the next location, Su Xiao urged. Oh, yes, we will get right to it. The two snapped back to reality, hurrying to collect the spirit concentration grass. Uncle Master is simply too powerful, they thought, their hearts racing with excitement. It was only now they truly recognized Su Xiao's strength. He was a super nascent soul cultivator who could contend with God transformation practitioners. Chapter 70. Complete explosion outside the secret realm. The gathered sect leaders and elders were left stunned by Su Xiao's terrifying strength. Regardless of their sect's affiliation, upon witnessing his prowess far surpassing that of the nascent soul stage, they were all somewhat dazed. Wasn't it said that he failed the lightning tribulation? With such strength, how could he possibly fail to overcome the God transformation lightning tribulation? This is absurd. Teske. This Su old dog is no simple character. That massive red sword must be a peerless artifact among the finest. A pure offensive tool, perfectly suited to his fire attribute. Where did this old dog acquire such a divine sword? Oh dear. This is dire. With such strength, the only ones capable of contending with him in this secret realm are likely the 9 major sects. And even then, they might not prevail. Damn it. May that old dog meet a miserable end. The elders and leaders fumed, cursing under their breaths. Su Xiao had unearthed a powerful elder's lair, reaping abundant resources and dramatically enhancing his strength. It was unjust now, regardless of Miao Miao Sect's influence, Su Xiao's power in the secret realm had turned him into a formidable threat. Why was this old dog everywhere? As expected of my senior brother. Truly formidable. Duga Ling's beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue as she glanced at the nearby Yuling Long. Smirking with disdain eyeing the secret realm, Su Xiao and his companions flew for quite a while before arriving at the Iron Mountain Range's edge. Uncle Master, we've arrived. The four landed, and Xiao Wang checked the map, confirming their location at the southern edge of the Iron Mountain Range. Look, Uncle Master, there are iron ores exposed everywhere. No one has been here yet. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were beside themselves with excitement. Following Su Xiao's instructions, they quickly retrieved their prepared iron shovels and began digging beneath the mountain. Iron ore is generally buried underground, with only a small portion visible, requiring careful excavation. Take your time. There's still plenty of time, Su Xiao said, adjusting his goat beard and finding a flat spot to rest. After a lifetime of working tirelessly, Su Xiao was determined not to toil again in this life. Shui Yu, why aren't you mining? What are you doing here? Su Xiao asked, glancing at his disciple. Uncle Master, I think I might have been injured by the demon wolf's demonic energy. Shui Yu suddenly appeared weak, her large eyes rolling as she collapsed beside Su Xiao. What? Surely not. Didn't you have that gourd for protection? Su Xiao replied, puzzled. At that moment, he noticed her complexion had turned pale, her beautiful face devoid of color. What happened? You're so powerful. Even Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were unharmed. How could you be injured? He was utterly baffled as he probed with his spiritual sense. He discovered something amiss. Her meridians were completely severed. This was no joke. Wait, I can't treat you. I'll call Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, Su Xiao said, preparing to summon help, but Shui Yu stopped him. Uncle Master. No need, I know them well. They can't help me, she said, her gaze weak. What should we do then? Perhaps I should send you out. Your sister is outside. She can surely save you. Su Xiao felt anxious. Shui Yu was someone he had watched grow up, and if anything happened to her, he would feel guilty. No. Shui Yu quickly interjected. Uncle Master, I don't want to go out. Uncle Master, my family has a method that can save me. Su Xiao's eyes flickered. What method? Shui Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning delight as she thought, Heh, Uncle Master is so clever. He has been fooled by me. She feigned weakness, saying, Uncle Master, I possess the rare water spirit body of the Shui family, which can condense ice crystals to heal injuries. However, this method requires the family's spiritual fire for balance. Without it, only your fire technique can substitute. Su Xiao nodded. Ah, I see. That can work. Quickly begin the ice condensation and I will provide the flames. Just tell me the temperature you need, Dangamo. Shui Yu nodded cutely. As she began to circulate her energy, she soon said, Uncle Master, please use your fire technique now. Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Earlier, she had explicitly instructed him to come closer. However, as the cold energy from her body enveloped him, He understood she was beginning her healing process. Reluctantly, he activated his earth fire to assist her. Suddenly, the unique fragrance of the young girl enveloped him. Shueyu secretly smiled, thinking, now Uncle Master will definitely like me more. To deceive Su Xiao, she had truly shattered her own meridians to heal with her water spirit body. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were diligently mining nearby. Outside the secret realm, the crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 71. Overt threat. What the hell? This is utterly shameless. That is the newly emerged genius of Miao Miao Sect, Shueyu. I can't take it anymore. When he comes out, I will personally slay that Su old dog. The sect leaders and elders stared in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. That old dog must die. It's against the natural order for him to be alive. Come, come, come. I shall wait at the entrance for him. As a god transformation expert, I will not rest until I have torn that old dog to shreds. Such a presence was an affront to humanity. I will ensure he is dead. Several elderly sect leaders were fuming, their faces red with anger. They immediately summoned their most prized artifacts, taking their positions before the divine stone, eagerly awaiting Su Zhao's emergence to enact their vengeance. The members of the 9 major sects were left speechless. Even the usually gentle and forgiving Abbot Liao Qin furrowed his brows, his aura radiating with Buddhist light. It seems that our 10,000 Buddha temple cannot redeem a person like Su Shizhu. Xiao Mu's face turned ashen as he shook his head repeatedly at Su Zhao's audacity. While the Miao Miao sect was still in a state of shock, an elder, overwhelmed with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. That old dog must not live. I swear I will not rest until he is dead. Wiping the blood from his lips, the elder took out a wolf fang club taller than 3 men, joining the ranks of those waiting to confront Su Xiao. This latest development sent the crowd into a frenzy, causing everyone to slam their tables and demand that Su Xiao be brought out for judgment. Yu Linglong watched with a smirk, covering her mouth in amusement. Sister Dugu, do not be upset. It seems your disciple has sustained an injury, and the elder is merely assisting her in healing. Duguling and the 3 elders, of course, recognized that Shueyu was employing her water spirit body to condense ice crystals for healing. However, they were puzzled as to when Shueyu had sustained her injuries. The 3 elders were utterly bewildered, left at a loss for words. This was sheer madness. Duguling gritted her teeth, her phoenix eyes dark as water. Upon our return, I will confine Shueyu for 3 years. Esteemed elders, please remain calm. My disciple Shueyu was injured while confronting the demon wolf. This is merely a unique healing method of the Shui family, and my brother Su Xiao is only helping her dispel the cold. Everyone, please do not misconstrue. Duguling rushed forward, accompanied by the 3 elders, to calm the outraged leaders. Where is your sister? Hurry and join us in mining. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, having exhausted themselves from digging, approached to rest, only to be met with the sight of Su Xiao cradling Shueyu and healing. Their eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. What is happening? With a thunderous crash, it felt as though lightning had struck their minds, leaving them utterly stunned. Uncle Master, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, I am merely healing under Uncle Master's care. Shueyu, recovering, stepped forward to explain. I sustained a severe injury, and it was all thanks to Uncle Master that I was healed. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes now filled with a palpable fear. Su Elder, this is terrifying. Su Xiao, unconcerned, summoned the southern bright leaving fire sword, transforming it into a massive blade in his grasp. He approached the 2, polishing the fiery sword while chuckling. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, Uncle Master is merely aiding Shueyu in her recovery. Should any inappropriate rumors arise in the future, you would not want to see me angry. With a resounding clang, he flicked the divine sword, the clear and crisp sound echoing across the skies. Yes, yes, Uncle Master, rest assured. You were certainly just healing her. No doubt about it. The 2, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the southern bright leaving fire sword, felt their legs weaken, nearly dropping to their knees. Su Elder, this is a threat to silence us. It's too terrifying. Su Xiao nodded, retracting the sword and, with a benevolent smile, patted their shoulders. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, within the secret realm of the 9 sects, there are special message transmission devices that will synchronize images to the outside world. Should any rumors arise, it would not have originated from us. The 2 trembled, their voices stuttering as they spoke. It was inevitable that the truth would leak out. and they needed to distance themselves from it quickly. Su Xiao's terrifying strength left them worried he might genuinely seek retribution against them. Chapter 72. The Might of the Five Extremes Mountain. What? There are message transmission devices. Su Xiao blinked, looking up. Indeed, high in the sky, a small black was hovering above them, darting back and forth like a drone from a past life. Seemingly engaged in vertical surveillance, Su Xiao slowly shook his head, letting out a quiet sigh. Should he bring it down? It was too late. He felt a pang of guilt akin to that of a thief. Those with clean consciences need not fear shadows. His junior sister and old Lu surely knew he was in the midst of recovery. Silently nodding, Su Xiao steadied his mind, feeling disinclined to ponder further. Master Uncle, thank you for aiding my recovery, Shueyu exclaimed, smiling brightly. Shueyu, you mustn't act like this in the future. Do you not understand the propriety of male-female interactions? Even in healing, one must maintain a sense of decorum. His face bore a hint of anger as he admonished her publicly. However, given your recent severe injuries, your strength will undoubtedly be diminished. This secret realm is fraught with peril. Allow Master Uncle to provide you with a few items for your protection. As he spoke, he produced 2 Yuan-ing Thunderbolt talismans, a Yuan-ing Ice Sword talisman, and a high-grade magical ring. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. These 3 Yuan-ing talismans and the high-grade magical ring are a gift for you. To ensure a successful journey through this secret realm. Huh? You're giving me more? Shueyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she unhesitatingly accepted the items, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Uncle. You are truly wonderful. She gazed at the 3 Yuan-ing talismans and the high-grade magical artifact in her hands. Although the Yuan-ing talismans were of limited use to her, each was worth at least 20 high-grade spirit stones. As for the high-grade magical artifact, no cultivator would ever find themselves with too many. It was valued at 100 high-grade spirit stones. The fact that her master uncle casually gifted her items worth a total of 160 high-grade spirit stones was far more generous than her own master. Indeed, with the favor of her master uncle, resources for cultivation flowed endlessly. He was simply the best. This scene left Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, who were nearby, utterly bewildered. I can't believe it. Master Uncle is truly spoiling his junior sister. They observed in awe. He just gave away a high-grade magical artifact and Yuan-ing talismans. Such valuable assets. Despite their abundant gains now, those resources belonged to the entire sect, shared among thousands, with the sect leader overseeing everything. 100 high-grade spirit stones was already a substantial fortune for them. All right, enough chatter. You two hurry off to mine. Once you've finished here, move to another spot and continue. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Master Uncle. We shall go at once. The two, not daring to utter a word, scrambled away to mine. Shueyu, overjoyed, secured her belongings and, with a joyful bounce, followed suit with her shovel in hand. Su Xiao observed the lively and healthy demeanor of the young girl and, stroking his goat beard, mused, did she truly sustain injuries? Is she not deceiving me? With no evidence to suspect her, he acknowledged the truth of her severed meridians. Little girl, should I uncover any deceit, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Congratulations, host. You successfully gifted a high-grade magical ring, returning an exquisite magical artifact, the flowing starfall ring. Congratulations, host. You gifted 2 Yuan-ing Thunderbolt talismans, returning 6 transformation 9-fold purple cloud thunder talismans. Congratulations, host. You successfully gifted 1 Ice Sword talisman, returning 3 transformation 9-fold profound Ice Sword rain talismans. After mining this patch of iron ore, the 4 prepared to change locations. The Miao Miao Sect had provided each of them with 10 large storage bags, more than sufficient to contain their bounty. Who goes there? A voice boomed. This mining area has been claimed by the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Depart at once. As the 4 headed north to the next large mining site, they encountered a group of over a dozen individuals dressed in black, engaged in excavation. Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. The Heavenly Corpse Sect? They had encountered members of the 9 great sections. Wasn't it said that resources would be shared prior to obtaining the divine pill? Clearly, power was the ultimate currency. I am Su Xiao of the Miao Miao Sect. The old man descended not far from the Heavenly Corpse Sect members, stroking his beard. Before him stood 3 small teams from the demonic path, led by a strikingly beautiful woman with dark eyeliner, her appearance somewhat sinister. Hanging from her waist were a dozen skulls, and upon recognizing her identity, her eyes widened in shock. Old Lecher. It's you? Excellent. Heavenly Corpse Sect, Huangquan Sect, disciples of the ghostly fiend sect, heed my command. Let us eradicate this old lecher. The dark woman, upon catching sight of Su Xiao's lascivious grin and frivolous beard, felt a surge of fury. The old lecher had crossed her path. She sought to avenge her fellow female cultivators who had suffered under his tyranny. Su Xiao and his companions were momentarily stunned as the group of demonic disciples, fueled by righteous indignation, brandished their magical artifacts and summoned vengeful spirits, charging directly at the fort. The dark woman flung the skulls at her waist, summoning a dozen long-haired flying corpses, which lunged at them with bared fangs. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were somewhat dazed. Master Uncle's reputation is in shambles now. These demonic practitioners are attacking on sight. Ha ha ha! Su Xiao, you vile old lecher, who deserves to be put to death, dares to linger in the secret realm. I shall shatter your old teeth. As she spoke, the dark woman brandished a black flag magical artifact, and with a flourish of her hands, summoned 50 or 60 law corpses emanating dark energy. Su Xiao shook his head. Rumors can be harmful. I had intended to extend an olive branch, but it seems they are intent on hostility, Wu Yu. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, just observe. Leave the fighting to me. An old man nearing his end has no fear of offending others. With a gesture of his hand, he summoned the 5 Extremes Mountain, transforming it into a colossal iron mountain that blotted out the sky. Boom! The Iron Mountain descended with the force of Mount Tai, directly suppressing all the spirits released by the 3 sections Wu Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li had initially felt compelled to assist but were left awestruck by the overwhelming might of the Iron Mountain that loomed before them. Master Uncle, you are incredible. The Iron Mountain bore the weight of 3 mountains and 5 ranges, amplified by the extraordinary primordial true energy within Su Xiao's body, unleashing an unprecedented power that crushed the ground of the mining site by 3 inches. This spectacle left the dark woman and her disciples in a state of shock. What kind of magical artifact was this? Su Xiao raised a hand again, and the 5 Extremes Mountain soared once more. Within the massive crater it had created lay the flying corpses released by the 4 disciples of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, all crushed into a gruesome pulp. Over 100 corpses, a sight too horrific to behold. No, my flying corpses. Not only did the disciples of the Heavenly Corpse Sect wail in despair, but even those from the Huangquan and ghostly fiend sects were equally pained. This colossal mountain artifact had not only flattened their corpses but also annihilated the vengeful spirits they had summoned. Those spirits were their most crucial allies. Old lecher, you possess such strength. Before they could comprehend, the Iron Mountain expanded once more, crashing down upon them with a resounding boom. In an instant, 12 individuals met the same fate as the corpses, reduced to 12 meat patties. After the Iron Mountain descended with a thunderous roar, a chilling silence enveloped the scene. Humph, dare to strike first? Now the demonic faction has no grounds to speak. Su Xiao chuckled. Stroking his beard, Wu Yu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, go ahead and continue mining. The 3 swallowed hard, gazing at the massive Iron Mountain with astonishment. Master Uncle, where do all these extraordinary magical artifacts come from? Truly impressive. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li exchanged fearful glances, their minds made up. They must never let the rumor spread that their master uncle was spoiling his junior sister, lest they meet the same fate as those meat patties. They nodded in agreement and hurriedly resumed mining. Shuiyu stared at Su Xiao, slightly dazed. Master Uncle, you are so amazing. What are you staring at? Hurry and go. Yes, Master Uncle, you are so handsome. Is that even necessary to say? Off you go. Right away. Su Xiao retracted the Iron Mountain, leaving behind 8 flattened corpses, dead beyond salvation. It was a brutal sight. They hadn't even had time to activate their life-saving talismans, their protective artifacts reduced to mere rubble. For had managed to escape, Su Xiao sighed. Those who fled did so, for it was they who had initiated the conflict, and he was in the right. Outside the secret realm, the dark woman and her 3 disciples appeared before the onlookers, looking dazed and pale as the 4 stumbled into view. Upon seeing the elder of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the dark woman burst into tears. Master, that old lecher has killed someone. He is a monster. He destroyed all my flying corpses. The elder of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, Si Tongtian, wore a grim expression. He had witnessed the entire affair. It was difficult to judge, for this time, Su Xiao had not struck first. Return, if you cannot match his skill. It is better to retreat, not worry. There are those who will deal with the old lecher. Filled with resentment, Si Tongtian cast a glance at Dugaling, who remained calm and even offered him a slight smile. How infuriating Si Tongtian's frustration deepened, yet he felt powerless. They had broken the rules first and had no justification. Furthermore, even if the old lecher had acted first, the Miao Miao Sect would surely feign innocence. With such overwhelming strength, it defied reason. The gathered sect leaders and elders murmured in astonishment. The old lecher's indomitable Iron Mountain seemed to be yet another top-tier artifact. This was troubling. Once the Iron Mountain appeared, its power was beyond what a yuan cultivator could withstand. Where did this old lecher acquire so many top-tier artifacts? Did they all come from the caves of great cultivators? What extraordinary luck was this? Miao Miao Sect. So shameless. To send such a person into the secret realm. Utterly disgraceful. The leaders of the Huangquan and ghostly fiend sects appeared pale, collapsing onto their tables. Their elite talents had suffered devastating losses. Not a single one had escaped. This meant that their expedition had not only failed to yield gains, but had resulted in a total loss. Everyone had grown accustomed to Su Xiao's might. This expedition into the secret realm had made him the focal point of attention. Only the elderly Empress of Nanzhan had sensed something peculiar about Su Xiao's artifacts. Her aged face flickered with emotion as she muttered to herself, "Is this truly still a magical artifact?" A possibility crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. A yuan cultivator could not possibly refine treasures, nor could they possess magical artifacts after mining was complete. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li eagerly jumped into the crater left by the Iron Mountain to retrieve the storage bags from the Huangquan and ghostly fiend sects. "Master Uncle, these two sects gathered quite a bit of ore, along with their spirit stones and magical artifacts." A bloody pile of storage bags was laid before Su Xiao, and the two wore expressions of excitement. "You may divide the spirit stones and artifacts among yourselves. Leave the iron ore for the sect." Su Xiao had little interest. These yuan cultivators had at most a few dozen high-grade spirit stones. He found it beneath his dignity to delve into their spoils. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Their faces lit up with joy, and they quickly called Shui Yu over, dividing the spirit stones evenly among the three of them. Each received a high-grade artifact and several mid-grade and low-grade artifacts. In high spirits, Xiao Wang pulled out a map to continue their journey. After mining another site, they flew towards the northern forest. Detected Fate's Daughter. Su Meyer, Fate level, A. Return multiplier, 10, bond level, 1. The four descended into a vast grove, and Su Xiao heard the system's voice in his ear. Looking ahead, he spotted four women from the Haohuan sect felling spiritual trees. Among them, the most beautiful, a charming girl in a yellow dress, looked at him with a bright smile. "Su Elder, it is wonderful to see you." Su Meyer dropped the spiritual which she was holding and, accompanied by her three sisters, approached to greet him. Upon witnessing the boundless high-quality fortune surrounding Su Xiao, all four women blushed, unable to resist the urge to draw closer and absorb some of that luck. However, Su Elder was the exclusive object of Yuling song, making them hesitant. Su Xiao, his aged eyes glinting, regarded the girl named Su Meyer with a smile and a slight nod. She was the apprentice of Yuling song, dressed in a lovely strapless yellow gown. Her fair skin glistened with a captivating sheen, as tender and alluring as fresh milk. Her stunningly beautiful face bore the charm of a mature woman yet retained the shyness of a young girl. Her curvaceous figure, though not as exaggerated as Yuling song's, was still quite admirable, with a waist that could be grasped by a single hand. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, exuding an enchanting fragrance. In contrast, the other three female disciples, while still beautiful, were instantly overshadowed by her presence. "Ah, it's Su, my little friend. Rest assured, the Miao Miao Sect has always maintained a good relationship with your Haohuan sect. You may chop to your heart's content. No one would dare disturb you." In the presence of Fate's Daughter, Su Xiao was particularly generous. This was his capital for longevity and cultivation. The four women blinked in surprise, their beautiful eyes wide as they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Su Elder. Well then, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li Wu Yu, you should also join in the chopping. There are still some spiritual trees left to be felled for the sect." "Yes, Master Uncle." Grasping their magical swords, the three scattered to continue their work. Su Meyer and her companions watched Su Xiao resting on the ground, his overwhelming fortune swirling around him, causing them to swallow hard with anticipation. Their desire grew insatiable, to the point where they lost the motivation to continue chopping wood. "Oh, More visitors? A distant four-member team, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Upon realizing it was the infamous old lecher Xiao, their faces paled in shock. Seeing the four beautiful women from the Hahuan sect blushing, they felt a wave of alarm wash over them. Old lecher, how dare you attempt to seduce female cultivators in this secret realm? This is intolerable. One handsome young man in golden robes stepped forward, shielding the four Hahuan sect beauties with a protective stance. The remaining three advanced as well, each exuding an imposing demeanor, clearly of high status. Xiao regarded the four with confusion, feeling utterly perplexed. Had his reputation fallen to such depths that they spoke of him in fear? What do you intend? Xiao casually inquired. I am Shangguan Jinyu of Donglai Kingdom, and these three are princes of Donglai. Su Elder, while you may fell trees, do not lay a hand on them. Everyone is watching from above via the message transmission. Shangguan Jinyu posed dramatically, flaring his golden robes, standing protectively in front of Su Meyer and her sisters, fearful that the old lecher might make a move on the beautiful women. Shangguan Jinyu, the young master of the Zilai Merchant Guild. Xiao's heart skipped a beat, his old eyes widening in realization. Indeed. How did you know? You need not concern yourself with such things. With a swift motion, the Nanming Lihuo Sword flew forth before anyone could react, piercing through Shangguan Jinyu's head and exploding it into a mist of blood. You have offended this elder. If you wish to live, leave the secret realm immediately. Xiao sheathed his sword, gazing coldly at the three princes, who were now pale and utterly bewildered. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of killing the fate's enemy. Shangguan Jinyu. Task reward. 1 opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical hit. Chapter 74. The Fate's Daughter. Su Meyer and her companions stood frozen in place. The three princes of Donglai trembled in fear. Shangguan Jinyu, the strongest among them, had been slain in a single strike. Leave at once. Su Zhao's voice thundered in anger, causing the three princes to feel their hearts race. Yes, Su Elder. We shall depart immediately. Without hesitation, they produced their life-saving talismans, activating them to vanish in an instant. None had warned them that lives could be lost in this secret realm. They had no intention of contending for the divine pill. The old lecher was truly terrifying. In the distance, the ruler of Donglai Kingdom was the first to rush forward, checking the condition of the three princes. Seeing that none were injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his three sons were unharmed. Su Elder had spared him the embarrassment. Yet, he could not fathom how they had managed to offend Su Elder. President Shangguan remained calm. Xiao has killed disciples of the 9 sects. He is not someone we can handle. The ruler of Donglai turned to the furious elder behind him, who was fuming with rage, and quickly spoke to placate him. The elder is named Shangguan Filian, the president of the Zilai Chamber of Commerce. He stifled the intense sorrow and fury within his heart and cast his gaze towards the members of the Miao Miao Sect, led by Dugaling. His aged eyes were tinged with a blood-red hue, as if he were ready to clash fiercely with the disciples of the Miao Miao Sect. Observing this, Dugaling rose solemnly and said, President Shangguan, the ruler of Donglai, please wait for my senior brother to emerge. When he does, I assure you he will provide both of you with a satisfactory explanation. Humph, Duga sect leader. Xiao has incurred the wrath of heaven and the scorn of the people, indiscriminately taking lives. If the secret realm concludes without giving the Zilai Chamber of Commerce a proper explanation, no matter how powerful your Miao Miao sect may be, I, Shangguan Filian, will never relent. With a flick of his long robe, he returned to his seat, resolute in waiting for the old lecher to emerge, to avenge his son. The ruler of Donglai sighed deeply, shaking his head, and clasped his fists towards Dugaling before returning to Shangguan Filian's side with his three sons. What on earth is going on with Elder Su? Why has he killed without provocation? The three elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, sighed with dismay. Elder Su truly knows how to present challenges for the Miao Miao sect. Dugaling felt a mix of joy and worry. The joy stemmed from her senior brother's greatly enhanced strength, surpassing even his pre-transcendence abilities. The worry arose from the realization that if he continued to kill like this, the Miao Miao sect would become the public enemy of the cultivation world. This is not good. It would be difficult for her as the sect leader. The other sect leaders and elders present shook their heads at the old man Su. To label him as a lecher was already an understatement. This old man is nothing short of a devil, committing all manner of evil. How has the Miao Miao sect produced such a disgrace? The body of Shangguan Jinyu lay lifeless on the ground at Su Meyer, and her companions were filled with trepidation. Elder XU.is, his strength truly this formidable? One strike to dispatch Shangguan Jinyu, who was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage? The 4 of them swallowed hard, unable to believe that this old man, rumored to be on the brink of death, possessed such incredible might. Su Xiao rose with a smile and said, "Do not fear. I have some old grievances with that Shangguan Jinyu, which is why I acted. You may continue to harvest the spirit wood, rest assured. With me here, no one dares to lay a hand on you." Upon hearing this, the 4 women immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So, Elder Su has enmity with Shangguan Jinyu. Their eyes brightened, and their fear dissipated in an instant. They looked at Su Xiao with even more excitement. Not only is Elder Su powerful, but he also possesses an extraordinary amount of fortune. They could hardly believe the rumors that he is merely an old man on the verge of death. "Elder, you have worked hard." The 4 of them expressed their gratitude. "These 4 people came out of nowhere to seize our spirit wood. We are grateful for Elder's intervention." The 4 wished to embrace Su Xiao and absorb some of his fortune, yet hesitated due to their apprehensions and no need for concern. "I have a connection with your sect leader, so it is only fitting." With that, Su Xiao sat down to rest, closing his eyes in meditation. He contemplated how to reasonably present some gifts to Su Meyer later, hoping to reap a significant reward in return. At that moment, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li returned, startled by the sight of the headless corpse on the ground. After inquiring about the situation, Su Xiao simply stated that the other party had provoked him. "What?" Xiao Wang and Xiao Li trembled in fear. "Elder Su, killing without a blink of an eye, by the way." "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, how much spirit would have you harvested?" Su Xiao suddenly asked. Xiao Wang calculated and replied, "Uncle Master, the 2 of us have chopped down around 50 or so. Hand it over to me, and you may continue your work." The 2 exchanged puzzled glances before handing over the storage pouch containing the spirit wood to Su Xiao, then went to find Shueyu to continue chopping. Shueyu's divine sense probed the pouch, estimating around 50 to 60 pieces. She then approached the weak-kneed Su Meyer and said with a smile, "Su, little friend, I apologize for the delay in your wood chopping due to my earlier actions. Here are over 50 pieces of spirit wood, a gift for you." Su Meyer blushed as she accepted the storage pouch, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. Elder Su is actually giving her gifts? "Elder, that I cannot accept this." Su Meyer's body trembled slightly. "There is no need to refuse. It is only a small token of goodwill between you and me. Su, little friend, I would never allow you to suffer losses." Su Xiao stroked his beard charmingly. "Thank you, Elder." Su Meyer yearned for the boundless fortune that radiated from him, wrapping her arm around Su Xiao's, a fragrant breeze enveloping her. "Su, little friend? What is the matter with you?" Su Xiao's old eyes shifted. "Elder.I. 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer, 10 points returned." 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer, 10 points returned. The system's voice echoed, and Su Xiao instantly understood. So, she is coveting the fortune he possesses. This is a good thing. The more she steals, the more fortune he receives in return. The 3 girls from the Huan sect looked on with envy and jealousy. However, since the senior sister had already made her move, they could only watch helplessly. "You little friend, feel free to absorb as much of my fortune as you wish. It is of no concern to me." Hearing this, Su Meyer was taken aback, then filled with joy. Elder Su is aware that she is absorbing his fortune, and he is even encouraging her to do so? In that instant, she understood why her master was so fond of Elder Su. "Elder, there is a cave over there. Shall we go?" Su Meyer suggested. Su Xiao chuckled softly and assisted her into a nearby concealed cave. While absorbing fortune, he also intended to deliver some gifts to trigger a task for a massive reward. "Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting spirit wood." First gift to Su Meyer triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a 10,000-year spirit root. 10,000-year spirit root contains 3 drops of 10,000-year spirit liquid, each capable of reviving the dead and healing injuries. 1 instance of 10,000-fold critical hit remaining. Next gift will trigger. Chapter 75. Return, 9 Suns Dragon Blood Pill. Inside the concealed cave, Su Meyer took out a fragrant small mink fur blanket from her storage pouch and spread it on the damp ground. "Elder, please." Su Meyer helped Su Xiao sit down. "Elder, you won't mind if I absorb fortune, will you?" Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. "Not at all, Su, little friend. You should absorb as much of this fortune as you desire. My lifespan is limited. There is no need to waste it. Thank you, Elder." The fragrant aura enveloped her as she gently embraced him, channeling her energy to fully absorb the fortune emanating from Su Xiao. Elder, you are truly generous. At that moment, she felt that this affluent and charming old gentleman utterly eclipsed all the young talents. 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer, 10 points returned. 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer. 10 points returned. 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer. The system's prompts continued to sound as Su Meyer closed her eyes to absorb. Su Xiao chuckled. Su, little friend, we seem to have a special connection. I feel that you and I are particularly fated. Here is a top-grade beauty-enhancing pill. It is of little use to me, so I shall gift it to you to foster goodwill. Saying this, he moved his arm and retrieved a pill surrounded by a unique spiritual energy from his spatial pouch. A beauty-enhancing pill. A top-grade one. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer's eyes widened. She gazed at the peculiar pill in Su Xiao's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder, are you truly giving me this top-grade beauty-enhancing pill? Su Meyer was instantly elated. A top-grade beauty-enhancing pill is something that cannot be bought even in the market. Even if available, one would need hundreds of top-grade spirit stones to even consider it. Elder Su is actually willing to gift her such a precious item. Su Xiao handed the beauty-enhancing pill to her, saying, we are fated. This top-grade beauty-enhancing pill is a trivial matter. Just take it. I have no use for it. Su Meyer looked at the precious pill in her hand, overwhelmed with excitement. Elder, you are truly too kind to me. To have met you is indeed a blessing I have cultivated over a lifetime. She was completely captivated by the elder's extravagant generosity. Not only had he gifted her spirit wood, but now he was also presenting her with a top-grade beauty-enhancing pill. His boundless fortune was astonishing. Such unconditional kindness towards her. Where in this world could she find another? Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting a top-grade beauty-enhancing pill, triggering a task reward with a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning a 9 Suns Dragon Blood Pill. 9 Suns Dragon Blood Pill. Consuming it grants a trace of true dragon bloodline, strengthening organs and bones, and bestowing the ability to regenerate severed limbs. The 9 Suns Dragon Blood Pill? Su Xiao's eyes brightened. Just the name alone suggested its extraordinary value. It even grants the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Truly a remarkable product from the system. By the way, little friend, I have heard that your Haihuan Sect's techniques can not only absorb fortune but also spiritual energy. Su Xiao inquired. Yes, but it can be somewhat troublesome to absorb spiritual energy. Su Meyer's charming face turned a deep shade of red. Su Xiao shook his head. Then let us not trouble you with that. Outside, the 3 disciples of the Haihuan Sect were chopping spirit wood, filled with resentment and regret. They lamented missing the opportunity seized by their senior sister. Where has Uncle Master gone? Why has he not shown up for so long? Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and Shui Yu had not only finished harvesting the nearby spirit wood, but had also exhausted all the wood available in the entire Wanmu forest. The 3 female disciples pointed to the distant cave. Elder Su and senior sister Su are inside the cave. Chapter 76. Advancing to the 2nd level of the nascent soul, the petite and adorable Shui Yu nodded seriously nearby. Appearing to be deep in thought, the 3 Haihuan Sect women sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting their senior sister. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li stood some distance away, whispering to each other. Junior brother, I really cannot comprehend this. Neither can I. The 2 felt a whirlwind of emotions. Inside the cave, Su Meyer, wearing a strapless dress, shyly asked, Elder, are you truly running low on lifespan? Meyer does not believe it. She still felt somewhat uncomfortable, her face flushed, lacking prior experience. Su Xiao chuckled, haha, I truly have little lifespan left. With that, he rose and approached the cave entrance. There is still much to do in the secret realm. I cannot afford to delay too long. Name, Su Xiao, age, 1009 years, realm, 2nd level of the nascent soul, special physique, earth fire, human fire, Dao physique, primordial true qi, true dragon blood. Remaining lifespan, 300 years. Su Xiao consumed the 9 Suns Dragon Blood Pill. The effects were remarkable. He appeared somewhat younger. Glancing at his status panel, he nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, his spiritual energy had indeed been siphoned. However, logically, he should have suffered significant damage to his cultivation. Yet, under the system's returns, not only did he suffer no loss, but his cultivation had actually advanced by 1 level. He had guessed correctly. The Haihuan Sect not only returns fortune when absorbed, but also returns spiritual energy. This rapid advancement was simply astonishing. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. With his experience, he knew how difficult it was to improve cultivation once one reached the nascent soul stage. He had attained the first level of the nascent soul at the age of 300, and it took until he was 800 to barely reach the 9th level. After another 200 years, he finally reached the peak and was able to transcend the divine lightning tribulation. It took him 500 years to reach the 9th level of the realm. Furthermore, his nephew, Lu Danian, had decent talent but had been stuck at the 6th level of the nascent soul for decades. He had only recently reached the 7th level. He wondered if the system would cause any further complications. Xiao chuckled to himself, knowing that the system's returns had to be reasonable. Continuously absorbing spiritual energy would likely lead to repercussions. This ability must also be based on fate. Meyer smiled and said, "Elder, after I finish refining this fortune, may I come to find you again?" "Of course, you are welcome to find me anytime. With my fortune, feel free to absorb as much as you like." Xiao nodded generously, feeling that there was no need for further discussion at this point. "Thank you, Elder. You are truly too kind." Meyer was elated once more. Xiao produced 10 transformation pills and handed them to her, saying, "Meyer, take these 10 transformation pills. If you ever find yourself short on resources, come to the Miao Miao Sect to find me." "Elder, you have plenty of resources. Please do not hesitate." He noticed that Meyer had recently reached the 9th level of the nascent soul and still had a long way to go to reach the peak. The transformation pill was currently the most suitable medicine for her. 10 transformation pills. Meyer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted them, saying, "Thank you, Elder. You are truly too generous. 10 transformation pills are worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. To casually give away such a substantial amount of spirit stones is remarkable. Not to mention the previous top-grade beauty-enhancing pill. Elder, you are too generous. From now on, I will have an endless supply of fortune." She was overjoyed, embracing Xiao. The enticing fragrance enveloped them once more. "Congratulations, host, for increasing your bond with Meyer to 2. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills, returning 20 divine transformation pills." At the same time, on the outskirts of the Wanmu forest, dozens of black-clad individuals continued to gather, forming a large alliance. The leader, a stern middle-aged man, looked fierce as he demanded, "Where are the people from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect?" "Brother Gue, the 4 from the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect have begun to set up formations in the Wanmu forest." The stern middle-aged man sneered, "Very well, this time, I have gathered the elite disciples of the demonic path, along with the formations laid by the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect. Old dog, your path to death is sealed." He commanded everyone to set off and act according to plan. If necessary, consume the cold refinement fire pill. "We must ensure a swift kill." "Yes, Brother Gue." Outside the secret realm, everyone focused on the Miao Miao Sect's Lingbai, automatically screening out the others. Old dog is coming out," someone shouted, and the crowd immediately perked up, their eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance. They saw Xiao supporting Meyer as they slowly emerged from the cave. Upon seeing Meyer's rosy cheeks, her somewhat limp figure, and her unnatural gait, they understood what had transpired. Damn it! The sect leaders and elders slumped back in their seats, sighing and shaking their heads. Some covered their faces, their expressions filled with anguish and lament. Old dog has succeeded again. Chapter 77. Movements of the Demon Sect. Watching Xiao and Meyer emerge, Yu Linglong furrowed her brows. Duga Ling sneered at her. Most of the sect leaders and elders present had already lost their composure and were too disheartened to speak further. Old dog is infuriating. It is better to not look at him. Have the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect lost their minds? Old dog. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Just wait until I see how you die. You old man, nearing death, how infuriating. Old dog. I will tear you to shreds. With a loud bang, Xiao Mu slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with anger, his entire body trembling. His eyes blazed with rage, bloodshot as he glared at Meyer's flushed face in the Lingbai, the jealousy and envy in his heart nearly overwhelming him. Damn it! Old dog, old dog. Xiao Mu was so enraged he felt like his heart would explode. He could not accept it. In despair, Xiao Mu howled, spewing a mouthful of blood that stained the table. Sect leader, please calm your anger. The 3 elders nearby were startled. The sect leader was genuinely furious. Gue Li and the others were already setting up their ambush. With the alliance of the demonic sects, Xiao was certain to die. The 3 elders hurriedly tried to placate him. Xiao Mu watched as the four from the Lingbai made their way toward the Wanmu forest and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to suppress his fury. Very well, this time, I will see how that old dog escapes. His eyes gleamed with malice, filled with hatred. He stared intently at the Lingbai, eager to witness the old dog's demise. You worthless fool, just a woman, and yet she affects your resolve. Someone like you is unworthy to be my disciple. A voice of reproach echoed deep within his soul, dousing Xiao Mu with cold water, awakening him somewhat. Master, I truly despise Su old dog, master. I beg you to help me deal with him. From now on, I will listen to everything you say. Moments later, the advanced cultivator spoke coldly. I will say this one last time. That old man is suspicious. He likely possesses formidable talismans. The most prudent course of action for you now is to await his natural demise. The Dao Divine Pill is of little consequence. With a master like me at your side, your ascent beyond the realm of void refinement is assured. Do not let anger taint your resolve. Xiao Mu trembled with fury. He understood his master spoke the truth. Yet, he could not quell his resentment. Mayor, but she is the treasured dowry of my beloved Yulao. Mayor, my wife. I loathe myself for failing to protect you. The commotion surrounding Xiao Mu drew the attention of several onlookers, who regarded him with a semblance of shared empathy. Look at what that old dog Su has reduced this genius of the demon sect to. He is practically spitting blood. As long as that old dog remains alive, justice will not prevail. Yu Wenhao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Mu, his chiseled features betraying no emotion, even hinting at a sense of anticipation. Old dog, dance a bit more vigorously. Soon, you shall meet your end. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the crowd finally noticed the stirrings of the demon sect within Lingbai. The extreme ice demon sect, the soul-devouring demon sect, the 10,000 poisons sect, alongside dozens of disciples from lesser demonic factions, were swiftly making their way towards the Wanmulan forest. Even the despicable disciples from the Poti demon sect were quietly setting up formations around the Wanmulan. In no time, they had established over a dozen focal points. This is dire. The demonic faction intends to make a move against our senior brother. Du Guling sensed the impending danger, her phoenix eyes glistening with frost and concern. Wai Yu Linglong observed the movements of the Lingbai demon sect's disciples, her gaze unusually grave. The disciples of the Haohuan sect are still within the Wanmulan. Excellent. The demonic factions are united in purpose. They aim to take the life of that old dog. Splendid. The four great demon sects are striking simultaneously, with formations scattered throughout the Wanmulan. Even an expert of the divine transformation realm like that old dog would surely perish within. Oh my. Finally, I have witnessed a piece of good news. The scene was filled with the astonished expressions of sect leaders and elders, their eyes gleaming with anticipation at the prospect of seeing the demon sect succeed in their endeavor to slay that old dog. Be it the representatives of the 10 nations or the righteous sects, all present nodded in agreement at the sight of the demonic disciples diligently preparing for battle. The more they observed, the more they appeared to be heroes ridding the world of evil. Within the heavenly human secret realm, there are regulations. Casualties within the realm are deemed normal and not counted as enmity. Should that old dog perish, the Miao sect would merely stir up some trouble, which would soon dissipate. In the Wanmulan, Su Mayor gradually approached the three women. At this moment, Su Xiao sensed something amiss in the surroundings. An enemy ambush. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, Shui Yu, remain on high alert. Chapter 78. 3 Battlefields. The three women were taken aback, promptly extending their senses to probe the area. Indeed, from afar, dozens of yuaning auras were swiftly approaching. Their target was unmistakable. It was them. Ha 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 ha. Su old dog. Today marks your demise. Shadows clad in black materialized in the distant skies. Some wielded blades, others swords, casting disdainful glances at Su Xiao and Su Mayor's group, their eyes filled with seething rage and mockery. A few sharp-eyed members of the ghostly fury discerned Su Mayor's enchanting yet flushed visage. It was evident something was amiss. Damn you, old Mu, Su old dog. This is the secret realm. The disciples of the extreme ice demon sect, bloodthirsty demon sect, and 10,000 poisons sect gritted their teeth in fury. Gazing at the captivating Su Mayor, their jealousy surged uncontrollably, beyond their ability to contain. You old lecher. If I do not dismember you today, I shall not be the master brother of the extreme ice demon sect. The previously dispatched undercover agents had already reported that the old man and Su Mayor from the Hahuan sect had entered a cave. To their astonishment, upon arrival, they found Su Mayor supporting Su Xiao. "Oh, hell. Su old dog, damn it. I want you dead." They had no intention of allowing this Su old dog to live another moment. The 4 members of the extreme ice demon sect unleashed their artifacts, shooting forth beams of icy blue light, charging headlong towards Su Xiao. "Shueyu, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, prioritize your safety. Mayor. Assess the situation and use the life-saving talismans if necessary. The incoming demons do not come in peace, and a fierce battle is likely ahead." Su Xiao regarded the 4 members of the extreme ice demon sect charging towards him, his aged eyes glinting fiercely. With a swift motion of one hand, he instantly stood upon a vibrant, colorful light, soaring into the sky. In the process, he summoned the 9 fire-glazed shield, encircling himself with 9 colossal fire dragons that roared thunderously. They lunged ferociously towards the 4 members of the extreme ice demon sect. The old man possesses such formidable artifacts? Damn it. Charge. Everyone, charge. No one is permitted to leave this place alive. The master brother of the extreme ice demon sect, Ghostly Fury, wielded an ice-blue long knife encased in an aura of boundless cold. Upon contact with the fire dragons, a sizzling sound erupted. Within mere moments, his superior-grade knife was engulfed in flames, glowing red-hot, on the verge of destruction. How could this be? Ghostly Fury and the others were equally astounded. The extreme heat of these fire dragons sent shivers down their spines. If ensnared by the fire dragons, they felt they could not withstand even 2 rounds. The old man's strength is extraordinary. Quickly, consume the cold, refined fire elixirs. With a resounding crash, Ghostly Fury's ice-blue long knife shattered into a heap of molten iron beneath the onslaught of the fire dragons. The extreme ice demon sect, alongside other demonic sects, launched a concentrated assault on Su Xiao. The bloodthirsty demon sect and the 10,000 poison sect executed their plan to encircle the disciples of the Miao sect and the Hahuan sect. The 2 factions soon clashed, shaking the Wanmulan with the ferocity of their battle. On one side of the Wanmulan, a crystal blue gourd expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive gourd the height of a person. Endless streams of icy blue weak water cascaded down, washing away the nauseating stench of blood below. "Bloodthirsty demon sect, you dare to target our Miao sect. You shall be punished." Shueyu, stepping upon the void, gazed at the 4 enemies unleashing their blood energy techniques. In that moment, she seemed to shed her usual innocence. Her large eyes brimmed with determination, her beautiful black hair billowing in the wind like a celestial maiden descending. "Master brother, let us swiftly eliminate them and assist the master uncle. He is facing dozens of foes alone." As she spoke, the aura surrounding Shueyu trembled, her form gradually becoming translucent. Employing her innate divine ability as a water spirit body, she transformed into a transparent, ice-blue figure in an instant. With a splash, she dove into the cascading river of icy blue weak water. In an instant, this lake-like icy blue water surged to life, conjuring massive waves that crashed towards the bloodthirsty demon sect's 4 members. Truly, she is the newly crowned first genius of the Miao sect. Her prowess is indeed remarkable. The 4 members of the bloodthirsty demon sect, clad in black and red garb, widened their eyes in shock. Not daring to be complacent, the leader summoned a blood cauldron artifact, and thick, pungent crimson blood erupted from it. This viscous blood, imbued with potent corrosive power, engulfed the surrounding flora, turning them into black sludge that dispersed upon a mere gust of wind. This is the bloodthirsty demon sect's supreme artifact, the beast blood cauldron. The endless thick blood enveloped the 4, clashing against the oncoming monstrous waves of icy blue. The beast blood cauldron trembled violently, barely holding its ground against Shueyu's icy blue weak water. Quickly eliminate the remaining 2 cultivators. Shueyu is formidable. She has reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Yuan-Ing. I cannot hold out much longer. Once you finish them, return immediately to assist me. The leader, a middle-aged man, turned crimson, channeling all his spiritual energy to manipulate the beast blood cauldron. Countless icy blue waves crashed against the sea of blood, each impact shaking his body and causing him immense discomfort. Truly, she is the eldest disciple of the Miao sect's leader. Too powerful. Amidst their duel, the remaining 3 members of the bloodthirsty demon sect summoned a blood-red artifact, glowing with crimson light, and without hesitation, charged towards Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. The latter's expressions changed dramatically. The two quickly summoned several superior-grade artifacts, surrounding themselves with flying swords to form a seven-star sword formation. United, the seven-star sword formation radiated dazzling sword light, transforming into a colossal transparent sword that surged towards the three adversaries. Meanwhile, the 10,000 Poisons Sect's four members pursued the four from the Hahuan sect. A multitude of venomous insects, snakes, and ants surged from behind, causing the beautiful faces of the four to turn pale. Junior sisters, prepare to defend against the enemy. Await the arrival of the Miao Sect reinforcements. Su Meier descended, positioning herself before the quartet. With a wave of her hand, a brass bell flew into the air, morphing into a gigantic copper bell. The deafening clang of the bell echoed through the forest as pink mist emanated from it, dissipating the endless swarm of insects and snakes. This is her supreme artifact, the Hahuan Bell. Ha ha ha! Hahuan Sect harlots, go to your doom. Su Meier, you shameless wretch. How utterly disgraceful. So vile. You harlot. For black-clad figures appeared amidst the writhing insects and snakes, led by a hideously ugly youth. His face was marred with pockmarks, resembling someone who had been gnawed upon by insects, both terrifying and grotesque. Chapter 79. A battle under the spotlight. The remaining three were hardly better off. In the 10,000 Poisons Sect, nearly no one appeared normal. The hideous middle-aged man gestured with one hand, causing a black cloth bag to soar into the air and expand. A wave of corrosive, toxic black mist erupted from the bag. The surrounding insects, snakes, and ants, engulfed in the thick mist, grew exponentially in size. A palm-sized poisonous rat ballooned to the size of a cat. Black ants transformed into man-eaters, while venomous snakes morphed into giant pythons. These toxic creatures, as if on a stimulant, lunged wildly towards Su Meier and her companions. Ha ha ha! Harlots, go to your doom. You shameless wretches shall meet a grim fate. The four members of the 10,000 Poisons Sect unleashed their artifacts, their spiritual energy swirling with toxicity. Upon their appearance, the surrounding trees instantly withered. The four Hahuan Sect maidens' expressions shifted dramatically. They summoned their artifacts to withstand the assault of the poisonous creatures and the four attackers. Under the protective pink domain of the supreme artifact, the Hahuan Bell, they managed to hold their ground, preventing the enemy from breaching their defenses. At the onset of the skirmish, they had contemplated using their life-saving talismans to escape. However, the sect leader had advised them to act within their means, taking whatever they could carry, without any strict demands. Yet, they discovered that within the Womulan, they could not utilize their life-saving talismans. Someone had secretly cast a formation that rendered their divine transformation talismans ineffective. Those treacherous demonic scoundrels, how despicable! They aimed to annihilate us. In the skies, Su Xiao leisurely wielded his sword, commanding the Nanming Lihuo Sword to harvest the lives of the demonic disciples. Have these demonic disciples lost their minds? Even on the brink of death, they refuse to flee using their life-saving talismans? Is it because I am so detestable that they are willing to risk everything to confront me? Su Xiao was somewhat taken aback by the ferocity of his attacks. The colossal sword, transformed from the Nanming Lihuo Sword, rampaged through the ranks of the demonic disciples. The three demonic disciples before him, terrified, attempted to flee on their swords. Yet, they could not match the speed of the Nanming Lihuo Sword. In a mere breath, the colossal sword caught up to the three with a swift slice. They were cleaved in two, their severed ends charred and ablaze. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes. How infuriating, old lecher! Where did you acquire such powerful artifacts? The four members of the extreme ice demon sect, besieged by the fire dragons, now bore expressions of alarm and dread. They had consumed their second cold refined fire elixirs, their internal energy surging, nearly reaching the initial stage of divine transformation. However, against the onslaught of the old man's 9 fire dragons, they were continuously forced to retreat, with no hope of victory in sight. This old man's strength has reached such extraordinary heights. He stands alone against our elite demonic forces and has already slain so many of our disciples. Aside from the 4 of them, only 2 or 3 groups of a dozen disciples were still holding out. Su Xiao remained silent, indifferent to the plight of the extreme ice demon sect. As he soared through the skies, he channeled his energies, commanding the Nanming Lihuo Sword to continue its slaughter. Old lecher, you shall meet a fitting end. One disciple was pierced by the fiery blade of the sword, igniting his body, and he was instantly incinerated to ashes. The remaining disciples trembled in fear, their fighting spirit extinguished. They longed to flee, but it wasn't that they did not wish to escape. It was that the surrounding formations rendered their life-saving talismans useless. The treacherous Demon sect had warned them against such underhanded tactics. Now, the boomerang has come back to strike them. No. The Nanming Lihuo Sword soared back and forth, and the remaining demonic disciples found no means of escape. One by one, they perished beneath the fiery blade of the Nanming Lihuo Sword. Several disciples, their resentment swelling to an unbearable peak, reached a critical threshold in an explosive eruption. The flames of their pent-up hatred ignited, consuming them from within. Soon, the skies fell silent as the second and third-rate demonic cultivators met their doom at Xiao's hands. None escaped. It seemed the formation had rendered their life-saving talismans useless. Those wretched demonic cultivators are far too treacherous, seeking their own demise. Xiao's countenance darkened as he retracted the Nanming Lihuo Sword. He gazed at the 4 members of the extreme ice demon sect, who were still struggling against the fire dragons, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Beyond the secret realm, all eyes were glued to this climactic battle. The sect leaders and elders shook their heads and sighed in disappointment. These elite demonic disciples, truly lacking in prowess. How pathetic. The old lecher hasn't even unleashed his full strength yet. He has yet to utilize his Iron Mountain artifact, and the demonic disciples have already fallen? Too strong. The heavens are unjust. Why must Su Old Dog be so formidable? The members of the extreme ice demon sect have already consumed their second cold refined fire elixirs, yet they remain trapped within the 9 dragon fire array. Utterly useless. Utterly pathetic. Su Old Dog is far too arrogant. He preys only on Yuan and cultivators. Once he emerges, I shall show him what true divine transformation powers look like. The sect leaders and elders seethed with indignation, their fists clenched in frustration at the demonic disciples' incompetence. Almost everyone present stood in solidarity with the demonic disciples, hoping they would slay the old lecher and uphold justice. Yet, they were continually met with disappointment. Su Old Dog, you are pushing your luck. Xiao rose from his seat in a fit of rage. Old lecher, I curse your entire family. The battle had continued long enough for him to discern the trend. The cold refined fire elixirs could not be taken a third time. It was impossible to break free from the 9 dragon fire array, not to mention slaying Su Old Dog. What are you all waiting for? Eat the third cold refined fire elixir immediately. But no matter how loudly he shouted, it was of no use. Those inside could not hear, leaving the gathered crowd watching helplessly, filled with sighs of despair. Consuming 3 cold refined fire elixirs in quick succession would undoubtedly leave one's cultivation in shambles. This new leader of the extreme ice demon sect is indeed ruthless, Du Guling anxiously observed Lingbai. Despite her worries, her eyes sparkled with admiration and awe. Master brother, you are so powerful, truly incredible. It is no wonder that he loves only her and has even married her. She adored him. Her heart raced with excitement. This is the master brother she idolizes. So dashing. Yu Linglong, watching Du Guling's enthusiasm, scoffed softly, her gaze drifting with mild concern towards the Hehuan sect's battlefield. Above the Wanmulan, ghostly fury struggled against the onslaught of 3 or 4 fire dragons. Observing the fallen disciples of the demon sect around him, along with Su Xiao soaring toward him on his sword, his face turned crimson with fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed. Consume the elixirs. The third cold refined fire elixir? Demon sect. How much longer must we wait? Get out here at once. Thunderous roars filled the sky as shimmering light barriers appeared above the 5. Moments later, 4 figures emerged on the horizon, wielding supreme artifacts, charging madly towards Su Xiao. Ha ha ha. The 5 elements primordial array has been activated. Old lecher, prepare to meet your end. How dare you pursue women within the secret realm? I curse your ancestors. As the words left his lips, the sky erupted in an array of flickering lights. Instantly, torrents of heavenly fire, thunder, and ice swords, along with beams of golden light, locked onto Su Xiao, bombarding him with ferocious might, each possessing the power of a peak Yuaning cultivator. At this moment, the 4 members of the extreme ice demon sect also consumed their third cold refined fire elixirs. their spiritual energy surging, their skin glowing a vibrant red. Their rage swelled, their faces contorted, as they unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual power, sending the 9 fire dragons flying. They commanded their supreme artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal soul, which seemed to freeze the very air, and charged ferociously towards Xiao. This time, they were determined to take the old dog's life. Almost everyone outside the secret realm stood up in a state of agitation, fixated on Lingbai, holding their breath. The fate of the old dog hung in the balance with this critical moment, however. Just as the 4 members of the Polar Demon Sect and the 4 from the Skybreaker Demon Sect prepared to flank Xiao, intending to take his life, they seemed to witness something utterly astonishing. Their movements abruptly halted, terror evident in their eyes. Old dog, what are you planning to do? Do you not realize that in this secret realm, one cannot utilize transformation talismans? Chapter 80. Xiao's transformation talismans above the dense forest of trees. A colossal iron mountain hovered over Xiao's head, shielding him from all assaults of the 5 elements' primordial array. Endless arcs of lightning and torrents of flame, along with blades of ice and swords of gold, struck against the iron mountain, all repelled by its unyielding exterior. Not a tremor. Xiao stroked his goatee with a faint smile. Holding 4 talismans in his other hand. 2 were the transformation 9th layer purple sky thunder talismans, and the other 2 were the transformation 9th layer mysterious ice sword rain talismans. Over this period, he had grasped the rules of the secret realm. While the might of the transformation realm could exist, the source of that power would be expelled from the secret realm upon release. In other words, if he activated the transformation talismans, he would be instantly transported out of the secret realm. Yet, the power of the transformation talismans would continue to exert its effects within the realm. This was also the reason why the Skybreaker Demon Sect and Polar Demon Sect dared not advance. Old dog, if you proceed with this, the Miao Miao Sect will never obtain the Divine Dao Elixir. Put it down, using transformation talismans in the secret realm. Even if you escape, the various sect leaders and elders will not spare you. The 4 from the Polar Demon Sect were shaken, their expressions filled with unrelenting fear. Similarly, the 4 from the Skybreaker Demon Sect were equally aghast. The 2 groups felt the faint yet potent aura of the transformation talismans in Xiao's hands, their complexions turning pale, their bodies trembling. Old dog, there are truly transformation 9th layer talismans, and he just took out 4 at once. Damn it. How many treasures has this old dog amassed in his hidden abode? Ha ha. Come over. Come and strike me down. Watch as I obliterate you little punks. Xiao laughed heartily, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Holding the nuclear option, this was the essence of unassailable intimidation. The likes of Emojitian had been obliterated by 3 of these talismans, let alone these drug-consuming nascent soul cultivators. Stand down. Let's discuss this amicably. The members of the Skybreaker Demon Sect were petrified, not daring to move. They regretted their earlier decisions. Damn it. Why did we set up a shielding talisman array for protection? Now, they couldn't even use it themselves. Oh damn. The reputation of the transformation 9th layer talismans resonated throughout the cultivation world, and the shielding array proved utterly useless. Even the former sect leader, Emojitian, had not survived 3 of these talismans, and these nascent soul cultivators would be obliterated upon contact. Old dog, truly shameless. Well then, I shall no longer entertain you. I am feeling somewhat fatigued, so allow my disciples to collect your corpses. Xiao smiled slightly, simultaneously unleashing the 4 transformation 9th layer talismans, infusing them with spiritual power. In an instant, the 4 talismans shot out in 4 directions. During this process, the talismans gradually activated, dissipating into a wisp of flying ash. Boom! The misty sky suddenly darkened as clouds converged, countless arcs of lightning flickering within, exuding an overwhelming pressure. And why goodness. Old dog, you have truly gone mad. The members of the Skybreaker Demon Sect and the Polar Demon Sect were left pale and trembling at the sight. They could sense not only the thunder in the sky. The temperature in the air plummeted suddenly, as 2 massive deep blue ice spheres materialized from the void, gathering pressure directly towards them. Shuiwe, Xiaowang, Xiaoli, Uncle Sure is stepping out for tea, so do not forget to collect the corpses of the demonic disciples afterward. The Divine Dao Elixir will be entrusted to you. Upon finishing, the laws of heaven and earth descended in the secret realm, and Xiao's tall and imposing figure vanished in an instant. This course of action had been carefully considered. Eliminating the remaining 4 major demon sects would effectively wipe out the demonic presence in the secret realm. Shueiyue, with her exceptional talent, stood at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. With her around, they could dominate the secret realm and effortlessly obtain the divine Dao elixir. Swish, swish, swish. The 2 deep blue eye spheres unleashed an avalanche of deep blue eye swords, powerful and relentless, shooting towards the members of the Skybreaker Demon Sect and the Polar Demon Sect. They felt the unparalleled might of the transformation 9th layer. Their faces drained of color, eyes wide in terror. It was over. The pinnacle ice swords of the transformation 9th layer were beyond their capacity to withstand. Su, old dog, I curse your offspring to be born without eyes. The sounds of thunderous explosions reverberated as the 2 groups realized they could not evade the onslaught. Their summoned artifacts were shattered in an instant by the ice swords. The resounding thuds echoed continuously. And within just 2 or 3 breaths, the 8 members of the 2 major demon sects were rendered into a sieve by the endless rain of ice swords. Their bodies were frozen solid by the frigid aura of the ice swords. 8 frozen figures fell to the ground, shattering into countless ice shards, their demise absolute. Aside from the extraordinary artifacts, the 10,000-year ice crystal and a single magic sword from the Skybreaker Demon Sect remained intact, while all other artifacts were reduced to mere fragments by the rain of ice swords. This was the overwhelming might of the pinnacle transformation 9th layer talismans. In the other battlefields, Shueiyue and Su Meyer were astonished by Su Zhao's words. Sensing the incomparable aura of transformation in the sky, their eyes brightened, deducing that Elder Su still possessed transformation talismans. Furthermore, he had utilized them. Uncle Sure, rest assured, I will bring back the divine Dao elixir. Shueiyue's big eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the members of the Skybreaker Demon Sect and the Polar Demon Sect fall, her heart racing with exhilaration. Uncle Sure, you are simply incredible. I adore you. Su Meyer gazed at the sky, where the transformation 9th layer thunder was poised to strike, a purple lightning bolt locking onto the advancing members of the 10,000 Poison Sect. The Elder had even used a priceless transformation 9th layer talisman solely to assist her in dealing with the 10,000 Poison Sect. What is happening? Su Old Dog has actually used the transformation talismans? The old lecher has gone mad. I swear. The 4 repugnant men from the 10,000 Poisons Sect felt the impending thunder from the clouds above, their throats dry with fear, their hearts racing. That is a transformation 9th layer talisman. The old lecher possesses such a thing. No, boom. 2 massive purple lightning bolts descended, targeting the captain of the bloodthirsty demon sect and the members of the 10,000 Poison Sect. The 2 groups were already on the verge of collapsing from fear, hastily summoning all their artifacts, preparing to endure the heavenly thunder. They could not escape. There was no way to flee. No one could escape the wrath of the transformation 9th layer thunder. Crack! The array's protective barrier above the dense forest shattered upon contact with the purple lightning, completely obliterated. Chapter 81. Departing the secret realm early in that instant, the members of the 2 sects felt the array's disappearance around them. Their faces lit up with joy as they hurriedly reached for their life-saving talismans, desperate to escape the secret realm. However, the speed of the purple thunder's assault was too rapid, the power too overwhelming. Just as the 2 groups retrieved their talismans, the massive purple lightning had already struck them down completely. The lightning surged forth, enveloping the 8 individuals in an endless storm. This was the strike of a pinnacle transformation 9th layer powerhouse. Su Old Dog, I curse you to have a miserable life in your next reincarnation. Filled with despair and indignation, the 8 individuals were reduced to ashes amidst the deluge of thunder. Their protective artifacts were shattered to pieces, utterly incapable of resisting the might of the heavenly thunder. The dazzling rays of the lightning persisted for 10 breaths before gradually dissipating. Shui Ling and Su Meyer's groups were hurled backward by the residual waves of thunder, but fortunately, they sustained no injuries. Shueiyue, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li approached in a state of panic, gazing at the scorched, sunken earth ahead, their eyes filled with trepidation. Elder Su's transformation talismans are simply too powerful. 2 brothers. Now that Elder Su has left, I am your leader. Shueiyue, with her fair and lovely visage, chuckled, urging them to search for any remnants of artifacts or storage bags left behind, hoping to salvage whatever they could. All right, junior sister. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes lit up, and they promptly began to search for treasures among the fallen. Meanwhile, Su Meyer and her trio rose to their feet. They had been closer to the impact, their fair skin slightly scorched by the lightning. However, these were mere minor injuries that would heal quickly. Elder, you have truly been so kind to me. To have a partner like you is a blessing beyond measure. Su Meyer gazed at the spot where Su Xiao had vanished, lost in thought. Senior sister, do not dwell on it. You are already Elder Su's. The fortune of the elder belongs to you and the sect leader. The three younger sisters beside her chuckled softly, filled with envy. They too were exhilarated that Elder Su was willing to use such a precious transformation ninth-layer talisman for the Hahuan sect. A man so generous is truly captivating. Envying senior sister, envying the sect leader. Senior sister, we too wish to get close to Elder Su. Could you introduce us? Su Meyer giggled, her cheeks flushed with pride. An introduction could be arranged. But junior sisters, whether Elder Su would take a liking to you is another matter. The elder's standards are exceedingly high. The three girls jostled forward, eager to curry favor, assuring her, no problem, as long as senior sister introduces us. The four girls giggled together. The situation in the dense forest left those outside the secret realm utterly dumbfounded. Su old dog. He truly possesses transformation talismans, and what's more, he had the audacity to take out four at once. I can't believe it. The battle concluded, and the disciples of the demonic sect were annihilated. The sect leaders and elders of those demon sects slumped into their seats, expressions dazed and devoid of life. Xiao Mu was completely stunned. Wai Yu Wenhao was not much better off. The two of them sat side by side, like brothers in misfortune, staring blankly ahead, their faces pale with terror. Su old dog, Xiao Mu, will ensure your demise. Overwhelmed with rage, he felt blood rush to his mouth, nearly spitting it out again. Xiao Mu was infuriated beyond measure. Yu Wenhao's expression darkened like water, struggling to contain his shock. He had meticulously arranged everything, yet the old lecher had so many transformation talismans, and that old dog truly dared to use them. Damn it. Su old dog, congratulations. You have become my lifelong nemesis. One day, I will make you pay dearly. Extreme anger intertwined with exhilaration. The joy of Su old dog dancing with glee would only be eclipsed when he finally brought about the other's demise. The assembly of sect leaders and elders sighed heavily. The old lecher had ultimately managed to escape annihilation. What a pity. Demonic disciples. Useless. Trash. Damn it. As the Zhuangguang divine stone flickered, Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe and exuding an ethereal aura, appeared before everyone. His handsome face bore a subtle smile. After consuming the 9-yang dragon blood pill, his physique appeared even more robust, radiating vitality. Even his appearance seemed to have grown younger. Junior sister, I have returned. With a light chuckle, he glanced at the starry-eyed Dugaling, who gazed at Su Xiao with adoration, her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkling. Old lecher, how dare you return? I swear, this old pervert must pay for his sins. Before the Miao Miao Sect could react, everyone present became agitated upon seeing Su Xiao's arrival. They hastily drew their extraordinary artifacts, channeling their spiritual energy into them, eager to demonstrate what true transformation mastery looked like. Old pervert, prepare to meet your end. With fists clenched, especially the severely wounded elders of the demonic sects, they burned with fury, waiting for someone to take the lead and strike first, aiming to tear the old lecher apart. What are you all planning? Su Xiao regarded the throng of middle-aged and elderly cultivators, calmly retrieving 3 or 4 transformation talismans from his storage bag. He fanned them like a small hand fan. Creating a gentle breeze, I advise you all to remain calm. Our cultivation world has regulations against carrying grudges from the heavenly man's secret realm into the outside world. Esteemed sect leaders and elders, do not act rashly. Moreover, it was you demon sects who surrounded us first. With an air of tranquility, even as a crowd of transformation experts stirred restlessly before him, Su Xiao remained as steady as an old dog, unfazed. After all, he not only possessed 8 pinnacle transformation 9th-layer talismans in his possession, but also a top-tier refinement void 9th-layer talisman, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Should things turn sour, he could obliterate them all. As they beheld the transformation talismans in Su Xiao's hands, the onlookers froze in place. They resembled deflated balloons, their complexions pale with fright. Old lecher, I curse your entire family, from the oldest to the youngest, for having so many transformation talismans. The old dog's hidden abode must have been a talisman shop in its past life. Damn it. Chapter 82. Confrontation and buy one get one free senior brother. Are you unscathed? Dugaling was the first to rush forward, embracing Su Xiao. Senior brother, you are magnificent. Wow. You even have so many transformation talismans. Haha, junior sister, how could I possibly be injured? Those demonic disciples are merely trivial matters to me. Dugaling's face flushed as she guided him back to the Miao Miao Sect seats. The middle-aged sect leaders and elders around them were left dumbfounded, their faces contorted with rage. Su old dog. How can you still be involved with Dugaling? I can't believe it. Have these women lost their minds? Heaven has no eyes. Xiao Mu watched Su Xiao and Dugaling, feeling a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly spitting out the last remnants of his previous rage. I curse you, old dog. His handsome features twisted with fury, resembling a flower growing in manure. His mindset shattered. I will kill you, old lecher. His skin flushed crimson, and the spiritual power surrounding Xiao Mu surged, barely containing his emotions. Fool! If you cannot control yourself, you may as well die. The voice of the combined cultivation powerhouse echoed, thick with ire. I will slay you and find another successor. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth in hatred at these words, but he felt powerless. The old dog still possessed transformation talismans, making him a formidable opponent for now. Master, once I attain the refinement void realm, I will be the first to seek revenge on the old dog. The combined cultivation powerhouse replied solemnly. There is no need. That old man has already surpassed 1,000 years, having failed his transformation thunder tribulation. He will not live to see your breakthrough. Just wait patiently for him to perish. As a disciple of this esteemed being, one must possess patience and wisdom. Su Xiao and Dugaling returned to their seats, and beside them, Yu Linglong embraced Su Xiao, the fragrant winds brushing against him. Elder, you truly are full of surprises. I adore you. Yu Linglong has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 50 points. Yu Linglong has stolen. Su Xiao glanced at Yu Linglong, feeling somewhat awkward, and shook his head with a smile. Dugaling chuckled. Sister Yu, my senior brother will not take a liking to you all, senior brother. You must only love me. Say it now. This scene left all present in a state of shock. Su old dog, truly a beast. I will never rest until you are dead. The other sect leaders and elders were seething, practically exploding with rage. The nearby elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen dared not even look. Elder Sud, truly a role model for middle-aged cultivators. Su Xiao. Those demonic disciples may have made the first move, and while I do not contest your actions against them, but my son, Shangguan Jinyu, has neither provoked nor offended you. On what grounds do you dare to take his life? As Su Xiao contemplated how to respond to Dugaling's words, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe materialized before the Miao Miao Sect's table. Accusing Su Xiao, behind him stood the visibly embarrassed monarch of Donglai, who cast an apologetic glance at Su Xiao. Helpless, for he could not restrain the situation, though he inwardly felt grateful that Su Xiao had spared his 3 sons. Who is this? Su Xiao squinted. I am Shangguan Feilian, president of the Zilai Chamber of Commerce, father of Shangguan Jinyu. The might of the 6th level of the transformation stage surged forth as Shangguan Feilian, today, had thrown caution to the wind. Others dared not be the first to strike against the old pervert. He sought justice for his deceased son. Su Xiao rose, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze filled with disdain. Your son, Shangguan Jinyu, brazenly harassed Su Meyer of the Hahuan sect and assaulted this elder. He deserves to die. President Shangguan, why should this elder refrain from executing a man who is deserving of death? A cold snort echoed within his heart. How dare a mere 6th-level transformation stage practitioner presume to confront him? My son is certainly not such a person. Su Xiao, you old dog, you are courting death. Shangguan Feilian's face flushed crimson with rage as he hurled insults. I believe it is you who is courting death, Su Xiao retorted with a cold snort, producing a transformation talisman in front of all present. For an old dog to openly insult him, if he did not eliminate such a person, how could he, Su Xiao, continue to navigate the world of cultivation? Perhaps he could even provide Ziyun with a buy one get one free deal. Boom! Dark clouds amassed in the sky, the aura of the 9th level of the transformation stage roaring forth. Purple lightning arcs flickered. This was the Zixiao Thunder Talisman. You dare to use a transformation talisman here? Shangguan Falian's expression changed dramatically as he felt the thunderous energy lock onto him, his face turning pale. The leaders and elders of various sects around looked on in disbelief. Su, the old dog, truly dared to employ a talisman here? Old dog, I will take your life first. Shangguan Falian drew out his magical artifact, intending to strike down Su Xiao first. Yet, both Du Galing and Yu Linglong acted simultaneously, sending Shangguan Falian flying, crashing against the Xian Guang Divine Stone. Boom! The purple lightning descended, striking Shangguan Falian directly. Ah, old dog! Even in death, I will not spare you. After struggling for a moment, Shangguan Falian was reduced to ashes beneath the 9th-level transformation thunder. The monarch of Donglai was left in shock. Xiao Mu and Yu Wenhao fell silent. All the leaders and elders present were left in a daze. The old dog, truly, he is nearing death and yet remains fearless. Chapter 83. Obtaining the divine pill of the great Dao Humph. To dare strike against an inner elder of my Miao Miao Sect, Donglai monarch, is this appropriate? Du Galing resumed her authoritative demeanor, her phoenix eyes icy as she regarded him, the might of the 9th level of the transformation stage on full display. The monarch of Donglai trembled, glancing at the now ash of Shangguan Falian. Swallowing hard, he quickly said, Elder, please calm your anger. It is entirely my fault for mismanaging matters in Donglai. I have brought trouble to your esteemed sect. Shangguan Falian's provocation of Elder Su was indeed a capital offense. Now, having faced Elder Su's talismanic retribution, he had brought this upon himself. Casting a glance at Su Xiao, an overwhelming fear surged within him. The old man was truly beyond his reckoning. Furthermore, with the two leading figures of the righteous path supporting him, Dugu and Su. Duga Sect Master, Elder Su, there are pressing matters in the palace. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. The monarch of Donglai hastily picked up the remnants of Shangguan Falian's storage pouch and, with his 3 days princes, swiftly departed on his sword. He had long wished to leave, but Shangguan Falian had insisted otherwise. Now, his life was on the line. The 9th-level transformation talisman was too powerful, directly intimidating the gathered leaders and elders. They dared not provoke him. This old man was simply unapproachable. Moreover, he was a nearly deceased man who acted with impunity. Now even Du Galing and Yu Linglong were protecting this old man. Merely casting a glance in his direction incited ire. The leaders and elders from the lower-tier demonic sects bade farewell to the elderly monarch of the southern Zhan country one by one. They had initially intended to stay and deal with Su the old dog, but now they had completely lost that inclination. Better to patiently wait for him to Su the old dog was currently not to be trifled with. He could essentially be classified as the most untouchable figure beneath the realm of the void refinement on the Panlong continent. Nearly half the attendees had departed, most of them being from demonic sects. Apart from the 5 major demonic sects, the rest had left. The Tianshi sect among the 5 major sects cast a resentful glance at Su Xiao before silently exiting. The remaining 4 sects awaited the righteous path to emerge, eager to reclaim the exceptional artifacts left behind. The situation within the secret realm had overwhelmingly favored the righteous path. Shueyu had become the leading figure of the righteous path, and over the next 2 days, she led numerous disciples of the righteous path to harvest resources within the secret realm. The Miao Miao Sect filled their storage pouches to capacity, claiming over 30% of all resources. Ultimately, the Righteous Path Coalition ascended to the Central Island, jointly defeating the beast guarding the divine pill of the Great Dao. Successfully obtaining this session's divine pill of the Great Dao was not the case that every session of the celestial human secret realm allowed human cultivators to acquire the divine pill of the Great Dao. If the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths had been severe, leaving insufficient survivors, they would have been unable to contend with the guarding beasts. Master, I have obtained the divine pill of the Great Dao. Here it is for you. The entrance to the Xianguang Divine Stone sealed shut, prematurely concluding this session of the celestial human secret realm. The Miao Miao Sect S. Shueyu emerged victorious, securing the divine pill of the Great Dao. Excellent, Du Galing beamed as she gazed at the glowing, fist-sized divine pill in her hand. Master, this is all thanks to my uncle's contributions. I merely benefited from his light. Upon seeing this, Du Galing furrowed her brow slightly and smiled. Shueyu, you have done well. After you conclude 3 years of seclusion upon returning to the sect, your master shall reward you with resources and promote you to an inner sect steward. Shueyu's eyes sparkled with joy at these words. Thank you, Master. However, as her eyes flickered, she suddenly reacted, blinking and asking, Master, what 3 years of seclusion? Dugaling snorted lightly, her expression cold as she replied, This is a small punishment that your master has decided to impose upon you. After the punishment, you shall be rewarded. Shueyu was left bewildered. What is this? I haven't done anything wrong, master. I don't want to be confined. Shueyu pleaded repeatedly, fear evident in her eyes as she faced Dugaling. Enough. No need to say more. Shueyu decision is final. You shall remain in seclusion at the back mountain. You have also collected quite a few items. They will be sufficient for you to prepare and strive for the transformation stage. Dugaling exhibited no leniency, her exquisitely beautiful face remaining indifferent. She had already discerned that Shueyu's injury was intentional. Uncle, please intercede for me, Shueyu implored, believing her uncle would surely assist her. Su Xiao's expression darkened as he delivered Shueyu to Dugaling's side, silently instructing, set up more defensive formations. Ensure this girl does not escape. Shueyu, you should remain in seclusion and reflect on your actions. Su Meyer and her 3 companions silently approached Yu Linglong, presenting their harvest from the secret realm. Meyer, do you recognize your mistake? Yu Linglong regarded her, a slight smile gracing her stunning visage, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. Su Meyer's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she quickly knelt, repeatedly bowing her head, Master. It wasn't like that. I merely wished to absorb fortune for cultivation. Please do not punish me. The 3 junior sisters beside her were so frightened that they knelt down as well. They had not anticipated that the sect master would care so much. I simply dislike your unilateral decisions without my consent, Yu Linglong said with a radiant smile, her tone firm yet devoid of visible anger. Should there be a next time, I will expel you from the sect. Yu Meyer grasped Yu Linglong's meaning, letting out a sigh of relief, tears streaming as she expressed her gratitude. Disciple understands her mistake. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. All right, you may rise. Why, Yu Linglong said, stepping forward to assist Su Meyer. The righteous path returned the exceptional artifacts they had collected to the 4 demonic sections. Xiao Mu, with a sullen expression, glanced at Su Xiao, having obtained the Millennium Ice Crystal Soul, filled with rage and impulse as he boarded his sedan, carried away by the 8 demonesses. Su the old dog, too despicable. I will surely return with interest one day. Chapter 84. Reporting the results, Yu Wenhao retrieved the exceptional demonic saber from the Putian demon sect, stealthily slipping away with 2 elders. Before departing, he cast a venomous and longing gaze at Su Xiao. Old man, keep leaping about, wooing beautiful female cultivators. When you meet your demise, I shall undoubtedly be there to witness your despair. Death? Impossible. He would exhaust all means to ensure this shameless old pervert met his end. This was his lifelong enemy. Su Xiao discreetly noted the dejected departures of Xiao Mu and Yu Wenhao. One was a child of fortune, the other an adversary of fortune. Both were targets designated for elimination by the system. Yet now, he could not act brazenly. Careful planning was essential. After all, one was guarded by a deity-level cultivator, and the other was the son of a high-ranking elder from the Putian demon sect. Even if he were unafraid, he had to consider the thousands of disciples of the Miao Miao Sect. Haha, congratulations, Sect Master Dugu. Your sect possesses Elder Su. It truly makes me of the Dao Tian sect envious. Elder Su, still vigorous in old age, your strength is remarkable. I, as an old Taoist, am in awe. Dao Yizhenren wore a face of 4 smiles, excitedly congratulating the members of the Miao Miao Sect. The Dao Tian Sect's 1FO temple had garnered considerable gains this time, having encountered little resistance, all of which was handled by the Miao Miao Sect in addition to the divine pill of the great Dao. They had reaped numerous benefits. Umitba, Elder Su is fated with our Buddha. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to invite Elder Su to visit my 1FO temple. Abbot Liao Chan said with a kind smile. At that time, I shall personally explain the Buddhist teachings to wash away Elder Su's worldly burdens. Su Xiao politely clasped his fists, but inwardly scoffed. What is this old monk saying? What worldly burdens could I possibly have? The Buddhist sect's people must have chanted themselves silly. After parting ways with Yu Linglong and Su Meyer, Su Xiao and the others took their leave from the elderly monarch of the southern Zhan country and returned to the Miao Miao sect. Su Xiao, Dugaling, and the 3 elders, Zhu Luwen, were all beaming with joy. Though the journey had been somewhat regrettable, the outcome was favorable. Their Miao Miao Sect emerged as the greatest victor of this session of the celestial human secret realm. Not only had they brought back the divine pill of the great Tao, but they had also secured an abundance of resources. For the next 3 centuries, the Miao Miao Sect would firmly sit atop the 9 major sects, leading the righteous path. Only Xiao and the 2 disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, bore less favorable expressions. The latter 2 cast worried glances at Su Xiao, slightly anxious that knowing too many of their uncle's secrets might lead to their demise. The former sighed, her pretty, adorable face tinged with worry. Without her uncle's intercession, she would undoubtedly be confined upon returning. Something wasn't right. The more Xiao thought about it, the more she felt something was amiss. If her uncle truly had been keeping her, he would surely have spoken on her behalf. Yet he had not. He had even supported her master's punishment. No, something must be wrong. Her uncle had not truly taken her under his wing. Her large eyes whirled with confusion. She racked her brain but could not fathom where the issue lay in the Miao Miao Sect, within the cave residence of the elder of the rear mountain. Su Xiao returned to his small courtyard to enjoy his retirement while Xiao was confined in the back mountain. Sect Master Duguling and the 3 protective elders reported the results of this session of the celestial human secret realm to Zhuge Wufang. Ha ha ha, good. Zhuge Wufang repeatedly gave thumbs up to the 4 of them, his ruddy old face glowing with delight. Ling girl, you, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd elders. This time, you have truly brought honor to our Miao Miao Sect. Once the senior brothers and sisters emerge from seclusion, they will surely be greatly pleased to hear of our harvest from this session of the celestial human secret realm. Indeed, truly deserving of being members of the Miao Miao Sect. Excellent! Zhuge Wufang's eyes sparkled with joy, clearly satisfied. They had amassed countless Lingqiao and Huankao, and even gathered a significant haul of Lian Sheng grass. Their storage pouches brimmed with resources like spiritual mines, spiritual wood, and spiritual stones for cultivation. They had even returned with the divine pill of the great Tao. Such a yield was greater than all previous sessions combined. For the next 3 centuries, our Miao Miao Sect would surely see an influx of talent and a significant rise in strength. The old man took a sip of spiritual tea, stroking his beard as he laughed heartily. Duguling said, Master, aside from Xiao and the others, the key to this secret realm exploration was my senior brother. Senior brother excavated a cave residence in the 10,000 mountains, gaining not only numerous formidable artifacts but also a plethora of transformation talismans. Thanks to him, we were able to triumph over the demonic factions and seize victory. Zhuge Wufang nodded with a smile upon hearing this. That little rascal has finally accomplished something worthwhile. It is not in vain that our Miao Miao Sect has nurtured him for a millennium. He has repaid the sect's kindness before his passing. In truth, with that rascal's aptitude, reaching the 9th level of the Yuanying stage would be a stretch without sect support. He would be fortunate merely to attain the Jedon stage. Before his death, he even experienced the transformation thunder tribulation, and cough. This life has not been in vain. He can now pass away in peace. Elder Zhu clasped his fists and smiled. Master, Elder Su has truly exerted tremendous effort this time, obliterating the 4 major demonic sects with 4 transformation talismans. Previously, it was Elder Su who annihilated the Tianshi sect. He has made great contributions. Zhuge Wufang set down his teacup, chuckling. Little Su performed admirably this time. Elders 1, 2, and 3, moving forward, keep an eye on the rumors surrounding Little Su. Strive to clarify them and prevent them from tarnishing his reputation in his later years. As for cultivation resources, there is no need to provide them to him. He has no use for them. Focus instead on those female disciples he supports. For the next 50 years, ensure Little Su does not suffer any grievances. Duguling blinked. The 3 elders, Zhu Luwen, exchanged strange glances and swallowed hard. Master, we are still unaware of Elder Su's circumstances. Elder Su can endure such grievances? He is nearly becoming a public enemy. At this moment, Zhuge Wufang recalled something, his brow furrowing as he fixed a serious gaze on Duguling. Ling girl, that Little Su has excavated a cave residence belonging to a high-level cultivator and possesses quite a number of exceptional artifacts, along with an abundance of 9th-level transformation talismans. These are all coveted treasures for us cultivators. You and Little Su have grown up together. Although there is no formal bond, you can be considered spiritual companions. Before Little Su passes, you must keep a close eye on him. These treasures cannot fall into the wrong hands. They must be firmly secured in your grasp. Do you understand what I mean, Ling girl? Zhuge Wufang looked at Duguling, giving her a meaningful glance. She understood instantly, chuckling confidently, "Rest assured, Master. Although my senior brother dabbles in romantic affairs and flirts around, he harbors love only for me in his heart. We once swore an oath before heaven and earth, having been formal spouses. When my senior brother passes, all his artifacts and talismans shall be mine." Chapter 85. Elder Su. I'm sorry. Seeing Zhuge Ling's self-assured demeanor, Zhuge Wufang felt a deep sense of relief. Although little Su had failed the Thunder Tribulation and was beyond saving, if his possessions were to fall into Ling Girl's hands, coupled with the divine pill of the Great Tao, the Miao Miao Sect would surely see the emergence of a top-tier void refinement cultivator in the future. Excellent. The Miao Miao Sect's fortunes had arrived. Zhuge Ling took her leave, returning to prepare for the sect meeting in a few days, to report this joyous news to all disciples. The three elders, Zhu Luwen, remained behind for a private discussion with their master. Details? Tell me the details. Has that little Su stirred up any earth-shattering incidents again? I have already received messages from several old friends urging me to confine that rascal for the sake of the cultivation world. Zhuge Wufang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The three elders gulped nervously. How should we put this? Elder Zhu sighed, his expression troubled as he said, Master, Elder Su has been ambiguous in public with the leader of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong, and their relationship is unclear. We've noticed that the sect master doesn't seem to intervene much. The sect master's pure constitution cannot form a bond with Elder Su. Perhaps she wishes to intervene but cannot. Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard seriously. Why Yu Linglong? Have the standards for female cultivators in the Hahuan sect fallen so low now? Not even an old man is spared. It seems he has taken a liking to Xiao Su's magical talismans. You must warn Ling Girl to be cautious. We wouldn't want her to end up with the short end of the stick against Yu Linglong. Is there more? Please continue. The three exchanged glances, and Elder Zhu sighed. It's not just Yu Linglong. Elder Su has also developed a connection with Yu Linglong's disciple, Su Meyer. And it's quite a deep connection. Moreover, it is well known that Elder Su's reputation in the cultivation world has significantly deteriorated. Zhuge Wufang looked somewhat bewildered. Why Yu Linglong's disciple? This rascal seems to have quite the fortune with the ladies. The Harmony sect truly spares no expense, sending both master and disciple to the fray. It appears Ling Girl poses a considerable threat. No, you must go down and ensure that Ling Girl keeps a close watch on that lad. She can give him her heart, but she must not lose her treasures. Zhuge Wufang was utterly speechless. That scoundrel. As if the beautiful outer sect disciples weren't enough. Now he is involved with the female cultivators of the Harmony sect as well. Truly remarkable. Is there more? I've heard he now has a nickname in the cultivation world. The perverted old lecher. Has he truly become involved with two female cultivators from the Harmony sect? The three elders felt a jolt of alarm, no longer daring to speak further. You are hiding something from me. Speak up. Zhuge Wufang's stern expression and piercing gaze left no room for defiance. Elder Zhu trembled, Elder Lu's face turned pale, and Elder Wen looked utterly awkward. Ultimately, under the pressure of their master's threat, Elder Zhu spoke. Master, please do not be angry. Elder Su acted out of a desire to save someone. How could I be angry? Zhuge Wufang scoffed. I am not unaware of the misdeeds of that rascal. Surely he has entangled himself with yet another female cultivator. Am I right? It is indeed so. At that time, Shueiyue was injured. Thus, Elder Zhu recounted the origin of Su Zhao's nickname in a concise manner. What? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Wufang leaped to his feet, an overwhelming aura of power emanating uncontrollably, engulfing the three of them. That scoundrel. He is nothing short of a beast. Even Shueiyue. The pressure of his cultivation sent tremors through the entire mountain. Master, please calm down. Do not be angry. Elder Su had no such intentions. It was all Shueiyue's folly. The three were panic-stricken, hastily kneeling and pleading for Elder Su. If this accusation were to fall upon Elder Su, it would not be long before he met his end. Their master might very well send him on his way right now. After a moment, the oppressive aura began to subside as Zhuge Wufang managed to contain his emotions. Tio think he would stoop to such depths. Were it not for that rascal's contribution in the celestial secret realm, I would have sent him off just now. Zhuge Wufang's face was a stormy shade of anger. Shueiyue is the hope of the next generation of the Misty Sect, the best candidate for the leadership position, a prodigy of rare talent, a treasure of cultivation seldom seen. That scoundrel is courting death. He was saving someone. Master, Elder Su was saving someone. He certainly meant no harm. We assure you. Seeing his 3 disciples so fervently vouching for him, Zhuge Wufang reluctantly chose to believe them, albeit with a darkened expression. He murmured, Shueyue must be confined for 3 years without exception. Not a moment earlier shall she be released. That rascal can balance his deeds. Let him age in solitude on the outer mountain. From now on, they are forbidden to meet. The 3 elders breathed a sigh of relief and hastily bowed. Yes, master. A few days later, at the outer courtyard of the Misty Sect, an inspiring sect assembly was held. Almost all members of the Misty Sect were present, including disciples from both the inner and outer sects, elders, deacons, and other personnel, totaling several thousand people. The main speaker, Dugaling, elaborated on the achievements and successes from this session of the Celestial Secret Realm. During the discourse, he emphatically acknowledged Elder Su Xiao's immense contributions in this venture, nearly elevating him to the status of a hero in the sect's twilight years. This laid a solid foundation for the sect for the next 300 years, establishing its position as the foremost among the 9 righteous and demonic sects. Thanks to the vast resources brought back from the Celestial Secret Realm, all sect members would see their annual resources doubled over the next decade. The disciples in the crowd were left utterly astounded, and upon coming to their senses, they erupted into cheers, excitement palpable as they danced with joy. What generosity! The sect is simply too generous. I wish to be a disciple of the Misty Sect in my next life. Some even shed tears of remorse, realizing they should never have slandered Elder Su, calling him an old lecher. It turns out Elder Su has been silently contributing to the sect all along. Even as his own life neared its end, he selflessly entered the Celestial Secret Realm, risking everything to bring back immense cultivation resources. Elder Su, we are sorry. We wronged you. So what if he has a few female disciples? What is the big deal? Can't you see Lin Yener, Jin Liuxiang, and Bai Chao Chao are all enjoying themselves? This isn't about keeping mistresses. It's clearly an act of charity. Elder Su, forgive us. The more fervently they had previously criticized him, the guiltier they felt now. They had wronged Elder Su. Chapter 86. Supreme Dao Enlightenment Pill in the face of substantial cultivation resources. Elder Su's other matters became trivial, inconsequential. Finally, Duga Ling revealed that Su Xiao had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. The elders, deacons, and disciples below erupted in applause, declaring that heaven indeed has eyes. Such a senior in the sect should not perish so quickly. In these last 50 years, they would ensure Elder Su enjoys a complete and beautiful twilight. As the meeting adjourned, Mengdan, accompanied by Bai Chao Chao, who was already in tears, said, Master, Elder Su is truly wonderful. I don't want him to pass away. Wuwo. The voluptuous and graceful mature woman Mengdan gently patted Bai Chao Chao's back, her stunning face radiating pride and comfort as she consoled. Chao Chao, we cultivators all face death eventually. Those who can attain longevity are few and far between. For Elder Su to receive such adoration from his disciples in his twilight years, and to clear his name from past rumors is already a rare blessing. Chao Chao, in these last 50 years, let us treat Elder Su with kindness and not heed those outside whispers. The graceful Bai Chao Chao nodded earnestly, Yes, Master. Elder Su has been so good to us. So great. I will definitely treat him well from now on. Meanwhile, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yener were also overwhelmed with joy. Elder still has 50 years of life remaining. That means he can protect us for at least another 50 years. This is wonderful. A great benefactor like Elder Su Shun. He pass away so soon. Junior sister, now we don't have to worry. The enchanting Jin Liuxiang grasped Lin Yener's hand. Elder has 50 more years. We can repay his kindness together. Lin Yener wiped her tears and nodded slightly. Sister, I will work hard. After the meeting concluded, the noble and graceful Dugaling arrived at Su Zhao's small courtyard. Pushing open the door to find him meditating on a cushion, Junior sister, how did it go? Su Zhao's eyes lit up. Dugaling closed the door, sitting at the table with a smile. They've all been cleared of suspicion. Now those disciples are filled with remorse and almost regard you as a hero of our Misty Sect. You can rest easy now. No one will avoid you anymore. They even say that for the next 50 years, they will ensure you have a happy twilight. Su Xiao rose to sit beside Dugaling Junior sister. This is a relief. The rumors circulating in the sect were truly outrageous. Dugaling's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of cold light surfacing as she said, Senior brother, Shueyue's actions were reckless, but you should not have followed suit. our master nearly lost his temper. Had it not been for the three elders intervening, you might have been sent on your way, Xiao explained. It was that little girl's mischievousness that led me astray, junior sister. You must keep a close eye on her. Although Shuei possesses great talent, she lacks maturity and needs guidance. Dugaling nodded. Then her brows furrowed as she remarked, I see you have your own ideas in this regard. What do you mean by that? Su Zhao's expression turned serious. Senior brother, do you not know? In this life, I love only you. Seizing a rare opportunity, Su Xiao smiled slightly, retrieving a glistening white pill from his spatial storage. The pill exuded an aura of the Tao. And as soon as it was revealed, both of them felt a jolt of energy. Junior sister, this is the Supreme Tao Enlightenment Pill, a treasure I obtained from a senior's cave, Su Xiao said with a gradual smile. I intended to keep it for myself, but since you will soon be attempting to break through the void refinement bottleneck, this divine pill will greatly enhance your chances of success, yet I still worry. Thus, I bestow this Supreme Tao Enlightenment Pill upon you. With both pills, your advancement to void refinement is all but assured. This way, I can rest easy. Dugaling gazed at the pill in Su Zhao's hand, her exquisite countenance shimmering with excitement. Perhaps a bit overwhelmed, a flush of red appeared on her cheeks. She looked at Su Xiao in disbelief, her phoenix eyes filled with surprise and shock. The Supreme Tao Enlightenment Pill? You? Senior brother actually possesses this legendary pill. She had heard that the Enlightenment Pill, once consumed, could place one into a state of profound understanding, making it effortless to break through bottlenecks. The method to refine the Enlightenment Pill was only preserved by the Dao Heaven Sect, and it was notoriously difficult to concoct. For centuries, the Dao Heaven Sect had produced only one mid-grade Enlightenment Pill. Yet, Dao Yi, the true man of the Dao, flaunted that mid-grade Enlightenment Pill, claiming that breaking through to void refinement was as easy as drinking water. Little did she know, her senior brother was willing to gift her a Supreme Tao Enlightenment Pill. Senior brother, you are so good to me. She almost cried out in joy as she carefully tucked the Supreme Tao Enlightenment Pill away. With this Supreme Tao Enlightenment Pill and the Divine Pill, the bottleneck to void refinement would be obliterated. It might just happen in a matter of years. Her senior brother truly loves only her. In an instant, Shuei was cast aside from her thoughts, and she even forgot how many disciples there were. Junior sister, oh, not be too excited. It's just a small token of appreciation. What belongs to my senior brother is, of course, yours. Dugaling embraced Su Xiao, her heart racing with excitement as his enchanting fragrance enveloped her. Senior brother, I do not want you to die. The purine body is better left untouched. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Supreme Tao Enlightenment Pill, returning 3,000 Dao Pills. Chapter 87, True Fire of Samadhi. 2/4 of an hour later. Senior brother, what are you doing? Did you not say it was better left untouched? Perhaps we should just forget I am why master will kill me when he emerges. Su Xiao lay back, appearing disillusioned, his gaze somewhat vacant. His junior sister was right. He could not jeopardize her potential. Dugaling smiled slightly beside him, donning her attire again, her radiant face glowing beautifully. Do not be disheartened. Senior brother, I will need to cultivate in seclusion for a period, preparing for the breakthrough to void refinement. You must behave yourself and not be tempted by others in my absence. And do not think of me too much. As the sect leader, I am quite busy. With that, she exited, her excitement palpable as she transformed into a streak of azure light, departing to void refinement. I am coming. Su Xiao let out a heavy sigh. He knew he could not compromise his junior sister's path. But this was not the outcome he desired. Su Xiao smiled and shook his head, dressing and tidying up. Another 3,000 Dao Pills on the cushion. Su Xiao consumed the returned pill. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the true fire of Samadhi from the 3,000 Dao. True fire? Su Zhao's eyes brightened. Indeed, the system was assisting him. The 3,000 Dao aligned perfectly with the three paths he had comprehended: earth fire, heaven fire, and human fire. This was certainly no coincidence. With a flick of his fingers, dark clouds began to gather outside the room. Arcs of electricity danced. Pure white flames descended at an incredible speed, striking the trees ahead. The white fire, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, incinerated the trees upon contact, leaving nothing behind. Su Xiao swiftly quelled the raging flames, nodding in satisfaction as he sat on the cushion. The power of heaven fire rivaled that of earth fire and human fire, perhaps even surpassing them. With the convergence of the three fires, the true fire of Samadhi was born. Grasping the laws of heaven and earth, Su Zhao's eyes narrowed as a deep red flame materialized in his hand. The flame's color was a deep, purplish red. Though it was only the size of a fist, its intense heat surged like a tidal wave, battering everything around. Su Xiao quickly reined in the flame. Fearing it would set the house ablaze, it was too powerful. His aged eyes sparkled with determination. Though he could currently summon only a fist-sized true fire of samadhi, he believed that if it were to touch an enemy, they would face utter despair. Subsequently, he summoned the southern brightly fire sword and the 9-fire glazed shield. With his newfound understanding of the true fire of samadhi, he could infuse it into the divine sword and fire dragon, significantly enhancing their power. At this rate, he might not even need talismans. His attacks could rival those of a late-stage god transformation cultivator. A smile crept across Su Zhao's face as he stowed away the two treasures. Sitting on the cushion, he began to cultivate the misty longevity technique, his heart buoyed by the increase in strength, even if his junior sister's departure left him with a tinge of regret. Days later, the Panlong continent erupted. What? The old lecher has another 50 years of life. He consumed a longevity pill. Where did he acquire such a treasure? Elder Xus, the Misty Sect still allowing people to sleep peacefully? Amiba, this is splendid. The cultivation world can enjoy peace for another 50 years. The halls of the first, second, and third-rate sects were in chaos. The sect leaders and elders were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. The longevity pill is such a rare treasure. Why not reserve it for promising disciples instead of giving it to an old man who failed his tribulation? Has the Misty Sect gone mad? The leaders and elders of various sects were in a frenzy. The longevity pill is an incredibly rare item. Even a low-grade longevity pill that grants just 10 additional years is fought over in the market. Some cultivators with insufficient talent might just need that decade to break through to the next realm and continue their path to immortality. Yet now, the Misty Sect claims to have given a longevity pill to an old man who failed his tribulation. Madness. Extreme demon sect. Damn it. Su old dog. Misty Sect. I, a genius, will reach the pinnacle and be the first to destroy you. The sect leader Xiao was on the verge of a meltdown, nearly exploding with rage as he smashed the furnishings in the hall, leaving the disciples of the extreme demon sect trembling in fear. I will not rest until you pay for this. Initially thinking that a year of sulking would allow for a complete release. But now, 50 years of madness. No. The three elders beside him wore grim expressions. Su Xiao actually consumed the longevity pill. The Misty Sect truly has played their cards well. This move was entirely unexpected. Their faces flushed red with fury, their eyes blazing. Xiao couldn't contain himself, wreaking havoc. Fool! Stop this. What with your demeanor? This is no way for a disciple of the sect to behave, and you still haven't calmed down. The voice of an integrating stage elder echoed with anger, forcing Xiao to suppress his extreme fury and return to his seat. Master, 50 years, how can I wait? I cannot endure him. The integrating stage elder contemplated for a moment before coldly stating, that old man is rather disgusting. He even consumed a longevity pill. Do not be concerned. It is merely an additional 50 years, a mere flick of the fingers for a cultivator. The second tribulation will be tenfold stronger than the first, yet he remains merely a nascent soul cultivator. Upon reaching the void refinement stage, he will fear no talismans from his adversary. Should the opportunity arise, my master will assist you. Upon hearing this, Xiao eyes sparkled with enlightenment as he promptly replied, Yes, master, I understand. Thank you, master. His fists clenched tightly, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, filled with overwhelming killing intent. In the realm of the Breaking Heaven Demon Sect, Yuanhao was elated upon receiving this news, his excitement radiating from within. Ha ha ha! The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Old dog, your death is imminent. He had initially worried that his opponent might unexpectedly pass away, thwarting his ambitions. Now, however, he had a full 50 years to strategize. Victory was assured. Old dog, continue to indulge. The higher you soar, the greater the pain when you fall. The more despair you shall face. Chapter 88. Shueyue's mother, Shui Ro Hihi. I told you Elder Su does not resemble a dying man. And indeed, it is as I suspected. In a fragrant chamber of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong reclined upon a soft couch, draped in light gauze. Beside her, Su Meyer exclaimed excitedly, Master, Do you think Elder Su might have the chance to transcend the divine thunder tribulation again, reaching the divine transformation stage and returning to the path of immortality? Yu Linglong scoffed lightly. The old man is dreaming, and no matter how many magical artifacts or talismans he possesses, he has no opportunity left on the immortal path. Meyer, do you harbor feelings for Elder Su, wishing for him not to pass away? Su Meyer's gaze dimmed slightly as she nodded silently. Elder Su was her first Dao companion, and he had treated her so kindly. He possessed such charm, grace, and wealth. She could not bear the thought of her beloved companion sitting in meditation 50 years hence, reduced to mere dust. Why, Yu Linglong sighed gently. Meyer, I understand your feelings, but the thunder tribulation is unforgiving. Even if the old man's strength surpasses that of his past, he cannot ascend to the divine transformation stage again. The power of the second tribulation is incomprehensibly immense. I have yet to hear of anyone who has failed a thunder tribulation only to succeed in a subsequent attempt. She rose and playfully poked his nose, smiling. Meyer, 50 years is ample time. The old man's fortune may well last us both that long. Treat him kindly. He is our opportunity, if we win his favor. He may leave us some of those top-tier magical artifacts before he departs. The path of immortality is fraught with challenges. As disciples of the Huan sect, do not let emotions hinder your cultivation. At the grand hall of the Miao Miao Sect, 2 streaks of light shot from within. Landing in the outer hall square, as the brilliance faded, one figure donned a blue robe adorned with an 8 trigrams pattern, Lu Dajing. The other was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Madame Shui, rest assured, my master is indeed only healing Sister Shui. Lu Dajing's expression was solemn as he spoke. My master is not that kind of person. You must not believe the rumors circulating outside. My master has already assured you, madam, that such matters will never transpire in the Miao Miao sect. You need not worry. The blue-dressed beauty's complexion was somewhat pale. She wore a flowing azure gown that accentuated her mature feminine allure. Her beauty was striking, with delicate willow-like brows that captivated the eye. Her curvaceous figure was enticing, with a waist that could be grasped with ease. Her proud bosom drew endless attention. Her beautiful black hair was elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a jade hairpin that shimmered with radiance. With every gesture, the mature woman's exquisite charm followed suit. She was Shueyu's mother. Shui Rou elder. I understand what you are saying, and I certainly believe the words of the esteemed Dugu sect leader. Elder Su would not engage in such acts. Shui Ro's silver teeth bit down slightly. A hint of worry etched on her delicate features. However, I still have some concerns. I wish to meet Elder Su and speak to him personally. She was the head of the Shui family, and upon hearing the rumors from various sects regarding Shueyue and Elder Su, she had rushed to the Miao Miao sect, fearing that her daughter might be bullied there. Shueyue possessed extraordinary talent. She was recorded as the water spirit body in the Shui family. With a promising future ahead, if this incident were to affect her Dao heart, Shui Ro could not bear it. Lu Dajing's expression grew troubled. His master was now a great benefactor of the Miao Miao sect, a celebrated hero, and already in the twilight of his years. He did not wish to disturb his master over this misunderstanding and make him uncomfortable. With a sigh, Lu Dajing said, in that case, Madame Shui, please follow me. My master resides in the outer mountain courtyard, not far from here. Shui Ro nodded, her graceful figure following him as they left the square. Wow, that woman is so beautiful, elegant. This is what elegance looks like. She exudes such charisma. Even Lu Elder treats her with such courtesy. Her status must be extraordinary. A group of outer sect disciples practicing in the square gathered around, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Shui Ro. At that moment, several disciples who were privy to the inside story approached to clarify. What are you all staring at? This is Madame Shui, the president of the Bai Shui Merchant Association in the capital of the North Wind Kingdom, Xinyue City. She is also the eldest disciple of the Dugu sect leader, Shueyu's mother. Don't be fooled by her youthful beauty. She is a renowned divine transformation cultivator, having reached the 7th level of divine transformation decades ago. If she were in our sect, she could serve as an inner sect elder. The disciples listened intently, their interest piqued. The 7th level of divine transformation? No wonder Lu Elder treats her with such respect. She is indeed a formidable cultivator. Wait, why are they heading toward Elder Su's courtyard? Could they be seeking him out? A few experienced disciples exchanged awkward glances, seeing the curiosity on everyone's faces. They could no longer suppress their urge to share gossip. They recounted the incident involving Su Xiao and Shui Yue that had transpired in the secret realm. What? This cannot be true. Elder Su, a hero in his twilight years, would not engage in such scandalous affairs, especially not with Sister Shui. The outer sect disciples were left in disbelief. Elder Su could not possibly be that depraved. No, they refused to believe that the elder, who has always looked out for their welfare, could be such a person. Calm down. It is said that Sister Shui sustained severe injuries at that time, and Elder Su selflessly saved her, which led to that situation. The two are not involved in anything inappropriate. It is merely a rumor propagated by other sects. The outer sect disciples finally began to feel reassured. We knew it. How could Elder Su, such a selfless elder, possibly engage in such behavior? It is absolutely impossible. The malicious demonic sects must be the ones spreading these falsehoods to tarnish our Elder Su's reputation. Indignation filled the air as their fury was directed at the demonic sects. In the small courtyard, Lu Dajing led Shui Rou to the entrance, where Su Xiao greeted them. Upon seeing Su Xiao's smile, Shui Rou blinked her beautiful eyes, a flicker of doubt surfacing in her heart. The aura emanating from him was exceptional, his smile benevolent, possessing the demeanor of an otherworldly immortal. Could such a person truly be the lecherous old man described in the rumors? Chapter 89. The startled Shui Rou. I have the honor of meeting Elder Su. At the entrance, Shui Rou slightly inclined her body, gracefully bowing to Su Xiao. She scrutinized him, her willow-like brows knitting together, her heart heavy with worry. It is often those who appear virtuous that commit the most depraved acts. Elder Su's recent scandals with female cultivators were rampant, and he had been labeled a lecherous old man. She must take precautions to eradicate any potential threats before they arise. It is Madame Shui. The last time I saw Madame Shui was decades ago, and your appearance has not changed a bit. The old Taoist still remembers you well. Su Xiao chuckled, stroking his beard, though a hint of awkwardness lingered in his eyes. Shui Rou, the president of the Bai Shui Merchant Association in Xinyue City of the North Wind Kingdom, and also Shui Yue's mother, had come to find him, and it was easy to surmise she had heard the circulating rumors. Please, Madame Shui, come in. My humble abode is simple. Do not find it lacking. Thank you, Elder Su. Shui Rou blinked her beautiful eyes. She recalled how strikingly handsome Elder Su had been decades ago, even more so than he appeared now. Though he had aged, Su Xiao turned to Lu Dajing and said, Dajing, you may wait outside. I will speak with Madame Shui for a moment. Lu Dajing glanced at the two, his large eyes shifting slightly, and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Once inside, he closed the door. Su Xiao poured Shui Rou a cup of spiritual tea, smiling as he sat across from her. From the moment Shui Rou entered, the room was filled with a captivating fragrance, a delightful blend of various floral scents that was both sweet and gentle. Madame Shui, I have some inkling as to the purpose of your visit. Su Xiao smiled and reassured her, rest assured. That girl Shui Yue is my junior. When she was gravely injured, she condensed ice crystals using her water spirit body, and I had no choice but to assist her. The rumors outside are not to be trusted. Cutting straight to the chase, Su Xiao directly clarified the situation. Shui Rou's expression shifted slightly. Upon recalling the exaggerated rumors surrounding him, her heart remained uneasy. Although she was a 7th-level divine transformation cultivator with a high status, the name of Elder Su had gained renown throughout the cultivation world. His talismans were formidable, having even defeated the likes of Emojitian and Shangwan Feilian. She could not treat him as a mere nascent soul cultivator. She needed to adopt a more gentle approach. Suddenly, without saying a word, Shui Rou began to weep. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes, and she elegantly retrieved a handkerchief to dab at her eyes, looking utterly enchanting and heartbreakingly vulnerable. Elder, what is this? Su Xiao furrowed his brow in concern. Why are you crying? Long Elder. Shui Rou wiped her tears, her stunningly beautiful face radiating a sense of despair. Shui Yue is my only daughter. I raised her from childhood while managing the Shui family business, facing countless hardships along the way. Shui Yue's father sacrificed himself for our family before she was even born. She is my only kin. If anything were to happen to Shui Yue, I do not wish to live anymore. Clear tears streamed down her cheeks as Shui Rou discreetly stole a glance at Su Xiao through her handkerchief. In her beautiful eyes, a flicker of light danced. Su Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. Madam, there is no need for such distress. I have assured you, these are merely rumors. You need not be sorrowful. Shui Yue is my niece, the disciple of my junior sister, and we will take good care of her in the future. Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed. Detected the daughter of fortune. Shui Rou. Fortune level. A. Return multiplier. 10 bond level. 1. Oh. This widow is also a daughter of fortune. Su Xiao felt a jolt within, gazing at the stunningly beautiful and voluptuous woman before him, his old eyes blinking slightly. However, upon further thought, it made sense. The Shui family held a high status in the North Wind Kingdom, with the family head passing down only to daughters. The Shui family's talents in the water Dao were top-notch. Even without the water spirit body, Shui Rou's aptitude was rare, and she was strikingly beautiful. He saw this as an opportunity to secure a prime return. Hearing Su Zhao's confident assurances, coupled with her exceptional poise and convincing appearance, Shui Rou felt her worries begin to dissipate. This must indeed be a rumor. Furthermore, with the Dugu sect leader and the supreme elder overseeing matters, Su Xiao would not dare to disturb Shui Wei. With only 50 years, Shui Wei could easily navigate through this period. Just as she prepared to express her gratitude and take her leave, Su Xiao smiled and retrieved a radiant red ring from his spatial storage. Madam, this is a remarkable magical ring I recently acquired, the Flowing Star Ring. Once activated, it can summon fiery meteorites, possessing immense power. Shui Rou glanced at the exquisitely radiant ring in Su Zhao's hand, her beautiful eyes flickering with interest. A supreme-grade magical artifact. Elder Su actually possessed another supreme-grade artifact. Su Xiao continued, due to the rumors, I am deeply sorry for any distress caused to Madam. Shui Wei is my cherished niece, and I hold her dear. This flowing star ring is a gift for you. As an apology, she gazed at the strikingly beautiful artifact radiating with fiery brilliance. Shui Rou nearly thought she had misheard. Elder Su intends to gift her a supreme-grade artifact? Her eyes widened in disbelief as her heart raced. Such a precious item. Even her Shui families by Shui Merchant Association possessed only 2 such items, one of which had already been given to Shui Wei. This. Her tone trembled slightly, and her voluptuous, fair body flushed with excitement. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and looked at Su Xiao with a hint of fear in her eyes. Elder Su, could it be that you have ulterior motives? Or perhaps, do you have intentions toward Shui Wei, planning to use this supreme-grade artifact to win favor with me as her mother? Having such thoughts cloud her judgment, Shui Rou found Su Zhao's previously benevolent smile to suddenly appear lewd and terrifying. This old man truly is a lecher. To offer such a precious gift for the sake of her and her daughter. She could not conceive of any other motives. Having fallen into this line of thinking, primarily due to the numerous suitors pursuing her, including even the ruler of the North Wind Kingdom. No, Elder Su. I cannot accept such a thing. This is far too extravagant. Shui Rou's previously flushed cheeks turned pale. The lecherous old man had merely 50 years left to live and possessed talismans of the 9th level of divine transformation. His status within the Miao Miao Sect was exceedingly high. She could not confront him directly. Regardless of whether his intentions were toward her or Shui Wei, she could not accept. Seeing her reaction, Su Xiao sighed and shook his head. He had prepared his reasoning, and now she refused? Observing her increasingly pale complexion and the look of terror in her eyes, he realized she must have misinterpreted his intentions. Undeterred, Su Xiao smiled and explained, Madam, this is not solely for you. It is also for Shui Wei. She is my beloved niece, and she will soon face the divine thunder tribulation. The flowing star ring's summoned fiery meteorites are perfect for resisting the tribulation. Before she undergoes the tribulation, you could give it to her for refining and use. The old man, nearing death, found no use in keeping magical artifacts for himself. Gifting them to them was his way of ensuring that the talents of the Miao Miao Sect would not follow in his footsteps of demise. Madam, you would not wish for your daughter, Shui Wei, to fail when facing the thunder tribulation, would you? Chapter 90. Shui Rou's reluctant decision. Shui Rou froze in place. Gazing at the gentle and kind old man before her, she thought of her daughter. Indeed, the divine thunder tribulation was fraught with peril. She herself had nearly perished during her own tribulation. Having an additional supreme-grade artifact for protection would enhance the chances of success. She could not bear the thought of her daughter encountering any mishaps during the tribulation. But, Elder Su, even now, she remained uncertain whether his intentions were directed toward Shui Wei or herself. How terrifying! Su Xiao placed the flowing star ring before Shui Rou. Madam Shui, do not feel burdened. I am considering Shui Wei as well. Shui Rou looked at the ring emitting a brilliant glow. the exquisite supreme-grade artifact before her. To be honest, she yearned to take it and present it to Shui Yue, but she feared the consequences of accepting it. Would he come searching for Shui Yue afterward? His reputation was now known far and wide. If Madame has any reservations, it is of no matter. This supreme-grade artifact was originally intended for Shui Yue. Su Xiao sighed with a smile, preparing to retract the ring if she did not want it. He could not force it upon her. He would simply give it directly to Shui Yue, who would certainly not refuse. Wait. Just as Su Xiao prepared to withdraw the ring, Shui Rou seemed to realize something, her hands trembling as she grasped his tip. No, Elder Su. I want it. Please do not seek out Shui Yue. She is currently in seclusion. At a critical moment, if Elder Su were to give the ring, let it be to me. Shui Rou was terrified, her heart racing. If she refused, would he truly go after Shui Yue? That was absolutely unacceptable. Oh? Haha, if that is the case, then it is for the best. Su Xiao chuckled. Madam, please rest assured, the old Taoist has no ulterior motives. I merely hope for Shui Yu's successful tribulation. If you have no further matters, you may take your leave, for I have said all that I needed to. Shui Rou rose, clutching the Liuguang Xingyun ring, gazing at Su Xiao with a myriad of emotions reflected in her beautiful eyes. What to do? She had taken the opponent's supreme magical artifact. Though she desired it immensely, she feared that something might go awry after she left. With her silver teeth clenched tightly, a resolute glimmer flashed in Shui Rou's eyes. She could not allow the other party to harbor any thoughts towards Shui Yu. Elder, your generous gift of such a precious artifact leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Shui Rou said, her stunningly beautiful face suddenly breaking into a smile as she entwined her arm with Su Xiao's, the unique floral fragrance emanating from him wafting through the air. Madam, what is the meaning of this? Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered, momentarily taken aback. Elder, I have lost my husband, and now I only have Shui Yu. A mere girl, I must trouble you to take care of her at the Miao Miao Sect. Shui Rou maintained her composure, knowing that this was the only way to ensure Shui Yu's safety. Of course, the old Taoist will take care of her, but madam, you need not go to such lengths. Su Xiao swallowed hard, still somewhat bewildered. Elder, there are no outsiders here. Why must you speak in such a manner? If the elder is willing to bestow upon us such a precious artifact to aid Shui Yu in her tribulation, then you shall be my Shui Rou's benefactor. Shui Rou smiled subtly, fully aware that she was merely stalling this old man, redirecting his attention towards herself. Leaning closer to Su Xiao's ear, she whispered, Elder, do you perhaps find me lacking due to my past with my husband? Ah? Su Xiao's aged face twitched, incredulity washing over him as he looked at this woman. What nonsense was this, madam? What are you saying? With such beauty, how could I possibly find fault? Su Xiao instinctively replied. Hee. Shui Rou chuckled softly, her heart mocking him mercilessly. The old lecher had finally revealed his true intentions. It was evident that he harbored feelings for her. However, for Shui Yu's sake, she was willing to keep him dangling. Not to mention the treasures he possessed and his limited lifespan of merely 50 years. If she could whet his appetite sufficiently, perhaps not only would she secure this supreme magical ring, but might also gain even greater treasures in the future. Having taken this step, according to her nature, she would maximize her gains. Should he set his sights on her, he must be prepared to be drained of all he had. Elder, I am truly grateful for your enchanted ring, Shui Rou said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. After a moment of intimacy, Su Xiao took a seat. Shui Rou donned her upper garment, her exquisite face aglow with warmth and affection. Madam, There is no need for further words, Elder, Shui Rou replied bashfully. I only hope that you will look after Shui Yu as if she were your own daughter. That will suffice for me. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Shui Rou's lovely eyes shimmered with a hint of brilliance as her vermilion lips parted. Elder, I have pressing matters at home and cannot stay with you longer. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall visit you and Shui Yu at the Miao Miao Sect. With that, Shui Rou rose. Now that she had established this connection, she could rest easy regarding Shui Yu. As for becoming his Dao partner, impossible. At most, she would offer him some sweetness to keep him engaged and reap benefits without any deeper involvement. Meanwhile, Su Xiao took out 10 lian shindan from his robe and handed them to her with a smile. Madam Shui, here are 10 lian shindan, a gift for your cultivation. If you do not mind this old man with a fleeting lifespan, I ought to show my appreciation. Shui Rou gazed at the 10 golden pills in Su Xiao's hand, momentarily frozen in disbelief. She looked at him with astonishment, her beautiful eyes reflecting both shock and delight. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Liuguang Xingyun ring, triggering a thousandfold critical hit, returning the Xintian Bagua ring. Xintian Bagua ring, a defensive magical artifact, when infused with spiritual energy, generates a Xintian Bagua array beneath the feet to ward off enemies. Chapter 91. 3 years later. Lian Xindan. It was truly a treasure that was seldom seen and impossible to purchase in the market. Shui Rou was utterly dumbfounded. Lian Xindan was extremely precious. Although various sects possessed the methods to concoct it, the raw materials were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Each Lian Xindan that entered the market was not something ordinary people could encounter. They were found only at the highest-end auction houses. Elder Su, how could he possibly give her 10 at once? Her fingers trembled slightly as Shui Rou dreamily accepted the Lian Xindan. She had only consumed a few during her cultivation to the 7th level of transformation. Relying mostly on her innate talent, she looked up at Su Zhao's kind smile. In an instant, she realized how handsome this old man truly was. Elder, you are too kind to me, Shui Rou exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Lian Xindan, returning 10 Su Tiandan. Even if his reputation was not particularly favorable, the sheer generosity of his gifts rendered her unable to suppress her elation. 1 supreme magical artifact and 10 Lian Xindan. This old man was incredibly extravagant. Rest assured, madam, I will look after that girl Shui Yu. With me here, she will not lack for cultivation resources in the future. Thank you, elder. You are truly too kind to us. Su Xiao waved his hand. Shui Yu is my disciple and your daughter. It is only right. Upon hearing this, Shui Rou felt completely at ease. She tenderly embraced Su Xiao. After another moment of intimacy, Shui Rou, exuding a captivating floral fragrance, donned her upper garment and reluctantly said, Elder, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay with you any longer. If the chance arises in the future, I shall come to visit you again. As she opened the door, Su Xiao escorted Shui Rou out. Outside, Lu Danian stood, witnessing Shui Rou's stunningly beautiful face, now slightly flushed. Her fair skin had a hint of pink, and her voluptuous figure appeared somewhat unnatural. He was left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers, as if he had turned to stone. In the distance, disciples from the outer sect had come, eager to catch another glimpse of her beauty, each one frozen in disbelief as they beheld Shui Rou in the courtyard. No, Elder Su. Ah, that is a major figure in transformation. Shui's sister's mother. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Behind Miao Miao Mountain, after a surge of spiritual energy, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Within a certain cave, a lovely girl clad in a white dress opened her eyes, filled with excitement and anticipation. He. The formation set by my revered master has finally dissipated. Shui Yu, you are free now. Shui Yu sprang to her feet, entering the room. She performed water-based magic, indulging in a refreshing bath, then donned a pristine new white dress. Though she had been allowed to leave the inner mountain once a month for the past 3 years, it was limited to the inner area and had been exceedingly dull. Now, she was finally free. I wonder how my master has fared during these 3 years. Shui Yu sat before her vanity, brushing her hair. Her adorable face radiated with brilliant light. A year ago, as she prepared to face the lightning tribulation, her mother had gifted her a supreme magical ring along with 10 Lian Xindan. Coupled with her own crystal blue gourd and the artifacts lent to her by her master, she had successfully weathered the transformation lightning tribulation, and now she was a cultivator at the 1st level of transformation. Moreover, she still had 3 Lian Xindan left, enough to cultivate for quite some time. Her mother had told her that all of this was bestowed upon her by Master Su. Master has been incredibly kind to me. Having reached the transformation realm, Shui Yu seemed to have matured slightly, standing a bit taller than before. Yet, she still looked like a little girl overall. After tidying her longer hair into a lovely double ponytail, Shui Yu eagerly anticipated leaving the inner mountain, taking to the skies on her sword. She soared freely through the air, relishing the joy of regained freedom. Then, her beautiful eyes sparkled mischievously as she thought, I shall surprise my master. He will surely be delighted to see me. But how should I trick him this time? After pondering for a while without resolution, she decided to go first and figure it out later. As for her master and revered ancestor, they had confined her for 3 years. She would ignore them. Quietly landing in the woods at the base of the outer mountain, Shui Yu cast a spell upon herself, becoming completely transparent. This invisibility spell, combined with her water spirit body and her current cultivation level, made it nearly impossible for even a transformation realm cultivator to detect her. With a skip and a hop, Shueyu happily made her way to Su Xiao's courtyard. She stealthily approached the courtyard, peeking through the closed door. "Is my master inside?" Curiously, she circled to the window, gently opening it a crack to sneak a glance inside. Behind the inner mountain, in the cave of Zhuge Wufang, he mused, considering the time. That little girl should have emerged by now. Why hasn't she come? Shouldn't she be the first to visit her revered ancestor? Zhuge Wufang chuckled, stroking his beard. She must have gone off to play again. Now that she has reached the transformation realm, she still lacks decorum. Taking out an 8-trigram compass, Zhuge Wufang infused it with pure spiritual energy. Soon, his brows furrowed in surprise. What is she doing over at little Su's place? How dare they meet? His expression shifted, and Zhuge Wufang transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. Chapter 92. The Furious Zhuge Wufang. Not far from the courtyard, a shadow descended from the sky, landing as it cast an invisibility spell and coldly made its way towards Su Xiao's courtyard. Zhuge Wufang felt a surge of anger rising within him. Forget it, no need to overthink it. Thinking too much can affect one's Dao heart. Concealing the aura of his transformation, Zhuge Wufang swiftly approached the rear of the courtyard. In an instant, he sensed Shueyu's presence. Opening his mystical eyes, he saw her peering through the window with a guilty expression. What is that little girl up to? Is she drooling? Zhuge Wufang's irritation grew. She must be brought back and duly punished. Shueyu, it seems you will need another few years of confinement. Silently approaching the window, Zhuge Wufang intended to seize the little girl and take her back for punishment. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the scene within the room. Moments later, within the fragrant courtyard, Su Xiao poured a cup of spiritual tea for the enchanting Ziyun. "Thank you, Elder," Ziyun said, her joy evident as a blush crept across her cheeks. Ever since Su Xiao had helped her family remove Shangguan Jinyu and Shangguan Feilian 3 years ago, the Zi family had completely taken control of the Zilai commerce. As the daughter of the family head, Ziyun had swiftly risen to become the heir of Zilai commerce. All of this was thanks to Elder Su's assistance. Su Xiao smiled casually. No need for such formalities between us. Over the course of 3 years, he had cultivated his Dao body and received continuous resources, reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. During this time, Yu Linglong and Su Meyer had visited him twice to absorb fortune. Among them, Su Meyer had even absorbed spiritual energy twice during their intimate moments. However, as he had expected, the system had only returned double the spiritual energy. Throughout these 3 years, Su Xiao had strategically gifted various resources to these fortunate women. Now, he had accumulated over 8,900 high-grade spirit stones, 390 transformation pills, 120 Lian Shundan, and 30 Su Tiandan. The Su Tiandan was a rare medicinal pill used in the transformation realm. He had never even heard of it before. At that moment, Su Xiao's aged eyes widened, sensing an overwhelming aura approaching. Bang! The door was forcefully blown open by a wave of terrifying energy. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Su Xiao, as an inner elder of the Miao Miao Sect, what sort of behavior is this? As the Grand Elder, I shall deal with you according to the sect's rules today. Zhuge Wufang, clad in a Taoist robe, with a stern expression laced with anger, glanced at Su Xiao and then at Ziyun, his fury boiling over. Look, what is this all about? When Su Xiao saw Zhuge Sherbua, his eyes widened in shock, and he immediately began to explain. Sherbua, I was merely having a cup of tea. Zhuge Wufang was taken aback but quickly retorted. And what about before? Come here with that. He angrily summoned 2 ropes that flew out, binding the 2 of them tightly together. Ziyun was left in shock. Grand Elder Zhuge, could it be that the esteemed Zhuge Wufang of the Miao Miao Sect is here to apprehend me? Realizing this, her complexion paled. She had visited this place numerous times over the past 3 years without issue. How could it be that the Grand Elder decided to bind her today? Let us go. Zhuge Wufang's expression darkened as he tossed the 2 of them into the courtyard. Shueyu, you have emerged from your seclusion. Su Xiao saw Shueyu, now bound in the courtyard, her silly grin evident. Why are you also tied up? Su Xiao was perplexed, but she did not respond, merely giggling foolishly. Su Xiao shook his head. Then, he turned to comfort Ziyun, smiling. Don't worry, Mistress C. Sherbua is all bark and no bite. He won't make things difficult for us. He is probably just in a bad mood today. Ian hesitantly nodded, her heart calming slightly. Zhuge Wufang glanced at Su Xiao, who was chattering happily with Zi Yun, and at the silly Shueyu. He sighed deeply, feeling a surge of rage. This little brat. Why can't he just live quietly, instead of stirring up trouble everywhere? Come with me today. None of you shall escape. Zhuge Wufang, filled with fury, soared into the air, grasping the three of them with three ethereal arms, and headed straight for the inner mountain. As they passed the outer mountain plaza, the outer disciples were left dumbfounded at the sight of Su Xiao, Zi Yun, and the others bound in the sky. I can't believe it. Elder Su has been captured. Mistress Zi is also here. Heaven and earth. After 3 years, the Grand Elder has finally taken action. If Elder Su is left unchecked, what will become of us? Chapter 93. An imposed task. The outer disciples were furious, pounding their chests and spitting blood. Elder Su. It seems that old dog has not changed his ways. Considering the timeline, Shui's sister just emerged from her seclusion. This is intolerable. The once heroic aura surrounding Elder Su gradually diminished over the past 3 years. Jin Liuxiang, Lin Yin'er, Meng Changlao by Xiao Xiao, Ziyun.it was a sight that hurt the eyes. They could no longer hold back their outrage. Elder Su must face severe punishment. Within the main hall of the inner mountain, the 3 bound figures stood, their expressions rather peculiar. Zhuge Wufang untied the ropes binding the trio and fixed his gaze on Zi Yun, slowly saying, "Little girl, you have reached the 6th level of the nascent soul realm at such a young age, showing remarkable talent. What could possibly attract you to this nearly expired little brat? Speak honestly. Were you coerced? Rest assured, if you say yes, this elder will take care of it for you and break this little brat's legs." Zi Yun was taken aback. She looked at the high-ranking transformation cultivator before her, swallowing hard. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she cautiously replied, "No, Grand Elder Zhuge, I genuinely love Elder Su. I love him." Su Xiao nodded with a smile, feeling gratified. Shueyu gazed at her with envy, her eyes shimmering. Zhuge Wufang felt a surge of pain in his chest. He took a few steps back, nearly collapsing into the master seat, almost spitting blood. What on earth is going on? This little brat possesses such peculiar charm. It is utterly mysterious. His thousands of years of cultivation allowed him to suppress the complex feelings arising within. He spoke solemnly. "Your name is Zi Yun, the daughter of Zi Xian?" "Yes," Yun nodded timidly. Long ago, Zi Xian had served as a pill-making apprentice for a time, and they shared a slight mentor-student bond. For his sake, I shall spare you this once. Upon hearing this, Zi Yun's eyes lit up with joy. She had not expected her father to have such a past. "Thank you, Grand Elder, little girl. I advise you to focus on your cultivation. Worldly entanglements are but stumbling blocks for us cultivators." Zhuge Wufang imparted his wisdom. "This little brat Su Xiao is not worthy of your affection. You must prioritize your cultivation. And tell your father that I am quite displeased with your relationship with Su Xiao. He should handle it himself." As the violet hues in Zi Yun's eyes dimmed, she glanced at the nearby Su Xiao and quietly murmured, "It is, Elder Zhuge. You may leave now. Thank you. Thank you for your mercy, Elder Zhuge." With one last look at Su Xiao, Zi Yun prepared to depart. "Wait a moment." Su Xiao stepped forward with a smile, retrieving 10 transformation pills and a top-grade talisman from his spatial storage. "Master Ji, take these 10 transformation pills and this talisman for your use." Zi Yun gratefully accepted the items, cradling them in her hands. "Elder Su, you are truly too kind to me. I am so touched." Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 transformation pills, returning 20 spirit refining pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a top-grade talisman, returning an exquisite artifact, the Golden Light Protection Pendant. The system's voice echoed, and Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Earlier, when the bond level had increased, the system had rewarded him with an exquisite enlightenment pill. Such opportunities should not be missed. Elder Zhuge Wufang was left in a state of bewilderment. 10 transformation pills and a top-grade artifact? Just like that. Isn't this worth over 200 high-grade spirit stones? Could it be that every time they meet, such generous gifts are exchanged? He gazed incredulously at Su Xiao, wanting to intervene but finding no justification in that fleeting moment. He suddenly realized the source of Su Xiao's peculiar charm. This little rascal. What kind of hidden treasure has he unearthed? Zi Yun departed, leaving Shueyu filled with envy and Zhuge Wufang in a state of confusion. Rising, Zhuge Wufang exhaled slowly, He glanced at the petite and adorable Shueiyue, then at the disheveled old man causing chaos before his demise, his brow furrowing in disapproval. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly chuckled. "Little Su, it's all right. Your master permits you to make amends." Make amends? Su Xiao blinked, confused. What wrong had he committed? He had no romantic partner. What issues could arise from simply dating? Has his master lost his senses? Zhuge Wufang suddenly smiled benevolently, his tone gentle. "You have only about 40 years left to live, and you still possess the transformation talisman. There happens to be a task here, perfectly suited for you. Since your energy is so abundant, do not let it go to waste. Spend this time contributing to the sect." Su Zhao's body tensed, an ominous premonition washing over him. Zhuge Wufang patted his shoulder, chuckling. The demon clan has recently promoted 2 powerful illusionary demons, and their activities have become rather pronounced. The Iron Curtain City is struggling to cope. All major sects are preparing to send a 9th-level transformation cultivator for support. According to the agreement, Ling, the girl, was supposed to take charge for a while, but she is currently in seclusion and will not have the opportunity. This excellent chance for training will be entrusted to you. Little Su, your master has faith in you. Do not disappoint him. Ha ha! Zhuge Wufang observed the bewildered Su Xiao, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, he could send this little rascal away. Shueiyue would finally be safe. Master, this isn't appropriate, is it? Su Xiao snapped back to reality, blinking his old eyes. Others are required to be 9th-level transformation cultivators. I am merely at the 9th level of the nascent soul. How can I replace my junior sister? Perhaps it would be better to send someone else. What a joke. Your reputation in the cultivation world is well known. Not inferior to Ling's, it is you, and I am personally assigning this task. Pack your belongings. Report to Iron Curtain City in 10 days, and seek out Elder Duan Hongling. I will send her a message. Su Xiao wanted to struggle further. Zhuge Wufang's expression darkened. If you are unwilling, then move to the inner mountain cave. I will take care of you daily, ensuring you enjoy a splendid old age. Su Xiao swallowed hard. Isn't this akin to forcing a duck to water? Shueiyue was bewildered. Master is leaving? I won't allow it. Master, I don't want you to go. I still want to learn techniques from you. Learn what nonsense. Shueiyue, starting tomorrow, you will continue your seclusion. Do not emerge until you reach the 2nd level of transformation. Zhuge Wufang was determined to steer her back onto the right path. Should she dare to disagree, her master would confine her severely, and she wouldn't be able to step out for an entire year. No, master. I do not wish to enter seclusion again. Chapter 94. Arriving at Iron Curtain City in the end, Shueiyue could not withstand Zhuge Wufang's stern demeanor and gazed pitifully at Su Xiao. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a blend of longing and distress. Just as she had emerged, she was to be confined again. No, master, you must say something. Su Xiao observed her strange expression, sensing she harbored some mischievous intentions. Master, you are right. Shueiyue must be properly disciplined. Otherwise, who knows what trouble she might cause again? Zhuge Wufang nodded in agreement, finally hearing a sensible remark from this little rascal. Does he have feelings for Shueiyue? It shouldn't be the case, but he must bear the responsibility for corrupting her. The little rascal in Iron Curtain City cannot escape. Master, please don't. In a panic, Shueiyue rushed to Su Xiao, pulling at him with her delicate, fair hands, utterly unwilling. Su Xiao sighed with a bitter smile. Shueiyue, this is for your own good. Seclude yourself well. Your master is off to Iron Curtain City, and I do not know when I shall return. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 gleaming golden pills from his pocket. Spirit refining pills. Keep these 10 spirit refining pills for yourself. Whenever you run out, come to Iron Curtain City to find me. Your master cares for you dearly. Su Zhao's old face wore a smile, and as he thought of Madame Shui, he gently shook his head. 10 spirit refining pills? This? Thank you so much, master. You are truly wonderful, Shueiyue exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she hugged Su Xiao tightly, the fresh scent enveloping him. Patting her head, Su Xiao addressed Zhuge Wufang. Master, since you have made your decision, I will take my junior sister's place and report to Iron Curtain City. Let her focus on her quiet cultivation in the sect, striving to reach the realm of transformation as soon as possible. Zhuge Wufang was utterly flabbergasted. Wait, be careful on your journey. He swallowed hard, staring at the 10 spirit refining pills in Shueiyue's hands, struggling to regain his composure. 10 spirit refining pills? Just like that? And she could come to him for more? How extravagantly wealthy is this little rascal? Spirit refining pills were something he had scarcely had the opportunity to consume during his ascent to the transformation realm. Now, tallying it up, Shueiyue had received a total of 20 spirit refining pills from him. Zhuge Wufang was left speechless. With such generosity, he suddenly felt that Shueiyue had hit the jackpot. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 spirit refining pills, returning 30 void sky pills. A few days later, Su Xiao prepared to set out in a cave within the inner mountain. Meng Dan sat before her bed, her expression filled with longing. Her gentle and alluring visage was tinted with a hint of blush, and tears seemed to shimmer in her eyes. Her voluptuous figure was captivating, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Dan, as I depart, Elder Zhuge did not specify how long I will be away. Here are 10 spirit refining pills for you to use. Should you run out, just come to Iron Curtain City to find me. There is no need for formality between us. Su Zhao's face bore a slight smile. Over the past 3 years, with his assistance, Meng Dan had broken through to the transformation realm and had returned to the inner sect as an inner sect steward. Bai Qiao, Jin Liuxiang, and Lin Yin'er had successfully formed their corps and reached the inner sect. The 3 disciples were currently standing a short distance away, watching their master bid farewell. Master, you are truly too kind to me. Dan will always be with you, Meng Dan exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming as she embraced Su Xiao. She understood the value of these spirit refining pills. Without Su Xiao, she might have struggled to obtain even one. Casting a glance at Bai Qiao and the others, her face flushed as she said, "You 3 go out first. I have something to discuss with Elder Su." "Yes, Master." The 3 swallowed hard, their faces flushed, and hurriedly exited the room, closing the door behind them. 2 hours later, after Su Xiao had finished bestowing resources upon Jin Liuxiang and the others, he returned to his small courtyard. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were already waiting in the courtyard. They had also reached the first level of transformation and would accompany Su Xiao to Iron Curtain City for support. "Since we are all here, let's set off." Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, I have heard that the demon clan has produced 2 powerful illusionary demons. Be cautious in Iron Curtain City. Advancing to the transformation realm is no easy feat. Su Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, his expression grave as he admonished them. The stir in Iron Curtain City must have been caused by significant movements from the demon clan. Otherwise, the 9 sect leaders would not have come to offer assistance. "Hehe, here we go again, Xiao Bai Wang and Yuan Yinbi. We shall meet once more." Upon hearing this news, Su Zhao's heart surged with excitement. He felt fortunate that Elder Zhuge insisted he go. Here it was, the opportunity had presented itself. "Yes, Master Uncle, the disciples understand." The 2 exchanged anxious glances, swallowing hard. Good heavens! Master Uncle was actually sent to Iron Curtain City by the Grand Elder. The cat was out of the bag. "Su Master Uncle, I heard you were caught red-handed by the Grand Elder." "No. It can't be that perverse, I swear." Yet, they maintained respectful smiles on their faces, concealing their true thoughts. They were terrified that Su Master Uncle might take offense and silence them. Having already reached the transformation realm? Nonsense. Even the most powerful demons fell at his hands, with hearts heavy with trepidation. The 2 mounted their swords and followed Su Xiao northward. Iron Curtain City, located in the heart of the Panlong continent's 10,000 mountain range, lies on the edge of the human realm. For countless millennia, the human race has dispatched numerous cultivators to guard Iron Curtain City, ensuring the safety of their spirit stone mines. Beneath the colossal and imposing iron walls, throngs of human cultivators formed long lines, waiting to pass through Iron Curtain City to mine gold. Su Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, landed at the base of the city wall and cut in line. The former retrieved the emblem of the Miao Miao Sect and presented it for the guards to examine. The senior is the leader of the Miao Miao Sect. Upon seeing the emblem, the guard's expression changed dramatically, and his demeanor instantly became exceedingly respectful. Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. "No, the old Taoist is Su Xiao, an elder of the Miao Miao Sect, here to support Iron Curtain City on behalf of sect leader Dugaling. Oh, it's Elder Su. Please enter." As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the guard, a nascent soul cultivator, froze. Gazing at the kind and benevolent elder before him, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Xiao, Elder Su of the Miao Miao Sect. Could it be that this is the infamous old lecher? Su Xiao, who sends shivers down the spines of female cultivators in the cultivation world. At that moment, The cultivators near the city gate turned their gazes toward the elder claiming to be Su Xiao, gradually awakening to the horror and fury in their eyes. Could this be the notorious old lecher, Su Xiao? The male cultivators clenched their fists, while the female cultivators broke into a cold sweat. Instantly, the atmosphere at the city gate grew tense and bizarre. Detected a woman of fortune, Lu Lingling, fortune level, C, return multiplier, 10, bond level. 1. A woman of fortune, following the system's guidance. Su Xiao looked over and saw a slender, fair-skinned, beautiful young female cultivator standing nearby. She was anxiously gazing at Su Xiao, her lovely eyes betraying a hint of fear. Su Xiao smiled and nodded. Noticing she was at the foundation establishment level, he stepped forward and took out 10 foundation establishment pills from his robe. My dear girl, seeing that we are fated, here are 10 foundation establishment pills for you. Let us forge a good relationship. His demeanor was gentle, radiating the aura of a venerable elder. Lu Lingling, the young female cultivator, stared at the smiling old man before her, her face turning pale, and she trembled all over. The surrounding crowd was struck dumb by this scene. What the heck? The old lecher. He arrived at Iron Curtain City and immediately began to seek out beautiful female cultivators. Who on earth let this perverse old lecher in? Iron Curtain City. It's doomed. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li stood frozen, watching Su Master Uncle's adept flirting skills in utter disbelief, their spirits plummeting. Master Uncle, is this ever going to end? This is Iron Curtain City. Chapter 95. The furious disciples of the Chui Mountain Sect, everyone at the city gate held their breath, their fists clenched, drenched in sweat. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li swallowed hard, standing frozen alongside the guards, not daring to step forward to intervene. The old lecher's reputation was legendary. He was not afraid even of the leaders of the 9 sects. Although his transformation Thunder Tribulation had failed, he still possessed the highest level transformation talismans. If he were unhappy, he could blow up Iron Curtain City. Silence fell as their anger simmered, all eyes fixed on Su Xiao, who was attempting to flirt. They dared not speak, their anger suppressed. Ah, little girl. What is your name? The old Taoist has little time left. These foundation establishment pills are of no use to me, so I am giving them to you. Su Xiao stroked his white goat beard, his demeanor calm and collected. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment level could enter Iron Curtain City. Those who came here were mostly disciples who struggled in the outside world, hoping to work as miners to earn spirit stones. 10 foundation establishment pills would be hard to refuse. Elder, my name is Lu Lingling. The beautiful female cultivator was trembling with fear. She glanced at her companions on either side, but they remained silent, not one daring to help her. Even the senior brother averted his gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. Take them. Cultivation is not easy, and since we are fated, I hope you can go further in your journey. Opening his palm, 10 radiant foundation establishment pills glimmered with spiraling spiritual energy, captivating all who beheld them. Indeed, 10 foundation establishment pills, and of exceptional quality. Including Lu Lingling's fellow disciples, the nearby scattered cultivators were left speechless. The old lecher. He is genuinely willing to spend resources to woo beautiful female cultivators. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Lu Lingling gazed at the foundation establishment pills, her pale complexion flushing with color, excited and exhilarated. Elder Su is gifting her 10 foundation establishment pills? But as she remembered his terrifying reputation, she trembled, hesitating to step forward. Elder, oh, not be afraid. The old Taoist will not force you to do anything. I merely wish to assist you. Su Zhao's unparalleled aura, coupled with his kind and gentle smile, gradually eased Lu Lingling's apprehension. Looking at the 10 foundation establishment pills she had only dared to dream of, Lu Lingling blushed deeply, trembling in excitement as she extended her hands to accept them. Declining? Impossible. No cultivator would refuse free cultivation resources, especially those here to mine in Iron Curtain City. Lu Lingling accepted the foundation establishment pills. Her breaths grew heavier. Her cheeks flushed like an apple. Her excitement and joy barely contained. 10 foundation establishment pills. Elder Su had given her 10 foundation establishment pills just like that. She was merely a small cultivator from an insignificant sect, almost akin to a loose cultivator, and yet she had unexpectedly received 10 foundation establishment pills. Gazing at this elder, imbued with an otherworldly presence and exceptional grace, she found that Elder Su did not seem as unsavory as the rumors suggested. In fact, the more she looked, the more handsome he appeared. "Thank you so much, Elder Su." The beautiful Lu Lingling could no longer contain her excitement. Kneeling before Su Xiao, she bowed deeply in gratitude. For someone whose name resonated throughout the cultivation world, to regard her with such attention was a tremendous fortune. This scene left the nearby cultivators utterly dumbfounded. The old lecher. He is indeed using resources to woo beautiful female cultivators. How shameless. This is truly beyond shameful. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. "Little friend Lu, I will be residing in Iron Curtain City for a time. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, come find me at the Miao Miao Sect's residence in the city. We share a bond. And I will not stand idly by." With that, Su Xiao led the bewildered Xiao Wang and Xiao Li into the city. Congratulations to the host for successfully bestowing 10 Foundation Establishment Pills. The first gift to Lu Lingling triggered a 1,000-fold crit, returning an exquisite enlightenment pill. Lu Lingling gazed at the departing Su Xiao, rising to her feet, her delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue. Clutching the 10 Foundation Establishment Pills tightly, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her chest rising and falling rapidly, still in a state of disbelief. Could such a kind and gentle senior truly be the notorious lecher spoken of in rumors? Her heart wavered significantly. "Junior sister, snap out of it. You must not be deceived by that old lecher. He is after your body." Several male disciples nearby hastily stepped forward to warn her, their faces etched with urgency and concern. Lu Junior sister was the most beautiful female cultivator of their Chui Mountain sect. Moreover, she was the goddess of their dreams. How infuriating! That old lecher. This is utterly unacceptable. Who brought this old pervert here? I will not let this go. The surrounding male cultivators shared the same sentiment, clenching their fists in rage, wishing to slay the old lecher on the spot. Just arriving in Iron Curtain City and this happens. What will the future hold? Damn it. Yet, a few female disciples and nearby female cultivators remained silent. They looked at Lu Lingling, their eyes filled with endless envy and jealousy. The scene of Elder Su presenting gifts was simply too dashing. No. Why wasn't it them, Elder Su? I am willing. I am also willing. Seniors, do not worry. With so many cultivators in Iron Curtain City, Elder Su will not do anything to me. Besides that, I believe Elder Su is not that kind of person. Surely the rumors are mistaken. Lu Lingling excitedly tucked away the Foundation Establishment Pills, her pretty face completely flushed. The surrounding male disciples turned pale upon hearing this. No, junior sister. How can you still speak in favor of that lecherous old man? Junior sister, the old lecher truly seeks your body. Several male disciples were so enraged they felt like spitting blood, gazing at their blushing and beautiful junior sister. Their hearts nearly shattered. Old lecher, heaven will punish you. Iron Curtain City was bustling with cultivators, its trade thriving. This place gathered sects from all corners of the human territories of Panlong continent, making it the foremost city for humans. The residence of the Miao Miao Sect. A hunchbacked elder, accompanied by several nascent soul disciples, approached to welcome them. "Ha, Elder Su, old brother, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." The lecherous hunchbacked elder approached Su Xiao, chuckling softly. "Elder Su, I've heard quite a bit about your recent affairs, truly enviable." The hunchbacked elder wore a mischievous grin, his eyes filled with palpable envy. The other nascent soul disciples regarded Su Xiao with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile. "Elder Mu, you jest? Rumors are unreliable. It is merely that my lifespan is waning, and I am nurturing a few juniors." The hunchbacked elder before him was Elder Mu, one of the 3 inner door elders stationed in Iron Curtain City for the Miao Miao Sect. The 7th stage of the transformation realm. Dressed in a white robe, he resembled a typical old man. The two were old acquaintances and shared a jovial rapport as they led Su Xiao to an exquisite chamber at the residence, while the remaining nascent soul disciples took Xiao Wang and Xiao Li to their quarters. "Where are the senior sister and elder Yi?" Su Xiao inquired as he settled into the room and poured cups of spiritual tea for the two. Elder Mu sipped the tea and replied, "Elder Yi is stationed at our sect's spirit stone mine. As for senior sister, she has been refining pills in her chamber and hasn't emerged for nearly half a month." Su Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. "What is she refining pills for?" Elder Mu sighed. "What else could it be? She refines pills to sell them." "Elder Su, our senior sister has it tough. Her hidden ailment has yet to heal, and her cultivation at the 9th stage of transformation realm has stagnated. She has toiled in Iron Curtain City for several hundred years. Considering her lifespan, senior sister is already over 2,800 years old. If her hidden ailment does not heal soon, even with her remarkable talent, she will ultimately stagnate at the transformation realm and pass away. Chapter 96. The miserable senior sister Su Xiao felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. Senior sister Duan Hongling was the disciple of the esteemed Elder Shi Ganglai of the Miao Miao Sect. Elder Shi had been in seclusion in a secret realm for several centuries, and for these years, the sect had been managed by Master Ji Shui and Second Elder Zhuge Wufang's disciples. As the most senior inner door elder, senior sister had originally been the most likely candidate to survive the tribulation and advance to the void refining stage. However, she had sustained severe injuries while battling the demon race several centuries ago, leaving her with a hidden ailment. Her cultivation at the 9th stage of Transformation Realm had been delayed ever since. Transformation Realm cultivators only have a lifespan of 3,000 years, and senior sister has barely over 100 years left. Moreover, to heal her hidden ailment, she must continue to cultivate to the peak of the Transformation Realm to have any hope of overcoming the void refining tribulation within this 100 years and return to the path of immortality. Old Mu, is there truly no solution for her in the sect? Su Xiao recalled the breathtaking figure of red that he had seen when he and Dugu Ling first entered the sect. 1,000 years had passed and senior sister, like him, had reached the end of her lifespan. Elder Mu sighed, "We have done all we can. The sect has been quite benevolent. Now that the Grand Master is absent, senior sister must rely on herself." Su Xiao inquired with curiosity, "What does senior sister need from refining pills for selling now? Is it very expensive?" Elder Mu shook his head. "She has only one chance left, which is the golden body relic from the 10,000 Buddha temple. That item is a divine pill left behind by a great cultivator of the void refining stage who attained nirvana, capable of reconstructing meridians and remaking the body. Only the golden body relic can cure her hidden ailment, but those bald monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple demand a minimum of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Alas, senior sister also needs to purchase various pills annually to maintain her cultivation level. It's too tragic. Elder Su, let us not dwell on her anymore. Every time I think of senior sister's plight, I feel like crying." Su Xiao chuckled lightly. "Then why don't you help her?" "Help? How can I? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones is beyond my means." Elder Mu waved his hand. "Elder Su, I only have a few hundred high-grade spirit stones left. I need to cultivate too. Otherwise, I will end up like you." "Ha ha." Su Xiao smiled in silence. Cultivation is fundamentally about resources. Without resources, no matter the realm, progress becomes impossible. It is improbable for any cultivator to willingly part with their resources unless they are a beloved one. "Elder Su, you should rest well. The residents will have nascent soul disciples on duty. Just let me know if you need anything. Once senior sister emerges, I will arrange some tasks for you. The demon race has been causing quite the stir lately, and everyone is quite busy." Just then, a sound emerged from Elder Mu's talisman. "Damn it! That pack of demon beasts is starting to steal spirit stones again. Elder Su, I must take my leave. I will head to the mine to repel the demons." Elder Mu hurriedly rushed out, taking flight on his sword, becoming a streak of light as he soared towards the city outskirts. A day later, at the residence of the 9 major sects in Iron Curtain City. "What the hell? That lecherous old man. He hasn't even entered the city yet and is already flirting with beautiful female cultivators. Are the Miao Miao Sect fools, bringing this old pervert to Iron Curtain City? Are they trying to blow the place up? Alas, what a pill! This lecherous old man, free to do as he pleases, has come to Iron Curtain City. This is surely going to cause us trouble. How infuriating! Stupid Miao Miao Sect. Elder Su has truly come. Miao Miao Sect. Truly difficult to assess. Ba, how wonderful, Yuan Tong. Accompany me to visit Elder Miao Yu. I must suggest to her to send Elder Su to the demon territory. Perhaps it will yield unexpected results." At the residence of the extreme demon sect, the handsome and delicate Xiao was fuming. "That old lecher is simply outrageous, arriving in Iron Curtain City just yesterday, and already openly teasing beautiful women. He has no shame." Xiao was furious. Just the thought of that lecherous old man with beautiful female cultivators left him restless and fuming. "Damn it, old lecher. I will not let you leave Iron Curtain City alive." After sipping some tea, Xiao anger slightly subsided. Remembering his master's promise, he felt a surge of anticipation. He was determined to take the old lecher's life. Reporting to the sect leader, the opening of the BU Trading Company has arrived, and the news is confirmed. Madame Shui Ro is personally presiding over it in Iron Curtain City. "Oh, my Shui wife? Xiao Mu's face lit up with joy, his eyes brimming with excitement. Shui wife has truly come. How wonderful. He had another chance. Just the thought of her curvaceous and stunning figure made Xiao Mu tremble with excitement. Unable to contain himself, such a perfect woman was precisely the object of his dreams. He would wait for the old lecher to deal with you wife and Dugu wife for now. He must take action with Shui wife. He must succeed. Haha, old dog, once I win over Shui Ro, you can frolic with that unworthy Shui Yu. When you are at death's door, you might even call me father-in-law. Ha ha ha. Just imagining this delightful scene made his complexion flush, his heart racing. Shui wife. I am coming. Let us go. Summon the 3 elders at the residence. Today, my extreme demon sect will wholeheartedly support the BU Trading Company. By as much as we can. At the residence of the Broken Sky Demon Sect, Yuan Hao sneered. This old dog is simply lecherous to the extreme. Now he isn't even sparing Foundation establishment female cultivators. He is purely judging by appearance, completely disregarding anything else IT has spread throughout the city in just a day. How splendid. Keep leaping. Continue to be ostentatious. Only when that old lecher dies under the public's gaze will I experience the utmost pleasure. This is the sense of accomplishment, sect leader. The envoy from the ape clan is waiting outside the city. Oh? So soon? Good. Change clothes and quietly follow this sect leader out of the city. Yuan Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bringing along spirit stones, determined to ensure the old dog meets his end this time. At the residence of the Harmony sect, Yu Linglong and Su Meyer did not come. They were busy refining fate within their sect and couldn't spare the time to provide support. Present was the Grand Elder of Harmony sect, Wu Ping'er. She was an elderly woman with white hair, currently seated on a jade couch in the chamber. Elder Su, Hahad, has begun to seek out beautiful female cultivators again. Indeed, no matter how old men become, they still only desire young and beautiful women. Though the elder's face bore wrinkles, a hint of elegance still shone through, indicating her past beauty. Linglong, I am not competing with you. It is only that my lifespan is limited, and I also require a significant amount of fate. As she spoke, Elder Wu performed a mysterious technique, enveloping herself in a luminous aura in merely 10 breaths. She transformed from a frail, white-haired old woman into a stunning young beauty with flowing black hair and captivating eyes. Elder Wu? You. A few female disciples outside heard the commotion and entered, their expressions turning to shock upon seeing the rejuvenated Elder Wu. Do not worry, I simply changed into a younger appearance for convenience. It is nothing serious, hee. Chapter 97. The bold 8 maidens at the Miao Miao Sect's residence. Su Xiao was in his room. Several disciples on guard outside hurriedly knocked on the door. Elder Su. There are people at the entrance who wish to see you. Su Xiao, seated on his bed, slightly opened his eyes. Oh, do they say who they are? No. The disciples looked quite strange, swallowing nervously. Elder Su, it is a group of young female cultivators. They are all quite beautiful. They were the nascent soul cultivators stationed at the residence. Just now, a group of elegantly dressed female cultivators had come to visit Elder Su. What the hell? The elder's charm is too great. They just arrived in Iron Curtain City for a day. The reputation of the elder had spread among the disciples of Iron Curtain City. Though he had secured benefits for them in the heaven and human secret realm, his lifestyle was shockingly lecherous. The latest news revealed that their inner-sect senior sister Shui Yu had some unclear relationship with Elder Su. If it were only this, it would be merely lecherous. However, Elder Su also seemed to have some unclear relationship with senior sister Shui Ro, Shui Yu's mother. Damn it. This is extreme lechery. Yet they did not dare to speak out. And even the beautiful female cultivators outside were hesitant to drive away. The lecherous old man clearly preferred this type. They were also fearful. Su Xiao furrowed his brows. A group of beautiful female cultivators? He did not recognize them. Just as he was about to ask them to send them away, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Therefore, he instructed, you all, let them come in. Bring them to my room. Huh? The disciples were taken aback, their expressions filled with surprise. Elder, shall they all come in? How many are there? About 7 or 8, though. That is fine. There's room. Let them all in. The disciples exchanged terrified glances, swallowing nervously. Yes, Elder. What the hell? Old lecher. Damn it. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. They were going to be on duty soon and would have to toil away mining spirit stones. Elder Su was clearly not here to work. He was here on vacation. Soon, 8 beautiful maidens entered Su Zhao's room, closing the door behind them. Upon seeing the distinguished old handsome man seated on the bed, each of them blushed deeply and hurriedly knelt, greeting him. "Elder, you are truly handsome. It is a privilege for us to see your true form. We are fortunate indeed." The 8 maidens bowed respectfully, their eyes brimming with desire. They had all heard tales of the lecherous old man and hoped to come and see if they could serve Elder Su and obtain some cultivation resources. That Lu Lingling had gained 10 foundation establishment pills purely because of her beauty. The guards allowing them in indicated that the elder had intentions. They had a chance. Su Zhao's gaze swept over them. Each was reasonably attractive, showing some self-awareness. However, he shook his head inwardly. The system was exceedingly stringent when selecting fate-bearing maidens. While these female cultivators were pretty, they were not outstandingly so. Based solely on appearance, they could not qualify as fate-bearing maidens as expected. The system provided no prompts, and Su Zhao's plans fell through. He had originally intended to see if there were any fate-bearing maidens to bestow gifts upon. "You may leave. I originally thought a friend was here, but it appears not." Su Zhao waved his hand to dismiss them, indicating they could take their leave. "Huh?" The 8 maidens' expressions changed dramatically, their eyes filled with disappointment. Their ages ranged from their teens to 30s, and they were all confident in their looks, daring to visit the Miao Miao Sect's residence. Yet, Elder Su seemed to not favor them. "Elder, I am willing to be your maid. Serving you." A slightly older beautiful woman quickly knelt forward, her face filled with unwillingness. "Whatever the elder commands, I shall do." She reached out her delicate hand to grasp Su Zhao's arm, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling. Su Zhao could see through her intentions at a glance. "I too am willing. I am willing. I will serve the elder forever until the elder departs this world. I only ask for a chance." The remaining 7 quickly followed suit, some clutching Su Zhao's arm, others grasping his leg. Those who managed to come here were all bold individuals. They had long since made up their minds. Even if they were scorned by others outside, it was better than toiling away mining every day. "You have no fate with me. All of you may leave." Shaking his head, Su Zhao unleashed his spiritual energy, sending these maidens flying away. While they were all beautiful, he was not averse to accepting them. However, resources were limited, and he needed to reserve them for fate-bearing maidens. Elder Point 8 exquisite maidens gracefully descended, their eyes glistening with unshed tears and filled with a profound sense of injustice. Why? Why can Lu Lingling and the other beautiful female cultivators succeed while they cannot? No. It must be that they failed to impress the elder. "Elder, I am willing to do anything you desire. I beseech you, grant me but a chance." Point 2 of the lovely cultivators gritted their teeth, delicately loosening their belts. "What are you doing? If you do not leave now, do not blame me for being impolite." Su Zhao's expression darkened. Have the female cultivators become this relentless? Is this competition truly excessive? "Elder." Just as the remaining maidens prepared to follow suit, a voice thundered from outside the door. "All of you, get out." The voice, imbued with the overwhelming spiritual power of a 9th-level cultivator, struck the 8 maidens, causing blood to flow from their orifices. Several foundational cultivators, unable to withstand the immense spiritual force, spat out blood in terror as they gazed towards the door. With a resounding bang, the door was kicked open. A stunning figure, draped in radiant sunlight and clad in a flowing red dress, stood at the threshold. "If you do not leave, you may lose your lives." Upon seeing the newcomer, the 8 women felt their hearts drop in fear. Ignoring Su Zhao, they hastily fled, their attire askew. Duan Hongling. It must be the Grand Elder of the Miao Sect, Duan Hongling. Damn it. Why has she arrived at such a critical moment? They were so close to success. Bold as they were, they dared not gamble with their lives and resolved to seek another opportunity in a flash. The 8 fled the estate, some even bare-armed. The Yuanying disciples at the entrance watched the beautiful female cultivators, swallowing hard, shaking their heads in disbelief. My goodness. The old lecher truly intends to take them all. Thank heavens, Elder Duan. Your timing is impeccable. Deliver us from this menace." Su Zhao gazed at the ethereal beauty in the flowing red dress at the door, blinking in surprise. "Senior sister, your arrival is fortuitous. I only allowed them to enter to ascertain if they were my acquaintances. Yet, upon their arrival, they immediately plotted against me. Now, thanks to my counsel, they have commenced disrobing." Su Zhao rose, sighing with a smile. Chapter 98. The gift of the millennia root Su Xiao, you have grown increasingly brazen with age. The woman in the red dress glanced over, causing Su Xiao to raise an eyebrow. She wore a form-fitting red gown, as striking as flames, contrasting sharply with her ice-cold, breathtaking visage. Her skin, fair as snow, glimmered under the sunlight, captivating like polished jade. Her tall, slender legs were alluringly proportioned, and her perfect curves were impossible to look away from. Her lustrous black hair danced in the breeze, dreamlike and ethereal, utterly enchanting. She resembled the most exquisite plum blossom, proud and aloof, existing apart from the world. Yet, a hint of deep fatigue marred the beauty of her otherwise serene countenance. This weariness, tinged with worry, combined with her icy demeanor, created an inexplicable sense of distance. Su Xiao shook his head inwardly. After all these years, senior sister remained unchanged, as beautiful as he remembered. Who could have imagined that such a stunning woman was now over 2,800 years old, with merely a century of life left? Su Xiao smiled, saying, "Senior sister, do not heed the rumors. I am not that sort of person." Duan Hongling snorted coldly, stating that your character is of little importance. "What matters is that I do not wish to see them." Su Xiao, I truly did not expect that even in your old age, you would still harbor such intentions. If Master Ji were to hear of your actions, she would undoubtedly strike you down herself." A faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted from Duan Hongling, mingling with her inherent feminine fragrance, creating a refreshing and invigorating aroma. Su Xiao, disinterested in explanations, recognized that reasoning with this woman was futile. Detected fortuitous daughter, Duan Hongling, fortune level, A, return multiplier, 10, bond level, 1. To his surprise, the senior sister was indeed an A-ranked fortuitous daughter. Su Xiao was not particularly astonished. Before her injury, Duan Hongling had been renowned for her exceptional talents within the sect, blessed with exquisite beauty. However, it seemed that her constant alchemical endeavors had rendered her increasingly irritable. With the understanding that he was nearing death, Su Xiao merely smiled, choosing not to argue. "Come, let us proceed to the main hall. I shall assign you a task." Duan Hongling's stunning yet frosty visage briefly flickered with disdain before she turned away. Previously, she had admired this agile-minded and handsome junior brother. Yet now, he was not only a failure in the tribulation but had also squandered a longevity elixir. What was even more intolerable was that he brazenly took female disciples under his wing, even engaging in flirtations with the enchanting women of the Haohuan sect. Word of his exploits had spread throughout the Miao sect and even the entire Panlong continent. Su Xiao had become a notorious lecher. The thought that he harbored intentions toward the sect's prodigy, Shueyue, only fueled her anger. She had no desire to grant him even a hint of kindness. How could Elder Zhuge have sent such an individual to Taimu City? Was it merely because he possessed a few talismans? How trivial! In the main hall, Duan Hongling summoned Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, coldly pointing at the map. "The primary spiritual mine of our Miao sect is under the jurisdiction of Elder Yi, while I and Elder Mu oversee the subordinate sect's mines. Recently, the demonic tribes have been rampant, frequently raiding our spiritual stones, causing us significant losses. Elder Mu and I have been unable to cope adequately. From this moment forth, the 3 spiritual mines excavated by Baichao Gate, Shenbing Pavilion, and Wulei Sect shall be entrusted to your guardianship." Noticing Su Xiao about to speak, Duan Hongling's icy demeanor interrupted, declaring, "Do not even think to protest. Do you not possess an abundance of 9th-level talismans? They should suffice for dealing with those demonic tribes." Su Xiao shook his head and smiled. "Very well. Since senior sister has spoken, there is no issue." Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the surrounding Yuanying disciples exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Look, how tarnished Su Xiao's reputation has become. Elder Duan shows him no courtesy whatsoever. Perverted old lecher. He deserves everything he gets. "Elder Duan, please punish Elder Su severely." After assigning the tasks and exchanging communication talismans, Duan Hongling prepared to return to her alchemical pursuits. Her brows knitted tightly, leaving her with no energy to ponder Su Xiao's affairs. With only a century and 50 years of life remaining, if she could not break through to the realm of refining the void within the next 50 years, the effects of the mid-grade longevity elixir would gradually diminish in her last 100 years. At that point, she would transform into a frail old woman, a fate she could not accept. For her, only 50 years remained. "Senior sister, wait." Su Xiao smiled gently, then addressed Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, telling them to step outside. as he wished to speak privately with Elder Duan. The others were left in a state of bewilderment. They glanced at the bewitchingly beautiful Elder Duan and then at Su Xiao's lascivious grin, their minds suddenly struck by thunder, leaving them momentarily stunned. In a way, Elder Su. Surely he has not developed feelings for Elder Duan again. She is over 2,800 years old. This old lecher has truly peculiar tastes. Oh heavens! Yet they dared not show their thoughts, swiftly exiting the main hall, trembling in fear outside. Elder Xu is far too perverted. They felt on the verge of tears. What is it? The beautiful gaze of Duan Hongling revealed a hint of frost. Su Xiao inquired, Senior sister, how is your injury? Duan Hongling paused at his question, her eyes dimming as she replied dismissively, I am well enough. Do not worry. Even if my lifespan is limited, my strength remains intact. It will not affect you. Su Xiao regarded this stubborn and proud woman, shaking his head internally. With a light chuckle, he produced a segment of an ancient tree root emanating rich spiritual energy. This is a millennia root, which I discovered in a great cultivator's abode. Su Xiao spoke slowly. This millennia root contains 3 drops of spiritual liquid capable of healing all ailments in the world. Senior sister, you have cared for me in the past, so I present this millennia root to you, to aid in your healing. Duan Hongling's eyes widened in astonishment at his words. Staring at the dark yellow root pulsating with spiritual energy in his hand, she stood dumbfounded, at a loss for words. A millennia root? Millennia liquid? Could it truly be this miraculous? She had long studied all medical texts, and the only remedy for her meridian affliction, aside from the golden body relic, was this rare millennia tree root. Su Xiao, is this truly a millennia root? Duan Hongling's voice quickened, her previously aloof face flushing with excitement. As if I would lie. I am nearing death, why would I deceive you? Su Xiao chuckled softly, placing the millennia root into her delicate, pale hand. Take it. Each drop of this spiritual liquid should possess the efficacy of the golden body relic. Use all 3 drops for safety. Duan Hongling gazed at the treasure in her hand, swallowing hard as she felt the radiant spiritual energy and profound aura within it. She could confirm that this was indeed the legendary millennia tree root, and Su Xiao intended to gift it to her. In that moment, her breathing became rapid, overwhelmed by shock, excitement, and disbelief, a tumult of emotions surging through her mind, causing her body to tremble. Yet, considering his notorious reputation throughout the cultivation world, she regarded him with a particularly complex expression. Su Xiao, could it be that he, aside from this possibility, she could think of no other reason for him to present her with such a precious gift?